Chapter 2801. Holy Sun Mi, Yin was extremely vexed, and a harsh glint flitted through his eyes. His gaze swept past Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and he chun before finally landing on the cold-faced little stoic. His gaze was like a needle, filled with endless coldness and probing as it landed on the little fellow. Headmaster Yin frowned and stepped forward to block the students. His gaze met Holy Sun Mi, Yan's indifferent gaze. May I know the reason for Holy Sun Mi Yan's sudden visit? This Holy Sun came today to convey a message to the Divine Province's Crown Prince. Holy Sun Mi, Yin regained his usual calmness, as if the slap he had just received didn't exist. Recently, the temple's great divine priest inspected the rear mountain and found that the mystic realm might open. The mystic realm will probably open earlier this time. Holy Sun Mi Yan's gaze coldly landed on Prince Mo's face, staring at him to check his expression. However, he was soon disappointed. No emotion could be discerned from Prince Mo's face at all. This Holy Sun came to inform the two of you. I hope you can make some preparations in advance. Also convey the great divine priest's message. Mi Yin lowered his eyes slightly and nodded at Headmaster Yun. The temple intends to provide 30 quotas to the Royal Academy for the opening of the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm this time. I hope Headmaster Yun can cooperate with our temple to select talents. As long as you obtain a jade tablet, you can enter the Mystic Realm with the Holy Nun and the temple's people to explore and search for treasures. Everyone can bring out a treasure from the Mystic Realm. The excess will be turned over to the temple. Yin Piamiao couldn't help but be taken aback. The Sun-Moon Temple's Mystic Realm opened once every 10 years, and this wasn't the first time it opened. However, every time the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm opened in the past, the temple would send people to guard it strictly to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. Unexpectedly, they were so generous this time to open it to the Royal Academy. Oh, of course, this couldn't be considered generous. After entering the Mystic Realm, each Academy student could only take one item at most, and the excess would be turned over to the temple. However, it was already very good to be able to go in and have a look, gain experience, and obtain a handy treasure in passing. Benevolent smiles immediately appeared on the faces of the Academy's worshippers. They nodded and said, "Dean, this is a good thing." Dean Yin weighed the pros and cons and nodded. "This is indeed good news. Thank you, Holy Sun." Holy Sun Mi, Yin nodded lightly. During the selection period, this Holy Sun intends to personally see the strength of this batch of students. I'm afraid I will have to stay here for a while. Sorry to trouble Dean Yin. Dean Yin nodded and called for 2 people to arrange accommodations for the deity's Templar's people. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Then, he turned to look at Mo Yin and said, "I'll stay with the Divine Prefecture Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's residence should be big enough to accommodate the people from the Divine Hall." How shameless! Qi Xian, Little Fatty, and the others cursed in their hearts. Without waiting for the Crown Prince to speak, the little stoic nodded. 100,000 a day's rent. Absolutely no bargaining. Everyone staggered and almost fell to the ground. Didn't you just say that the dean was evil? Little miss, you're the #1 incomparably evil person in the world. A priest behind me, Yin had long been unable to restrain the anger in his heart. When he heard the little stoic's words, he instantly flared up. What did you say? Chapter 2802. 200,000 spirit coins per day. If you want to stay, then stay. If you don't want to scram. Arbor threw down this sentence and pulled Mo Yin's hand, turning to leave. What? Just a second ago, you said there was no second price. But a second later, you freaking doubled the price. After taking a deep breath, Holy Sun Mi, Yin said coldly, "Pay up." That priest's jaw was about to fall off, starting from 5 days. Pay up. Holy Sun Mi, Yin forced these 2 words out from between his teeth. When he said the word pay, he gritted his teeth and chewed on the word like he was chewing wax. She guessed that the anger in his heart was surging like an avalanche. How pitiful! He was actually angered to this extent by the little stoic. The priest trembled as he fished out a spirit coin card and shakily handed it to the little stoic. Arbor calmly snatched it and directly threw it to the stoic-faced Headmaster Yin. He said very heroically, "Prepare 10 brand new sets of school uniforms. If there's even a single thread on them, refund me the money. 100,000 spirit coins for a set of uniforms. If there was even the slightest flaw, she would make this Yun Piao Miao suffer the consequences." Headmaster Yun shuddered and suddenly really wanted to go home to hug and cry with his elder brother. "Big bro, how is this finding me a student? You're completely stuffing me with an ancestor." Mo Yin curled her lips in amusement and was led away by the little girl. "Gather here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. At that time, I'll assign you new students a subject," Headmaster Yun hastily muttered. Seeing the two of them leave without looking back, he couldn't help but sigh. It looked like the academy was really going to be lively in the future. Qi Xianxian squeezed to Arbor's side and glanced at the group of people from the Temple of the Gods following behind them. She lowered her voice and asked, "Jojo, since you know these guys don't have good intentions, why the hell did you take them in? Are you afraid they'll cause trouble?" The little stoic was still indignant. This holy son's cultivation was much higher than that holy nun from before. Just now, she had almost suffered a great loss in the hands of this person. If it weren't for He Chen's timely appearance and blocking for her, she might have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Can 1,000,000 spirit coins make up for it? Stop joking. They will suffer in the future. Lady Qiao winked at Qi Xianxian with her watery eyes. The two young ladies held hands and walked to the front, whispering something to each other. After Qi Xianxian heard Jojo's words, she felt extremely comfortable and giggled. That night, Holy Sun Mi Yin looked at his empty wing room and was so furious that his hair was about to explode. He knew that this girl was petty, but he didn't expect her to be so stingy. She actually only gave him a room, and there was nothing inside. "You want a bed? All right, I'll pay you 100,000 spirit coins. A stool? 50,000. A teacup? 20,000 for one." Holy Sun Mi Yin takes things out of his inner world one by one. He has never been so aggrieved before. Fortunately, he had plenty of daily necessities in his inner world, which was enough to last him a few nights. "Holy Sun, why do we have to come with them and live here?" The two guards who were helping the Holy Sun spread out a mattress in the corner and couldn't bear to see the Holy Sun so aggrieved couldn't help but grumble. Naturally, it's to observe those two people from a close distance. "Holy Sun Mi Yin said coldly, that crown prince isn't easy to deal with. Now, it seems that little witch is also difficult to deal with." Chapter 28:03. No wonder the holy nun had suffered such a huge loss in their hands. Even he could not gain any advantage in the hands of these people, not to mention the holy nun, Nie Yaoguang. Thinking of that icy, expressionless face, the holy nun Mi Yan's eyes could not help but turn cold. He still had to give this little girl a special gift at the division ceremony tomorrow. The night passed without a word. Arbor's group had a good night's sleep and woke up energetically at 5 in the morning. The voice of a school administrator came from outside. He brought in a few large boxes and placed them in the courtyard. 10 sets of school uniforms. Please accept them. Mata walked forward and opened each box to take a look. There were 2 to 3 sets of school uniforms in each box. They were pure white and had a spherical multicolored flower embroidered on the collar and chest area. Arbor felt that this flower was extremely familiar. Taking a closer look, wasn't this the longevity flower? So, the royal school's flower was the longevity flower? Could it be that there was a longevity tree planted in the royal school? Arbor's thoughts turned slightly, but she was still somewhat uncertain. The longevity tree's growing environment was extremely harsh. It would not bloom unless it was in the Xian domain or bear fruit unless it was in the God domain. She had raised the longevity tree on Paradise Planet for so long, but still could not bear fruit in the spirit domain. The main reason was that the environmental conditions were not up to standard. According to Little Tree, it would probably only bear fruit after Paradise Planet ascended to the God domain. And ascending to the God domain, Arbor could not help but sigh when she thought of this. It was still too early. Her cultivation was only a level 11 great spiritual master. She was still very far from the true God domain cultivation. Take it slow. Everything was not something that could be obtained by force. Xiao Mu had everyone carefully inspect their respective school uniforms. Zhang Ping flipped them over and over for a look, causing the steward who was delivering the school uniforms to the side to be a loss for words. After everyone checked carefully, they put on their white school uniforms. This defensive spiritual clothing was indeed a priceless treasure that cost 100,000 spirit coins per set. As soon as they put it on, it automatically adjusted the width and length according to their respective figures. It was very fitting on their bodies, as if it was a second layer of skin that could breathe. It was extremely comfortable to wear. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The steward who delivered the uniform couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Before this, the principal had already instructed him to check the academy uniform that was sent over thoroughly. Not even a single thread could be found. These new students were really fussy. The steward wiped his sweat and let a few guards out. The people of Arbor were wearing white school uniforms. When they were sitting in the side hall and having dinner, they saw Holy Sun Mi Yin come over with a gloomy face with a dozen of his priests and guards. The little fatty almost choked on the porridge in his mouth. Everyone knew about what happened last night. The little girl gave Holy Sun Mi Yin and his group 3 rooms in total, but each room was unfurnished. The room was completely empty. It would be extremely difficult to even find a bed or a blanket, let alone any other furniture or furnishings. No, there was nothing. It must have been hard on Holy Sun Mi Yin and his group. They had to make do with sleeping on the floor for the whole night. At this moment, they all had panda eyes and looked listless. It was obvious that they did not sleep well. Mi Yin and his group were glaring at Arbor and his group. This was simply not a day for humans. The priests were silently criticizing in their hearts. Chapter 28:04. Usually, when they were patrolling the Sun Moon Temple, they were always the center of attention and respected by everyone. How dare the crown prince of the divine land and his people neglect them like this? Xiao Mu and the others were currently eating breakfast around an 8-seater table. Looking back, Qi Xianxian almost laughed out loud. A priest took out a slightly old-school desk from his inner world with a dark face, placed a bench in front of the table, and invited the Holy Sun to sit down. She didn't know from which shabby warehouse in the academy this guy stole such an old desk and chair to make up the number. Although the Holy Sun's handsome face was also dark, he still sat down. Soon, the priest placed a set of bowls and chopsticks, and a guard came in with a pot of hot porridge and a few dishes. As a spiritual venerable, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. It was just that this Holy Sun had a habit of eating twice in the morning and at noon, unless he was in seclusion for cultivation. The meal was prepared by the 2 priests in the room. Holy Sun Mi Yin ate a few mouthfuls and put down the spoon with some grievance in his heart. He couldn't eat anymore. The main reason was that he was sitting in front of an old desk, surrounded by a group of onlookers. He was used to being arrogant and had never been ridiculed like this. Under such gazes, he was naturally dissatisfied. Holy Sun Mi Yin threw down the chopsticks angrily, stood up, and walked out first. Seeing that their master was in a bad mood, the priests and guards didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly followed him out. Mi Yin sneered in his heart. I'll let you be happy for a while, and you'll be in for a good show later. When Arbor and the others arrived at the practice field yesterday, there were already many old and new students lined up there, waiting for the mentors to come. Upon seeing Xiao Mu's appearance, many people retreated to the sides in terror, and a rather spacious path actually appeared in the center. It was as if Miss Xiao was some kind of scourge. Everyone looked at her cautiously. Qi Xianxian stared at those people one by one, and thought, our Jojo is not a beast that goes berserk everywhere. If you don't provoke her, nothing will happen. Morning, Jojo. Eldest young, Sir Qin walked over from the crowd and waved at Arbor with a smile. Arbor looked up at him and saw Omega Kitoku standing beside him, looking at her with an unreadable expression. Mo Yin immediately sensed Sir Qiao Qiao's grip on his hand tightened slightly. He furrowed his brows and reached out to hold her hand gently. Looking at the group of people in front of them, he said coldly, make way. Eldest young Sir Qin pursed his lips and shuffled slightly to the side. Arbor and Mo Yin walked to the front of the group and found an empty space to stand. The group of senior students couldn't help but sneak glances at them, secretly sizing them up. Dean Yin led a group of consecrators and tutors to the practice field very quickly. Looking at the group of energetic students below, he nodded with a smile and said, "Today's main purpose is to help the new students divide the subjects." During the test, everyone had been tested according to the contents of the invitation letter. For example, the alchemists were naturally tested for pill refinement, and the artificers were tested for weapon forging. Most of them were naturally cultivators. The cultivators test was the simplest. They just had to pass the corresponding test steals. Chapter 28:05. For the pure cultivation subject, all 322 new students this year will be led by Instructor Ma and Instructor Gao. Those whose names are being read, please stand behind the two instructors. Forging branch, 21 new students this year will be led by Instructor Zhang. Pill branch, 33 new students will be led by Instructor Zhang from now on. Talisman branch, 5 new students will be led by Instructor Zhang. Concealed weapons branch, 59 new students. Zither branch, led by calligraphy and painting. Arbor dozed off as he listened. After the two instructors helped Dean Yin read everyone's names, 2 hours had passed, and the school subject assignment finally ended. The little fellow stood alone in front of the new students. She looked left and right with a baffled expression. Why was she the only one who hadn't found a group? Just now, Mo Yin had also been called to stand at the forging branch. She was the only one who hadn't been claimed. The entire practice field was silent. At this moment, everyone's gazes were on Arbor. On the large practice field, all the students were lined up according to their assigned subjects. Both the new and old students were lined up in order. Our dear Xiao Mu's small face instantly darkened. Qi Xian and company, who had long been herded into the new students group, couldn't help but facepalm. Seriously, he didn't know what had happened again. Why did he leave their little stoic behind? One of the accompanying instructors quickly poked Dean Yun, indicating for him to quickly look at the little stoic's expression. This stoic face looked like she was about to explode. Only then did Dean Yun realize what was going on. He looked at the little girl with a chuckle and said, "Student Xiao, which subject do you want to study in? You can choose the Cultivation Hall, Pill Hall, or Talisman Hall." It was evident that this Dean Yun already had a thorough understanding of the little stoic situation. He knew that she wasn't only a cultivator with outstanding talent, but she was also an alchemist and talisman practitioner. The little fellow's foul expression improved slightly, and she cast a glance in her husband's direction. Her husband was enthusiastically dragged over by the weapon forging hall's instructors. She didn't have any talent in weapon forging, so she naturally couldn't follow along. Emolian also felt unbearably vexed. He had originally already started walking towards the cultivation hall, but he didn't expect to be stopped by this instructor Zhang halfway. After a series of exaggerated explanations, he was led to the refining hall in a daze. However, the royal school was also quite interesting. He rarely revealed his talent in refining in front of others, so he didn't know where they found out about this. Of course, he wanted to go to the cultivation hall with his wife, but now, when Instructor Zhang saw him move, he immediately ran up to him and stared at him, earnestly advising him. If he were to stay in the refining hall, he would be able to take part in the cultivation hall as a subsidiary subject. In the future, he would be able to participate in the Heaven Yuan ranking competition. There were many benefits to staying in the weapon refining hall. Every month, he could even obtain a lot of forging materials. Hearing this, Crown Prince Mo's head swelled again. He felt that this mentor probably hadn't talked to anyone for several hundred years, so she was terribly talkative. Because of this delay, the little stoic decisively chose the cultivation hall. The reason was very simple. Mo Yin went to the weapon forging branch, Duan Yu went to the concealed weapons branch, and the Qin Estates people basically stayed in the pill hall, so she definitely wouldn't go to the pill hall. There probably wasn't much to learn in a place like the Talisman Hall. She already had the complete talisman technique, the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, so she naturally didn't need anything else. Also wait. Chapter 28:06. Therefore, after picking and choosing, she felt that the cultivation hall was the most perfect one. In the future, she would be able to train, have fun. With her friends again, Arbor expressionlessly walked towards the cultivation hall freshmen. Everyone retreated to the sides, their gazes filled with respect. What a joke. It didn't want to provoke a fellow who could summon a giant sand scorpion at any time. Xiao Mu disapproved of their attitude, and she ran to stand beside her teammates, the little fatty and the others. Qi Xuanxuan's face was filled with joy as she pulled Arbor's hand and said, "That's great. We can train and play together again." The word play at the end was probably the main point. Little fatty and the rest added in their hearts. Arbor nodded his head, his large watery eyes curving. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice resounded throughout the entire training grounds. "I heard that there are many new symbol masters in the academy. I, Jin Zhaoyang, would like to challenge them. I wonder who dares to accept my challenge." Holy Sun Mi Yin stood beside the dean. When he heard this voice, the corners of his mouth curled up into a casual smile. "Here it comes." Principal Yin frowned and immediately rejected. "Today is not the day of the sparring session. If you want to spar, wait for another day, Principal. I am very much looking forward to seeing the outstanding performance of these new students. Don't you all want to see the strength of these new symbol masters?" The man named Jin Zhaoyang flashed and arrived in front of the crowd. Duan Mu Qing glanced at that person and said indifferently, "This person looks young, but he should be in his early 50s. Arbor's and Qi Xuanxuan's jaws almost dropped to the ground. "He hasn't graduated at the age of 50? Little fatty pursed his lips and said, "Maybe he just entered the academy not long ago. After all, the Imperial Academy doesn't have an age limit when it comes to recruiting talents." The two little girls thought about it and nodded at each other. "Jojo, you have to be careful. I'm afraid this person is coming for you." Duan Muqing saw that Jin Zhaoyang's gaze was sweeping towards them and said coldly. Liu rubbed his chin. "I think we should be careful of this Jin Zhaoyang. I heard that among the new talisman masters, there are 2 talisman masters from the talisman aristocratic families of the Divine Prefecture." Jin Zhaoyang laughed and said, "I wonder where these 2 talisman masters are." Mu Roxuan did not expect that this fire would actually burn her. She could not help but be slightly stunned. Pursing her lips, she lightly moved her feet and walked out of the crowd. "I'm Mu Roxuan. Greetings, senior brother." "Ha ha." Jin Zhaoyang nodded repeatedly. Good, good. He was courageous, but what about his strength? "Little junior sister, let's set the limit at 3 offensive talismans. If you can withstand 3 of my offensive talismans, then it's your win." Senior brother Jin Zhaoyang was originally from the Tsang Prefecture and came from the Tsang Prefecture's Talisman Qi clan. Later on, for some unknown reason, he fell out with the Tsang Prefecture's Qi clan and left the clan. Until now, he has been alone. Someone at the side relished in talking about Jin Zhaoyang and shared the gossip he had obtained with others. Immediately, it attracted many people's attention. Senior brother Jin Zhaoyang seems to have broken through the yellow rank Great Talisman Master Proficiency level and reached the yellow rank Great Talisman Master Perfection stage. When this was said, the surrounding people were in an uproar and exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 2807. In everyone's opinion, a perfected yellow rank Great Talisman Master in her early 50s had a limitless future. However, when Mu Roxuan made her move, everyone marveled at the fact that this young lady was actually able to take on 2 consecutive powerful attack talismans from a yellow rank Great Talisman Master. Mu Roxuan pursed her lips, her face as dark as water. The defensive talisman array around her was made up of 24 jade talismans, emitting a faint jade luster. Defensive jade talisman array, as expected of the Mu family's eldest miss. A jade talisman array right off the bat. Opposite her, Jin Zhaoyang smiled at Mu Roxuan. "Junior sister, you didn't draw this defensive jade talisman array yourself. Even if you barely beat me, it's still an unfair victory." Zhongli Zi frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Senior brother Jin, you're already 50 years old. Bullying a 17-year-old junior sister doesn't seem so honorable." Jin Zhaoyang's face darkened. Snickers sounded from the surroundings. Mu Roxuan cast a grateful look at Zhongli Zi. When she turned to face Jin Zhaoyang, she focused all her attention on dealing with him. She was only a mid-stage black rank Great Talisman Master and was far from perfected black rank. She definitely wouldn't be able to take on the opponent's attack talismans. Therefore, the defensive Jade Talisman array she was using right now was made by 7th Uncle Mu Jingrue. However, she had used this Jade Talisman array many times before. She didn't know if it could block Jin Zhaoyang's attack talismans, which were getting stronger and stronger each time. Junior sister, this is the last attack. Pay attention. Jin Zhaoyang smiled smugly and suddenly waved his right hand. A jade talisman flew toward Mu Rochuan at lightning speed and arrived in front of her with a whoosh. The light from the attack shone brightly. Mu Rochuan was knocked back more than 10 meters by the attack. Her feet dragged out 2 long white marks on the ground as she coughed and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze. Her body stiffened as she stood firmly. In less than 3 seconds, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Mu Xingqian leaped in front of her and hurriedly reached out to support her. He turned around and coldly looked at Jin Zhaoyang, saying in a deep voice, "Surname Jin, if you want to compete, just come at me. Bullying a new student, what kind of hero are you?" When everyone saw that Mu Rochuan was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, a trace of sympathy immediately appeared in their eyes. This Jin Zhaoyang was going too far. Moreover, Mu Rochuan herself was not weak. She was able to withstand 2 of Jin Zhaoyang's attacks at such a young age. It was not easy for Mu Rochuan to stand up straight under such a fierce attack for the 3rd time. Compared to Jin Zhaoyang's pressing step by step, Miss Mu seemed to have the demeanor of a large sect. It was a glorious defeat. Jin Zhaoyang forced a smile and said, "Senior brother Mu, you're not thinking of standing up for your younger sister, are you?" "Why not?" Mu Xingqian sneered. As a member of the Mu family, how could he be a coward who could watch outsiders bully his Mu family? Big brother. Mu Rochuan pressed his hand, coughed a few times, and pulled him back. She was not as skilled as him, so she had to admit defeat. A complicated light flashed through Mu Rochuan's eyes. Being slapped in the face on the first day of school was tantamount to ringing an alarm bell in her ears. In the past, when they competed in the family, others did not dare to kill her because of her status. Chapter 28:08. However, that didn't mean that there wasn't anyone in the younger generation who could defeat her. Perhaps there was always someone better out there. There were also some hidden talents in the family who might not necessarily be inferior to her. She had been too arrogant in the past. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Rochuan looked coldly at Jin Zhaoyang. At this moment, there was a subtle change in her state of mind. With Mu Xingqian's support, Mu Rochuan straightened her back and wiped the blood from her mouth with her sleeve. "I lost," she sneered. "But when I'm 50, I might not lose to you." Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but snicker. Wasn't that right? Miss Mu had just turned 17 and already had the ability to fight Jin Zhaoyang. In another 30 years or so, with Miss Mu's talisman aptitude, she would most likely surpass Jin Zhaoyang and crush him. Jin Zhaoyang's face darkened again. His mouth twitched, and he said with a fake smile, "I heard that a heaven-level great talisman master appeared in your Mu family in the past 300 years. A hint of anger appeared in Mu Xingqian's eyes. Jin Zhaoyang chuckled. "I heard his name is Mu Zhaoyang, your patriarch Zhaoyang." "Ha ha, I'm Jin Zhaoyang, and he's Mu Zhaoyang. Do you think I'll be like your patriarch Zhaoyang in the future, with a bright future that can't be underestimated? Ha ha, how dare you?" Mu Rochuan trembled with anger. This person actually verbally took advantage of their Mu family. How dare he dream of being on par with their patriarch Zhaoyang with his cowardly appearance? How preposterous! Jin Zhaoyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "I heard that your Mu family has 2 new students entering the school this year. Why don't I see the other one? Could it be that he's too scared to come out?" The young masters from the Qin estate, the 2 from the Dou family, and the disciple from the aristocratic families of the Divine Province couldn't help but roll their eyes at the same time. Here it comes again. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and he's courting death again. The scene of the little girl releasing the sand scorpion yesterday was still floating in front of their eyes. Today, there's someone courting death again. The group of students silently took a few steps back, leaving a large circle in the middle to let Jin Zhaoyang's heart's desire. They didn't want the innocent to be implicated. Arbor frowned and walked to Mu Xingqian and Mu Rochuan's side. He stared at Jin Zhaoyang with a bone-chilling gaze. Why are you being so long-winded? From the very beginning, this person had been noisy to no end. Arbor expressed that her patience had long since run out. Jin Zhaoyang's face was cold as he stared at the little girl who was like a jade statue. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he once again revealed that infuriating smile. You're the other newly admitted Mu clan disciple? Arbor didn't deny it or admit it. He just looked at him coldly and asked, "Do you want to die?" Everyone was speechless. Jin Zhaoyang clearly didn't understand his current situation. He frowned and said with displeasure, "Little girl, please be more polite. You don't have to be polite to a dog of the Sun Moon Temple." As soon as these words came out, the entire crowd couldn't help but go into an uproar. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Holy Sun, who was standing silently at the side. Holy Sun Mi, Yin was obviously slightly taken aback, and then he said coldly, "You probably misunderstood." "I didn't misunderstand." Arbor interrupted the Holy Sun without allowing him to explain. Chapter 2809. The little fellow said indifferently, "This dog of yours knows how to look at its master's face the moment it appears. In the process of fighting with Mu Rochuan, it looked at your master's face 3 times in a row. Since you were targeting me from the beginning, why use the Mu clan's name?" The little girl mocked impolitely. "Don't you know my relationship with the Mu clan? Why use the Mu clan as a fig leaf? Then come at me. Be a bit more open and above board." When the little girl retorted, she was used to firing off a torrent, sweeping away her usual quiet appearance. Prince Amo was very happy to see this. The little girl was so energetic, but as the one being rebuked, he was so depressed that he wanted to die. Holy Sun Mi Yan's expression was already extremely ugly as he coldly swept a glance at a priest beside him. That priest hurriedly stepped forward and explained in a deep voice, "Little girl, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. This is a private matter between your Imperial Academy students. Why drag our Sun Moon Temple into it? Whether it is or not, you know in your heart." Arbor raised his hand to interrupt him and turned to look at Jin Zhaoyang. "You're called Jin Zhaoyang?" "That's right." Jin Zhaoyang raised his chin high, his face insufferably arrogant. "Do you think your bug-like appearance is comparable to old ancestor Zhaoyang?" "Bug-like appearance?" Jin Zhaoyang glared at Arbor in annoyance, his face instantly turning green. This little girl had guts, actually calling him a bug-like appearance? Arbor didn't give him a chance to question and just continued with a sneer. "Don't you know what kind of person Mu Zhaoyang is? The talisman array drawn by old ancestor Zhaoyang 300 years ago can still be used today. Can you do it? You know what kind of bug-like appearance you are. You're obviously a bug, yet you want to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Simply ridiculous. You have no self-awareness." Jin Zhaoyang was so angry that his hair stood on end. Good. If he didn't teach this audacious girl a lesson today, how could he continue to establish himself in the Imperial Academy? What's so good about it? Arbor looked at Jin Zhaoyang as if he was looking at an idiot. His cold gaze swept across Jin Zhaoyang's swollen face. With a slight movement of her finger, a jade talisman with flowing light appeared in her slender white palm. The little girl said expressionlessly, "If you can take this jade talisman of mine, then I will give it to you. Take it as my loss." Arbor said coldly, "If you can't take it, then immediately change your name to Golden Dog and get out of the royal school. Do you dare to bet?" Jin Zhaoyang was so angry that he clenched his fists and shouted angrily, You, ha 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 ha. How arrogant. Just by relying on an offensive jade talisman, he was trying in vain to make a yellow rank great talisman master like him unable to receive it? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Little girl, the world doesn't revolve around you. Of course the world doesn't revolve around me, Arbor said coldly. There's always someone better than you. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. But against you, Arbor looked down indifferently at the jade talisman in her hand and coldly spat out 3 words. Enough! You! Jin Zhaoyang shouted angrily. Good. Today, if I can't take this offensive jade talisman of yours, my name Jin Zhaoyang will be read backward from now on. Yang Yao Jin. Arbor nodded. That's a phrase. Remember it. Chapter 28:10. Jin Zhaoyang's expression was extremely unsightly. Today's matter had turned out like this. It could not be considered amicable. A trace of murderous intent flitted across his eyes. What if I accept? I don't want your apology. I want your right hand. Do you dare to bet? Jin Zhaoyang's eyes were full of provocation, anticipating that the little girl would not dare to accept this bet. How dare you? Yin Piaomiao angrily rebuked. A trace of mockery flashed across Mo Lian's eyes, and she said faintly, Dean Yun, don't worry. He won't be able to jump around for long. Dean Yun was really anxious. He knew Jin Zhaoyang's strength very well. At the little girl's age, and coming up from the lower realm, it was already not bad for her to reach the advanced level perfected talisman master level. That Mu Jingrui had mentioned this wager with one hand was no joke. How would a talisman master draw talismans in the future if he lost a hand? These young children were too impulsive. If it was a normal competition of cultivation, even if the little girl's cultivation was insufficient, she would not lose to Jin Zhaoyang by too much with Sand Scorpion's help. But now, it was a competition of talisman power. Mu Rochuan could become a yellow-level talisman master at the age of 17 because she had an innate advantage, and the entire talisman family in the Divine Continent had contributed greatly to her cultivation. But the little girl was someone who had just come up from the lower star region. It was hard to believe that she had the power to fight Jin Zhaoyang. Cut the crap, take it. How could Arbor have the patience to continue chattering with Jin Zhaoyang? She directly raised her white hand, and a jade-white stream of light flew towards Jin Zhaoyang. A cold sneer hung on Jin Zhaoyang's lips as he raised his hand and swept the air in front of him. 24 defensive jade talismans jumped out and emitted white light in front of him. They suddenly formed a circle, enveloping his entire person in a defensive jade talisman array. The talisman masters could see that a transparent barrier had been erected around Jin Zhaoyang. It was like a safety shield enclosing him within it. Just with that offensive jade talisman, it was absolutely impossible to break through this yellow-level defensive jade talisman array. The talisman masters could not help but sigh and shake their heads. The little girl was too naive. How could an offensive jade talisman be enough to deal with a yellow-level perfected talisman master? Even if they formed an offensive jade talisman array, they might not be able to break through the opponent's defensive talisman array. The difference was too great. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly rang out, and even the ground here was trembling from the mighty force of the attack. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone waved their hands and brushed away the faint white mist in front of them. Surprisingly, Jin Zhaoyang was actually forced to retreat several steps by the power of the jade talisman. You've lost. Jin Zhaoyang glared angrily. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect the little girl's offensive jade talisman to have such power. Fortunately, his defensive array glyphs were strong enough to resist the attack. As a result, clear cracks appeared on his talisman array. Jin Zhaoyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His face was saved. Next, he just needed to withstand the pressure and make this arrogant little girl cripple her own right arm. You're too naive. Arbor's cold voice entered his ears. Following that, an even more powerful wave of attacks rushed out from the jade talisman and landed on his body. What? Everyone looked at the jade talisman suspended in midair with shocked expressions. The third, fourth, and fifth wave of attacks broke through the wind and waves. Chapter 28:11. The rumbling sound of the impact was incessant. When blocking the second wave of attacks, Jin Zhaoyang barely managed to use the second set of backup defensive talisman arrays. Unfortunately, this set of defensive talisman arrays was obviously not as useful as the previous set of talisman arrays, and it was instantly destroyed by the attack talisman power. The talisman power hit his left shoulder, and Jin Zhaoyang's entire body swayed backward. When the third wave of attacks came, Jin Xiaoyang's expression changed greatly, and he could only activate the defensive ring on his body to block it. At this point, he had clearly lost. Since it was a talisman competition, he was obviously defeated now that he had used other aids. However, at that critical moment, he really couldn't care too much about saving his life. With great difficulty, he managed to block the attacks in a flurry. The fourth and fifth waves of attacks came majestically. For a moment, the entire practice field was silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone inexplicably held their breaths as they watched the scene before them, almost forgetting to speak. Mu Xingqian was especially shocked. As the saying went, the layman only watched the show while the expert could see the knack. In the eyes of other laymen, they only felt waves of talisman power stronger than the previous wave, blowing strong winds from the side and landing heavily on Jin Xiaoyang's defensive barrier. And in the eyes of Mu Xingqian and Mu Roxuan, what they noticed even more was that the jade talisman that the little girl flicked out continuously released 5 waves of attacks. If in a real battle, throwing out such a number of jade talismans would be so terrifying that it would make one's hair stand on end, Mu Roxuan's eyes were wide open. She recalled the first time she saw the little girl in the corridor. She held a blue storage talisman in her hand, and even Ruyan coveted that blue talisman in her hand, wanting to take it for herself. Could it be that she really was a talisman master? But was that possible? Mu Roxuan's expression turned somewhat ugly for a moment. She was somewhat unable to believe that a girl who grew up outside the Mu family would have better talisman skills than her. After all, the two of them didn't really compete at that time in the corridor. The result of the competition was left undecided in a ridiculous way. After that, Mu Roxuan subconsciously forgot about this matter and was blindly excited as she drew a yellow storage talisman in the corridor. Because of this, she was even praised by her grandfather and admired by her family. Moreover, just like earlier, wasn't Arbor not joining the Talisman Hall precisely because she was afraid of this genius talisman eldest young miss and didn't want her edge to be overshadowed by her? She had always been confident in her talisman skills. He didn't expect to receive so many blows today. Moreover, watching Arbor defeat Jin Xiaoyang was even more painful than losing to Jin Xiaoyang herself. After all, she didn't feel guilty about losing to Jin Xiaoyang. She was much younger than Jin Xiaoyang, so wasn't it normal for her to lose? And if Arbor could easily defeat Jin Xiaoyang, how would others view her, the genius eldest young miss of a talisman aristocratic family? They would definitely say that she, the genius first miss of the Divine Lands talisman aristocratic family, was actually inferior to a little girl who had been wandering outside the Mu family for many years. Mu Roxuan's fingers curled up tightly. Her state of mind underwent a subtle change once again. She had always thought that at her age, there was basically no one who could match up to her in terms of talisman skills. But now, reality slapped her in the face. Someone had surpassed her, and was actually a year younger than her. Chapter 28:12. Just now, she felt that she couldn't be too arrogant and had to broaden her horizons. Among the younger generation of the family, there might be someone more outstanding than her, right? But this might not necessarily include Xiao Mu at all, right? She simply could not accept that Xiao Mu had surpassed her, Mu Roxuan. It was much better for anyone to surpass her than Arbor. How could she allow Arbor to surpass her? Mu Roxuan seemed to see the disappointment in her parents' eyes when they looked at her. They had painstakingly nurtured a beautiful daughter who was already inferior to others in terms of looks. At this moment, even the talisman art that the family had always been proud of was far inferior to others. Mu Roxuan's face turned deathly pale from the huge blow she received. When she stole a glance at her brother beside her, she felt a piercing pain in her heart. At this moment, eldest brother's bright gaze was completely focused on Xiao Mu. In his eyes, there was only Arbor. That girl was his most outstanding younger sister. She had completely lost herself. Did this mean that in the future, her father, grandfather, uncles, and even everyone in the family would lose sight of her, Mu Roxuan, and only Arbor? Crack! An almost inaudible shattering sound made her heart sink. She instantly came back to her senses. Mu Rochuan lowered her eyes, her face slightly distorted. Just now, a crack had appeared in her Dantian's spiritual ruin realm. It actually caused the spiritual ruin realm to shatter because of the sudden impact on her mental state. Mu Rochuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Jin Zhaoyang's setback wasn't any better than hers. Jin Zhaoyang had never expected that he would lose. At this moment, he was still in a daze. He sat paralyzed on the ground, not knowing what had happened. The fourth wave of attacks had broken 2 ribs in his chest. How could he dare to resist the 5th wave of attacks? Although he had avoided it, the deep pit behind him repeatedly indicated that he had lost. He had lost. He had lost completely in front of everyone. He had lost all his dignity. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Holy Sun Mi Yin. The Holy Sun's handsome face was dark and gloomy. He pursed his lips tightly. Although he didn't say anything, the suppressed displeasure in his eyes was obvious. She originally wanted to find someone to slap her in the face and teach the stoic face a good lesson, but in the end, things completely went against her wishes. The little stoic coldly glanced at Jin Chaoyang and said dryly, "Yang Chao Jin, you must accept your loss. Get out of the Imperial Academy immediately." Yang Chao Jin, everyone silently looked at Jin Chaoyang, who was paralyzed on the ground. The little girl immediately read the other party's name upside down. All right, since he lost the bet, Jin Zhaoyang could only accept it. You don't go too far. Jin Zhaoyang's face darkened, and his lips trembled as he spoke. The little stoic immediately looked at Headmaster Yun impatiently. Why are all the students in your academy so unreasonable? He was the one who wanted to challenge me, and now he's the one who refuses to admit defeat. How can you have the face to be my classmate with such a vile character? Why aren't you telling him to get the hell out of my sight? If you continue to be long-winded, I'll kill you. The little stoic's patience was completely exhausted. Her black eyes coldly glanced at Jin Zhaoyang. Do you understand? Jin Zhaoyang shuddered, and his entire body quivered. He looked pleadingly at Headmaster Yun beside him. Headmaster Yun expressed that he wanted to help, but was unable to. Chapter 28:13. Headmaster Yun was truly powerless. From yesterday until today, how many jokes had he caused by challenging the little stoic? Could anyone with a discerning eye not tell? How awesome you thought you were earlier was how much of a slap to your face now. Didn't you see so many students looking at you with sympathetic gazes? You truly couldn't be stopped from courting death. Jin Zhaoyang saw the headmaster's strange gaze. He clearly didn't plan on helping him. He hesitated for a second before suddenly pointing at Arbor and shouting, "She cheated. Headmaster, she cheated. She definitely threw out 5 offensive jade talismans just now. Didn't everyone see it with their own eyes? Just now, I received 5 attacks. A total of 5. Jin Zhaoyang stretched out 5 fingers in a final struggle and jumped up to shout harshly. Cough, cough, cough. Because 2 of his ribs were broken, his lungs sucked in another burst of cold air from his shouting. It hurt so much that cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he coughed violently. He could only slowly lower the speed and volume of his speech. As everyone knows, an offensive jade talisman can only release 1 attack, but just now a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant and ill-informed. Arbor coldly interrupted his noisy speech and swept him an indifferent glance. You haven't seen it before, he hasn't seen it before, and everyone hasn't seen it before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in this world. You should go and understand how big the world is. The little stoic angrily rebuked the old man in front of her. She didn't give him any face at all. This is a multi-attack jade talisman. The little stoic had always been too lazy to explain, but now she felt the need to have a good talk with this ignorant and ill-informed fellow. With my current ability, I can only inscribe 5. But the ancestor Chao Yang you slandered previously, he once inscribed 7. 7-level offensive talismans. Have you heard of it? Everyone was stupefied. Everyone, including Mu Xingqian and Mu Rochuan, looked at the little lady in front of them as if they were listening to a fantasy story. How did you know? Mu Rochuan asked in a trembling voice. The tip of her heart started to tremble along with it. Could it be that the little girl had the opportunity to learn the art of talisman from old ancestor Xiaoyang? If that was the case, then her strange and unfathomable talisman technique would make sense. Arbor naturally wouldn't explain it to Mu Rochuan, because the topic that was brought up was a long time ago. The Holy Water sect's old sect master was Mu Xiaoyang's best friend despite their age difference. She had heard a lot about Mu Xiaoyang's life stories during their casual chats. However, at that time, she still didn't know that this old man was her ancestor. She only felt that this old man's natural disposition was heroic, candid, and magnanimous. Moreover, his talisman technique was superb, and his character and cultivation were extremely admirable. Just now, Jin Xiaoyang dared to slander and defame her idol. This was naturally intolerable. It wasn't that she had to stand up for Mu Rochuan. She did not care about what Mu Rochuan was like. It was just that no one dared to insult the idol that she had admired since she was young. Her small hand slid over the white jade bracelet engraved with green bamboo on her wrist. The talisman matrix that old ancestor Xiaoyang left behind at the Maple Pavilion 300 years ago helped the Holy Water sect preserve the entire Maple Pavilion during the Six Prefectures invasion. With such boldness and ability, he was not only a master of his generation, but also a grandmaster of his generation. How could Jin Xiaoyang, this stinking bug, be mentioned in the same breath as him? He wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Chapter 28:14. Arbor looked coldly at Jin Xiaoyang, who was sitting on the ground. His gaze swept across Jin Xiaoyang's face. Do you think that a jade talisman can only be used for one purpose? Attack or defense? It was a big mistake. Ever since the 9th jade talisman of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome was activated, her actual talisman drawing skills had advanced from the black level complete circle to the earth level entry stage. A small yellow level talisman master jumping in front of her, wasn't it just a matter of being slapped? Xiao Mu couldn't be bothered to continue speaking, so she turned around and stomped towards Mo Lien. Hurry and get out of here. That young Zhao Jin, I don't even want to look at him. A trace of anger flashed across Jin Xiaoyang's eyes. He struggled to stand up, still wanting to argue with Arbor and the others. Principal Yun sighed and waved his hand to let someone take him away. Jin Xiaoyang's argument was really laughable. Just now, everyone was not blind. Everyone saw that from the beginning to the end, Jin Xiaoyang was attacked by only one jade talisman. Where did the 5 jade talismans come from? When Jin Xiaoyang was taken away, he still angrily yelled twice, unwilling to submit, until he was dragged out of the practice field. That ear-piercing sound finally stopped. Mo Lien's cold eyes calmly swept towards the direction Jin Xiaoyang left. Her eyes were abnormally cold, and her fingertips quickly swiped under her sleeves. The word bind was left on the jade talisman. At the same time, a group of hidden guards outside the royal school received the crown prince's instructions. When Jin Xiaoyang was pushed out of the royal school, the big gift that greeted him was a snow-white flash of sword light. Tian Yun's people have even infiltrated the royal school. On the way back to Winter Forest Court, Arbor frowned and said, perhaps without them knowing, Tian Yun had already infiltrated the big families of the 3 continents. He thought of the corpse puppet that appeared in the Mu family's backyard. Xiao Mu creased her brows. Could it be that there were also people from Tian Yun in the Mu family? Could Shi Huixin be related to Tian Yun? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Tian Yun's people have been lurking in the Mu family for at least 10 years? They returned to Donglin Garden, changed their clothes, and had dinner. After a while, Holy Sun Mi Yin and the others also came back. They glanced at Arbor coldly. Arbor raised the corners of his mouth. Holy Sun Mi Yin actually came back? She had really underestimated how thick-skinned this Holy Sun was. Both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality, yet he could still bring his men back to Donglin Garden as if nothing had happened. I've already paid the fee, Holy Sun Mayan said angrily and led his men to his unfinished house. He had already paid for 5 days of accommodation. No matter what, he had to make up for it. The little stoic and her companions looked at each other in dismay. For some reason, They felt that this lofty Sir Holy Sun seemed to be a bit down to earth. An hour later, a message was delivered to Holy Sun Mayan. My lord, Jin Zhaoyang has been taken care of. Holy Sun Mayan smashed a small square table into pieces with a slap. The priest accompanying him on the side couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Heavens, Sir Holy Sun smashed the only table in the house that could hold a tea set. The enemy was even more powerful than he had imagined. That damn crown prince of the divine province, this black-hearted and merciless guy. He must have secretly sent people to take care of Jin Zhaoyang. Chapter 28:15. Damn it, Jin Zhaoyang was actually of some use. After all, he was already a yellow-level talisman practitioner. Where is he? Holy Sun Mi, Yin asked solemnly. The corpse can't be found anymore. The air rippled slightly. A man wearing a white robe and a white scarf that only revealed his eyes stood next to Holy Sun Mi Yin and reported with his head bowed. Damn it! Holy Sun Mi Yin cursed again. The teacup in his hand cracked with a soft shattering sound before ultimately shattering into powder. The tea dripped down Mi Yan's palm and dripped onto the floor. The priest in the room didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It would be fine if Jin Zhaoyang's corpse didn't even exist, but if that corpse was taken back for research, Holy Sun Mi increased his brows and thought. The crown prince of the divine province shouldn't be so troublesome. He must have sent people to clean up that punk. Are you sure he's dead? Yes. That white-robed man nodded submissively. There are still many bloodstains on the ground. Judging from the amount of blood, he was destined to die. Holy Sun Mi, Yin coldly said, they're all useless people. Holy Sun, then what should we do next? A priest quickly fawned over him. Don't tell me we're going to let that little stoic continue running rampant like this. Let her be happy for a few days first. Holy Sun Mi, Yin snorted. When we enter the Sun-Moon mystery realm, she'll be in big trouble. On the other side, Prince Mo glanced at the little fellow who was already sound asleep. He stroked her face with his fingers before leaving in the middle of the night. However, just as he reached Donglin Park's entrance, he discovered a tall black figure leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. Mo Yin rolled her eyes. What? You did it. Our dear Duan, you jumped out from the corner and sized him up in confusion. It's the middle of the night. Why didn't you change your clothes before going out? He was still wearing the snow-white academy uniform from the day. It was so white that it reflected light in the night. Mo Yin silently glanced at Duan Yu, who was wearing a black skin-tight suit. You were a thief? I followed you. What an annoying fellow. Crown Prince Mo grumpily glared at him again. Are you sure you want to meddle in this matter? That's right. It's everyone's responsibility to deal with an organization like Tianyun, isn't it? Every man has his own responsibility. He's just harboring ill intentions towards my wife. Crown Prince Mo harumphed before turning around, his figure flitting into the night. Duan Yu naturally hurried to catch up, and he even commented rather noisily. I went out to take a look just now, and the scene was filled with blood and minced meat. What the hell is that? Since Jin Zhaoyang was not dead, it meant that the things on the ground were not him. The minced meat is naturally his. Mo Yin coldly curled her lips. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't die completely. As for blood, just add some chicken blood to it. By making the scene a little more disgusting, they would naturally be able to fool everyone. Is it Jin Zhaoyang's life lantern? It's with me, Mo Yin said faintly. Just block his life lantern. Holy Sun Mi, Yin shouldn't be able to sense this person at all now. This person was still so cautious when doing things, Duan Yu inwardly thought. Holy Sun Mi, Yin truly had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to be enemies with this person. Those who want to harm my JoJo naturally have to pay the corresponding price. Mo Yin only summoned Little Seven when they were far away from the academy. Chapter 28:16. The two swiftly rode the dragon and stealthily arrived at the southern side of north-facing Great Forest under the cover of the night. They followed the Jade Messenger Talisman to a valley. Duan Yu was a bit unsettled. This punk had only been here for 2 days, yet he had already found a place to contact and settle down. From the looks of it, he had already sent people to settle down in this small valley. This small valley was hidden in the southern side of north-facing Great Forest. The valley entrance was usually filled with miasma and poisonous insects, so people rarely came here. Duan-Yu looked at the stone tablet erected at the valley entrance. The two words north-facing had already peeled off and become unrecognizable. The stone tablet had been worn down with the passage of time, as if someone had lived here several hundred years ago. North-facing valley? Duan-Yu's puzzled gaze swept towards Emolian. The latter nodded slightly. This north-facing valley entrance is protected by a talisman matrix, so it's quite hidden. I sent people in to take a look. Someone should have lived here before. However, there hasn't been anyone living here for the past few decades. I think this place is a bit small, but it's not a bad place to settle down temporarily, so I had some people move in and stay nearby. Duan-Yu, you planted so many people here in north-facing Great Forest, but did you inform the nearby mercenary groups? Emolian gave him you still need to inform them, look. Duan-Yu thought it made sense. With this guy's personality, he would probably eliminate anyone who came to provoke him. What was the point of informing them? North-facing Great Forest was a large dye vat where the strong preyed on the weak to begin with. There were all sorts of factions here, so it was inevitable that Prince Mo would attract covetous eyes when he brought people to settle down in the southern side. It was normal for him to be targeted. Thankfully, we haven't been stationed here for long. The nearby large level 5 and level 6 mercenary groups should still be observing for now. The other small gangs don't have much of an impact on us. As they spoke, the two had already entered the small valley under the guidance of a black-clothed youth and headed straight for the dungeon. This dungeon was actually a converted cave. 2 rows of torches hung on the walls on both sides, illuminating the inside of the cave. Huifeng walked up and saluted Prince Mo and Duan-Yu with a chuckle. Your Highness, we've already properly greeted them, but they couldn't confess anything. It seems they really don't know anything. However, we did find a strange person in the prison. Huh? Emolian stopped in her tracks. Weirdo? Duan-Yu also couldn't resist asking curiously, what? Did you discover that there were still survivors in the prison when you garrisoned it? Yes. Huifeng nodded vigorously. We also find it very strange that this is actually a living person. Emolian and Duan-Yu were taken aback, but their interest was immediately piqued. Let's go take a look. Huifeng led the two of them past a cage made of wooden fences and into the innermost part of the dungeon. Separated by the thick and solid fences, they gazed at the black shadow lying in the corner. Duan-Yu walked up and knocked on the fence several times. Hey! The black shadow didn't react at all. It just lay there motionless. Someone went in? Tong went in just now. The two of them turned to look at Tong, who was following behind them like a shadow. The latter stepped forward and reported, this subordinate discovered that this person is somewhat mystical. The tendons in his arms and legs were clearly snapped, and he was so hungry that he was only skin and bones, but he was indeed alive. Let's go in and take a look, Duan-Yu said. Huifeng opened the prison door, and the group quickly walked inside. Chapter 28:17. He's not pretending, right? Duan-Yu walked up with a grin. He looked unconcerned, but he was actually on full alert. He casually took a rod from Huifeng and slowly flipped over the shadow in the corner. That person flipped over and faced the sky. His empty eyes exuded a hint of lifelessness as he stared fixedly at them. Strictly speaking, he really couldn't be considered looking at them because he was clearly blind. Who are you? The Crown Prince asked. Your Highness, he's a mute. Sir Su has already examined him. Tong whispered, not only are the meridians in his limbs severed, but he's also deaf, mute, and blind. Emolian involuntarily creased her brows. This was too inconceivable. You're certain he lived here alone for several decades? Tong nodded. According to the traces here, that is indeed the case. So this person was deaf, blind, and mute, and had been paralyzed here for several decades. How did he survive? Duan-Yu was perplexed. He relied on medicinal liquid to survive. A voice came from outside the bars. A middle-aged man entered with him. He wore a cyan robe and looked very proper. Sir Su, what do you mean? Su Xuetao smiled faintly. Everyone, Please follow me." Everyone followed Sir Su outside the prison cell. Sir Su pointed at the stone trough at the top of the cave and sighed. Many pills are stored there, and there's a very elaborate mechanism outside. According to my calculations, every 24 hours, a pill will be sent down from the stone trough. Oh, realization dawned on Huifeng. That funnel below is for receiving pills? That's right. A hint of admiration involuntarily appeared in Sir Su's eyes. This should be the handiwork of an extremely outstanding mechanism master. There's also a container for draining rainwater on the side. Once the two are combined, it becomes a nutritious medicinal liquid. And that guy has been lying in that place all this time because he was imprisoned there. He can only helplessly wait for the medicinal liquid to fall from the sky every day. This medicinal liquid is truly good. Sir Su said, "It doesn't need to be taken orally. It can be absorbed by the body through any inch of skin. Even if you can only maintain a half-dead state, it's impossible for you to have the strength to kill yourself." What a speechless life. He didn't know which damned master had come up with such a torturous punishment. Who knew what kind of thing that unlucky fellow had done to incur the wrath of the mechanical grandmaster engineer to seek revenge like this? He had stayed here for decades, neither dead nor alive. It was truly too tragic. Duan Yu and Mo Lien exchanged glances before suddenly asking with a chuckle, "Where's Jin Zhaoyang? Bring him here." Mo Lien was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. He nodded and said to Huifeng, "Bring him over." Soon, Jin Zhaoyang was brought to this small prison cell. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh on this fellow's body, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others in horror. The meaning in his eyes was as if he was looking at several demons. He probably never imagined that he would fall into such a miserable state in his life. If it was possible, he really wished he could turn back time. He wouldn't have accepted the mission of provoking and humiliating the little stoic even if he died. So regretful, so regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in life. What were you doing? Chapter 28:18. It was only after Jin Zhaoyang opened his mouth that he realized his voice was trembling. Cowardly, too cowardly. He, a grand yellow rank, great talisman practitioner, actually fell to this state. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by dogs when it fell to the plains. "I confessed everything." Jin Zhaoyang's voice trembled as he said, "It was Holy Sun Mi Yin who hired me. He wanted to take Miss Xiao down a notch." "Do you see this person?" Duan Yu interrupted Jin Zhaoyang with a grin, indicating for him to look at the pile of junk lying in the corner. The tendons in his arms and legs are all rotten, and he's all skin and bones, but he's not dead. Do you know why? Because the Crown Prince didn't want him to die so easily. Duan Yu blinked and said, "You also want to become like this person? I wonder if you can survive 30 years in this dungeon." Jin Zhaoyang's vision darkened. He only felt that life was hopeless, and his future was terrifyingly dark. He crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. He scrambled to the front of the two and confessed with tears and snot streaming down his face. "I really told you everything I know. I can swear that I'll tell you everything I know." "Oh, then what about the heavenly fate?" A faint light flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. Jin Zhaoyang hastily wailed, I confess everything." "You're talking about the faction behind Sir Holy Sun, right? Xiao Xiao really doesn't know. I am only a very peripheral member. If you didn't tell me today, I wouldn't even know that the organization behind Sir Holy Sun is called Tian Heavenly Fate." The two had been observing his expression while he was speaking, and they couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The two exchanged a look. "Prince Mo, I used a dictum talisman on him. He can't lie in this state of mental breakdown, so he probably really doesn't know. Duan Yu, kill him." "Deal with it," Crown Prince Mo said coldly. However, Jin Zhaoyang actually felt a sense of relief after hearing this. He would rather die than live for several decades like that pitiful person with crippled limbs. "Your Highness, please wait." Teacher Su cupped his hands and said, "I discovered an extremely strange constitution in this person's body. It seems to be some kind of medicine that has taken up residence in his body. His body is very strange. Mo Yin and Duan Yu looked at each other before turning to look at Mr. Su at the same time. They asked in unison, "Did you discover anything?" "For the time being, I can only extract some blood from this person's body for analysis and research." Mr. Su cupped his hands and said. Mo Yin explained to Duan Yu, "Sir Su has a certain level of research on formations, pills, and talismans. Since he said so, it means that there's indeed something strange about Jin Xiaoyang's body." "Thank you, sir." Duan Yu exchanged a look with Mo Yin before saying with a smile, "If sir can find out what's strange about Jin Xiaoyang's body, it would be a great help to us." Mr. Su hurriedly said humbly, "Your Highnesses are too polite. This is something that I should do." Mo Yin then turned to Sir Su and said, "Then I will hand this person over to Sir Su for you to study. If you make any progress in your research, please tell me everything you know." "Certainly." Mr. Su quickly bowed in salute. Mo Yin said to the two youths behind her, "Shi, Dark Shang, you two will follow Sir and assist him in the future. All the materials needed for the research must be properly prepared." "Yes." The two youths immediately cupped their fists in salute. Mr. Su was a bit overwhelmed by the favor and repeatedly returned the salute. Chapter 28:19. Mo Yin turned around and walked out of the prison. She pursed her thin lips when she saw Duan Yu's odd expression. What? Have the subordinates of a night pavilion never rebelled before? What kind of nonsensical names did His Highness the Crown Prince come up with? Humph. Prince Mo turned to leave haughtily. However, they heard Jin Xiaoyang's terrified screams. "Let me out. What are you doing? Don't lock me up here. Don't. Where are you taking me? Just kill me. Just kill me." "Shut up." Duan Yu turned around and coldly glanced at him. He sarcastically said, "Right now, we merely need you to cooperate and provide some blood. If you don't cooperate, do you want to become like him?" After saying this, Duan Yu gestured with his eyes for him to look at the black shadow huddled in the corner. Jin Xiaoyang violently shuddered, and then he wilted. He repeatedly nodded in agreement. Don't make me like this. I'll provide. I'll provide. I'll definitely tell you everything I know and help you without reserve." Duan Yu swept him a glance before following him out of the prison. After exiting the dungeon, Hui Feng walked up to ask, "Your Highness, how should we deal with the living dead in the dungeon?" "Deal with him," Mo Yin replied apathetically. It was also a very painful thing for that person to stay like this, neither dead nor alive. Speaking of which, he had helped him a lot. "Okay." Hui Feng nodded and had one of his hidden guards go deal with the cripple in the dungeon. However, it wasn't long before the entire dungeon emitted a vibrating hum. The hidden guards guarding the door were confused and wanted to rush in to investigate, but they were instantly sent flying by a gust of air and crashed to the ground with a clatter. Mo Yin and Duan Yu's expressions changed at the same time, and they rushed into the dungeon again. At this time, the dungeon was littered with shattered bricks and stones. That inexplicable force had also blasted out a semicircular gap in the sturdiest wooden fence. Fortunately, Su Xuetao had 2 secret guards protecting him, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. On the other hand, Jin Xiaoyang, who had been seriously injured before, was thrown out by this force and landed at the entrance of the dungeon. It was clear that he was on the verge of death. Su Xuetao hurriedly ordered people to carry Jin Xiaoyang out for treatment. Inside the dungeon, many secret guards stood by Prince Mo's side, looking at the blurry black shadow in the cage. Just now, it was this person who had emitted a very strong energy fluctuation that had caused half of the prison cell to collapse in an instant. What the hell was this person? Half of his body was already paralyzed and unable to move, so how could he still release such a powerful force? Duan Yu narrowed his eyes as he sized up that person. That weirdo, who had been huddling in the corner the entire time, had already sat up at this time, and his eerie eyes stared fixedly at him and Mo Yin. Mo Yin frowned. "This person is very strange. Be careful. Your Highness, there's actually a cave here." Hui Feng's voice attracted everyone's attention. Mo Yin and Duan Yu walked over one after the other. Sure enough, they saw that a cave had been broken open in the prison cell, and foam poured in from the inside with a whoosh. At a glance, it seemed like there was no end in sight. Hui Feng's figure swayed slightly before he was instantly pulled over by Mo Yin. There seemed to be a very strong suction force underground. If a person stood at the entrance of the cave, they really would be pulled in if they weren't careful. Chapter 2820. Your Highness, how about I go down and take a look? Hui Feng nimbly tied a rope around his waist. How can you go down with this rope? Duan Yu glanced at him and pursed his lips. The gales below are like knives. Although you've used a protective shield, the rope is exposed, so it'll definitely be cut the moment you go down. Mo Yin looked at him. You have a solution? Duan Yu's hand swept out, and a metal rope landed in his hand. I'll go down and take a look. Hui Feng hastily stopped him and said, Let me go. Duan Yu waved his hand and tied that strange metal rope around his waist before handing the other end to Mo Yin. Then, he jumped into that pitch-black hole without another word. Mo Yin felt her hand tighten slightly, and she forcefully pulled on the rope in her hand. That metal rope immediately extended endlessly into the depths of the hole. Hui Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Heavens, just how deep is this hole? Prince Chun had already gone down for more than 5 minutes, but this rope was still extending endlessly. After several more minutes passed, Mo Yin took a step backwards. He raised and flung his left hand, pulling hard on the metal rope with a backhand. That strange rope was stretched straight and taut, falling vertically into the dark hole, stretched until it was straight. Hui Feng hastily wanted to go up and help, but he only took a step back when he saw Prince Mo shaking his head at him. Ahem! A muffled cough sounded especially clear in the silence of the surroundings. Everyone reflexively turned their heads and shockingly discovered that the filthy figure that had originally curled up into a ball was actually slowly standing up. Weren't the meridians in his limbs severed? Hui Feng blurted out. All the hidden guards instantly felt their hair stand on end, and they surged forward to firmly protect His Highness the Crown Prince in the middle as they focused on dealing with that strange person. Cough, cough, cough. The strange person let out very strange coughs, as if he hadn't spoken for several decades. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if a wheel had run over him, and even his vocal cords were a bit torn. Everyone was on high alert, waiting for the strange man to make his move. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from the other party. That pair of serene eyes seemed to be a little focused, and his gaze fell on them indifferently. Hui Feng was considered experienced and knowledgeable, but he couldn't help but feel a bit horrified at this moment. Who had ever seen a blind and mute guy whose limbs and veins were all broken slowly recover in less than an hour? Was he a freak? Your Highness. Hui Feng felt that he needed to quickly take His Highness the Crown Prince away from this place. This strange person seemed to have too many variables. Mo Yin gave him a look, telling him to calm down. At this moment, he was holding onto the metal rope, so naturally he couldn't escape. Fortunately, Duan Yu's movements were quick, and it didn't take long for him to be hauled up by Mo Yin along the rope. There was still something wrapped in a piece of cloth on his shoulder. As soon as he jumped to the ground, he hurriedly threw the thing on his shoulder to the ground and jumped to the side with a dark face. It stinks. It was really stinky. Mo Yin also caught a whiff of this odor, and she couldn't help but frown as she took a step back. That cloth unraveled, revealing a person with disheveled hair and dirt all over his body, as if he had been buried in the ground for several decades. He was filthy and smelly. Probably even the beggars on the streets were a bit better than him. By now, Duan Yu had already seen the strange person's appearance in the corner. What happened to him? He stood up. Chapter 2821. At this time, the person in the shroud suddenly let out an unpleasant, owl-like laugh. Old geezer, you're not dead. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, the weirdo in the corner slowly straightened his body, revealing a pitch-black face. Duan Yu's figure flashed to Mo Yin's side. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Judging from their conversation, it seemed like they were old acquaintances. Looks like you've lost. Ha. The person in the shroud abruptly tossed aside the cloth on his body, his eyes overflowing with a shrewd light. Cough, cough. At this time, the person in the corner had also slowly walked forward. His gaze also contained some confusion as it landed on Mo Lian's group. Who are you? Duan Yu glanced at Mo Lian and lowered his voice to ask. This person can't be Beiwang Valley's previous owner, right? So, the owner actually didn't die at all, and you brought people to openly enter it like this? This was truly a blunder. Mo Lian was also a bit dumbfounded at this time, and she turned to look at Hui Feng, who was standing next to her. Hui Feng explained woodenly. When this subordinate found this place, the valley entrance was crawling with poisonous insects and snakes. After having people clean it up, they went inside to take a look. This place had clearly been vacant for several decades. Duan Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. So this group of idiots thought that this place was ownerless. Who would have expected that the previous owner would be imprisoned in the dungeon for some reason and come back to life now? Hui Feng's mouth twitched, and he cupped his hands in greeting. May I ask who Senior is? This old man is Chun Chi. That weirdo looked around, and when his gaze landed on Mo Lian and Duan Yu, it clearly paused for a split second, and a faint hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. These two juniors looked to be in their early 20s, but their cultivation was rather shocking. Old Senior, why are you in this dungeon? Hui Feng asked exasperatedly. Are you the Valley Master of Beiwang Valley? Chun Chi shook his head. No. Many years ago, this old man and that old ghost chased an enemy to this Beiwang Valley. After killing the enemy, we will also kill everyone in this valley. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Then why did Senior become like that? Since he had already eliminated his enemy, why did he still end up in such a ghastly state and locked up in the dungeon? Hui Feng simply couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he racked his brains. Ha. It was me who did it. The other person laughed complacently. Old Ghost Chun, are you still not going to admit defeat? Chun Chi glanced at him indifferently. How did I lose? This group of juniors just happened to barge in by accident, and the gambling had long been spoiled by them. To be fair, we should have a rematch. Seniors, may I ask what your wager is? Duan Yu inquired curiously. Brat, I can see that you have a good bone structure and excellent talent. You are a good material for cultivation. Do you want to take this old man as your master? Thank you. My name is Lu Zheng. Have you heard of my name? This old man is an outstanding mechanism master who is renowned throughout the 3 provinces. Brat, I can see that your hands are suitable for fiddling with elaborate mechanisms. So, you might as well take this old man as your master. Bah, shameless thing, you want to kidnap a disciple again. Chun Chi scolded him before turning to look at Mo Lian with a grin. Brat, you are an artificer, right? Chapter 28-22. A chrysanthemum-like smile instantly blossomed on his aged face. Child, how about I impart all my life's knowledge to you? This way, I can die without any regrets. Bah, don't think of dying in front of me. Scram, 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 scram. You're the one scram. You're not allowed to die in front of me. Then let's continue gambling. Wait, seniors. Seniors, fuck. These two people added together were probably 1,000 years old, right? Why were they still acting like old urchins, biting each other whenever they met? Duan Yu helplessly separated the two of them, but the next second, he couldn't resist taking a step back from the stench. Mo Lian couldn't resist twitching her mouth, and she silently inched back half a step. It wasn't that he was disdainful of these two seniors, but they were truly too smelly. Compared to that strange fish they encountered in north-facing Great Forest that day, fine. There wasn't much of a difference between the two. Seniors, according to what you said earlier, you chased your enemy here. After killing your enemy, why would you Duan Yu pointed at their unbearably filthy and smelly bodies. Moreover, Senior Chun Chi's meridians were clearly severed earlier, so why would they be now? Kid, you're very curious. Chun Chi chuckled as he approached Mo Lian. The latter retreated several steps back and shook his head. This junior isn't curious. Duan Yu, let's go. After all this commotion, it was almost daybreak. He had to hurry back. His wifey was still waiting for him at home. He didn't want to mess around here with these smelly old men. Duan Yu immediately followed after. He also felt that rather than being targeted by these two eccentric geezers, it would be better to leave with Mo Lien as soon as possible. Senior Chun, since this place isn't Senior's residence, then it belongs to this Junior. Mo Lien waved her hand to Hui Feng and the others. Find some people to throw away all the junk inside and renovate it. Stay here for a while. Yes. Hui Feng nodded, and then he silently glanced at the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince seized this residence in north-facing valley in front of these two eccentric old men. Wasn't this a bit too careless? After all, these two seniors had unfathomable cultivation bases. However, the two old men were also very strange. When they heard the Crown Prince say this, they did not refute or get angry. It was as if they really did not have the slightest interest in this residence. Punk, have you thought it through? Chen Shi and Lu Zheng chased after Mo Lien and Duan Yu at the same time and asked, "What do you think?" The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly rushed out of the door, unwilling to stay with these two strange old men for even a minute longer. What kind of joke was this? Out of the blue, they were talking about acknowledging him as their master. These two old and indecent fellows. How could these two old men, who had popped out of nowhere, casually accept a disciple? They weren't familiar with each other, so why should they acknowledge him as their master the moment they met? I won't admit it. I won't admit it. The two of them were extremely fast, one black and one white, like lightning, leaving the North Valley in an instant. Not long after they left the valley, Mo Lien summoned Little Seven, and Duan Yu quickly jumped up as well. Little Seven transformed into a golden dragon and soared into the sky, bringing the two of them back to the royal school. At this time, the sky was already starting to brighten. The two of them had just stepped through Donglin Court's entrance when they heard a crisp voice resounding in dissatisfaction. Great! Sneaking out to play in the middle of the night without a JoJo. The two of them felt a chill at the back of their heads, and they turned around to look. Chapter 28-23. Under the faint morning light, Lady JoJo was wearing a pinkish-pink dress and a large red cloak. She looked like a small jade doll with a taut stoic face as she sat on a stone stool at the side of the garden, glaring at the two of them with her round eyes. The little fellow's hair was tied up into a simple and neat ponytail, and a small golden butterfly was faintly fluttering in her hair. Her cheeks were pink and tender, and her skin was as smooth as jade. It truly made one's heart flutter. And did Lady JoJo just happen to catch them red-handed? The two of them were dazed for a moment before walking over to her. "Wifey, why are you up?" "Morning, JoJo." The two of them were in high spirits and looked magnanimous. Xiao Xiao's little eyes, however, could not help but sweep back and forth between the two of them. She glanced at one and then looked at the other. With a stern face, she asked in a loud voice, "Where did the two of you go in the middle of the night?" Mo Lien suddenly felt like laughing. However, it was better not to laugh now, lest his wifey explode. Arbor looked at the two of them suspiciously no matter how he looked at them. Didn't they say that men were a strange species? They could wear open crotch pants and visit brothels together. Revolutionary friendships all started from visiting brothels. What are you thinking about? Mo Lien's eyes twitched inwardly. She was about to pat the little fellow's head when she suddenly recalled that she seemed to have come into contact with a stinky old ghost earlier, so she quickly retracted her hand. When Lady JoJo saw this, she felt that this man was even more suspicious. If he didn't do anything wrong, why didn't he dare to touch JoJo? The little fellow bounced up and pattered to the two of them. She looked up and asked solemnly, "Speak. Where did you go?" Cough. Duan Yu blinked and said innocently, "JoJo, I was woken up by Mo Lien. When I came out, I saw this guy sneaking out the door." Mo Lien turned around and fiercely glared at him. Brotherly love dies at the sight of the light, so it was indeed her husband who had sneaked out in the middle of the night. JoJo turned his head and said, "Tell me the truth." "I built a small base in the great forest of the north and arranged for many people to be stationed there. I went there overnight to take a look. Emolian smoothly narrated, who knew that I would encounter one. No, two stinky old geezers in the small base's dungeon. This stinky old geezer insisted that Hubby acknowledge him as his master. After a round of torment, Hubby could only rush back when the sun had already risen. Mr. Jojo quickly took a step back and looked at the two men with disdain. Oh, no one of the two of you smells so weird. So it's because of the old man. It stinks, it stinks. The two princes who were despised expressed that they were really innocent. Before they could continue their conversation, a loud voice shouted from behind them. Who's smelly? Little miss, come here and explain to this old man. Emolian was slightly startled, and she quickly turned around to look. She saw the two old men, Chun-Chi and Lu Zheng, standing at the entrance of the garden's small arched door and looking at them with bright eyes. Why did you follow us? Duan Yu was also greatly astonished, even shocked. Little Seven Speed actually couldn't shake off these two old men. Who exactly were they? With his and M.O. Lian's cultivation, they actually didn't sense the two old men following them the entire way. Chapter 28-24. The two people's expressions both changed, and they hastily blocked in front of Qiao Mu with a flash. Punk, quickly move aside. This old man wants to have a good talk with the little miss before he could finish speaking. A light flashed from the little girl's body, and two pitch-black wooden tokens suddenly flew out and hung in midair, flickering with a lustrous black light. Emolian was shocked, thinking that his wifey had preemptively used talismans. But when he focused his eyes, these weren't ebony talismans, but two wooden tokens with very simple and clear lines. Each wooden token was engraved with a person's name. What were these? Duan Yu and Emolian both turned to look at the little fellow. Qiao Qiao, on the other hand, had a baffled look on her face. She stretched out her hand and pushed the two of them. Then, she walked forward with small steps between the two of them. What are you two doing? Casually barging into someone else's house. I want, little miss, who are you? Chen-Chi reached out to grab that token in midair, his eyes shining as he looked at the child. What's your relationship with the Xuanji school? The other elderly man, Lu Zheng, also looked at Arbor in excitement. Xuanji school? A thought flashed through Arbor's mind, and he sized up these two elderly men. Could these two tokens in midair be these two old men's tokens? You know Senior Xuanji? Back then in the Xuanji mystic realm, the little fellow was forced to accept this title of second-generation sect master and received several messy missions. After that, she threw this second-generation sect master title to the back of her mind. In any case, she was the only naked person in the entire Xuanji school, so this second-generation sect master title naturally existed only in name. But she didn't expect that she would unexpectedly encounter two Xuanji school disciples here today. According to Xuanji's words, these disciples with name tags were all one of the 103 first-generation disciples. Didn't this Xuanji tell her to gather all the first-generation disciples? In truth, she had long forgotten about this matter. Who the hell knew where to find those first-generation disciples? But now, it seemed that the world was this wonderful. While you were completely unprepared, a Xuanji sect disciple jumped out. You are Junior Sister Xuanji's descendant? Chen-Chi asked in a trembling voice. You've seen Xuanji before, haven't you? Where have you seen her? Yes, Xuanji. How is Xuanji now? Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask agitatedly. She, how is she? Arbor was silent for a moment and then said, what I saw was only her afterimage. In the Xuanji mystic realm. She didn't know if she should tell these two that she had obtained the Xuanji core. She was afraid that these two people were crazy or had ulterior motives. It was her first time meeting these two old men, so she naturally couldn't trust them completely. You have her name tag in your hand, Chen-Chi said excitedly. You must be the second-generation head of our Xuanji school. The veins on Arbor's forehead throbbed slightly. Chen-Chi ignored him and was still very excited. He hurriedly went forward and bowed. Second sect leader, I am Chen-Chi, the first-generation elder Chen-Chi. I am Xuanji's senior brother. Second sect leader, I am also Xuanji's senior brother. Lu Zheng hurriedly went forward and said, Second sect leader, You don't have to hold back. The two of us are absolutely sincere to Xuanji School. You can trust us completely. Yes, yes. Second sect leader, tell us more about Xuanji's situation. Chapter 28-25. Arbor gazed at these two people. To be more precise, she had not been able to clearly see the faces of these two people until now. There was a thick layer of filth on their heads, faces, and the back of their hands, as if they were fished out from the 18th level of a smelly ditch. They were so smelly that Miss Chiao wanted to roll her eyes. You guys are too smelly, Arbor bluntly said as she glanced at Mo Lien and Duan Yu. You two also made them stink. The two elders and two youths that Miss Chiao called smelly people silently looked at each other. Duan Yu pulled up his sleeve and sniffed. Am I really very smelly? It's suffocating, Xiao Mu exclaimed expressionlessly. Clean yourselves first before talking to me. Mo Lien and Duan Yu were slightly better, and they came out after a few minutes. Standing obediently in front of the stoic Miss Chiao, Mo Lien voluntarily admitted her mistake. I shouldn't have slept until the middle of the night and groped my way out by myself. Duan Yu nodded repeatedly. You should have brought Jojo with you when going out on a mission. Miss Chiao harumphed. To think that she had put on a fiery red battle suit so early in the morning, deciding to have a good fight with them. She didn't expect these two to be so sensible. This was like punching soft cotton. These two people didn't want to fight with her. So what could she do by herself? She could only give up. As for those two old, smelly people, they truly had decades of grease on their bodies. So they washed for a full 2 hours before coming out to meet people. By the time the two of them came out, Arbor and Qi Xuanchuan's group had already eaten breakfast. The little fatty looked back with a bowl of porridge in his hand and couldn't help but point at the two people strangely. Hey, who are these two people? When he pointed, the others also turned their heads to look at him. They saw two sanctimonious middle-aged men slowly walking over. Although they seemed to be moving very slowly, they arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Both of them were dressed in green robes, which made them look like immortals. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. These two reclusive seniors met by chance last night and were picked up by Mo Lien and Duan Yu. Arbor explained aloofly. Picked up? As expected of Prince Mo and Prince Chun, they were able to pick up two seniors just by going out for a walk. Duan Yu and Mo Lien couldn't help but fall silent when they met little fatty's group's adoring gazes. Second sect leader, this breakfast looks pretty good. Second sect leader, add 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Second sect master, after we finish eating, can you tell us more about junior sister Xuanji? Little fatty was dumbfounded. He turned to look at the expressionless Arbor. Why do I feel like these two seniors are calling Jojo sect leader? It's the second sect master. Lu Yu held back her laughter and added. Yes. Arbor stared at the two people with a cold expression for a moment before squeezing out. Add 2 more sets of chopsticks. A servant immediately walked up and placed 2 clean sets of chopsticks on the table. Second sect leader, it's truly great to be able to see you. Shinchi ate 2 mouthfuls and couldn't stop wiping his tears with his sleeve. Seeing you is like seeing our junior sister Xuanji. That's right. Taking a closer look, you really do resemble our junior sister Xuanji. Both of you are equally cold and cheerless, with picturesque features. MHM, noble temperament. Chapter 28-26. Qi Xuanchuan's eyebrows twitched. Why did she feel like these two seniors were a bit fawning? The little stoic looked at them expressionlessly. Desolate? How is that senior Xuanji calm? Recalling senior Xuanji's afterimage she saw in the mystic realm, the little stoic couldn't associate her with the word desolate. The little stoic felt that it was more appropriate to call her an amusing idiot or a chatterbox. If even her afterimage could talk so much, it was obvious how chatterbox her original self was at this time. Mo Lien and Duan Yu could tell from their conversation. It turned out that these two people were actually elders of the Xuanji school, and they both wanted to worship Jojo as the schoolmaster. Thankfully, they didn't agree to become that nuisance's disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't they be a generation lower than their Sir Jojo for no reason? Inappropriate, extremely inappropriate. Cough. Speaking of which, When did Jojo take over as the Xuanji School's schoolmaster? Second schoolmaster, Qin Shi said solemnly. On the other side, Lu Zheng also nodded and cupped his hands toward the sky. He wiped his tears and said, "The schoolmaster can only be our junior sister Xuanji." Everyone ridiculed this oddball school in their minds one after another. They always felt that the little stoic had her own oddball halo. No matter what serious matter it was, it would always run wildly toward a strange fork in the road in her hands, for example. Taking over a school was a very serious matter, but when it came to the little stoic, it went in the direction of a joke. "Laugh if you want to. No need to hold it in," the little stoic said coldly with a wooden face. From the corner of her eye, she could see the smile on Qi Xuan's face. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Our dear Qi Xian hastily pressed down the corners of her mouth and said with a serious expression, How is it funny? Little fatty, what are you laughing at?" The little fatty's smile froze. When he saw the little stoic looking at him from the corner of her eye, he quickly put on a serious expression. "Jojo, cough cough, when did you take over as the schoolmaster?" "Why didn't we know? It's been a long time," the little stoic snapped. "Before I met you guys." "Second sect master, where did you discover junior sister Xuanji's mystic realm? Is it that time when the 3 sects, 5 factions, and 8 great patrician families gathered from the north, south, east, west, and east to train in the mystic beast forest?" Duan Yu chuckled. "MHM." Xiao Mu expressionlessly responded with a word. She once again recalled her disastrous encounter during her experiential training in the mystic beast forest. At that time, she had even been plotted against by the disaster-courting talisman and cut a sorry figure. This was a past that she really didn't want to talk about. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He remembered that after the little fellow had disappeared from the mystic beast forest, everyone had searched for her with great fanfare. In the end, when she appeared in the M.O. Kingdom capital, the little one seemed to be completely unaware, only knowing how to cultivate and cultivate. For a while, he didn't even recognize them. "Lower Star Field?" Qin Shi asked cautiously. "MHM." The little stoic put on a serious expression and silently put down her chopsticks. Qin Shi started sobbing again. "Junior sister, you're too pitiful. You were actually forced to flee to the Lower Star region." "Sob, it's all that old bastard's fault." "Right, that's right, it's him. If it weren't for that guy quarreling with our junior sister, how could our junior sister have run out of the abode and ended up falling into someone's trap? It's that old bastard who deserves to die. He married our junior sister, but didn't treat her well." The 2 old men sobbed loudly when they talked about their sore spots. Chapter 28-27. Arbor silently glanced at the 2 old men. It seemed that there was a heart-wrenching, sorrowful love story between them and Senior Xuanji. Everyone imagined a touching, melodramatic, 4-sided love story. At the same time, they looked at the 2 old men with gossipy eyes. As the king of gossip, the little fatty couldn't help but ask, "Seniors, can you tell us about you and Senior Xuanji?" "Sob, sob, sob," Qin Shi said while crying. "Junior Xuanji and I grew up together on Rosy Cloud's Peak since we were 10 years old." "Me too," Lu Zheng interrupted in annoyance. Junior Xuanji was smart and lively since she was young. She was born beautiful. Qin Shi wiped his tears. "It's hard not to like her." "Both of you liked Senior Xuanji at the same time." The little fatty's eyes flashed with the fire of gossip. "Who would have thought that, after you grew up, an old bastard senior would appear? He was so talented and unrestrained that he attracted Senior Xuanji and abducted her." "How did you know?" Qin Shi looked surprised. The little fatty pursed his lips. "Seniors, you're underestimating my intelligence. Is it so hard to guess?" From the few words that the 2 of them had exchanged before, it was easy to deduce what they were thinking. "That's right. That old bastard abducted our junior Xuanji." Qin Shi thought of the sad part and couldn't help but call out, "Give us a pot of wine." Arbor silently took out a wine pot carved with plum blossoms and placed it in front of the 2. In the end, everyone quickly took out wine cups from their inner worlds and rushed forward to share the wine. After 1 cup per person, the wine pot was empty. Qin Shi and Lu Zheng took a sip of the wine and sighed deeply. Then their eyes lit up. This wine is not bad. It's mellow and has a hint of the cold fragrance of plum blossoms. When I take a sip, I feel as if there are wisps of saint power flowing slowly in my body. The two of them took another sip, and Lu Zheng started sobbing again. What have we been doing for the past few decades? When Lu Zheng cried, Chun Chi cried as well. The two old men who were hundreds of years old cried miserably in front of a group of juniors. Arbor looked at Qi Xianxian speechlessly. Qi Xianxian hurriedly took out 2 pieces of leftover fabric from her pocket. He handed it to the 2 seniors and said sympathetically, "Seniors, please don't cry. Wipe your tears." Chun Chi and Lu Zheng took the piece of cloth and wiped their tears and snot as they said pitifully, "After so many years, I've finally heard some news about junior sister Xuanji. I'm both happy and upset. Second sect leader, you don't have to hide it from us. Actually, we already knew that junior sister Xuanji was dead 100 years ago. Her life tablet has been broken long ago, and her life lamp has been scattered. The afterimage you saw in the Xuanji mystic realm should be the last remnant consciousness she left behind in this world." The two of them heaved a long sigh, raised their wine glasses, and took a sip. "We've been together with Junior Martial Sister day and night, cultivating together for hundreds of years. However, it was precisely because of that time when Junior Sister went down the mountain to gain experience and got acquainted with that old bastard that everything changed. I really don't know what's so good about that bastard. He looks so dignified, but he's actually a cold-hearted, stinky man." That's right. Junior Martial Sister's love was really misplaced, and her sincerity went down the drain. Who exactly is this old bastard you're talking about? Chapter 2828. Arbor expressionlessly asked the two of them. "Second sect master, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter." Qin Shi gnashed his teeth. "This is a grudge between us two brothers. As long as this old bastard dares to show himself, us two brothers will definitely grind his bones to dust." Xiao Mu replied with an "oh," and the atmosphere suddenly chilled. Chun Chi opened his mouth, but he suddenly didn't know what to say. Shouldn't the second sect master say something like, "Sect master's business is my business. Sect master's grudge is my grudge, and I want to avenge you together," or something impassioned like that? Why was he suddenly so mute? When Mo Lien and Duan Yu saw the two old men's deflated expressions, they couldn't resist bursting out in laughter. These two people really didn't understand Jojo at all. Lady Jojo was actually an honest person. Since someone else said she didn't need to care, then she would definitely wash her hands and not care. "Seniors, looking at how you were in Beiwang Valley, could it be that cough, you're courting your own deaths?" Qin Shi gazed deeply at Mo Lien before sighing. "Ever since Junior Sister left with that old bastard more than 200 years ago, the two of us felt that there was nothing left to live for, so we simply entered closed-door cultivation. It wasn't until 100 years ago that we forcefully exited closed-door cultivation when we received news of Junior Sister's death. We searched for our enemies along the way to avenge Junior Sister. When the last enemy was also eliminated by us, we felt that life was hopeless and lacked a lot of fun. Thus, the two of us made a bet. Whoever died first had to be buried in Junior Sister's cenotaph." Chun Chi sighed in despair. "I shattered the meridians in my 4 limbs and sealed off my 5 senses. I originally thought that I would definitely die." He glared fiercely at Lu Zheng. "Who knew that this son of a bitch would actually set up a mechanism to extend my life by 30 years? So, senior, you jumped into that bottomless pit yourself." Duan Yu twitched his mouth as he looked at Lu Zheng with certainty. "Exactly." Lu Zheng's old face was taut as he said angrily, "If it weren't for you being so fussy and meddling in other people's business, I would have starved to death in a year or so." Boring. Arbor finished the appraisal and coldly glanced at the two of them. Chun Chi suddenly burst into tears, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. It's boring. This old man also feels extremely bored. For the past 100 years, he didn't even know how he had survived. Woo woo woo. Xiao Mu glanced at the bawling old man, and her gaze softened. She said faintly, "She passed away very peacefully." Her broken shadow had set up a trap in the secret realm. More than 20 generations of people have been cheated. With that, she briefly recounted how Xuanji had set up the mystic realm, tricked batches of people into entering it, and finally handed over the past generations of resources to her, the second sect master. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. When Xuanji's two senior brothers heard this, they even smiled and nodded repeatedly. That's what our junior sister would do. She played with more than 20 generations of people. The mystic realm opened once every 10 years, and she had a lot of fun. Arbor said expressionlessly. Presumably, she was an open-minded person by nature. By the time she reached the final step, there was no longer a trace of resentment in her heart. What was left was probably just a trace of reluctance to leave this world. That was why this bored fellow would set up a mystic realm and find more than 20 generations of juniors to play with her. Chapter 28-29. You've punished yourselves for several decades, and you've repaid your debts. From today onwards, behave properly and work yourself to the bone for the Xuanji School's Sir Jojo, Arbor said with a frosty expression. Chen Qi and Lu Zheng were taken aback and stared dumbfoundedly at Arbor. This little girl looked at her ice-cold little stoic face, but her thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else's. He was actually able to capture their true intentions from their words and phrases. Death was a simple matter for powerful beings like them. All they had to do was self-destruct. These two fools actually blamed themselves too much for Xuanji's death, so they hurt themselves out of grief. They were just punishing each other. If Xuanji was alive, with her personality, she would most likely beat them to a pulp. You're first-generation disciples of the Xuanji School, so you should know that the Xuanji School has 103 first-generation disciples, right? The two nodded. Senior Xuanji has entrusted you with an important mission. The little stoic said without blushing or panting. Senior Xuanji's intention is for you to find all the remaining first-generation disciples and bring them back. She took out a large pile of black nameplates from her inner world and handed them to Chen Qi and Lu Zheng. As long as these nameplates are within a radius of 1,000 feet, they can sense the disciples' auras. Keep them well. The little stoic pushed the pile of nameplates in front of Chen Qi and Lu Zheng. Chen Qi hastily asked, Junior Sister Xuanji wants to summon everyone back. MHM, Arbor replied dryly. On the side, Lu Zheng glanced at the little stoic in confusion. Second-generation schoolmaster. Is this a mission the schoolmaster entrusted to you? He hit the nail on the head. The little stoic just wanted to be a hands-off boss right now. Her small face tensed up. This schoolmaster is handing this mission to you right now. Do you have any objections? No objections. Chen Qi and Lu Zheng were a bit speechless. Mo Yin and the others, who were watching the show and enjoying the show, were secretly stifling their laughter. From today onwards, your main mission is to find the remaining 101 first-generation disciples. Chen Qi cupped his hands in salute. Don't worry, second-generation schoolmaster. The two of us won't seek death again. This little stoic looked cold and cheerless, but everything she did actually contained good intentions. She had given them such a tedious task so that they would be busy and not have time to think about other things. Arbor glanced at them and then looked away. Let's go. Mo Yin stood up as well. They still had to rush to the practice field to watch the competition. Today was the first day of Holy Sun Miyan selection in the Royal School. The competition should be very lively. Second sect master, Lu Zheng hurriedly called out to her. Before Xuanji left with that old bastard, she disbanded the Xuanji sect. After all these years, our Rosy Cloud's Peak should still be there. Yes, Red Cloud's Peak is full of spiritual power all year round. It's a very suitable place for cultivation. We want to go back and prepare for the re-establishment of our sect. There needs to be a ceremony. Qiao Mu's footsteps abruptly halted, and she turned around to look at them, her eyes flickering. How big? What? How big is Red Cloud's Peak? The Red Cloud Peak stretches far and wide, and beside it is the Carefree Peak. It's quite big. It's also not far from the Great Forest. Yes, 1 day is enough for a round trip. The little stoic's eyes lit up. Let's go together. Second-generation schoolmaster. You want to go back with us? Okay, that's really great. Xiaomu nodded her small head repeatedly. She felt that the holy water sect was probably settled. Chapter 28:30. The little Stoic was a person of action. After agreeing to leave the day after tomorrow with Chun Shi and Lu Zheng, she followed Mo Lian's group to the training field. Senior Xuanji's cultivation is profound, so she probably wasn't forced to go to the lower star domain by her enemies. Arbor said aloofly. She probably traveled everywhere to relieve her boredom due to her emotional trauma. She finally settled down on Seacombe Planet. Mo Lian analyzed. The word love did a lot of harm. Qi Xianxian pretended to be tender and sighed faintly. Beside her, the little fatty involuntarily shuddered. Xianxian, can you not be so sentimental? Given Xianxian's temperament, when she acted in such a manner, it was truly a bit shocking. Humph! Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes at him. Senior Xuanji's two senior brothers aren't normal people. Duan nodded and said, there are 100 first-generation disciples in the Xuanji school, and each one of them probably has profound cultivation. That was to say, as long as Xuanji was willing, she could summon these people to serve her at any time. Why would she be forced to leave the divine province by her enemies? Senior Xuanji actually just went out to relieve her boredom and leave this sad place of the divine province. She probably didn't want to come back. Senior Xuanji's lifespan was up, so she naturally left this world, Arbor said slowly. Chun Shi and Lu Zheng should also be aware of this. I know what they're thinking. The little Stoic was quick-witted and said with certainty, life is bitter and short, and their obsessions are too deep. They wasted hundreds of years in closed-door cultivation like ostriches, not daring to hear or see anything in the world. If all this wasted time was used to accompany the dejected Xuanji to travel everywhere to relieve her boredom, the little Stoic paused in her steps and looked up at the warm sun. Then they wouldn't be so regretful when they think about it now. That's why they spent 30 extremely miserable years in Beiwang Valley. In reality, they were punishing themselves for wasting time and losing the most memorable period of their lives. Everyone was taken aback, and then they nodded repeatedly in a trance. The little fellow was more thorough than anyone else. Everyone was wholeheartedly convinced by her analysis. These two idiots. Qi Xianxian shook her head. They are punishing themselves in North Gaze Valley. Do you think they can catch up with time? Everyone sighed, only to hear the little girl say expressionlessly, Xuanji has already let go of her last days on Seacombe Planet. The ones who can't let go are the two fools who are obsessed. Hence, they found something for themselves to do and hunted down Xuanji's former enemies. When they finished off their last enemy in North Far Valley, they were also at a loss. How pitiful and sad. Xiaomu shook her small head. She had given the two old men an unusual task to do. Presumably, they would not have time to think about it in the future. Not only did he save her, the little sect leader, but he also enriched the lives of the two elders, killing two birds with one stone. Jojo, should we call you second sect leader Qiao in the future? Qi Xianxian suddenly laughed out loud. The veins on the little guy's forehead throbbed violently. Second sect master, this title is really too weird. Then won't Jojo's descendants be called third and fourth sect masters in the future? Everyone held back their laughter and looked at the little fatty. Little fatty, don't run. Arbor jumped up and chased after the little fatty with clenched fists. Jojo, don't worry, we won't waste time. We will definitely advance with you. Chapter 28:31. The sun hung high in the sky, and its rays were blazing. Today was the first day of the competition, so it was naturally a preliminary selection. There really wasn't much to see. The entire practice field was divided into 10 martial arts stages, and the competition would be held simultaneously. When Arbor and the others arrived, the competition was in full swing. According to Holy Sun Mi Yan's explanation, the Imperial Academy would select 30 students with decent cultivation and bring them into the Sun-Moon mystic realm to search for treasures. On the contrary, Xiaomu disapproved of that treasure hunt or whatever. It wasn't the first time the Sun-Moon mystic realm opened, and the people from the Sun-Moon Shrine had entered who knew how many times. Who the hell knew what was left inside the Sun-Moon mystic realm? On the other hand, little Fatty and the others were rather interested. As soon as they reached the arena, they waved at Arbor and said, "Jojo, we're going to compete first." There were 10 martial arts stages, so they could register for the competition at any of them. Duan-Yu didn't have much interest in the Sun-Moon mystic realm, but since everyone was going, it was naturally pointless for him to stay at the Imperial Academy alone. Hence, he thought that it would be good to get a spot and train with them. Hence, he also waved his paw at Arbor and followed little Fatty to the martial arts stage on the side. Ollie, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, Commandery Princess Xiang Chong dashed to Duan-Yu and cheerfully exclaimed, "I finally see you again." Duan-Yu didn't even bother to look at her and brushed past her. "Don't block the way." However, Commandery Princess Xiang Chong didn't mind his icy attitude at all and chuckled as she followed him. "You're also here to participate in the competition for spots, right? Let's go together, okay? Ollie, when we enter the Sun-Moon mystic realm, let's form a team together, okay? Although my cultivation isn't high, my attainments in medicinal pills are pretty good. If we form a team, I can provide you with pills, Ollie." Ollie, Commandery Princess Xiang Chong stomped her feet and hastily chased after him. However, Duan-Yu walked faster and faster, and he arrived at a martial arts stage in the blink of an eye. Both anxious and angry, Commandery Princess Xiang Chong chased after him. She almost bumped into someone head-on. "Hey!" Xiang Chong Commandery Princess paused and stood still. When she saw who it was, she couldn't help but feel angry. "Huanxiu, what are you doing?" Wu Huanxiu couldn't bear to look at this stupid woman. "Xiang Chong, Prince Chun is ignoring you. Why do you keep chasing after him?" "Who said that brother, Ali, is ignoring me?" Xiang Chong Commandery Princess stomped her feet and said, "Even if brother Ali ignores me now, it doesn't mean that he will ignore me in the future. As long as I work hard enough, I'll definitely be able to impress him." Wu Huanxiu sighed and rolled her eyes. "Don't be so busy. Why don't you not go to the Sun-Moon mystery realm? That place is quite dangerous." "No way. If Brother Ali wants to go, I must go with him." Xiang Chong Commandery Princess hurriedly pushed Wu Huanxiu away. "Don't stop me. I still have to go on stage for the assessment." "You?" Wu Huanxiu rolled her eyes and muttered, "You really don't get rewarded for being kind." Her gaze followed the crowd and landed on the little stoic who was leisurely watching the show from the side. Judging from Holy Sun Mi-Yan's tone, this crown princess of the divine province had long obtained a blank jade tablet to enter the mystic realm. She came to watch the competition purely to join in the fun. Truly, different people had different fates. Wu Huanxiu pursed her lips. She still had to fight bitterly later. Lord Holy Sun has arrived. Chapter 28:32. Arbor looked back and saw Holy Sun Mi-Yan slowly walking over from the parted crowd with a cold and handsome face, wearing an ethereal white robe. He truly looked like an old swindler. This Holy Sun's age was probably around 100 years old. All the students stepped forward to greet Holy Sun Mi-Yan. The saint had a cold expression on his face as he nodded at the people around him. His gaze also landed on the little stoic through the crowd, and his brows involuntarily creased. Holy Sun Mi-Yan simply felt unbearable because he couldn't eat or sleep well these past 2 days. Wherever this Sir Holy Sun went, he would be revered and treated with hospitality. Only this black-hearted couple, Imo Yin and Arbor, would dare to treat him like this. Divine Province's Crown Prince, Crown Princess, you came here so early in the morning. Do you also want to compete on stage? As soon as Holy Sun Mi-Yan finished speaking, a weapon fell to the ground with a clang from the martial arts stage next to them. Everyone raised their heads to look at the guy who had dropped his weapon during the battle. That child's face was ashen as he looked in Arbor's direction in horror. Fuck, this punk didn't drop his weapon because he heard the words Crown Princess. Right, Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at the martial arts stage before retracting his gaze and walking to the other stages. He wasn't interested in watching two weaklings compete. The little crown princess didn't even say a word to Mi-Yan, angering Holy Sun Mi-Yan so much that his saint-like handsome face almost couldn't maintain its facade. On the side, the little priest couldn't resist whispering, "Yes, sir, Holy Son. It'll be fine if we don't provoke that little fiend." Holy Son me, Yin couldn't resist punching that priest's head. "Shut up." Everyone's mouths twitched, and they felt that the noble and lofty image of Sir Holy Son seemed to have faded away. Mian's current thoughts should be, so angry, so angry, so angry. Realizing that his actions just now were somewhat inappropriate, he turned his head with a cold expression and asked the instructor beside him, "How's the competition going?" "The audition will probably be completed in the afternoon. Right now, the 10 stages have already been through more than 10 battles. The one currently in first place is the Duan clan's third young master, Duan Tianya." "Good." A thunderous roar erupted in front of a martial arts stage. The moment Arbor and Mo Yin walked over, they happened to see a student being knocked down from the ring. He rolled on the ground and landed in front of them. His body trembled for a long time, but he couldn't stand up. "Third young Master Duan is too amazing. Third young Master Duan. Third young Master Duan." Below the battle stage, a group of third young Master Duan's male and female fans screamed and laughed. Third young Master Duan already has 850 points. It's currently ranked first. As expected of my third young Master Duan. Wah, look at his stern face. It's truly handsome and unrestrained. All kinds of love-struck voices assaulted them. With a cold face, the little stoic pushed aside 2 women who were praising third young Master Duan with extravagant praise. "Please make way." This cold face could very easily extinguish everyone's boiling emotions. Those 2 women were stupefied, and their screams and cheers were doused in their throats by the little stoic's cold water. Mo Yin lowered her eyes in amusement. Chapter 28:33. Duan Tianya hugged his sword as he stood on the stage, his cold gaze sweeping over the stoic face and Prince Mo. His gaze landed behind the 2 of them as he jumped off the stage with a whoosh. Third young Master Duan isn't going to continue? Are you dumb? As long as third young Master Duan is standing on this stage, who would dare challenge him? Of course, third young Master Duan can only walk from one stage to another and find his own opponent. That's true. There aren't any rules in this competition anyways. The more consecutive victories, the greater the number of points gained. Third young Master Duan is so young and about to break through to the spirit realm. There probably aren't many people in the entire academy who can match him in strength. I can't even count how many consecutive victories third young Master Duan has had. Third young Master Duan is here. Third young Master Duan is here. The students watching from the other side of the stage started cheering. Not all students were allowed to participate in the competition. Those who were participating were mostly from the Hall of Cultivation. Those from the other support subjects were basically done for. Those with a decent cultivation base could still give it a try, but those with a weak cultivation base should just stay put and watch the show. Although the academy didn't have any requirements for the selection, none of those who signed up were below the 6th level. Qi Xian, for example, had just reached the 6th level. She'd been booed the first 2 times when she'd gone up to compete. However, everyone was a bit dumbfounded when they met. Although this little girl's cultivation wasn't all that great, she could easily kill a 9th level spirit master. The main reason was because the little girl had 2 beasts on her first move. Once Xian went up on stage, she summoned her spirit beast, the golden maned lion, without a second thought. This spirit beast was awe-inspiring, and judging from its attacks and speed, it looked like it was about to break through to the 15th level of the spirit realm. This wasn't the end of it. The most frightening thing was that the little girl waved her hand again, and a snow eagle with shocking speed immediately pounced out from beside her. Why did she have 2 contracted beasts? This was what everyone didn't understand. Those who were knowledgeable immediately understood after a glance. They pointed at the faintly discernible summoned character on the snow eagle's forehead and exclaimed, "It's a summoned beast. This little girl has a summoned beast by her side. Oh my God, this little 6th-ranked spirit master actually had 2 beasts protecting him. How is he going to fight?" Qi Xian was a smart kid, and she was also very smart. She jumped down from the ring after one round and went to challenge the level 6 and level 7 spirit masters in the other rings. As a result, his points naturally soared, and the momentum of his growth was not weak. Everyone quickly realized that there were quite a few nouveau riche students among this batch of freshmen. There were quite a few people who could summon their beasts in one go. What's going on? Could it be that these days, summoning charms were like cabbages that could be picked up at will? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Some students even reached out to rub their eyes and pinch their arms hard. It doesn't hurt? I feel like I'm dreaming. Stop fucking bullshitting. You pinch my arm, why would it hurt? I see summoned beasts everywhere. What's going on? Is the Jeune Duobao auction house selling summoning charms again recently? Dream on. The Jeune Duobao auction house sold a summoning charm for an astronomical price a few years ago, and that was because the family was in urgent need of money. Even the talisman patrician families can't draw summoning charms anymore. Do you think summoning charms are cabbages? Chapter 28:34. Who said that a talisman aristocratic family can't draw summoning talismans? A student shouted defiantly. That's because the Mu family of the Divine Land can't draw summoning talismans. In our Tsangzhou, the 8th young master of the Qi family can draw summoning talismans. Exactly. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Suddenly, someone shouted, 3rd young master Duan is going to challenge someone again. 3rd young master Duan is awesome. Duan Tigna turned a deaf ear to the shouts and clamor around him. He walked directly to the martial arts arena, and his pitch-black eyes were extremely deep as he looked at a young man on the martial arts arena. Whoosh! The moment Duan Tigna jumped onto the fighting ring, the crowd around him shouted excitedly again. 3rd young master Duan is going to challenge. The crowd lowered their voices. Obviously, they were not familiar with who the young man on the fighting ring was. However, the young man was wearing a close-fitting school uniform and looked very handsome. His noble and elegant temperament seemed to be faintly superior to 3rd young master Duan's. Who is that? He seems to be this year's freshman. He's not from our Divine Land. Wow, how dare he challenge Prince Chun of our Tsangzhou? This is Prince Chun, the one from Tsangzhou who has outstanding talent. Rong Li was in the crowd and looked at the two young men standing opposite each other on the fighting ring with a complicated expression. A faint coldness flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect that the people who had chased and intercepted this guy all the way were useless. They were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Rong Li didn't want to watch anymore. When he was about to turn around and leave, he saw the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess standing not far behind him. Of course, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see them. He could only force a smile and walk forward to greet them. Crown Prince, Crown Princess, I've heard a lot about you. You are. A trace of surprise appeared in Mo Lian's eyes. This made Rong Li feel like he was being put on the spot. What the hell? He was really a crown prince from a corner of the Lower Star area. He couldn't even recognize the crown prince of Song Prefecture. The corner of Rong Li's mouth twitched as he suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Rong Li's elder brother. When the little stoic heard this person's name, she immediately turned hostile and mercilessly threw an icicle at him. Rong Li was stunned. In the past 2 days, he had seen and heard very clearly that the crown princess of the Divine Land was not to be trifled with. So he just came to greet him politely? Was there something wrong with the crown princess of the Divine Land? To think that he would suddenly attack him. Was she going to argue with everyone she met? With Rong Li's cultivation, he naturally couldn't deal with the little stoic. Fortunately, he always had an expert by his side. Upon seeing this, a woman with a slender and well-developed figure immediately pounced forward and blocked the little stoic's wave of attacks with a wave of her hand. She said gravely, the crown princess of the Divine Province, please stop. Su Yonyang, block her from me. Rong Li was livid. He turned to glare at Mo Lian and said, Crown Prince of the Divine Province, you better give me an explanation. You're that Song Prefecture's crown prince who sent people to hunt down Duan Yu and insisted on killing him? The little stoic's face was cold. Rong Li's expression changed several times, and he quickly said, I'm afraid you misunderstood something. Ronli is my younger brother, so I naturally wouldn't do such a deranged thing. I just got home. Wait. Chapter 2835. Quibble. The little Stoic's raised hand was suddenly gently grasped by Mo Lien. He turned to smile at her before looking up at Ron Li and asking, Sangzhou's crown prince, aren't you leaving yet? Were they waiting to be humiliated if they didn't leave? Ron Li's expression was extremely unsightly from anger. However, he couldn't put on airs as Sangzhou's crown prince in the academy. Of course, even if he put on airs, it was hard to say whether they would accept it. After receiving a rebuff from the little Stoic, Ron Li turned around with a black face and left with Su Yonyan. His resentment towards Duan Yu increased by another stroke. How did this Duan Yu inexplicably have such a good relationship with the Divine Province's crown prince and crown princess? This made him even more vigilant against this person. As expected, he was a scheming and resourceful fellow. He must think of a way to deal with him. I want to beat him up, the little Stoic said expressionlessly as she glared at Ron Li's departing figure. When she saw the scheming glint in his eyes as he approached her and Mo Lien, she recalled how Duan Yu, that pitiful fellow, had been bullied countless times by this so-called big brother of his back in Sangzhou. This Ron Li was truly hilarious. Did he think that he could still be on good terms with the Divine Province's crown prince and crown princess with his character? Mo Lien silently twitched her mouth. Duan Yu, this scoundrel, usually pretended to be pitiful, making Jojo really think that this pitiful fellow had suffered a lot in Sangzhou. According to his understanding of his love rival, this guy was definitely doing well in Sangzhou and definitely had a good life. Sir Jojo was still ridiculing. Look at that Sangzhou's crown prince, and then look at Duan Yu. Ha! They really don't look like they have the same father. He's so dejected, not like big brother Duan Yu at all. Just like you and the king of Giant Pain's heir. You're clearly cousins, but you're completely different. As expected, the dragon has 9 sons. They can dig holes, burrow into the ground, gnaw at the corners, and have everything. Mo Lien secretly suppressed her belly full of laughter and reached out to hold the little fellow's hand. Actually, Ron Li wasn't that bad no matter how you looked at it. Ron Li could be considered a talent. Arbor raised his head expressionlessly and saw a third young master Duan rapidly retreating from the arena. His body swayed for a moment before he managed to steady himself. The little Stoic's eyes brightened, and she pattered up to third young master Duan and announced in a crisp voice, "You've lost." As it turned out, while the two of them were speaking with Ron Li, third young master Duan had already exchanged blows with Duan Yu, and he quickly retreated in defeat. As soon as Duan Tinya turned around, he saw a Stoic face with a hint of schadenfreude on it standing not far away from him. Duan Yu also floated down the stage and approached Arbor with a grin. Jojo, I won. Mo Lien rolled her eyes and reached out to block his approaching smile. She ridiculed in her mind, "You're a transcendent stage scoundrel, posturing and concealing your aura to fight a guy who hasn't broken through to the transcendent stage. What's there to celebrate about winning?" Duan Yu forcefully flung away Mo Lien's paw and circled around to Sir Jojo's other side with a grin. "Jojo, I'm awesome, right?" Sir Jojo nodded and ruefully thought. The youth I thought was a weak chicken the first time I met him had already grown to this extent. Duan Tianyao wasn't angry. He tilted his head and looked at Duan Yu, extending his hand openly. "I'm Duan Tianyao. Duan Yu." A pair of hands clasped together for a moment before loosening. Chapter 2836. A faint smile appeared on Duan Tianya's icy face. "Grandfather mentioned you a while ago. Come home and visit when you have time." Duan Yu nodded in agreement. Ever since he returned to Tsang province, he indeed hadn't visited his own family. Duan Tianya was the first person he met. This person seemed to be quite nice. Duan Yu retracted his gaze and turned to Arbor. "Jojo, did Ron Li come find you guys earlier?" "MHM," Arbor harumphed. "I knew he wasn't a good person at first glance. I chased him away. He sent people to kill you, but we don't have any evidence for now. We can't kill him openly, so let's find a chance to tie him up and beat him up to vent our anger." "Jojo, great idea." Duan Yu immediately exclaimed with adoration in his eyes. Mo Lien, Do you have to be so shameless? Everything Jojo says is a good idea. He simply doesn't have any integrity. That punk has quite a few senior students protecting him. Even if you want to kidnap him, you have to plan thoroughly before kidnapping him. Duan glanced at him speechlessly. Where I did this guy have to look at him like he was a shameless person. He wasn't without integrity either. The next second, he was coming up with a plan and even came up with a kidnapping plan. Duan Tinya suddenly felt like he couldn't continue listening. Third Duan, your little fourth Duan's older brother, right? Arbor suddenly asked. Duan Tinya's neck stiffened as he nodded. All right then. Arbor nodded and turned to walk to the other stages. I'm going to see how Xuanchuan's competition is going. What did he mean? Duan Tinya was a bit perplexed. Why did little crown princess leave after throwing down those 3 words? Emolian glanced at Duan Tinya in amusement. Indeed, there really weren't many people in this world who could understand the little fellow's jumpy thoughts and speech patterns. Duan Yu chuckled. Jojo has acknowledged you for the first time. She will probably consider you as a friend in the future. Emolian snorted and turned to leave. Duan Yu rolled his eyes twice at his departing figure before asking, Do you want to continue the competition? Duan Tinya shook his head. My point should be enough. The main reason he came to compete today was to challenge this extremely outstanding genius of the Duan clan's younger generation. Duan Yu came up from the lower star domain, but his aptitude was probably the best among the Duan clan's younger generation. Arbor walked to the front of Qi Xuanchuan's battle stage and saw that the little lass had won another match. She was grinning at him. Hui Feng's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind the two. He took a few steps forward and whispered to Arbor, Crown Princess. News came from the imperial capital. Something happened at Kaidai Veranda. Arbor was startled and turned to look at Hui Feng's solemn expression. What happened? Last night, some thugs attacked Kaidai Loft and set it on fire. Emol Yin's eyes chilled when she heard this. How did the matter go? Were there any casualties? Arbor asked. 2 customers died that night. However, they weren't burned to death. They were trampled to death when they were pushed out of the door. Hui Feng's expression turned increasingly unsightly when he mentioned this. Saishio was burned, and her injuries are quite serious. How could that be? Wasn't Saishio in the palace? Why did she run to Kaidai Loft? Half of the gatehouse was burned down, but it was rescued in time, so the damage wasn't too great. Chapter 2837. Arbor and Emol Yin looked at each other and whispered, I have to go back and take a look. I'll go back with you. Arbor reached out and squeezed Emol Yin's hand. She pulled him out of the crowd and whispered to him, Stay here and keep an eye on Mayan. Xian and the rest still had to continue the competition in the next few days. If they both left, who knew if Mayan would take the opportunity to make things difficult for her companions? Don't worry. I use a teleportation talisman array. It will take at most a day to go back and forth. The little fellow winked at him rather smugly. I have already advanced to an Earth-rank Great Talisman Master. The Earth-rank teleportation talisman array that I created can teleport up to 50 kilometers away and can teleport up to 20 people. It can teleport up to 12 times in a row. Lian, aren't I awesome? Emol Yin looked down at her with a smile. His treasure's eyes were practically shining when she talked about the talisman array that she created. It was obvious that she was very pleased with herself. But it was also true. It was not easy to become an Earth-rank talisman master at her age and create such a powerful teleportation talisman array. She was indeed extraordinary. If the little fellow had a tail behind her, it would definitely be wagging left and right. My Jojo is really amazing. Emol Yin reached out and pulled her to his side, rubbing her little face with his fingers. Arbor was a little happy. After thinking about it, he also felt that he was quite amazing. The teleportation talisman arrays that she created now could set directions. As long as the general direction was correct, the teleportation distance would not deviate too much. Lady Qiao raised her head and looked at him, her eyes sparkling as she said, The teleportation talisman array made from this kind of jade talisman could be used up after replenishing its talisman energy. After resting for a day, it could be used again tomorrow. Therefore, She had prepared 3 sets of teleportation talisman arrays. If she could teleport up to 36 times in a row, she would probably reach the outskirts of Sovereign Capital. If she did not have enough teleportation talisman arrays, she could just run to Fish Orchid Planet and draw a few more sets. It was not difficult at all. With the talisman in hand, there was no need to worry about not being able to go and return quickly. Mo Lien was originally a bit gloomy, but when he heard Qiao Qiao's words, he immediately beamed with joy. That's right, under normal circumstances, even with the Crimson Firmament Blue Wave ship, it would still take 5 to 6 days to make a round trip. Jojo's talisman array was really Wait a minute. Mo Lien blinked. Suddenly, she grabbed the little fellow's hand and asked in confusion, Jojo, since the teleportation glyph array is so fast, why didn't we use the glyph array when we first came? There were only 9 of them in their group, which was more than enough for a few teleportations. At most, he would reach the great forest of the north-facing forest and would not be able to tell the direction. If he traveled a little further, he would be able to save some time and wouldn't have to rush. Jojo, San turned around expressionlessly and faced his husband with the back of his head, showing an attitude that said, I don't want to talk about it. Mo Lien held back her laughter and lowered her eyes slightly. His Qiao Qiao had most likely forgotten about this. There was no way to continue this topic. Mo Lien coughed softly and stepped forward as if nothing had happened. She reached out to hold the little fellow's hand again. Jojo, then you should be back around this time tomorrow, right? Arbor nodded calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be. Have Hui Feng bring some people back with you. Chapter 28:38. Arbor nodded and looked up at him. It's fine. Those people probably can't do anything big. Burn down Kai-Dai Pavilion? That was perfect. After so many years, the tables, chairs, and cutlery inside Kai-Dai Pavilion were all worn out. They could take advantage of this opportunity to renovate everything. In any case, the little crown princess had plenty of money, so she didn't lack the loss of time and money to renovate Kai-Dai Pavilion. Mo Lien gave a MHM and nodded with a grin. You have to come back early. At the latest, you must come back at noon the day after tomorrow, understand? HM. The little fellow looked over curiously and stared at his beautiful phoenix eyes that were curved into crescents. She scrutinized him. Are you hiding something from me? What could I be hiding? Mo Lien pulled her into his embrace and nuzzled his head against hers. I just miss you. You keep running away from me, and I get flustered when you run far away. Miss Chow wanted to laugh, but she suppressed her smile with a serious expression. She raised her small hand and stroked his hair. Be good in the academy. Don't always get into a dogfight with Duan Yu. After saying that, without waiting for the stiff-faced Prince Mo to react, she broke free from his embrace with a hearty laugh and called out to Hui Feng. Let's go, Hui Feng. Duan Yu was walking over, and he was nearly blinded by the little lady's resplendent smile. His eyes seemed to be lit up by the sun, moon, and stars, and his rippling peach blossom eyes were brimming with smiles. Where are you going, Jojo? Jojo smiled. When she smiled, it was as if the first snow had scattered and the plum blossoms had bloomed. Her entire person radiated with radiant vitality, truly making people unable to shift their eyes away. I'm going back for a bit. I'll be back tomorrow. The little lady waved her hand, and 24 jade talismans swiftly lined up in a row and circled around her. Get along well with Lien, okay? The little lady exhorted and received a muffled "Oh" from Duan Yu. She then pulled Hui Feng and disappeared from the teleportation talisman matrix. This move was truly a bit shocking. Although the little girl did not deliberately show this in front of others, there were quite a few people who saw the teleportation array light up and the little girl disappear. When Mu Xingchen ran over, his eyes involuntarily lit up as he stared at Duan Yu and asked, Teleportation talisman matrix. Was Jojo using a teleportation talisman matrix just now? That's right, that's right. When Duan Yu saw Mo Lien walking towards him, he pursed his lips in annoyance. Jojo left in such a hurry. Are you going back alone? Mo Lien nodded, and his gaze swept past his brother-in-law. Wasn't this brother-in-law a little too agitated these past few days? He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd. He only caught a glimpse of the corner of a red robe. It wasn't an illusion. Someone had been staring at them all this while. Huff, huff, huff. Mu Rochuan ran so fast that after turning a corner and hiding under the eaves, she was still gasping for breath. What did she see? Teleportation glyph formation. It was a teleportation talisman matrix. Arbor actually knew how to draw a teleportation talisman matrix. Why? She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. How could Arbor draw a teleportation talisman matrix that even she didn't know? Could it be that she wasn't the one who drew that teleportation talisman matrix? Then what kind of expert was guiding her behind the scenes to be able to casually gift her a teleportation talisman matrix? This was quite generous. Mu Rochuan kept gasping for breath. Chapter 2839. She felt that the gloominess in her chest was about to burst out. At this time, a crisp laughter suddenly came from behind her. Eldest Miss Mu, what's wrong? Mu Rochuan abruptly turned her head like a thief, and her gaze met Shi Yongqian's. Why are you here? I followed you all the way here. You were too focused on shock and defeat, right? So you didn't notice me all this time? Shi Yongqian chuckled. She was a blacksmith master, but her cultivation wasn't high. She definitely didn't have a share in the competition for the Sun Moon Secret Realm spots this time. Today, she was only here to join the fun and take a look at the top-ranked students in the academy. She wanted to see if there was anyone worthy of befriending. To her surprise, she saw the Little Stoics group. The Little Stoic was accompanied by Prince Mo, whose appearance was described as exquisite and unadorned, and she was truly too conspicuous. It was hard not to see her. She naturally noticed the Little Stoic leaving using the transportation formation just now. Of course, the things she paid attention to were even more than Mu Rochuan. Before this, her gaze had actually always been on young Sir Omega Kitoku. When she saw the way the Omega Kitoku gazed at the Little Stoic, her fingers dug into her palms until they bled. The second young Sir's gaze was truly too focused on the little girl, so focused that it made Shi Yongqian's heart ache. They were already engaged, yet he used that kind of affectionate gaze to look at another girl. This truly made her embarrassed and hateful to the extreme. The hatred in his heart towards the Little Stoic also increased by another level. Shi Yongqian's man, actually stared blankly at another girl's smile. What was there to look at? He couldn't even pull his gaze away. He even turned a deaf ear to her soft calls a dozen times by his ear. This feeling of her fiancé being right next to her, but separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, made Shi Yongqian feel a trace of despair. At this moment, it was as if there were thousands of ants incessantly gnawing at her heart. It was so unbearable that she wanted to die. Meanwhile, eldest Miss Mu was completely stupefied and frightened by the transportation formation the Little Stoic used, but Shi Yongqian, wasn't. It was just a teleportation glyph array, but it scared Miss Mu to this extent. How ridiculous! No matter how powerful a talisman master was, it was impossible for him to surpass a person with the highest cultivation. In Shi Yongqian's opinion, being a talisman master was not a big deal. If you were to really fight with someone who had reached the God Realm, the moment you opened the talisman, the opponent's divine power would have already hit you. You would definitely not be able to win. Moreover, talismans were consumables. How many talismans could a talisman master draw in a day? Even if he saved up for a year, it would only be enough for one battle, right? In Shi Yongqian's opinion, the Little Stoic who used the aura-concealing talisman was merely a little level 3 spiritual cultivator. She couldn't even surpass her cultivation. Wasn't the Little Stoic just a bit more external assistance? With His Highness the Crown Prince by her side, no one dared to bully her. With the title of the Crown Princess hanging on her body, everyone could only respect her and flatter her. When she fought with others, she would only summon her contracted beasts. Her contracted beast, Sand Scorpion, was much stronger than the contracted beasts of other clerics. She only had the ability to rely on external help or intimidate others. Could she really bring out her true strength? Shi Yongqian pursed her lips in disdain and glanced at Mu Rochuan, who seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 2840. Shi Yongqian smiled and said, I received news that something happened at the Little Crown Princess Kaidai Pavilion last night. She left in such a hurry. She probably went back to deal with this matter. Mu Rochuan's mind was in a bit of a daze. When she heard Shi Yongqian's words, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She returned to the imperial capital, right? She should also return to the imperial capital. Not for anything else, but her heart was in a mess, and she really wanted to confide in her mother. She was truly in a mess. She didn't even know if her heart was entangled by a mental demon. Since last night, her mind had been restless, and she couldn't guide spiritual energy into her body to cultivate. If this continued, she would be crippled. No, she couldn't continue like this. Her mother was so intelligent and farsighted. She would definitely find a way to help her. Mu Rochuan also hurriedly turned around. You hate her, right? Shi Yongqian suddenly chuckled behind her. As if a thunderbolt had struck her head on a sunny day, Mu Rochuan's heart was in a complete mess. She turned around and shouted in a flustered and exasperated manner. No, I don't hate her. Why would I hate her? Arbor was just a wild child without parents since young. She had always been stranded in a damned place like the Lower Star Field and cultivated until now. She was only a level 3 spirit master. She only had a stroke of good fortune and received some guidance from an expert. That's why she had such achievements and talismans today. She just had dog's hit luck. Yes, it was dog's hit luck. Arbor's life was generally very tragic. She didn't have a father, mother, or family to care for her. She must have suffered a lot growing up. How could she be mentioned in the same breath as a young miss of an aristocratic family like her? Why would she be jealous of a wild child without parents? Hell, what a joke. Mu Rochuan's eyes shot out a poisonous light. Don't talk nonsense. Shi Yongqian, our friendship isn't deep. We can't open our hearts to each other. Don't try to trick me. I won't tell you anything. I won't. Shi Yongqian smiled. Her smile was very tranquil. I have no ill intentions towards you, young Miss Mu. Why do you have to put up a front in front of me? You just hate her. You hate her to death. Mu Rochuan staggered and leaned against the wall. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I didn't. She's my sister. Why would I hate her? I hate her for doing this. You just hate her, Shi Yongqian said harshly. You hate her for stealing all your glory the moment she came back. You hate her for forcing you and your mother to the edge of the cliff. You hate that her talisman skills have reached the acme of perfection, surpassing you, the eldest Mississippi. You hate her for taking away all of your brother's attention. Isn't that right? Shi Yongqian had observed Miss Mu more than once. She knew Mu Rochuan's mentality better than anyone else. This jealousy was very easy to understand. Miss Mu had grown up under the halo of the genius Miss Mu since she was born. And now, with Arbor's appearance, she was being compared to her again and again. No matter if it was appearance, identity, or innate talent in drawing talismans, this genius young miss had been defeated by Arbor. It would be strange if she wasn't jealous. Mu Rochuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. With your identity, isn't it the easiest way to get close to her? I have a medicine here that can make her disappear completely from the world without a trace. Shi Yongqian reached out and took out a small white porcelain bottle. She smiled at her, revealing her white teeth. Chapter 28:41. No, no. Mu Rochuan forcefully pushed her hand away and shouted harshly. Go away. I don't want your medicine. No, I won't harm her. I won't. She's my younger sister. My mother told me before that she hasn't had it easy all these years. I won't listen to you, an outsider, and harm our own family. Why scram? Scram! Mu Rochuan roared somewhat hysterically. I'm not jealous of her. I won't be jealous of her. She was the genius eldest miss in the eyes of the clan head and elders. Not long ago, several elders even praised her as the most outstanding talent of this generation of the Mu clan, and that she was even better than her brother, Mu Xingqian. If she wasn't a girl, she would be more than qualified to be the Mu clan's young master. Why would a genius like her be jealous of Arbor's fatherless wild child? It was simply laughable. Huh. Watching Mu Rochuan's fleeing figure, Shi Yongqian smiled faintly and said softly, Mu Rochuan, If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time to continue our collaboration." Mu Rochuan didn't reply at all and ran away like a madwoman. She returned to her small room and slammed the door shut. Then, she leaned against the door and panted heavily for a while. Only then did she take out 2 sets of transportation talisman matrices from her inner world with trembling hands. Transportation talisman matrices were the clan's most precious treasures. It was extremely difficult for the elders to draw them, so there were only a few sets of transportation talisman matrices in existence. Hers was a black-level transportation talisman matrix. It could transport a distance of about 10 kilometers at a time. She usually treasured it and couldn't bear to use it easily. But now, she couldn't care less. She had to go back and had to talk to her mother in a flash. Mu Rochuan's figure disappeared from the room. Arbor teleported more than 30 times with Hui Feng and Li Ye's group. By noon, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital. Hui Feng and the others couldn't help but admire their young crown prince consort to no end. Especially Hui Feng, whose grin stretched to his ears. The little crown princess casually gave him a set of teleportation talisman arrays. She said that if he did not teleport more than 10 times a day, the talisman power inside would last him about a year. He was overjoyed. In the future, when he brought his brothers out to do things, it would save him a lot of trouble. He could even launch a surprise attack at any time. Just thinking about it made him happy. Everyone quickly changed into the spirit stallions provided by the little crown princess and rode towards the imperial capital. They only thought that the little crown princess had kept a lot of spirit stallions in the storage talisman in case of emergency. They did not know that Arbor had raised a lot of stallions in Paradise Planet. The journey back to the capital was as fast as lightning. It was only 30 miles away, and with the spirit stallion speed, it would take about half an hour to reach. Arbor never mistreated his subordinates. After entering Sovereign Capital, he didn't rush to Kaidai Loft to investigate. It just so happened that it was lunchtime, so he led the group to a random restaurant. The 10 or so people asked for a private room and sat around a large table to eat. When everyone was almost done eating, they heard someone making a ruckus downstairs. Quickly go take a look. Kaidai Loft's entrance is surrounded by people. So many people are here to demand an explanation. Wow, there's a show to watch. Hey, dear customers, settle the bill before you leave. The innkeeper signaled with his eyes and hurriedly had a few workers block the people who were rushing to leave. Chapter 2842. Those people sulkily pursed their lips and muttered, "It's not like we'll steal your food money." They then took out money from their pockets and tossed it on the table before running off with the crowd. Arbor naturally heard the crowd's shouts downstairs. She knitted her brows and exchanged glances with Hui Feng and the others. "Crown Princess, how about this subordinate go over and take a look first?" Arbor shook her head. "Let's go over together." After saying this, she called for the waiter and paid the bill before leading Hui Feng and Li Ye's group toward Kaidai Veranda's entrance with the crowd. Li stood next to the young crown princess the entire time. When people tried to squeeze forward, she expressionlessly stretched out her arm and forcefully pushed them aside. 2 of the people she pushed were unscrupulous. They cursed, but Li Ye's hands were as fast as lightning as she chopped at their necks without another word. Everyone was extremely speechless. Those who originally wanted to squeeze forward didn't dare to do so when they saw Li Ye's valiant fighting strength and hastily retreated a few steps. "Be gentler," the young crown prince consort said with a serious expression. "Yes." Li nodded in acknowledgement. Hui Feng's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he silently led his group to follow behind the crown princess. When everyone arrived at Kaidai Veranda's entrance, they saw that it had already been completely surrounded by a sea of people. There was simply no place to put one's feet. 2 bamboo stretchers were placed in front of Kaidai Veranda's entrance, and the corpses on them had white cloth covering their faces. More than a dozen men and women knelt there and wailed, their cries uneven. Judging from their appearance and attire, they seemed to be the family members of a small family in the city, the kind that couldn't starve but didn't have much money on hand either. Arbor walked up, and Li used her arm to push aside the people around her, protecting her as she walked forward. Their group moved like the wind, and they were all dressed in black. They looked very young, but their cultivations didn't seem to be weak. The little girl in the middle had exquisite features, but her eyes remained icy, cold, and her fiery red clothes were very eye-catching. Although the group did not speak much, everyone was very perceptive and moved to the sides. As long as some people walked in front of others, they would make others feel a strong pressure. This was the existence of aura. Now, everyone felt this kind of pressure from this young girl. As long as they weren't stupid, they were very perceptive and moved to the side. In the imperial capital, a single brick could kill 3 to 5 high-ranking officials and nobles. Everyone had really trained their eyesight to know who they could afford to offend and who they couldn't. Who dares to cause trouble in front of Kaidai Pavilion? Shopkeeper who walked out and frowned as he looked at the sobbing people kneeling at the entrance of the Kaidai Pavilion. These people should be the family members of the 2 guests who died in the accident yesterday. However, he had sent someone to contact the families of the 2 guests early in the morning and sincerely discuss the issue of compensation with them. Why did they come here to cause a ruckus? Master, you left in such a hurry and left such a big family behind. How are we supposed to live? An old woman wailed as she threw herself to the ground. She raised her face slightly, and her tears filled the deep gullies on her face. Shopkeeper who? The little crown princess walked towards him and stood in front of them. Shopkeeper who was surprised and delighted. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Crown Princess. Chapter 2843. Crown Princess. Several workers from Kaidai Veranda also hastily stepped forward to greet her. Only then did the surrounding crowd realize what was going on and hastily knelt down to pay their respects, not daring to act rashly. Even those who couldn't immediately recognize the little crown princess had heard of the little crown princess's terrifying method of angrily rebuking the temple saintess. They acknowledged that they weren't as honorable as the temple saintess. The crown princess even dared to beat up the saintess. So how could they dare to be impudent in front of the crown princess? Instantly, the surrounding clamor gradually quieted down. Aside from the 2 groups of family members who were still weeping incessantly, the onlookers all quieted down. Due to the lack of noise in the surroundings, the 2 groups of family members' wails also gradually quieted down. As the old woman in the lead cried, she sneaked glances at the expressionless little crown princess. Her appearance was rather comical due to her guilty conscience. Arbor didn't look at them as his gaze landed on Shopkeeper who unfortunately died yesterday. It was Landlord Li and Boss Zhang. Shopkeeper who stepped forward and respectfully reported. When the commotion broke out, someone took advantage of the chaos and set a fire at the entrance. Arbor looked up at the half-ruined Kaidai Veranda and nodded slightly. How did you negotiate with them? In response to the crown princess, after this happened, I immediately sent people to these 2 families and negotiated a compensation of 100,000 spirit coins for each family. At the time, they readily agreed. He didn't expect that the 2 families would change their minds in just one morning. The one who howled the loudest was Boss Zhang's mother, old Madame Zhang. Her eyes darted around before she slapped her thigh and started crying. They want to buy my son's life with just 100,000 spirit coins. This Kaidai Veranda is truly undisciplined and out of control with the crown princess backing them up. Shopkeeper whose face flushed red. You. This shrew clearly didn't say this when she came to discuss this matter with them this morning. Go invite Lord Chao here, Arbor said aloofly to Hui Feng, who was behind him. Yes. Hui Feng immediately accepted the order and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, wondering if this Lord Chao was the governor, Chao Butu. Take the Eastern Palace's token and head to the Ministry of Justice to invite Assistant Minister Zhou over. Also, bring those ruffians from yesterday over to me while you're at it. The little stoic then turned around to say to Li Yi, Yes, remember not to scare people, the little stoic instructed. Li Yi nodded. Crown Princess, Li Yi understands. That little face was serious and unsmiling. She turned around and jumped onto the roof with a whoosh, disappearing after a few jumps. The capital governor's mansion was actually quite close to Chango Street. Even with Lord Chow's help, it only took the time it took for an incense stick to burn. During this time, Arbor had people bring out a few armchairs and help the elders sit down. At first, old Madame Zhang was unwilling. The little crown princess said coldly, "Old madam, you're already so old. It's not appropriate for you to sit on the cold ground and cry. Our Kaidai veranda is sincere in resolving this matter, so please cooperate with us. Crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang yourself won't solve any problems. I hope you understand that you're already so old. Even if you don't want face yourself, your descendants will still want face in the future when they live in the capital." Old Madame Zhang's complexion alternated between green and white when she heard this series of sarcastic words. Chapter 2844. 534 slap you to death. When Chao Jieto arrived, he saw a group of people crowding around Kai Dai Pavilion's entrance. Squeezing in, he saw the crown princess sitting there expressionlessly. Behind her were several black-clothed youths standing ramrod straight behind the crown princess, each of them as upright as a pine tree. Chao Jieto hurriedly went forward to greet the crown princess. After that, the little crown princess gave him a friendly nod and pointed to the armchair at the side for him to sit down. Lord Chao knew that today's situation was getting more and more serious. They were probably waiting for someone to arrive. At this time, that Zhang family's old lady didn't dare to cry loudly anymore. Supported by her children, she sat on the armchair as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Her buttocks kept shifting here and there, secretly checking on the crown princess expression from time to time. Ever since the little crown princess gave her a lukewarm scolding, she hadn't said a word. Although she was very young, the aura she exuded while sitting there didn't allow anyone to ignore her. After a short while, the Ministry of Justice's assistant minister, Zhou Cheng, led 7 to 8 people of all ages to Kai Dai Pavilion's entrance. This humble official, Zhou Cheng, greets the crown princess. Official Zhou has worked hard. The little crown princess nodded expressionlessly, her gaze falling on the men and women strung together with torture instruments behind him. "These are the people who attacked Kai Dai Pavilion last night?" Old Lady Zhang immediately jumped up from her armchair and raised her hand to slap a 7 to 8-year-old child's face. "So it was you who committed the sin of trampling my son to death." "Stop!" Arbor shouted angrily. Li immediately stepped forward and blocked the old lady's arm. "The crown princess told you to stop. Didn't you hear?" Old Lady Zhang almost fell to the ground from her shove, but was supported by her 2 sons behind her. Her wrinkled old face immediately revealed a resentful expression as she wailed, "Io, Kai Dai Pavilion's boss is bullying people. Disrespectful elders, slap her." The little crown princess berated. Without another word, Li raised her hand and slapped the old lady's face. Old Madame Zhang was stunned by this crisp pa sound. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Old Madame Zhang's 2 sons were originally supporting their mother. Seeing that Li Yi was so ruthless, they wanted to go up and block her. Who knew that Li Ye's movements were so fast that a slap landed on old Madame Zhang's face. The heavy voice caused the hearts of the 2 to tremble slightly. The timid younger son immediately regretted following his mother to the entrance of Kai Dai brothel to cause trouble. No matter what, Kai Dai restaurant was the property of the crown princess. Now, the person they were going against was the high and mighty crown princess. If things went wrong, they might really end up worse off. Madame Li was originally a timid person. This time, she was willing to come with old Madame Zhang. To a large extent, she was encouraged by old Madame Zhang. Now that she saw old Madame Zhang suffer in the hands of the little crown princess, she didn't dare to speak. "Old Madame, according to the law, if you behave in such a manner in front of the crown princess, you will be caned 10 times as a warning to others." Li coldly said, "The crown princess has been patient with you on account of your age. I'll have to trouble you to be tactful." Old Madame Zhang was beaten until she couldn't make a sound. Her eyes were filled with indignation as she muttered a few words. When she met the little crown princess' icy eyes, she was beaten until she couldn't speak. Chapter 2845. Without the old madam's noisy voice, the scene quiets down again. Arbor indifferently turns his head to look at the 7 to 8 ragged people and asks coldly, "Shopkeeper who? What was the situation yesterday?" The 7 to 8 people in front of him, 2 old and 1 young, 3 young men and 2 middle-aged women, did not look like a mob that would commit murder and arson. Replying to the Crown Princess, Shopkeeper who recalls for a moment and says clearly, "Yesterday, the Fushing Lu on the next street was giving out black beans. That's why a lot of people went to the Fushing Lu to watch the show. Other than a few old customers, there really aren't many people who came to our Kai-Dai veranda." Shopkeeper who thinks for a moment, then points at old Madame Zhang and says, "That boss Zhang is the second boss of the Fushing Lu. That Fushing Lu is the property of the 3 Zhang brothers. These 3 Zhang brothers are usually stingy, but who knows what's wrong with them yesterday that they actually thought of giving out free black beans to the beggars. The funniest thing is, it said that this family made such a big fuss, but in the end, they only gave out a dozen liters of black beans. The beggars queued up for a long time, but in the end, only 40 to 50 people received the black beans. Recently, there have been quite a lot of refugees from Xiang City." Shopkeeper who says, "When Fushing Lu gave out the black beans, we thought that they would be able to help the victims, but who knew that this matter was not handled properly." The 2 Zhang brothers were ridiculed by Shopkeeper who both have a black face, looking like they are angry but do not dare to say anything. Do you think that they're willing to fork out money to help the victims? Isn't it because they want to gain a good reputation and at the same time attract some business for their own store? It's so hard to do business these days. How can they not be envious when they see Kai-Dai Veranda's business flourishing across the street? Arbor glances at them, then turns to look at Shopkeeper who, and then, the 3 brothers of the Zhang family fished for fame and compliments. They did a half-assed job and attracted a lot of beggars. In the end, only a portion of them received food. The rest of the beggars naturally complained. These people were wandering around the next street begging. They even attracted the attention of the local authorities. The capital governor nodded and jumped up to testify. "That's right. I received news that a large number of refugees were wandering around Changle Street. So, I sent Wu Xiaoyin to drive them away." To put it bluntly, Changle Street was the main traffic artery. This street was filled with nobles and nobles. How could they allow so many beggars to occupy it? This was related to the capital's political achievements. If the entire capital were to be flooded with refugees, it wouldn't look good. Arbor nodded and asked Shopkeeper who, "What did you do after that?" "These friends are beggars who left the large group and wandered into the vicinity of our Kai-Dai pavilion. I saw that they were having a hard time making a living, so I decided to be kind." Shopkeeper who stole a glance at the young Crown Princess. He was afraid that the Crown Princess would think that he was a busybody, so he braced himself and said, So I gave them some leftovers from the shop. This grandpa is a good person." At this moment, the boy among the mob couldn't help but shout, "He's a good person." An old woman beside the boy tried to push her grandson away, using her eyes to signal him to stop talking. Arbor glanced at them, then turned to Shopkeeper who and said, "Continue." Shopkeeper who hurriedly continued. Boss Zhang and his friend, Landlord Li, came to drink and sat at the entrance. Chapter 2846. Not long after, Miss Kai Shio hurriedly rushed over with a letter in her hand. Shopkeeper whose tone became hurried. "Crown Princess, this lowly one really doesn't know how this matter turned out like that. It was as if it all exploded in an instant. There, it was them, it was those 2. Shopkeeper who pointed at the 2 strong young men and shouted. Those 2 suddenly broke into Kai-Dai Pavilion and shouted loudly. Then, they smashed everything and set fire. Actually, there weren't many people in the store at that time. Most of the people had escaped when those 2 people were shouting. Boss Zhang and Landlord Li were clearly sitting at the door. How could they not escape? Shopkeeper who was puzzled. It was just that it was very chaotic at that time. While he was looking for people to deal with those 2 boorish men, he was also evacuating the customers. He really didn't notice Boss Zhang and Landlord Li. Who would have thought that when he turned around, he would see the 2 of them lying in the fire at the door. At that time, the fire had already burned the 2 of them. They were lying at the door, unaware of what was going on. There were also a few people standing beside them who didn't know what to do. Shopkeeper who pointed at the boy, the old man, the two women, and the man. We didn't trample them to death. We didn't trample them to death. The old woman, the boy, and the woman hurriedly cried out. One of the strong young men among them hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Crown Princess is wise. These two are my parents. This is my nephew, my widowed sister-in-law, and my eldest sister. At that time, we were indebted to the old shopkeeper's kindness and rewarded our family with food. How could we do something like repay kindness with enmity and implicate the shopkeeper? That's right, that's right. The old woman also cried. We had been sitting behind the stone railing at Kai Dai Pavilion. When the fire started, we were eating. When I saw that the fire was so big, I quickly asked my son to go and help. When the family ran to Kai Dai Pavilion's door, that boss Zhang was just about to run out. We hurriedly reached out to grab him. Who knew? Who knew that he would suddenly fall down in front of us? Shopkeeper, who nodded repeatedly. That's right, boss Zhang and landlord Li were originally sitting at the door. If they wanted to run, they could actually run very fast. But I don't know why. The rumor of someone being trampled to death was also spread last night. Shopkeeper who thought for a while and said, I don't know who spread this rumor. Everyone is saying that the Kai Dai Pavilion was attacked by a mob, and someone was trampled to death. Arbor roughly understood the situation and pointed at the two people covered by the white cloth. Open it. When old Madame Zhang heard this, she immediately disagreed. What do you want? Didn't you bring her here to let people see her? Arbor stabbed her coldly. If you didn't want people to see her, why did you bring her here? We have to get to the bottom of this before we can talk about compensation. Whether or not it's related to the Kai Dai veranda is still unknown. Just by looking at the family's untruthful appearance, Arbor felt that the cause of their deaths was suspicious. Old Madame Zhang was choked by the little stoic's words. Her heart was stifled with displeasure, and her face turned the color of a pig. Huifeng didn't care whether old Madame Zhang was happy or not. He directly walked up and pulled the white cloth from both sides, revealing two faces that were 60% to 70% charred. Wah! The onlookers nearly vomited from disgust. The group of people continuously retreated a few steps. Wait for me, I'll say it's over. Chapter 28:47. This burning was too disgusting. They fell face down in the fire. Arbor walked forward expressionlessly. He first squatted beside Boss Zhang to take a look, then walked to Squire Li's side. That's right. Shopkeeper, who nodded. They weren't burned to death, nor trampled to death. Arbor said coldly. They were poisoned to death. Impossible. Madame Zhang shrieked. They were trampled to death. They were trampled to death. It's your Kai Dai brothel's poor management that caused the mob to attack and implicate the guests. Whether it's true or not, wouldn't it be clear if we invite a coroner here? Arbor said coldly. Why didn't you let the authorities investigate your son's death? Why did you silently carry him back? Can you tell us about it? Madame Zhang's expression changed slightly. The Zhang brothers' expressions also became unnatural. Probably only your Zhang family knows the truth of the matter. As they spoke, two deaf coroner had already been invited over. They went forward to examine the two corpses, then stood up and cupped their hands. The surface of the corpses was severely burned. Ordinary flames wouldn't be able to burn them to this extent in a few minutes. So this subordinate speculates that this should be a 6th-level spiritual fire or above. Assistant Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Justice slapped the stool. In other words, a cultivator with profound cultivation secretly added fuel to the fire when the two boorish men were setting it on fire. There was an uproar in the surroundings. They only felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Who would do this to Kai Dai brothel? Who would send people to cause trouble and secretly add fuel to the fire to deal a heavy blow to them? The corpses didn't show any signs of being trampled. Their faces were burned beyond recognition by the 6th-level spiritual fire. As for the true cause of death, this subordinate's lack of talent and knowledge actually couldn't discern it. The coroner's face was somewhat ashamed as he spoke. The poison they were poisoned with is rather special. It's normal that you couldn't discern it. The young crown princess said faintly. She glanced at Madame Zhang. whose expression was unsightly. Take back what you said before. While what? Old Madame Zhang was very nervous. You said that Kaidai Brothel's poor management caused the mob to attack and implicate the customers, Arbor said coldly. I want you to tell everyone that there is no such thing. My son is dead now. It's a fact. Old Madame Zhang tried to argue. Even if he wasn't killed by the mob, they are not mobs. Arbor interrupted her coldly. Apologize immediately. Old Madame Zhang shrunk her neck, her old face somewhat embarrassed. I just made a slip of the tongue. Impudent. Hui Feng shouted angrily. Old Madam, you've repeatedly flaunted your seniority and contradicted the crown princess. I'm going to charge you with the crime of disrespect. When old Madame Zhang's two sons heard this, they immediately panicked. They were more cultured than the old lady and knew that the law clearly stated that the crime of great disrespect could implicate the entire family. If it was not handled well, it could even implicate the entire family. The two of them hastily knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Crown Princess, please forgive us. Old Mother is old, and her mind is muddled. Please, Crown Princess, don't fuss over this with her. Arbor's small face was cold as she took out a jade talisman from her pocket. Her chilly voice floated next to their ears. Presumably, you won't tell the truth, so I have no choice but to ask your second boss to come over and clarify things. Chapter 2848. What? Everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. The little crown princess held a jade slip in her hand. What was the meaning of this? A light flashed on the jade slip. An array of light burrowed into Boss Zhang's charred body. In less than a second, everyone saw a faint, fluttering shadow float up from Boss Zhang's charred body. It was enveloped by a light barrier, and it looked around in confusion. Mommy, it really is a soul. This isn't a ghost spirit, right? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated. How is that possible? Ghost spirits are born from the resentment of heaven and earth. They're formed from the accumulated resentment of a person's soul that didn't disperse after death. Right, I heard that they carry the power of Eveline. This Boss Zhang's soul clearly doesn't have any power. It should be an ordinary soul. Everyone felt more at ease after hearing this explanation, but they still couldn't help but move closer to the center of the crowd. The little crown princess was truly godly. She could summon Boss Zhang's ghost with a jade slip. This move was truly too masterful. Not only were the onlookers frightened, but the Zhang family was also quite frightened. Old Madame Zhang nearly fainted from fright, and she pulled her two sons back several steps. She looked at the indistinct shadow in shock and cried out in a trembling voice, "My son, is that you?" The shadow clearly didn't dare to look at anyone and only stared at Sir Jojo standing in front of him. His face was ghastly pale, and he knelt down when he saw Sir Jojo. He repeatedly kowtowed and cried, "Fairy, fairy, spare my life. Fairy, fairy, spare my life." He was currently in a very weak soul state, so the pressure she gave him was very strong. He felt that if this cold-faced little fairy gave him a strand of pressure, his soul would scatter and completely disappear from this world. Sir Jojo expressionlessly said to Hui Feng, "Ask him why he went to the Kaidai brothel last night. Make him tell you everything." Hui Feng immediately nodded and inwardly walked forward while stifling his laughter. He knew that the little crown princess naturally couldn't see any ghosts. Could it be that she couldn't even see the soul remembrance she attracted? But this time, Hui Feng really guessed wrong. Mr. Jojo could not see the ghost that was surrounded by foul air, but she could still see the faint soul. However, after talking so much earlier, she was too lazy to talk to a soul. Boss Zhang's soul confessed everything with just a few words from Hui Feng. As it turned out, this brat had planned this all along. He was envious and jealous of Kai Dai Restaurant's good business. The reason why he went to Kai Dai Restaurant for dinner last night was to cause trouble for Kai Dai Restaurant. He had a bag of medicinal powder in his pocket and invited Stewardly. He wanted to drug Stewardly and then say that the food in Kai Dai Restaurant was not clean. He wanted to frame Kai Dai Restaurant. Xiaomo understood now. No wonder the Zhang family's expressions were so uncomfortable when she mentioned poisoning just now. It turned out that the trick of a thief shouting, "Stop thief," had been exposed. "No, that's impossible. That's not poison," old Madame Zhang hastily shouted. "Don't accuse me wrongly. My son didn't bring poison over at all." Arbor waved her hand and dismissed Boss Zhang's white shadow. The old madam panicked. Where did you take my son?" You didn't make his soul scatter and scatter, right?" Arbor glanced at her coldly. "He's not worth dirtying my hands for." Chapter 2849. Assistant Minister Zhou stood up at the right time. He pointed at the boy's family and waved his hand. "Release them. As for the members of the Zhang family, they'll be locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice for the time being. We'll deal with them after the case is cleared." Immediately, servants came forward and unlocked the shackles on the old woman and the others. The boy's family immediately shed tears of gratitude. The old woman thanked them profusely, and the whole family stood up, their faces filled with joy. As for the Zhang clan, they were all stunned. Assistant Minister Zhou actually said that he wanted to put all of them in jail and deal with them later. What was the meaning of this? They didn't do anything at all. Why did they have to be imprisoned? Old Madame Zhang immediately sat down on the ground, slapping her thighs as she wailed, "You bunch of bastards, why do you have to wrongly accuse our Zhang family? Put all of us in jail? What did we do?" The little stoic's gaze landed on elderly Madame Zhang, and she said coolly, "You can howl a bit louder." Old Madame Zhang's voice choked, and then her face changed. She cried and shouted, "I really can't live anymore. I'm already so old, but I still have to go through the pain of being imprisoned. I'm suffering. When the two sons of the Zhang family heard this, they also surrounded the old lady and cried bitterly. Men and women gathered in a circle, crying so loudly that half of the street was alarmed. Arbor stared coldly at the group of clowns and remained unmoved. When old Madame Zhang saw that something was wrong, she quickly knelt on the ground and begged Arbor, "Crown Princess, please forgive me. Crown Princess, please forgive me. I was blinded by lard and blinded by money. That's why I allowed my second son to do such a disgraceful thing. Now, my second son has already received the punishment he deserved. He is already dead. This matter should end here. I hope that the Crown Princess will be magnanimous and forgive our Zhang family's mistakes." She really regretted it now. If she had known that things would turn out like this, and that she wouldn't be able to get any benefits, she wouldn't have made a fuss in the first place. Wouldn't it be better for her to get 100,000 spirit coins as compensation and live happily? The little stoic gazed icily at the elderly lady, her voice frigid. "Tell me, who came to your house today, and who made you come to Kai-Dai brothel to cause trouble?" Even at this point, the old lady still dared to set a trap for her with her words. It was as if she wasn't magnanimous enough for not letting the Zhang family off today. She was being too calculative, wasn't she? Old Madame Zhang cried out tearfully, "No one has come to our Zhang family." The little stoic harumphed coldly and turned to say to Assistant Minister Zhou, "This old shrew is full of lies. Not a single word is true. I feel that locking her up for a year and a half won't make her realize her mistake." Assistant Minister Zhou understood the meaning of the song and immediately understood. He nodded in agreement and said, "The Zhang family poisoned and set fires. Their crimes are too numerous to be recorded. This humble official also feels that the Zhang family absolutely cannot be dealt with lightly. This matter is of great importance and must be reported to His Majesty." When old Madame Zhang heard that this matter was going to be reported to His Majesty, how could it be settled peacefully? She couldn't help but tremble in fright, and her eyes were about to pop out. She hastily kowtowed and admitted her mistake. "No, don't." Chapter 2850. This incident was originally caused by my second son, and now he was an elderly lady too naive to want to push all the blame onto a dead person. The little stoic coldly interrupted her. "So what if he's dead? Just because he's dead doesn't mean that this incident didn't happen. If it weren't for this crown princess rushing back to deal with it in time, then Kai-Dai Pavilion's reputation would have been utterly destroyed. Not only that, if she didn't deal with this matter properly, the Eastern Palace's reputation would also be tarnished." Arbor felt that there was definitely a mastermind behind this incident. Moreover, 2.5 of that elderly woman's words were untruthful, so how could she easily believe them? She had to make this shrew reveal who the mastermind behind this incident was. Elderly lady felt that the young crown princess's expression was truly too icy, heartless, and arrogant, but she couldn't do anything about it. Currently, the crown princess had the Zhang family's weakness in her hands. If the crown princess didn't want to be kind, an elderly lady from a small, wealthy family like her definitely wouldn't be able to contend against her. Elderly Lady Zhang steeled her heart and secretly peeked at her 2 sons next to her. However, there was a bit of terror on eldest Zhang's face. Eldest Zhang shook his head at his old mother. Although this movement was very slight, it was clearly seen by the young crown princess. The young crown prince consort swept a cold glance at the eldest son of the Zhang family before turning her gaze back to the Zhang family's old matriarch. If you're willing to reveal the mastermind's identity and honestly explain this matter to me, perhaps your entire family can still survive. Otherwise, I believe you won't want to experience this crown princess's methods. These words were very serious, and elderly Lady Zhang was completely stupefied. She didn't expect that just framing Kaidai Pavilion would escalate to this extent and implicate the entire family's lives. As expected, this little malignant star with vicious methods wasn't to be trifled with. Eldest Zhang gritted his teeth and hastily defended himself. Crown Princess, this matter is indeed my second brother's fault. He brought the bag of medicinal powder to Kaidai restaurant to eat and used this opportunity to tarnish Kaidai restaurant's reputation. This will definitely affect the reputation of the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince. But my second brother is already dead. What he meant was that Boss Zhang had already shot himself in the foot. Crown Prince Consort, how could you still cling on to this matter and not let it go? Wasn't this a little too unforgiving? The noodle vendor sneered. Your whole family is struggling with this problem. I'll tell you one more time. If I, the Crown Princess, had not handled this matter in time, I'm sure you all know what kind of impact this matter would have in the Eastern Palace. That doesn't mean that everything will be over once he's dead. The young Crown Princess stared at the Zhang family with a cold gaze. He was dead, but the matter wasn't over yet. Arbor wanted everyone to know that anyone who messed with her would have to pay the price. The Kaidai Pavilion is a small matter, but the Crown Prince's reputation is important. Lord Zhou, tell them what the punishment for slandering the Crown Princess, tarnishing the Eastern Palace's reputation, and attempting to disrespect the Crown Prince should be. Assistant Minister Zhou hurriedly stepped forward with a serious expression on his old-fashioned face. Replying to the Crown Princess, those who tarnished the Eastern Palace's reputation and attempted to defame the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess should be executed according to the law. Those who committed serious crimes can be sentenced to 9 generations of their family. Elderly Lady Zhang's face paled as she collapsed to the ground. Eldest Zhang was so frightened that he staggered. Chapter 2851. When they heard that they were going to be imprisoned and might even be beheaded, they were scared out of their wits. Boss Zhang was a bit dumbfounded as he hastily knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He kept shouting, Crown Princess, please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. It's this one's family that is short-sighted and unwilling to accept the fact that Kaidai Veranda's business is booming. That's why we thought of such an absurd method to take advantage of Kaidai Veranda. We didn't want to offend Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, Boss Zhang said in fear and trepidation. Shopkeeper Wu's eyes burned and his veins throbbed as he listened on the side. Because Kaidai Veranda's business was booming, you coveted it and acted to destroy it. You wanted to use this as a pretext to slander them? The main reason was that Kaidai Veranda's business was too good. Ever since Arbor had taken out the holy rice and fruits and vegetables filled with spirit energy, Kaidai Veranda's business had risen steadily. The prices of Kaidai Veranda's dishes were already extremely high to begin with, and the prices of a new holy rice and spirit vegetables had reached a hair-raising level. This instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding restaurants. Actually, it wasn't just Boss Zhang's family that had sent people to Kaidai Veranda to inquire about the situation. In reality, there were many restaurants in the surrounding area that had sent their waiters to Kaidai Veranda to secretly investigate. But the results of their investigations were all consistent. Kai-Dai Veranda's new dishes, whether it was the holy rice or the special spirit vegetables, were all limited in supply. There were even a few times when customers almost fought over a plate of holy rice. This kind of matter was very strange. If Kai-Dai Veranda's business had been booming in the past, then it had been booming, but it hadn't been this popular. But the waiters that the bosses had sent out hadn't been able to find any clues. In the end, one of the insiders had pitted them and told them. It turned out that a cultivator of the 7th level of the spirit realm had eaten an extremely expensive meal of holy rice at the Kai-Dai Pavilion not long ago. He'd advanced in level that night and had been unusually excited. He'd spread the news to his friends and family. Therefore, this matter had become more and more miraculous through word of mouth. Now, everyone knew that Kai-Dai Veranda's holy rice was very helpful to cultivation, because that practitioner had been stuck at the 7th level of the spirit realm for who knows how many years. He had thought that he would never be able to break through this realm in his lifetime. However, he had unexpectedly advanced just like that. This caused him to be wild with joy, and it once again broadened his horizons. He realized that there was no end to cultivation in this world. You don't know what will happen in the next second. This made his stagnant life suddenly rise and fall. This person felt that perhaps his cultivation base could really be improved, so he planned to buy more holy rice from shopkeeper who at a sky-high price. However, shopkeeper who spread out his hands, indicating that he couldn't buy it even if he had the money. The holy rice that Arbor had given him was only enough to feed 30 people. After these days of consumption, it had long been used up. Therefore, the last few bowls of holy rice were sold at sky-high prices. A bowl of holy rice that cost 30,000 was sold for 180,000. After the news spread to the various restaurant owners, how could they still sit still? All of them jumped to their feet. What kind of sky-high price was this? How could it be sold for 180,000? Their small restaurants didn't even make 180,000 in a year. How could this be? This was a special product. This was simply robbery. Chapter 2852. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was saying that Kai-Dai Veranda's holy rice paired with spirit vegetables could increase one's cultivation level and aid in making breakthroughs. As a result, the entire sovereign capital was in an uproar. Many patriarchs of aristocratic families were racking their brains to buy this holy rice. Unfortunately, even shopkeeper who didn't have any stock of this holy rice on hand. Not only that, several family clans had secretly sent people to Kai-Dai Veranda to gather information. They wanted to uncover the secret of the holy rice. But to their disappointment, they found nothing. Kai-Dai Veranda's daily supply of fruits and rice was basically depleted. Even if there was some residue left, they could not find anything amiss after secretly investigating it. Everyone returned empty-handed, but they were even more curious about the holy rice, spirit vegetables, and fruits. Family Patriarch Long, who had been stuck in his cultivation realm for several years, was extremely curious about the limited offerings of Kai-Dai Veranda. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He had repeatedly tried to purchase the holy rice, but was told that it was out of stock. The repeated requests only made his heart itch even more. Kai-Dai Veranda's business was even more prosperous than before. Arbor lowered her head to glance at the Zhang family. She pursed her lips and asked coldly, "Who taught you to move a corpse here and cry?" Granny Zhang cowed out. This time, she was not faking her tears. She was truly regretting her actions. "Crown Princess, it's my fault. I was blinded by greed and wanted to scam Kai-Dai Veranda. I'll tell you everything. Someone did come to our Zhang family and wanted us to move Er's corpse to Kai-Dai Veranda's entrance to continue causing a ruckus. That person was wearing a Fua mask and sounded like a middle-aged man. However, from my decades of experience, that person was definitely a woman disguised as a man." Arbor coldly glanced at Granny Zhang. Old Madam wailed as she wailed. "Crown Prince Consort, this old woman has told you everything she knows without reserve. I implore you to let us off this once." Arbor did not say a word. Instead, Assistant Minister Zhou commanded more than a dozen strong guards to step forward and arrest the Zhang family. They placed the shackles that were originally placed on the boy's family onto them. Arbor did not say a word until the Zhang family was dragged away by Assistant Minister Zhou. It was only after the Zhang family's wailing and fussing faded away that Xiao Mu coldly glanced at the crowd and stated dryly, "This time, Kaidai Pavilion suffered a fire, so it needs half a month to repair. Kaidai Pavilion will reopen in half a month, and on that day, it will provide at least 3 new specially supplied items. The quantity is limited, the highest bidder wins." After dropping the news, Arbor didn't wait for the crowd's reaction before leading his men into Kaidai Pavilion. Everyone was stopped outside by a shopkeeper, Hu, and the others. When everyone heard that Kaidai Pavilion was going to get more than 3 types of special supplies in half a month, they were excited and emotional. There were even more people who had come to inquire about the news. One after another, they ran out from the crowd and returned to their respective clans to report the news to their respective clan leaders. In a room in the backyard of Kaidai Pavilion, Arbor sat in front of Kai Shio's bed. After taking her pulse, he didn't speak for a long time. He kept silent, and his face was not good. Huifeng cautiously asked, "Crown Princess, is Kai Shio's injury very serious?" Arbor shook his head. "She can be treated." Although Kai Shio's burns were serious, she guaranteed that she would be able to heal her to her original state. "However, when I'm done, I'll end it." Chapter 28:53. Kai Shio's injuries were all on her face, and the burns were very serious. But since the young Crown Princess said it could be cured, then it definitely could be cured. Huifeng had this kind of blind confidence in his young Crown Princess. Kai Chi, who had been taking care of Kai Shio, also sighed in relief when she heard this. She quickly got up and knelt down in front of the young Crown Princess. "Many thanks, Crown Princess. Many thanks, Crown Princess." "Get up," Arbor expressionlessly said from her seat. Kai Chi got up and nervously twisted the handkerchief in her hand. "Your Crown Princess, when Kai Shio received this letter that day, she left the Eastern Palace and came to Kaidai Veranda. She said that she had something important to inform shopkeeper Hu." When Arbor took the letter, she repeatedly touched the paper. She abruptly grabbed Kai Chi's hand and slowly put it down with a frown. She took out a porcelain bottle from her inner world and handed it to Kai Chi. "Who else came into contact with this letter besides you?" Kai Chi's heart sank with a thump. Tea shopkeeper Hu and a worker also read it. Arbor rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Call them in." She paused for a moment, then took out a few more bottles of pills from her inner world. "Forget it. Go and give them to everyone in Kaidai Pavilion. Tell them to take one each." Kai Chi's heart thumped wildly, and she asked in a trembling voice, But there's something wrong with this letter?" Arbor nodded. "Once the poison enters the body, anyone below the spiritual realm will silently die within 3 days. Everyone in Kaidai Veranda was an ordinary mystic realm cultivator. Most of them were still normal people, so they naturally couldn't resist this kind of poison." Kai Chi was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Who exactly is it that wants to make life difficult for the entire Kaidai Veranda? Arbor was silent for a long time before she said indifferently, "They want to make life difficult for me." However, Huifeng thought of another question. "Crown Princess, can this poison be transmitted through the human body?" From yesterday until now, the workers in Kaidai Veranda should have come into contact with many outsiders. Arbor shook his head. "It's not that magical. The poison is attached to the paper. It has to be touched by the skin to enter the body. After it enters the human body, it travels through the meridians and accumulates in the heart at a very fast speed. Therefore, if it's quick, it'll take 1 day, and if it's slow, it'll take 3 days. I've lost this round," Arbor said calmly. Until now, she still did not know who was the one who set fire to Kaidai Pavilion and ordered the Zhang family to take the lead. Her own subordinate, Kai Shio, had been severely injured by the fire. Although she could be saved, she still had to suffer a lot. The letter was written in Arbor's own handwriting, stating that he had accidentally learned that a mob had gathered to cause trouble at the Kaidai Pavilion. He told Kai Xiu to immediately go to the Kaidai Pavilion and discuss countermeasures with the shopkeeper. If something happened to Kai Xiu, she was to take the Eastern Palace token and go to the capital office. It was written really well. No wonder Kai Xiu fell for it. If the mastermind behind the scenes was able to pull this off first, the Kaidai Pavilion's poor management would cause the mob to attack and cause its reputation to plummet. At the same time, the little crown princess's reputation would also plummet. Second, the Kaidai Pavilion shopkeeper and workers would suddenly die within 3 days after coming into contact with the letter. Third, an even bigger rumor was very likely waiting for them at this moment. For example, the Kaidai Pavilion's dishes were unclean, and even their shopkeeper and workers had died without knowing why. Another example was that the little crown princess was a natural jinx and a star of misfortune. Chapter 2854. Kaidai Veranda had always been well managed by the Mu family, but as soon as the little crown princess took it back, it had to face the consequences of poor management and bankruptcy. Perhaps by the time she returned from the academy, the legend of her being the source of disaster would be spreading through the entire capital again. This kind of method really seemed to be the work of her old rival. That old rival who didn't let her have an easy time, skillfully and thoughtfully laid out this scheme. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and rushed back, perhaps all of this really would have developed uncontrollably according to that person's scheme. Arbor pursed her lips and reflexively clenched her fists, stubbornly controlling the overwhelming emotions in her heart. If that old rival was right in front of her right now, she probably would have uncontrollably torn him to shreds. Arbor took a deep breath and looked down at Kai Xiu, who was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. After instructing someone to bring in water, Arbor skillfully removed the layers of cloth wrapping around Kai Xiu's face. She first carefully cleaned her wounds before applying ointment on them. Afterwards, she stood up and instructed Kai Chi, who was standing to the side. The wounds on her face will hurt and itch for the next 2 days. When she wakes up, you can't let her scratch at the wounds. Watch her carefully. She'll gradually recover after applying this ointment for 3 days. At that time, the numbness and itchiness will gradually disappear. Yes, Crown Princess, this servant will definitely watch over her carefully. Arbor handed a bottle of pills to her. If she really can't take the pain anymore, let her take one. Yes. Arbor pursed her lips and walked out of the room with a taut expression. When the door to the side room slammed shut, she looked up at the sky under the setting sun, her eyes so heavy that they looked like they could drip water. This person went to great lengths to set a trap for her, scheming to smear the Kaidai Veranda's reputation. She truly put in a lot of effort. She reached out to rub her aching head. She vaguely thought of something in her mind, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Since she couldn't think of it, then she wouldn't think about it. Kai Xiu couldn't really move due to her injuries, so Arbor had Kai Chi stay behind to take care of her while she led Hui Feng, Li Yi, and the others back to the Eastern Palace. As night approached, Hui Feng came to report with a slightly unsightly expression. He said that the 8 members of the Zhang clan who had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison had all suddenly died. Arbor was so angry that he smashed the teacup on the ground. Zhao, Tengdong, Eunuch Chun, Aunt Jing, and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they lowered their heads. Good. Very good. Arbor repeatedly muttered, his eyes shining with a fierce light. She felt as if she had missed something. It turned out that the poison that could cause sudden death was indeed set up by the Zhang family. This old opponent of hers was still as ruthless and swift as ever, causing her to suffer an imperceptible defeat once again. Although the Zhang family was despicable, they wouldn't go so far as to kill their entire family. Being imprisoned was just to teach the greedy Zhang family a lesson they would never forget. Now the lesson of the greedy Zhang family was truly long-lasting. Their entire family's lives were paid for it. Is there anyone left in the Zhang family? At the same time this subordinate received the news, old Madame Zhang's only remaining grandson has already gone to the capital magistrate's office to sue the crown princess. Eunuch Chen couldn't help but say angrily, "What's he suing the crown princess for?" Even if his entire family died in prison, Shouldn't he be suing the Ministry of Justice for their lack of supervision? The end. Chapter 28:55. Arbor pursed her lips. Although she was very unhappy, she quickly calmed down. Prepare the carriage. We're going to the capital office. Crown Princess, you're in the eye of the storm right now. Do you really want to go to the capital office? Aunt Jing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Arbor nodded. Let's go. Everyone couldn't persuade her. Taking advantage of the night, they boarded the carriage and accompanied Arbor to the capital office. Hearing that the crown princess had arrived, Chao Jiedo hurriedly brought Wu Xiaoyin to welcome her. He invited her into the inner hall and offered her tea. After a short while, he led a long-faced man in his 20s over. That man was wearing a brown robe. His clothes were very simple. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Seeing the little crown princess sitting on the armchair, he didn't panic. He only raised his eyes and bowed. This commoner Zhang and Jie greets the crown princess. Arbor put down the teacup in her hand and nodded at him. You came to the capital office in the middle of the night and beat the drum to accuse me. This matter is now known by all. Zhang and Jie lowered his eyes and obediently knelt in front of Arbor. Arbor didn't let him get up. He also didn't get up. He only knelt there with his back ramrod straight. Where's the complaint? Chao Jiedo only felt that the complaint was very hot. He took it and handed it to the little crown princess, then silently retreated to the side. The little crown princess silently read for a minute. Then, with a paw sound, she slapped the complaint on the table beside her. The entire inner hall was silent. Chao Jiedo and several other officials felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. The little girl was very young, but her aura was very strong. You've read books. This complaint is written clearly and with great emotion. It's really not bad, Arbor said coldly. Her sharp gaze fell on Zhang and Jie. But in your complaint, you say that this crown princess ordered the Ministry of Justice to punish the 8 members of the Zhang family. What basis do you have? Based on your own far-fetched conjecture? Zhang and Jie suddenly raised his head. When I went to the prison to visit, the people in the Ministry of Justice's prison didn't allow me to get close at all. If you're not guilty, then what is it? Arbor looked at the man coldly. You're Zhang and Jie. Yes. Why didn't you come today? I'm sorry to disappoint the crown princess. Zhang and Jie retorted indifferently. This commoner disapproved of grandmother and father coming to Kai Dai brothel to cause trouble from the very beginning. Arbor looked at him deeply. Come with me. I'll have to trouble Lord Chao to accompany me. Crown Princess's words are too serious. Chao Jiedo was overwhelmed by the favor and said, This is this official's responsibility. Crown Princess, please, please. Thus, Chao Jiedo and Wu Xiaoyin accompanied Arbor's group to the Ministry of Justice's prison. When Assistant Minister Zhou received the news that the 8 members of the Zhang family had died, he knew that the situation was not good. He immediately reported the matter to his superior, Minister Fong. Now that he knew that the Crown Princess's group had arrived, Minister Fong led Assistant Minister Zhou to the main entrance to welcome them and led them to the prison. Assistant Minister Zhou had long expected that someone would come to investigate the prison after such a big incident. Thus, he had ordered the jailers to tidy up the prison. Those frightening torture instruments were all put away. When they walked into the prison, they saw that it was still clean. Crown Princess, this way, please. Assistant Minister Zhou ordered the jailers to lead the way and led the group to the prison where the Zhang family had previously stayed. Chapter 28:56. Looking through the thick and round wooden fence, the 8 corpses were still neatly placed there. It looked like they had been tidied up and were still clean. Zhang and Jie's fingers clenched tightly as he subconsciously arched his back. His eyes stared intently at the 8 corpses in the cell. Although his grandmother and father were greedy, they were still his closest family. Now that he had reached this point, he felt very bad. He especially regretted leaving them at noon and climbing the mountain alone to relax. He should have tried his best to stop it. Even if he couldn't stop it, he should have followed and interceded for them. Arbor ordered someone to open the cell door and walked inside. The thin Minister Fong hurriedly stopped her. Crown Princess, it's too dirty inside. Why don't you get someone to carry them outside? No need. Arbor waved her hand expressionlessly and walked in quickly. slowly wrapping a cloth around her hands. Arbor squatted down and looked at the 8 corpses one by one. Then she stood up. It's the same poison as Mr. Zhang and Squire Li. What do you mean? Zhang and Jie was shocked. He couldn't help but look straight at the little crown princess. You're a smart person. You should know. Arbor said indifferently. Your grandmother and father were ordered by someone to come to Kaidai Loft to cause trouble. They were exposed and locked up in prison. You can see now that the wounds on their bodies are not fatal. Qiao Mu sneered as she pointed at the rod and whip wounds of varying depths on the 8 members of the Zhang clan. It's a fatal poison that took their lives. Zhang Enjie's breath stopped slightly. Crown Princess, what evidence do you have for saying that? Qiao Mu swiped her hand, and she saw a small, ordinary sparrow hopping in her hand. Her other hand took out a silver needle and pressed it against the little sparrow. She gently pricked its little claw and said expressionlessly, "This silver needle is not poisonous." Zhang and Jie could not help but look embarrassed. He nodded and said, "This commoner naturally believes that the high and mighty crown princess would definitely not deceive commoners like us. I'm going to extract some poison from your grandmother's body." Arbor ignored him and said coldly. She inserted the silver needle into the old woman's heart. When he took out the silver needles, everyone leaned over to take a look, but they didn't find anything strange. The silver needle was still an ordinary silver needle, and it didn't turn black after encountering the poison. The little crown princess gently pressed down on the little bird with one hand, and once again pierced the silver needle into its little claw. This poison entered your grandmother's body and flowed through her meridians toward her heart. The poison that has accumulated in the heart can be said to be the essence of the poison. A person this big will die in at least a day or 3 days. Therefore, this poison essence will take effect in less than 15 minutes in the body of such a small sparrow. She placed the little sparrow on the ground. At first, the little sparrow happily jumped a few times on the ground, but in less than a few minutes, its body tilted to the ground and it let out a weak cry. Its claws struggled a few times before its movements gradually slowed down. Arbor quickly stepped forward and picked up the little sparrow and dripped 2 drops of medicine into its mouth. Not long after, the little thing stretched its little wings and slowly recovered. Chapter 2857. Although he still looked dispirited, at least his life was saved. The little stoic straightened up and turned to look at them. Her gaze landed on Zhang and Jie's face. If you still feel suspicious, you can find someone to test this poison. Don't say that I lied to you. When everyone present heard this, they all took a step back in unison, leaving Zhang and Jie standing alone in front of the crown prince consort with a bewildered expression. The little crown princess looked at him with a stoic expression. She frowned and raised the silver needle that was tainted with poison in her hand. So, it turns out you want to personally experience this poison. That's fine too. Zhang and Jie hastily retreated, but Minister Fong and his group of troublemakers retreated even faster than him. They all retreated out of the prison cell and even closed the door on their way out. They left him alone in the same prison cell as the little crown princess, this extremely dangerous person. Zhang and Jie was a bit stupefied. He turned to look at Minister Fong and his group, who had calm and innocent expressions through the prison door. Doesn't your conscience hurt by doing this? The little crown princess held a needle in her hand and walked toward him step by step. Don't worry. Although the treatment is a bit troublesome, it will definitely save you. Zhang and Jie's expression changed again and again, and he kept retreating while repeatedly saying, Don't, crown princess. This commoner believes you. Please don't insert needles. It wasn't like he was sick and had to personally experience the potency of this poison. He had already seen clearly what the little bird had gone through. There was no need for him to experience it himself. The little stoic said expressionlessly with a sour expression, Weren't you looking at me with a suspicious gaze from start to finish? No, absolutely not. Zhang and Jie hastily waved his hand. As the wife of the heir apparent of the divine province, the crown princess naturally wouldn't deceive a commoner like me. When the little crown princess withdrew the poison needle in her hand, Zhang and Jie's eyelid twitched. You That needle. She kept the poison needle in her hand. If she was careless and pricked herself, wouldn't she be in big trouble? This action seemed to be very dangerous. The little stoic glanced at him indifferently. It can't hurt me. You, on the other hand. She looked at him and asked indifferently, do you want to know who the mastermind behind the death of your family is? Yes. Zhang and Jia nodded heavily. Then you can stay and help out at Kaidai Pavilion. Arbor glanced at him. Until we catch the mastermind and find out who killed the 8 members of your Zhang family. Zhang and Jia couldn't help being stunned. Crown Prince Consort, they wanted to hire him to work for Kaidai Pavilion? That's exactly what you think. The little stoic coldly swept him a glance. Your handwriting isn't bad. In the future, stay at Kaidai restaurant and help write recipes. When the people outside the cell heard this, they couldn't help but stagger and almost fall to the ground. Their dear crown princess, how could this little person be so comical? You came to accuse me without evidence and caused a bit of damage to my reputation, so I'll deduct half a year's worth of your salary. Zhang and Jia, what happened? Why was his salary deducted for half a year before he even started work for no reason? After half a year, I'll give you a salary of 1,000 spirit coins per month. You'll get more money if you do well, and scram if you don't. Chapter 28:58. Zhang and Jia looked at the young crown princess in front of him with an odd expression. Outside the prison cell, Minister Fong and his group had long been unable to look straight at him. For some reason, they actually started to sympathize with Zhang and Jia, this hothead, from the bottom of their hearts. It's the funeral of the 8 members of the Zhang family. Minister Fong hastily said, this humble official has already submitted a memorial to His Majesty regarding this matter. His Majesty has clearly stated that this family should be properly buried. Oh, then the royal court will pay for the funeral expenses, right? The little stoic muttered before turning to say to Zhang and Jia, once you're done, I'll give you 10 days off. If there's nothing else, come back to work earlier. The 10 days of leave I gave Zhang and Jia are equivalent to 500 spirit coins a day. The royal court will compensate me with this money. Everyone collapsed to the ground in shock. Aren't you stingy? Not only did you make Zhang and Jia work for free for half a year, you even gave him 10 days off and wanted the royal court to compensate you. Speaking of which, you only gave Zhang and Jia a monthly stipend of 1,000. But when you asked the royal court for compensation, it became 500 a day. Where exactly did this weirdo come from? How did the emperor end up with a daughter-in-law like you? Is there a problem? When the little stoic saw Minister Fong and the others twitching their eyebrows and eyes, she couldn't help but ask. Minister Fong rolled his eyes, and Assistant Minister Zhou hastily walked up behind him and secretly poked him in the waist. Minister Fong adjusted his expression and coughed lightly, saying, Crown Princess there's no problem. This humble official will draft a memorial to this matter and present it to His Majesty. And Machem, the young Crown Princess nodded calmly in the midst of chaos. He got off easy. Who got off easy? Everyone speechlessly asked the heavens. You think that the emperor got off easy, right? You only asked for 5,000 in compensation because you think it's too little, right? Minister Fong and the others follow the young crown princess out of the prison in a daze, pondering a very strange question the entire time. Why didn't one of the crown princess workers come to work and insist on asking the emperor for compensation? Meanwhile, Zhang and Jia was also pondering a serious question. Why was he in such a rush to work for the little crown princess? And why was his allowance for half a year deducted for no reason? Why did it feel like the little crown princess didn't lose anything after this matter was settled? She even gained a cheap helper that night. Minister Fong wrote the memorial and presented it to His Majesty the next day. The memorial was written with great emotion, praising the crown princess from head to toe, saying that she was smart and talented, that she could solve cases like a god, and that she was able to determine the cause of death of 8 people with a single silver needle. The censorate Darren followed Minister Fong and Assistant Minister Zhou's group in praising the young crown prince consort. The great emperor couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, when he received the news that Zhang Jiazi had gone to the capital office to sue the crown princess, he had been secretly happy for a while. He thought that he would most likely receive many impeachment memorials from the courtiers today. Finally, he had an excuse to bring his youngest daughter-in-law in front of him and give her a good scolding. He wanted to vent the anger and frustration that he had suffered since meeting the young crown princess. He didn't expect that during the court session today, these old fellows acted as if nothing had happened. Not a single one of them mentioned the crown princess, not to mention the impeachment memorials. There was no such thing at all. Right now, Minister Fong's memorial was actually singing the praises of a young crown prince consort. This group of cunning fellows must think that the young crown princess was a tough nut to crack, so they didn't dare to do anything. A group of bastards who changed their rudder according to the wind. Wait. Chapter 2859. In the end, Minister Fong's memorial eulogized the Zhang family, and he even proposed that the imperial court compensate the Zhang family with funeral expenses. All right, that was fine. After all, the person died in the Ministry of Justice's prison, and the imperial court had to shoulder this inexplicable blame. So be it if there were funeral expenses. But the problem was that Minister Fong mentioned the final 5,000 spirit coins as a delayed labor fee. What was this? The imperial court had to pay for this? When M.O. Lushing heard about this baffling compensation of 5,000 spirit coins, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Although the officials below didn't dare to say anything, the faces of Prince Kong, the Prince of Giant Pain, and the others standing in the front row were clearly twitching, and they were secretly suppressing their laughter. The princes were mostly rejoicing in other people's misfortune, right? M.O. Lushing swept a glance at Prince Kong. Stop pretending. You almost can't suppress the smile on your lips. M.O. Lushing felt that if this little stoic was in front of him right now, perhaps he would personally beat her up. The Emperor of the Divine Province expressionlessly looked at Minister Fong. Fong Hongliang's heart was like a small boat floating in a small river, sinking and sinking, about to sink to the bottom of the water. Then he heard the Emperor icily mutter, "Approved." Fong Hongliang hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor's handsome face was cold as he said word by word, "Have the Crown Prince Consort scram back to the Royal Academy before noon. Don't be so dispirited and lazy after only 2 days of classes." Everyone silently hung their heads, and their mouths twitched one after another. How sullen was our Emperor in his heart that he didn't even want to see the little crown princess's face. He only wanted her to scram far, far away, and it was best if she didn't return for the time being after everyone retreated from the royal court. They couldn't help but wipe away their sweat. The Emperor always suffered a setback in front of the young couple. If this continued, who knew if he would get sick from holding it in? Achoo! Far away in the Royal Academy, Mo Yin looked up at the bit of dawn that peeked out from the east and pursed her lips with a sigh. Why wasn't his wifey back yet? "Good morning, Crown Prince." Little Fatty was sweating all the way as he ran over from the backyard. He flashed 2 rows of white teeth at Prince Mo Morning. Imolia nodded and looked at the little fatty and asked, "When did you come back last night?" The little fatty's hand that was wiping his sweat froze slightly. He turned his head mechanically and looked at the crown prince guiltily. What is it?" The crown prince snorted. "Why do you think that fellow doesn't even have a single gar by his side?" Little fatty's mouth twitched, and his expression was one of sudden realization. He hurried to the crown prince's side and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, you did it? Do I look like such a boring person?" Emolian haughtily glanced at him before turning around to walk outside. Today, the instructor from the weapon refining hall wanted them to head over early. After yesterday's lecture on theory, they would probably have to personally make a storage cabinet today. The Wind Thunder City was so big that storage cabinets were indispensable. The storage cabinets in the entire Wind Thunder City were basically made by the students of the Royal Academy's refining hall. Although storage cabinets were useful, they were difficult to make and the process was extremely long. Therefore, it was really the most difficult practical course to pass in the refining hall. Because the storage space of each storage cabinet was different from the amount of magnetite required to be consumed, every storage item that required more than 10 magnetite was a defective product. After all, the storage cabinet could only be fixed in one place, and it wasn't very convenient to store items. Chapter 2860. If each storage cost more than 10 pieces of magnetite, then they really couldn't afford it. In addition, now that they were all using spirit coins, the blacksmiths were required to keep up with the times and improve their own storage cabinets. In yesterday's theory class, they were required to use spirit coins to replace magnetite storage during the process of making the storage cabinets. Of course, the consumption of spirit coins had to be controlled within 5 spirit coins. If the price was too high, the commoners in the city would definitely not be able to afford it. Today's task was to make this storage cabinet. Of course, it was impossible for most people to make a storage cabinet in a day. His Highness the Crown Prince missed his wife and was somewhat absent-minded. During the practical class, the crafting furnace and spirit fire that everyone used were all provided by the Academy. Soon, the absent-minded Crown Prince caused a stir in the weapon refining hall on the way to the cafeteria at noon. All the students of the Divine Prefecture branch were talking about their Crown Prince's miraculous feat of casually making a storage cabinet in half an hour. Everyone said, "His Highness is too miraculous." Even the students of the weapon refining hall felt a sense of pride. It is indeed miraculous. The teachers gave us 2 days. I didn't expect that His Highness the Crown Prince would only need half an hour to make such a perfect storage cabinet. Not to mention the tens of thousands of times of storage. Each storage only costs 1 spirit coin. If this storage cabinet is placed in the city, it will definitely be very convenient for everyone. Yes. I heard that Principal Yin personally talked to His Highness the Crown Prince about this. He probably wants His Highness to make a few more storage cabinets so that the school can buy them. His Highness doesn't lack money. That's right. He's just doing it for fun. Someone immediately revealed the truth. Countless people beat their chests and stamped their feet. They kept shouting in their hearts, "God is too unfair. Why did it have to be given to the person who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, who had such high intelligence and skills?" This matter spread throughout the entire Imperial School. Not only was the entire Divine Prefecture branch shocked, even the Underworld and Sangzhou branches were shocked. A portion of the people from Sangzhou and Underworld didn't know Mo Lien yet, so they were eager to make friends with His Highness who had extraordinary refining skills. Students who were used to eating lunch usually went to the Royal School's cafeteria to settle their lunch. Today, the hall was especially full. Everyone, regardless of whether they were here to eat or not, wanted to see the Crown Prince. When Mo Lien and Duan Yu walked in side by side, they saw several hundred to 1,000 pairs of eyes simultaneously turning to look at them. Everyone was dazzled by the two of them, and then there were all kinds of love-struck screams. Little Fatty and Qi Xianxian hurriedly rushed to the front and blocked the crowd who wanted to surround them. They used their hands to block them. "What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Step back and don't come any closer. I'm warning you. Whoever takes another step forward, be careful of my fist." What a joke. Without Jojo around, the heavy responsibility of protecting His Highness would fall on their shoulders. They absolutely could not allow any female creature to take advantage of Jojo's absence to approach His Highness. "Prince Lien." Suddenly, a person shouted and squeezed through the crowd with all his might, pouncing over to hug Mo Lien's leg. How could Mo Lien let him hug her? She quickly dodged back, causing him to miss. The 6th watch ended. Chapter 2861. Everyone's mouths involuntarily twitched when they took a closer look. Not only did the lunging student have an unshaven beard, but his greasy hair also drooped on his head. From his appearance, he looked like a large dog that had wandered outside for many years. Duan Yu took a step back and glanced at Prince Mo with a spurious smile. He teased, "Oh, Your Highness Lotus, could this be one of your family's lost brothers?" The Mo family produced talented people. No matter how unsightly someone like Mo Kuin was, he didn't seem to have such a terrible appearance as this fellow in front of them. "Your Highness, my name is Xing Tianyang. I would like to enter Your Highness' tutelage. Please accept me as your disciple." This fellow dropped to his knees with a plop, looking like he had suffered a great grievance. His words made people spit out laughter. "You want to get close to us with this appearance of yours?" The little fatty abruptly stopped midway through his tirade. His eyes widened, and he couldn't resist exclaiming, "What? You want to take Her Highness Lotus as your master?" Was this punk here to make fun of them? Judging from his age, this punk was probably in his 30s, right? Mo Yin glanced at Xing Tianyang exasperatedly. "Don't block the way." What kind of joke was this? He didn't want to accept such a greasy disciple. Right, don't block the way." Everyone repeatedly shouted for Xing Tianyang to move aside. The group was all blocked at the entrance. Xing Tianyang crawled over and wanted to hug Mo Yin's thigh again. "Your Highness, I beg you to take me in. Take me in, Your Highness. Your Highness, take me in." Everyone looked up at the sky, speechlessly. This Xing Tianyang couldn't have a hole in his head, right? With his stinky appearance, whoever took him in would be unlucky. If they took this fellow in, wouldn't they pass out from his stench every day? Duan Yu lowered his head, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. "Since Xing Tianyang is so sincere, why don't you take him in?" Xing Tianyang cast a grateful glance at Duan Yu. Mo Yin cast a glance at Duan Yu before chuckling and thanking his family. She then strode past Xing Tianyang. Seeing this, Xing Tianyang hurriedly got up and ran a few steps, chasing after Mo Yin and shouting, "Your Highness Lien, please accept me. Your Highness Lien, I really want you with all my sincerity." The little fatty swung his round arm and pushed Xing Tianyang to the side. Xing Tianyang's voice suddenly stopped. The door of the private room on the second floor of the dining hall was pushed open, and a man who was wrapped up tightly came out, only revealing a pair of eyes. A group of people clustered around that person as he walked down the stairs and bumped into Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others. The corners of little Fatty's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and his shoulders trembled slightly. Qi Xianxian also glanced at that person, then coughed and took a few steps back. At this moment, a male student who was holding a tray of food happened to turn around, and the bowl of soup in his hand hit the masked man. The soup spilled out and spilled onto the tightly wrapped man's chest, wetting a small patch. "Hey!" Someone beside the man immediately shouted. "How can you walk like that? Don't you have eyes?" Sorry. When the male student saw these people's stance, he quickly lowered his head and apologized profusely. The man who reprimanded him walked up and smacked him. With a clang, the bowl of soup in the male student's hand fell to the ground, creating quite a commotion and attracting many people's attention. Do you know who this is? That person put his hands on his hips, looking like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Chapter 2862. The male student hurriedly shook his head, revealing a look of fear and trepidation. He was just an ordinary student of the Red River tribe, and didn't belong to any of the three branches. His tribe was weak, and no one dared to provoke people from the three branches. Besides, he was just a new student this year, and he didn't want to cause any trouble in the school. The person who smashed someone's soup bowl pushed the male student with an unforgiving look. "Do you think you can just say a few words of apology?" "Bashu." Su Yonyang frowned and shouted at the burly man, "Stop it, come back." The man called Bashu looked back at his master. Seeing that his master didn't say anything, he could only walk back resentfully. Su Yonyang understood her master's mood very well. At this time, her master didn't want to talk nonsense with others at all. He wrapped himself up like this because he didn't want to attract attention. However, this idiot Ba Shu made a fuss over such a small matter. He wanted everyone's attention to them and make her master more embarrassed. "Yo, isn't this the crown prince of Tsangzhou, His Highness Li?" Suddenly, an idiot jumped out of nowhere and slapped Tsangzhou's crown Prince Rong Li's shoulder as if he was very familiar with him. Rong Li's face stiffened. When this dumbass slapped him, he accidentally pulled off his tightly wrapped hood. Thus, His Highness Li's bruised and swollen face was presented in front of everyone. Uffed. A student nearby couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. The rice grains in his mouth were scattered all over the place. "What are you laughing at? Don't you want to live anymore?" Ba Shu, the old man, straightened his neck and roared in a gruff voice. "Oh my God, are you serious? Your Highness Li, you look like this? What's wrong with you?" The person cried out in surprise, blinking his eyes and covering his mouth with his hand in shock, expressing his shock and bewilderment in a timely manner. "Hell leopard." Rongley spat out these two words from between his teeth. His pair of narrowed eyes that were almost invisible stared fixedly at the grinning young man in front of him. "Ah." Ming Bao reached out to pick at his ears. Rubbing his shin, he looked at him in shock and said, "Your Highnessly, you couldn't have been beaten up by someone, right? Who dares to make a move on our Highnessly?" Ming Bao said with a shocked expression. "Oh my heavens! Wah wah wah, Prince Lu, come and see." His Highnessly was beaten up so badly that his eyes can't even be found. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Beside him, vassal Prince Lu, who had been loudly called out to, helplessly raised his hand to rub his forehead. He turned to look at Mo Yin's party and stepped forward to bow. Mo Lu greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Chun. Mo Yin nodded slightly as he discreetly sized up this handsome and elegant cousin of his. Although they were both princes, this Prince Yong was obviously not on the same level as the Prince Giant Pain. He was much more promising than the Prince Giant Pain. Hey, don't be so polite. We are all cousins, and we are in the academy now, not the imperial court. There's no need to be so particular. Ming Bao came forward and tugged at Child Lu. Alu, look. Chapter 2863. I saw it. Mo Lu helplessly face-bombed. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have acted on a whim today and followed this dunce to the dining hall for a meal. Didn't he see that His Highness the Crown, Prince Rong Li's face, was already the color of a pig? This guy actually dared to add fuel to the fire and still fearlessly provoke this prince. Wasn't he afraid that he would get enraged and slap him to death? What's going on? Ming Bao giggled as he approached Rong Li. He sized him up several times and clicked his tongue. Heavens, this beating is too ruthless. Who exactly did this? Have you found out? Your Highnessly, as long as you say the word, I will definitely help you ferret this person out to vent this anger. There's no need to trouble your Highness, Rong Li replied ambiguously and was about to walk outside. Unexpectedly, the moment he moved, he saw Duan Yu's handsome face diagonally opposite him with a spurious smile. He was instantly enraged. The more he looked at this punk's enigmatic face, the more he felt that he was the main culprit who put a gunny sack over him in the middle of the night. Speaking of this matter, Rong Li was truly so angry that he wanted to kick the bucket. He really didn't expect that he would be put in a gunny sack in the dark while taking a stroll outside his own courtyard and taking a look at the Academy's night scenery. At that time, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if he was drugged and couldn't use any spiritual energy at all. What was worse was that he had already used a blood stasis dispelling pill on his face earlier, but it was clearly ineffective and couldn't dispel the blood stasis at all. It wasn't like he was so bored that he was willing to wander around the dining hall with this ugly face that had been beaten black and blue. He had made an appointment with 2 seniors from the pill hall to come here to get a blood stasis dispelling pill. Unexpectedly, this blood stasis dispelling pill was completely useless, and he just so happened to run into Ming Bao, this lawless person, so it was even more tragic. At this moment, everyone in the cafeteria was whispering to each other behind their backs. They were secretly laughing and talking about this crown prince from the Tsang province. He was mocking him, the crown prince, for being beaten up so badly. Even his father, the Tsangzhou emperor, wouldn't be able to recognize this crown prince if he were to stand in front of him right now. Rong Li flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Duan Yu, but the latter naturally responded with an innocent expression. "Let's go." Rong Li flicked his sleeves and started walking, but before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Deep Leopard. Don't go, big brother Rong Li. Who's your big brother?" Rong Li angrily threw away his hand and snorted coldly. At this moment, he just needed a hole to burrow into. Although his face was beaten out of shape and his eyes were narrowed into slits, he could still feel the burning pain on his face. He wanted to curse out loud. Damn it, if he didn't find out who was the one behind his back, he would definitely take that person's life. No, it's them. It should be a group of people who beat him up last night. At the very least, he could feel several fists of different sizes raining down on his face. He really couldn't figure out who he had provoked. At this moment, Ronli was blocked in the dining hall by Deep Leopard, and his face was so dark that it could drip water. Go away. Don't, big brother Ronli. We haven't seen each other for many years, right? Now that we finally meet, let's sit down and reminisce about old times. If you want to reminisce, find your crown prince to reminisce about old times. I'm not familiar with you. Ronli irritably threw away that guy's hand. Chapter 28:64. Ming Bao pursed his lips and said unwillingly, I don't like talking to that guy. We thought of Ming Yasi's face. Ming Bao felt like he couldn't eat anymore. Ronli really wanted to yell scram at him. But fortunately, the good upbringing in his bones allowed him to forcibly restrain this vulgar word. His Highness Ron Li was about to suffer internal injuries from the stifling. Wow, His Highness Yasi, it's His Highness Yasi. Oh my God, the young sirs from the Qin family are all here. Hurry, hurry, hurry and support me. Why do I feel like my eyes aren't enough to see? The young sirs' outstanding appearances dazzled all the female students present. They were clearly standing in a very ordinary cafeteria, but in their eyes, it was as if they were standing on a hillside filled with flourishing flowers and fluttering willow leaves. Facing them were several extraordinarily handsome young sirs in full bloom. Ah, I heard His Highness the Crown Prince of Tsangzhou was severely injured from the beating. Where is he? Ali followed behind Ming Yasi, and every time he opened his mouth, he would say something that was infuriating. Everyone from Tsangzhou involuntarily wanted to grind their teeth. My apologies, my eldest brother isn't seriously injured. Sorry to disappoint you. Duan Yu turned back to rebuke him with a grin. Ali pursed his lips, but when he saw Duan Yu refuting him, he didn't say anything else. Ming Yasi quickly walked to Mo Lien and looked around before asking with a frown, Where is she? What does it have to do with you? Mo Lien and Duan Yu answered in unison. Our dear Ming Yasi's face darkened. I have something to say to her. Scram. Mo Lien threw him a word. Ming Yasi's handsome face darkened. Mo Lien, speak properly with me. Seeing that they were conversing, Ron Li wanted to circle around them and leave. He really didn't freaking want to continue exposing his ugly side in front of so many outstanding youths. Prince Mo was famous in the 3 provinces because of his extraordinary talent in weapon refinement. Could it be that Ron Li, was going to be famous because he was beaten up? Hey, big brother Ron Li, big brother Ron Li. Underworld Leopard didn't give up and continued to block his path. Ron Li's face was so ugly that it was about to emit a yellow light. What are you doing? If it were any other time, his stern shout and glare would definitely be able to intimidate many people. But now he had been beaten so badly that the bruises on his face couldn't be removed. The slits in his eyes couldn't be opened at all. How could he still widen his eyes to show his majesty? However, it made his narrowed eyes look especially comical. Ha 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 ha. Little Fatty suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone turned to look at him as if they were looking at a brave warrior. To be able to laugh out loud in front of the Crown Prince of Tsang Province without giving him any face, he was truly courageous. Look, he can't even open his eyes. Ron Li's face was red with shame and anger. Su Yunyang couldn't help scolding. How dare you? Even the Crown Prince of Tsang Province is throwing his weight around in our divine province? Mo Yin glanced at Su Yunyang in displeasure. Duan Yu said with a chuckle, Since we're all in the same academy, then there's only the difference between schools and students. We're all classmates, so at least we're all equal in the academy. There's no such thing as being impudent or not. Ron Li turned his head and forcefully squeezed out of the crowd. He simply didn't want to waste any more words with them. He had lost a lot of face. Chapter 28:65. Ming Bao still wanted to go up and pull him back, but Ba Shu and the others rudely blocked him. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Conduct himself with what dignity? He really was a guy who couldn't take a joke. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and stormed off in a huff. Ming Bao harumphed and scooted over to the Duke of Eternal Peace's heir, Mo Lu. He tugged at his sleeve and said, Lu, let's not play with Ron Li in the future. He really is a miser who can't afford to play. Humph. Mo Lu couldn't help but facepalm. Today, Sanzhou's crown prince was utterly humiliated in this cafeteria. His heart was probably about to bleed from holding it in. "Let's go eat," Duan Yu muttered before walking up to the private room on the second floor. When the greasy youth, Xing Tianyang, who was glaring covetously from the side, saw this, he hastily howled and wanted to pounce over, but he was stopped by two men in black who suddenly appeared. "Fuck, how many days has it been since that person bathed? His body is about to grow fur and stink to death." Little Fatty pinched his nose and followed Duan Yu and the others upstairs. The group sat down in the private room and ordered more than a dozen dishes. They chatted as they ate. "What's up with his face?" Mo Yin couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she recalled Rong Li's wretched appearance. Last night, he discovered Little Fatty and the others sneaking out, so he followed them and took care of several hidden sentries that Rong Li had placed in the shadows. Hence, Prince Mo played a significant role in why Little Fatty, Qi Xian, and the others were able to beat up Rong Li so easily. Duan Yu picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Thank you, everyone, for standing up for me." Qi Xian waved her hand as she ate. Jojo said he was going to beat him up. Then the wound on his face hasn't healed even now because Duan Yu said exasperatedly, "Jojo even left behind medicine?" Lu Yu quickly shook his head. "Jojo didn't leave it behind on purpose. It's just that we have many different kinds of medicinal powders on us. Every time Jojo made a variety of strange powders, he would make a lot of them at once. They were in a favorable position, so when they saw something useful, they would take a portion for themselves. This time, while beating Rong Li violently, he had drugged him with a special powder that would aggravate his injuries and prevent his bruises from dispersing. As for why Rong Li felt that he couldn't use his spiritual energy, it wasn't because Little Fatty and the others had such a powerful powder. This was all thanks to Prince Mo, who had secretly sealed Rong Li's spiritual energy. Otherwise, if Rong Li had made a ruckus, how could the Little Fatty and the others have been beaten up so smoothly and quietly? Prince Mo, who was adding fuel to the fire, felt that whatever his wife wanted to do was also his business, so he had to help without holding back. At the same time, he also wanted to let his wife's group of friends have a good time. Duan Yu laughed heartily. "I've been back in Sanzhou for so long, but this is the first time I've seen Rong Li's face contort from anger. Haha, now that I think about it, it's hilarious. How long can the wound on his face last? It has to last until Jojo returns." Qi Xian picked up some food with her chopsticks and stuffed it in her mouth as she mumbled, "We've toiled for half the night, so we definitely have to let Jojo see the results of our battle." Duan Yu and Mo Lien were both speechless. It turned out that the main reason they used this special powder was because Jojo wasn't at the academy right now, so they had to wait for Jojo to inspect the results when he returned. "Take out all the weapons on you," Mo Lien said indifferently. Chapter 2866. Before setting off for the Sun Moon Secret Realm, I'll help you reforge your weapons. Everyone was overjoyed and hastily took out their weapons, placing them in front of the Crown Prince one by one. The Crown Prince put them away into his inner world one by one and nodded at them. "I need some time." "No rush, take your time," the Little Fatty said with a grin. "In any case, you won't need them at the academy for the next few days." Mo Lien nodded. Okay. Everyone chatted idly for a while. When they finished eating and came out of the private room, they bumped into the young masters and misses of the Qin estate in the neighboring room. Crown Prince Lien and Prince Chun are both here. Eldest young Sir Qin greeted them with a grin. Mo Lien and Duan Yu both looked at them expressionlessly. Were these people retarded? They had just met at the dining hall's entrance half an hour ago. Was there a need to put on a fake expression as if they had just met? Did the little stoic really return to the sovereign capital? Eldest young Sir Qin asked nonchalantly as he blinked. What does it have to do with you? Duan Yu and Mo Lien actually said the same thing at the same time. The two of them looked at each other, their beautiful eyes glaring at each other in annoyance. How is it none of my business? Ming Yasi strode towards them from the end of the corridor. I have an extremely important matter to discuss with her. This concerns our future. Prince Mo almost retorted with vulgarities, and a cold glint appeared in his phoenix eyes. What future do you have with my wife? Truly a baffling fellow who lingered around like a ghost. She hated him from the moment she saw him. He was simply 10,000 times more annoying than Duan Yu. If Duan Yu could hear Prince Mo's inner thoughts, he might laugh out loud. Sigh, sigh. She didn't expect herself to be such a perfect person in Prince Mo's eyes. Ming Yasi's face darkened as he icily said, I don't want to talk to you. I only want to talk to her. And Mo Lien really wanted to punch this person in the face. Hey, don't be like this. Nether Leopard leapt out from the side, grinning as he blocked Prince Mo and Nether Yaswei. Let's talk things out. There's nothing to say to him. Mo Lien and Ming Yasi said one after another. Prince Mo couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why are you saying the same thing as everyone else today? Actually, we're all from the same academy. Before Ming Bao could finish his sentence, a loud explosion came from above the cafeteria. A slender figure fell down from the hole in the roof like a storm. He landed heavily on the ground. To be more precise, he stepped on an unlucky guy and fell to the ground in a flash. The place where they landed just happened to be on the stairs. Thus, more than half of the wooden stairs were smashed down by the two of them, and the wooden fragments were scattered everywhere. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, Ming Yasi, the young masters of the Qin estate, and the late Mu Xingchen. All the onlookers in the cafeteria were stupefied. Their gazes landed on a stoic and expressionless Sir Jojo patting the dust off his body. At the same time, they revealed extremely speechless expressions. Were they dreaming right now? That figure that fell from the sky just now was our little stoic classmate, right? Her calm and expressionless face involuntarily made them wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them just now. Fragmented Dreams. Chapter 2867. Due to the destruction of the stairs, Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and Ming Yasi, who were currently standing in the second-floor corridor, could only use the jumping method to descend the stairs. Sir Jojo was truly the center of attention right now. The little fellow stood at the bottom of the dining hall's wooden staircase. As she surveyed her surroundings, everyone's gazes uniformly landed on her. Our dear Jojo was expressionless as she calmly turned around. However, Mo Lien seemed to have noticed something. Her expression shifted, and she abruptly jumped down from the railing. Duan Yu, the little fatty, Qi Xian, and the rest also jumped down after her. Jojo, Mo Lien arrived beside Arbor in a flash. Just as she reached out to hold her waist, the little fellow's complexion paled, and she abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Jojo, Qi Xian, and the rest reflexively exclaimed. Jojo was fine a moment ago, but she turned around and spat out blood in the next second. What's going on? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. And nothing. A severe glint flashed through Arbor's eyes. The person who hurt me is already dead. Her words implied that she had already taken revenge with her own hands. Everyone didn't understand the reason. Although they really wanted to ask what was going on, their hearts instantly tightened when they saw how she drowsily leaned into Mo Lien's arms after saying that. They quickly asked at once, Is Jojo injured? Quickly carry her back to Dongling Garden. I'm fine. I am just a little tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Arbor drowsily fell asleep. Masta, the sapling Chochio's call and her conscience gradually faded into the distance like a hazy shadow. Alarmed, Mo Lien quickly carried the little lady and turned ahead for Dongling Garden. Go, inform Minter Zheng of the pill hall to come over and take a look. Qi Xian and the little fatty quickly rushed out of the dining hall to find Minter Zheng for treatment. Please wait, I could take a look at the Crown Princess first. Mo Lien had just arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria with Arbor in her arms when she heard the sound. She immediately turned around and looked into Dou Fenghua's dark eyes. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Mo Lien thought for less than a second and nodded at him. This young master, Dou, came from a medical family and was once the last disciple of the Celestial Medical Valley's Old Valley Master. His medical skills were naturally recognized by others. Since Dou Fenghua had volunteered to take a look at his Jojo, he naturally agreed. Young Master Dou quickly walked to the two people's side and indicated for Prince Mo to carry them to the stool next to the dining table. At this moment, no one in the cafeteria made a sound. They held their breaths as they watched the scene before them. To hell with it. A minute ago, this stoic face was still full of vigor and vitality. Now, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't look well. At this moment, when the Qin estate's eldest and second young masters saw the man's corpse at the top of the stairs, their expressions also changed slightly. The two of them looked at each other before shifting their gazes back to the corpse. That man's face had been completely caved in by a punch. His sternum had also caved in, and several ribs had pierced through his skin just like that. His death looked extremely gruesome. If it weren't for the eagle totem on his shoulder that revealed his identity, the two young masters of the Qin estate really wouldn't have recognized that this person was actually a loyalist by their father's side. What happened? Could it be that this loyalist beat Jojo until he spat out blood? Chapter 2868. It's truly strange that the crown princess doesn't have any traces of external injuries on her body, Do Fenghua muttered to herself. And Mo Yin's heart thumped, and he imperceptibly pulled Jojo's wrist back and lifted her up again. He nodded at Do Fenghua and asked, "Are there any internal injuries?" "There are some internal injuries, but the crown princess should have taken some self-made medicine, so her current condition is still considered good." "That's good." Mo Yin's expression relaxed slightly. He was so anxious earlier that he lost his composure and forgot how terrifying Jojo's super recovery ability was. This point naturally couldn't be revealed to outsiders. So, Mo Yin said to Do Fenghua, "Many thanks. Your Highness is too courteous. I wasn't of much help." Do Fenghua cupped her hands and took a step back. Although the crown princess has taken some good pills, her body is still rather weak now. It would be better for your Highness the Crown Prince to send her back to recuperate as soon as possible. Mo Yin nodded. As he dashed out the door, he transmitted to Duan Yu. Those two from the Qin family have strange expressions. "Stay here." Duan Yu, who had already run to the door, suddenly paused. He frowned when he glanced at those two fellows from the Qin estate who were trying their best to maintain their composure. And Mo Yin, this guy was so observant that he was practically as meticulous as dust. During the chaos, just now, Duan Yu thought that he was completely focused on Jojo, but he didn't expect this guy to be able to detect even the slightest of everyone's expressions. This kind of insight simply made one's hair stand on end. Duan Yu leisurely sat down at the dining table and smiled at eldest young Sir Qin across from him. "Eldest young Sir Qin, second young Sir Qin, from your expressions, it seems like you too recognize this corpse on ground. Can you tell us who this corpse is?" A tossed stone raised 1,000 ripples, and everyone simultaneously turned to look at the young sirs from the Qin estate. Fifth young Sir Qin was baffled, and he also turned to look at his eldest and second brother. He sneered, "Your Highness Oak, don't speak without thinking, all right? This person's face has already been beaten so badly that it's unrecognizable. Who can recognize him?" "Really?" Duan Yu gestured with his eyes, and a black-clothed youth immediately ran out from the back of the crowd. He nimbly squatted down next to the corpse and started rummaging through it. "What are you doing?" Eldest Qin's eyelids twitched. Soon, that youth in black dragged the corpse in front of Duan Yu and pointed at the totem mark on the corpse's shoulder. "Your Highness, this should be the mark of a certain clan's loyalist." Duan Yu had already guessed it. Since they were loyalists, they naturally wouldn't carry any items with clan characteristics. Duan Yu looked at the silent Omega Katoku young master with a sarcastic smile and asked, "Second young master, this couldn't be one of your loyalists, right? What nonsense are you babbling about?" Qin Xian abruptly looked up and coldly glanced at Duan Yu. Duan Yu glanced at him wordlessly with a smile. "This should be a loyalist dispatched by your Qin clan, right? Why?" The Omega Katoku was silent. He also wanted to know why, but he had a vague premonition in his heart this matter should be related to his previous injury, which was caused by Jojo shooting one of his doppelgangers on Seacone Planet to death. At that time, Father flew into a rage and wanted to charge down Seacone Planet to kill the little lady for him. Her father must have recognized her at the palace banquet. That's why he... What right do you have to say that this is our Qin clan's loyalist? Qin Jiao grumbled indignantly. Chapter 2869. Silence hung in the air, and no one bothered with him. Qin Jiao pursed his lips at Duan Yu. Duan Yu, you can't wrong our Qin family. Some of you know very well whether you're wronged or not. Duan Yu said dryly, take this corpse away. Quickly look. At this time, a student suddenly shrieked as he pointed at the corpse lying stiffly on the ground. Duan Yu reflexively turned around to look and saw that the suicide soldier's corpse on the ground was slowly rotting from the inside out, as if it was rotting on its own. Within a short few minutes, a shallow brown substance appeared on the ground, as if some water had been mixed into the mud. It made one's hair stand on end just by looking at it. Such a big person actually turned into a puddle of mincemeat. In an instant, the students who were eating looked at their plates and silently put down their chopsticks. It truly made them vomit their dinner from last night. Duan Yu clapped and laughed, nodding as he praised, good skills, good methods. The Qin estate is worthy of being a century-old patrician family of elixirs. Admirable, admirable. Qin Xian's expression was naturally extremely unsightly, and he turned to leave the dining hall with a flick of his sleeve. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will definitely give you all a complete explanation. The eldest young sir sighed and hastily left with him. On the other side, Prince Mo, who had just returned to Donglin Park, welcomed the Pill Hall's instructor Zheng and another instructor. Instructor, quickly take a look at our JoJo. She vomited blood just now. Qi Xianxian hastily said, her brows completely knitted together. Instructor Zheng quickly went up to check the student's pulse, and then said something similar to Do Feng was. He only said that the little stoic was fine. Her body was full of vitality, and the circulation of spirit energy in her meridians was also very normal. Prince Mo's expression was unperturbed, and he quickly sent a look to the dazed Lu Yu on the side. The latter went up to salute the instructors and exchanged pleasantries along the way before asking the two instructors to leave. Prince Mo breathed a sigh of relief and said to the extremely anxious Qi Xianxian, Jojo is fine. Jojo's recovery ability is extremely strong. I was flustered earlier and forgot about this matter. Don't tell anyone else. All right. Qi Xianxian and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Little ball. Prince Mo's handsome face darkened as he called out. The little treant trembled as it crawled out from behind Arbor's shoulder. Its small eyes, which were as bright as black beans, timidly glanced at the crown prince. What's going on? Prince Mo's cold gaze fell on the little treant, causing it to tremble and shake the two leaves on its head. Master, master, we were attacked. Mo Lien raised her eyebrows. It's a long story. The little treant's two branches touched each other subconsciously. Then speak slowly. The little treant stole a glance at Prince Mo's cold expression and stuttered as it spoke actually. Before noon today, everything was going very smoothly. The little stoic's master expressionlessly accepted the 5,000 spirit coins that the emperor sent as compensation for the employee's leave. Then, she had someone summon the family that had been thrown into jail for no reason and became a mob for a few days. That family's surname was He. They couldn't grow anything in their hometown, so they went to the capital with difficulty to make a living. There were several other families that were in the same situation as them. Their family conditions were especially difficult, and recently, they could only beg to survive. Chapter 2870. At present, he was the only strong man left in the He family. There were so many mouths in the family waiting to eat, and it was hard to find work in the capital. Therefore, he had been mingling with the refugees and beggars for a while. Who would have thought that misfortune never came singly? He was arrested and thrown into jail as a mob, and spent several days in jail for no reason. The 7 or 8-year-old boy from old He's family hid behind his grandmother. His round eyes were filled with childlike innocence as he stared at Arbor. Arbor sized up the strong man and asked, how many refugees like you are there in the campsite? For the peace of the entire sovereign capital, the capital magistrate had set up several campsites in Huanlang district in the western part of the city to separate the refugees that came from the north and south. Life had not reached the point of no return, especially in a place like the Divine Land. It was still considered stable, and there were no zombie outbreaks for the time being. Therefore, even if the refugees were staying in the refugee campsite, they could still eat the hot porridge and rice distributed by the imperial court every few days. Yes, there are many people. The strong man from the He clan hurriedly said, "There are many people who came from our hometown. There are about 40 to 50 of them." Arbor nodded. "I have a job here. I wonder if you are willing to do it." The strong man from He clan was slightly excited as he quickly said, "Crown Princess, please speak." Although he was only an ordinary person, he was full of strength. He believed that as long as he could find a job, he would definitely be able to provide for his family. "I want to hire you to mine Chess Mountain's Spirit Stone Mine." Mining was a strenuous job. As long as they were trained for a day or two and grasped a certain technique, they would be able to mine. "I will pay you 50 spirit coins a day. Are you willing to do it?" The man was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. 50 spirit coins a day was basically enough to feed 2 to 3 people. It was just that they had a lot of family members, both men and women can do it. The two sturdy-looking middle-aged women from the He clan were overjoyed when they heard this. They immediately asked, "Crown Princess, is that true? Can we go mine too?" Generally speaking, there weren't many jobs that women could do, especially when it came to physical labor like mining. Basically, they wouldn't recruit women to work. The little crown princess nodded. 2 days off every month and 5 days off during festivals. "If you do well, I'll reward you. Are you willing to?" Yes. "All right, go to the refugee camp and put up a notice. I want to recruit around 300 people." Arbor's expression was indifferent as he said, "Bring in those with good character. We don't need those who are used to sneaking around." Yes. "Crown Princess, this little one understands." The He clan's burly man nodded excitedly. Arbor turned to glance at Huifeng. "I'll leave it to you." Huifeng rubbed his nose and could only lead the happy family out to handle some matters. Although Annie Jing didn't say it, she truly admired this little crown princess from the bottom of her heart. This young crown prince consort looked cold and didn't seem to be a very kind person in her usual actions. However, everything she did was in the direction of leading people onto the path of the Great Tao. The imperial court's occasional relief could only provide some refugees with basic food and clothing. In essence, the root of the problem was to find them a stable job. This way, they would naturally have a stable source of income every month. They would no longer need to wander around the imperial capital as beggars or refugees. Chapter 2871. In reality, the young couple had already chosen the mining team. The crown prince had already made proper arrangements for the talents in or selection and smelting. If they chose a portion of the Hidden Night Pavilion members with a cultivation base to mine naturally, things would progress at a faster pace. But now, the young crown princess mobilized a portion of ordinary people to mine. Presumably, progress wouldn't be too fast for such a large Chess Mountain spirit mine. However, by doing this, the crown princess really did resolve a headache for the capital magistrate. Aunt Jing curled her lips and suppressed the smile bubbling up from the bottom of her heart, who said that the little stoic crown princess was someone who didn't understand the ways of the world. Her returning the favor would definitely make stubborn Chow burst with joy. "Crown princess, when do you plan to leave?" The young crown princess pursed her lips. Don't think she was stupid. When Eunuch Hu came to deliver the compensation, he asked her a few questions in a roundabout way, all of which were about when she would scram. It was definitely Mo Yin's father who didn't like her and didn't want to see her. He wanted her to scram as soon as possible. "I'll leave right away," the young crown princess said as she stood up. How rare. Did he think she was willing to stay in the imperial capital? Her husband wasn't here, so she wasn't willing to stay a moment longer. Her husband was still hoping for a reunion with Sir Jojo. Humph. The little fellow walked out briskly. "I'll leave after taking a look at Saishio." After a night of rest, Saishio's injuries had recovered a lot. Xiaomu headed to the Kaidai Pavilion to instruct Saishio and Saichi. She also left behind some sacred rice, spiritual vegetables, and fruits for shopkeeper who was beside himself with joy. She said to him, "In a few days, a person with good handwriting will come to work. At that time, have him write the menu and draw the recipe. Manager, whose mouth twitched, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Don't worry, Crown Princess. This lowly one will carefully observe that Zhang family brat. MHM. Arbor responded expressionlessly. Before he left, he said, put the Emperor on the blacklist. Everyone fell to the ground. When Arbor went out, he happened to hear the shopkeeper's head hit the door frame, making a very dull dong sound. She pursed her lips and said to Eunuch Chun, whose eyes were twitching, Mo Lu Sheng is very stingy, not at all like his elder brother Prince Kong. Wasn't it just 5,000 spirit coins from him? Why did he look so eager, as if he couldn't wait for her to never return to the imperial capital? How petty! Unlike Prince Kong, who gave her the entire Half Moon Cliff and the entire Hot Spring Villa. After fiercely ridiculing the great emperor in his heart, Arbor sent a message to Hui Feng, telling him to stay here and finish the recruitment for Chess Mountain Spirit Mine before returning to north-facing Great Forest. Arbor summoned Qing Wan and flew out of the city. She planned to fly for a while and calculate the distance before using the teleportation array. At that time, maybe after a few teleportations, she would be directly teleported to somewhere near the academy. Arbor thought to himself, not long after they left the sovereign capital, they sensed the presence of powerful enemies. What was going on? As if in response to her keen senses, an arrow pierced through the air and arrived behind her in an instant, accompanied by a series of whistling sounds. The instant the little stoic's face darkened, she pressed down on Qing Wan's large head. Qing Wan dodged that sharp arrow with a whoosh and flew up high. There was still time, wait. Chapter 2872. 7 or 8 men of sacrifice in black suddenly rushed out from the outskirts, their eagle-like eyes fixed on Miss Chiao. Although Jojo was a little surprised, at least she didn't look surprised at all. She didn't waste time talking to them at all. She directly shot out several flying needles, scattering them towards the people around her, like a fairy scattering flowers. Jojo didn't even bother to ask stupid questions like, who are you? Who cares who they are? Since they came to kill her, she should be prepared to face death. Arbor's attack was swift and fierce. After a round of flying needles, she instantly drew out hundreds of talismans from her inner world, and without saying anything, she smashed them towards the men in black in front of her. The men of sacrifice in black were smashed by the 5 spirit talismans. Although a few of them managed to dodge in time, they only moved their bodies a little. But 2 of them were wrapped in several thunder spirit talismans and were solidly struck by lightning. Their faces darkened as they fell to the ground, paralyzed. Arbor's fighting spirit was completely aroused by them. Everyone only saw a little girl with a paralyzed face fly down from the back of the Blue Phoenix, and with a flash of a bright longsword in her hand, the sword light attacked their necks. Dense murderous intent approached. A large copper net appeared in the hands of 2 of the men of sacrifice, and the 2 of them worked together to wrap Arbor's head. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mu flew up and delivered a spinning kick, landing squarely on a man's chest. The unlucky man was kicked out by her, and then fell heavily to the ground. The startled swan dagger in Arbor's conscience jumped out with a whoosh, and with lightning speed, it quickly slit a man's neck. Just like that, in less than 5 minutes of fighting, one of their companions died right in front of them. Although they were men of sacrifice for their master, who would want to die when there was a chance to live. But today, the order from the top was to drag the little girl to death, even if he had to drag it out. So none of them could back down, and they had to continue. Even if this girl's methods were swift and fierce, and she wasn't an easy bone to chew. Get out of the way. A deep voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted in an instant, allowing an ordinary-looking middle-aged man to dash in front of Arbor. The man didn't say anything and directly shot a shuttle towards Arbor's face. His method was especially vicious. She wanted to kill her and ruin her face at the same time. Xiao Mu sneered, and she shot out an icicle with a backhand to block his attack. The startled swan dagger spun around the middle-aged man at a speed comparable to light before landing in her hand with a whoosh. A line of blood appeared on the man's arm. On the other hand, A hidden weapon had left a white mark on the back of his hand. How dare he hurt her? Arbor's heart was filled with anger. He reached out his hand to hold down the little white snake that was about to move and said in his heart, "Don't move." She wanted to personally deal with this person who dared to hurt her. Arbor's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he flew forward. The startled swan dagger spun rapidly and stabbed toward the middle-aged man. Huh. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a mocking smile. He waved his hand and set up a spiritual barrier, easily blocking the startled swan dagger's attack. The startled swan dagger stabbed into the spiritual barrier in front of the man. Even if her spiritual energy surged, it still couldn't pierce through this person's spiritual barrier. Clearly, this person's defensive power was above hers, and his cultivation realm was definitely much higher than hers. Chapter 2873. The middle-aged man evidently didn't expect that this little crown princess, who came from the lower star domain, would be so difficult to deal with. When he accepted this mission back then, he had promised the family head that he would definitely take this stoic-faced little girl's head and help his family head vent this resentment. Viciousness flashed through the man's eyes, and he sneered, "It's useless to struggle on your deathbed. Perhaps you'll suffer less if you obediently accept your death." "Are you talking about yourself?" A bunch of icicles abruptly fell from Arbor's fingertips onto the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man's spiritual aura shield's defense was quite strong, so he really couldn't break it completely for the time being. The situation was in a bit of a deadlock. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled at her with a contorted expression. Form the formation. The 7 to 8 people who had scattered gathered together again in a split second and formed a formation with both attack and defense around the little stoic. As soon as this formation was activated, the little fellow felt her vision blur slightly, and several gleaming swords stabbed at her left ribs. The little fellow flew up and kicked one of the swords. Immediately, everything in front of her turned into a series of illusory bubbles and disappeared in front of her. Uffed! The man in black closest to her suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. They probably didn't expect the little stoic to find a way to break through the illusions at the first instant and break their impregnable formation in an instant. The middle-aged man brandished a black, barbed whip in his hand and abruptly lashed it at Xiaomu. Slap! That whip struck a person next to him, infuriating the middle-aged man so much that his eyebrows, eyes, and nose were all twisted together. Everyone attacked together. Master has ordered kill. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be enraged when he saw that they hadn't taken down the little stoic after so long while their side had lost several people in succession. Following his shout, they released several contracted beasts. They circled Arbor in a circle of various sizes, eyeing him covetously. The ferocious beasts pounced up and down, and the black-clothed men's swords struck even faster. Arbor's fingers moved, and he could only continuously throw out talismans to block their attacks. In the blink of an eye, that whip darted out from a crafty angle and landed on Xiaomu's arm with a smack. It instantly numbed her entire arm, and her left hand involuntarily drooped down. Damn it, it was so painful that her entire body trembled slightly. The little fellow was so angry that she was trembling. She was suppressed by the array and couldn't move much. The middle-aged man took advantage of this opportunity to whip her. Not only that, the whip wrapped around her arm did not come down, and the barbs all pierced into her skin. Although the poison smeared on it was not enough to cause her much discomfort, she had never suffered such a great loss in so many years, so she must be very angry. The more this was the case, the more she wanted to use her own battle prowess to deal with this person before her. She's dying. The middle-aged man was very confident in the medicine on his whip. When he saw that Arbor was hit, he couldn't help but exclaim in joy. "You're dead for sure." Arbor stuffed a pill in her mouth with an icy expression. A talisman emitting a purple glow appeared on the tip of her right hand. The middle-aged man thought his eyes were playing tricks on him at first, but then he couldn't help but exclaim, "Purple talisman?" Chapter 2874. A purple shadow flashed past, and an 8 trigrams formation seemed to appear in front of her, firmly binding this middle-aged man within. Supreme Grade Purple Talisman, the Earth Rank 8 Trigrams Binding Talisman. Its effects were marvelous. Once it was activated, anyone below the god realm would inevitably be affected. Boss. Amidst everyone's astonishment, they saw the little stoic charge in front of their boss like a cannonball and land a punch on his face. The man was bound by the 8 trigrams binding talisman, so he naturally couldn't move in the slightest. This punch landed solidly on his face without any obstruction. Everyone could clearly hear the man's bones breaking with a crack. The bridge of his nose was broken, and the punch even caused this middle-aged man's entire face to cave in a bit. The little girl's move instantly made everyone's hair stand on end. Swish! A shadow flashed past, and they discovered that they had rolled out of a dazzlingly bright light screen. At the same time, the startled swan dagger flashed past, taking the life of one of the black-clothed kamikaze soldiers. Fast and precise. Arbor pursed her thin lips and lifted her small hand, expressionlessly touching the blood that was faintly seeping out of her arm. Naive. She coldly uttered this word. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. The 2 black-clothed kamikaze soldiers in front of her didn't hesitate in the slightest and promptly self-destructed in front of her. The light from the self-destruction rushed over. Because the distance was very close, even though Arbor had set up a defensive barrier and countless defensive talisman matrices with a wave of her hand, she still couldn't resist these 2 terrifying forces. After all, these 2 kamikaze soldiers had cultivations above level 10 spiritual masters. As a result, she was unavoidably flung flying, and her internal organs suffered a certain degree of pressure. Cough, cough. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Arbor's lips. She was very clear that her internal organs had been damaged. The more furious she was, the colder and more emotionless her eyes became. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No one is to come out and help me. Her words were so calm that they were almost callous, instantly stopping the saplings, Chio, and the others from jumping out. Master Silver was silently enraged. Purple talismans, purple talismans, purple talismans. Around the little girl's body, purple talismans slowly flashed and floated up one by one. After a flash of purple light, the Vajra talisman attached itself to her hand. Arbor's expression was extremely cold. Die! She pounced on him, her small jade-like hand, which had the Vajra talisman attached to it, coldly hammered his chest. Several of his ribs were instantly broken. The ribs were inserted into the man's heart and lungs in a contorted manner. Large amounts of blood flowed out. However, there was not the slightest bit of humanity in her eyes. Kill him. At this moment, these words were echoing in her mind. It was as if she had gone mad and had fallen into a demonic nightmare. Jojo, the venerable peach blossom immortal, suddenly appeared beside her and reached out to grab her. However, he grabbed nothing but air. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately dragged that person into the teleportation array. The venerable peach blossom immortal had no choice but to follow the talisman array. With a whoosh, Arbor dragged that middle-aged man and teleported countless times, directly to the sky above the academy. After passing through the academy's great defensive array, Arbor actually did not know where she had been teleported to. Her eyes could only see blood. She stepped on that person and suddenly fell from the sky. With a bang, she smashed into something. Fragments flew everywhere. The 8th watch ended. Chapter 2875. After listening to Chio's recount, Emolian was stunned when she learned that the little fellow had been shaken by the impact of the 2 self-detonations. Suddenly, he had the impulse to carry this little girl over and examine her carefully from head to toe. Was the self-detonation a joke? No wonder the little fellow's internal organs were injured and she vomited blood. This arrogant little thing. If not for the fact that she was still in a deep sleep, she would have dragged her out and given her a good beating. How could she be so willful and reckless? She could have chosen to let others help her, right? On second thought, this was the little fellow's personality. She would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent and would never back down. She had always been so proud and aloof. Imo Yin was silent for a long time. Then, she turned to look at the venerable peach blossom immortal who was beside the bed. Qi Xianxian stayed by Arbor's side to take care of her. The rest followed Imo Yin out. Hechen followed beside her. As they walked out, he frowned and said, "I think there might be something wrong with the little girl's state of mind at certain times." Imo Yin stopped in her tracks. Little Fatty and the rest stopped as well. Their burning gazes landed on the venerable peach blossom immortal. Hechen looked at them. In the beginning, when the little fellow was surrounded by a few kamikaze warriors, she behaved very normally. Hechen recalled and said with a heavy expression, "Until the leader of the kamikaze warriors you saw in the dining hall appeared, she was still trying her best to fight with those kamikaze warriors. From the moment the leader of the kamikaze warriors left a white mark on her hand, the little fellow became a little crazy. Yes, a little crazy. From the moment she was surrounded by an array to the moment she tried all ways to break out of the array, her vicious aura began to boil to the extreme. That middle-aged leader used a whip to hit her arm. After she broke free, she was surrounded by countless spirit beasts. Even now, she doesn't let us help her. Why is that?" When he heard Qiuqiu's summary, Imo Yin could still accept it. Now that he heard the details from the venerable peach blossom immortal, Prince Imo became more and more alarmed. It was actually so dangerous. The venerable peach blossom immortal was right. Why did she not allow anyone to help her in such a dangerous situation? That was because at that time, she had completely fallen into a state where she had no friends, no relatives, no one. In her eyes, in the world, and even in her heart, there was no one else. The only thing left was the conviction to kill the other party. Until she was blasted away by someone's self-detonation, this little fellow had completely lost her mind. Ji Chan said with a heavy expression, "I didn't even have time to catch her. You don't know how many purple talismans she threw out back then. She probably used up all of her offensive and supportive purple talismans. Have you all realized that Jojo has a twisted attitude towards getting injured?" The venerable peach blossom immortal pointed out sharply. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of their interactions. This was especially true for Prince Imo. The venerable peach blossom immortal's analysis had brought back a series of memories. He recalled that when they met at the Quoto village market, the hyena that Lu Yexin had released had left 3 bloody scratches on the little girl. How had she dealt with it? She had killed that hyena. Using a cruel method, she had cut open its stomach and left 6 deep, bloody scratches on its body. There was also the 3-set competition in Xixia Valley. Chapter 2876. When the little fellow met the masked Huiyan, a white mark appeared on the back of her hand because of Huiyan's sudden attack. Huiyan was sent flying by his kick on the spot. She was in so much pain that she could not get up. But the little fellow was obviously not satisfied with such an outcome. In the end, she still insisted that Huiyan leave her hand behind. At that time, he only thought that the little fellow did this because she was furious. After all, she usually treated those who liked to jump up and down to provoke her as idiots. Now it seemed that he still did not know her well enough. This little thing seemed to have an almost obsessive pursuit of perfection towards every inch of her skin. She would not allow anyone to harm any inch of her skin. Even if it was just a scratch on the back of her hand, she would not allow it. In other words, no matter how you provoked her verbally, once or twice, she might treat you as an idiot and ignore you. By the 3rd time, she might not be able to bear it and send you flying. But if you hurt her skin, she would completely turn into a demon and fight you to the death. Imo Yin and Hechen silently met each other's eyes, and they both saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. To put it in a deeper way, the little fellow's state was that there was a demon in her heart. It was very disadvantageous for her to go through the 5 spirits reincarnation test when she ascended to the immortal state in the future. East of Dragon Flame City, Qin Estate, Qin Hong was trimming a unique herb in the greenhouse. When he heard footsteps hurriedly coming from behind, he did not turn his head and just said with a cold expression, "Is everything done?" "It failed, master." Qin Hong's originally steady hand was slightly crooked. With a snap, he directly cut off half of the graceful herb with a pair of scissors. The middle of the herb was cut off, and the roots quickly withered. In less than a second, the herb turned into withered branches and withered leaves and drooped down. Qin Hong stared at the scissors in his hand with a pained expression, wishing that he could smash a hole in the person's head. Looking at his master's terrifying expression, the middle-aged man who came to report the news trembled slightly. His eyes trembled slightly, and he immediately lowered his head. Qin Hong threw the scissors on the ground with a bang. Trying to control his anger, he asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "Master," Bingba's life lantern suddenly shattered. "What?" Qin Hong could not believe his ears. He hurriedly lifted his robe and said, "Take me there." Qin Shao was Family Head Qin's right-hand man, so he understood Family Head Qin's intentions very well. Hearing Family Head Qin's words, he hurriedly led Family Head Qin to the small temple where the elite death warriors' life lanterns were enshrined. The two of them hurriedly walked in and saw that there were 4 to 5 rows of life lamps in the small Buddha hall. They were swaying in a special transparent container. The third life lamp in the last row had completely disappeared. The corners of Qin Hong's mouth drooped. His shrewd old eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. What message did the life lantern miniature receive? Zither Grass waved his hand, and the scene in the life lamp miniature jumped out. However, the life lantern miniature could only intercept a small portion of information, so the two of them could only watch in trepidation as the little stoic in the projection stared at Bingba, as if she was looking at a dead person, and punched Bingba's cheek so hard that it caved in. "What kind of power is this?" Qin Hong exclaimed. Qin Grass couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Chapter 2877. Originally, he was planning to personally lead a team to exterminate this little stoic girl. Later, he thought that the other party was the crown princess of the Divine Province after all. If he personally led a team to look for trouble, it would be fine if they didn't investigate, but once they did, he would also be implicated. At that time, perhaps the family head would push him out to be the scapegoat to protect the family clan. Hence, he didn't wade into this muddy water and had Bingba lead a dozen kamikaze soldiers to surround the little stoic. Now that he thought about it, it was truly fortunate that he didn't go. Otherwise, who the hell knew if he could withstand the little stoic's powerful punch? The two of them didn't see the subsequent scene of the little stoic flinging out countless purple talismans from the life lamp miniature. However, the punch that caved in Bingba's cheekbone already made them extremely shocked and gloomy. "Why is it like this?" Qin Hong muttered to himself. Then, as if a divine light flashed in his mind, he cried out in surprise, "I didn't expect that after eating rice for so many years and walking so many paths, I would actually be deceived by this little girl. She isn't the weak little level 3 spiritual master she looks like. She definitely isn't." Qin Mu shouted angrily. This little brat really deceived everyone so bitterly. Qin Mu carefully thought about it. Indeed, the power of that little girl's punch that appeared in the life lamp miniature just now was able to cave in the cheekbone of a level 15 great spiritual master like Bingba. Evidently, her strength was about the same as Bingba's. "She's a level 15 great spiritual master." Qin Hong roared angrily and smashed his fist on the wooden pillar beside him. "That darn brat. We were deceived by her. She must have some magic treasure that conceals her aura or a talisman that lowers her cultivation realm. If he had known earlier that this damn brat was a level 15 great spiritual master, he definitely wouldn't have just sent Bingba, a level 15 great spiritual master, to deal with her. Thinking about it, if he sent so many kamikaze soldiers after a mere level 3 spiritual master, they should have been able to take her head, right? However, they didn't. The more Qin Hong thought about it, the angrier he became. His fingers clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. "Despicable," Qin Mu said angrily. After being surrounded by kamikaze soldiers this time, the little stoic would definitely be more cautious. It might be difficult to find an opportunity to intercept and kill her when she was alone. "Patriarch." At this moment, Qin Grass interrupted him with a trembling voice. He bent over and handed over a communication jade talisman. Yes, young master sent a message. Qin Hong's face was cold. He took the communication jade amulet and glanced at it. He was so angry that he smashed the communication jade amulet on the ground. Damn it. What was going on with this little stoic? Even if he could fly, it was impossible for him to reach the Royal Academy from the Imperial capital so quickly. But now, Xian had sent him a message asking him what was going on. It was obvious that she knew what he had done. Xian also warned him not to act again and forbade him from sending any more men to deal with Arbor. Yes, it was a warning. It was an angry reprimand. He could imagine his son, who had always been calm and composed, flying into a rage in the royal school. To be honest, Qin Hong was in a very bad mood after giving his son such a warning. Why did he do so much? Wasn't it to avenge the destruction of his clone? Why did his son not appreciate his kindness and blame him for acting on his own accord? Damn it! Qin Hong paced up and down the room. Chapter 2878. He glanced at Qin Chao solemnly. Go to the outskirts to inquire again. We must erase all traces of our actions. Qin Chao promptly nodded in agreement and led the group to the outskirts. On the other side, Mu Qingya had Mu Liang lead a group of elite disciples from the Mu family and hastily rush out of the imperial capital. They searched the outskirts, but didn't find any traces of the little stoic. How can there be no one? Mu Qingya asked anxiously. Have you notified Master? We've already notified Madam. Mu Qingya stomped her feet in anxiety. Sai, what exactly is going on? Why would someone attack Jojo in the outskirts without rhyme or reason? Madam, this place is very dangerous. You had better return first, Mu Liang said with a troubled expression. He also sighed ruefully in his heart. Madam truly cares a lot about Miss Qiao. As soon as she heard a subordinate report that Miss Qiao was ambushed not long after leaving the capital, she immediately rushed over and wouldn't listen to him no matter how he persuaded her. Seeing her so worried, Mu Liang casually comforted her. Miss Qiao is blessed by the heavens, so she should be fine. I hope so. Mu Qingya paced back and forth anxiously beside Mu Liang. If something happens to Jojo, how am I going to explain it to Xingchen and her deceased mother? Madam, she'll be fine. Mu Liang tried to persuade him again, but he really did not have anything else to say. He turned around and ordered the Mu clan's elite disciples beside him to go further away and search for the person. Madam, don't worry. His Majesty already knows about this matter. Just now, he sent quite a few people to search everywhere. They only found traces of a battle, but there weren't too many bloodstains there. Miss Qiao is probably fine. Mu Liang sighed ruefully in his heart. A biological mother and daughter were nothing more than this. Madam was truly a kind-hearted and good woman. She could even treat the former Madam's daughter so well with all her heart. She was just an ordinary woman, but she rushed over to deal with her stepdaughter's matter with all her heart. It really was hard on her to be so worried to this extent. Mu Liang, send people further away and search carefully. Maybe Qiao Qiao got hurt when she was fighting with someone and ran far away. Yes, madam. Mu Liang sent 2 disciples of the Mu family to protect the woman while he led his men to mount his horse. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes couldn't help but turn cold and his mouth let out a surprised and bewildered cry. Madam, it's Eldest Miss. Why would Eldest Miss suddenly appear here? Mu Rochuan, who had just walked out of the teleportation glyph array, looked a little disheveled. Where was the image of a delicate and charming young lady from before? Eldest Miss. Mu Liang urged his horse and rushed over. He quickly dismounted and subconsciously reached out to support Mu Roxian. Mu Rochuan swung her arm and pushed away Mu Liang's support. There were abrasions all over her face and body. Her hair and face were stained with something unknown. At this moment, she looked as miserable as a beggar. There was no trace of her former elegance, coldness, and nobility. Mu Qingya's eyes narrowed, and she hurried forward. Xianer, what's wrong with you? How did it end up like this? Where are you from? When Mu Rochuan saw her mother, she suddenly burst into tears and rushed over to hug her mother, Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya's body stiffened slightly. Don't wait for me. I probably won't finish updating until midnight. Chapter 2879. She was probably not used to her daughter's fragile state. Mu Qingya gently pushed Mu Rochuan away and looked at her lovingly. Child, what happened? Don't panic. Tell mother. Mu Rochuan didn't sense anything wrong and continued to hug her mother tightly as she cried, Mother, mother. It really wasn't easy for her to make the journey. At first, she just wanted to come back to see her mother, talk to her, and tell her what was on her mind. But she didn't expect that there would be a slight deviation when she passed through the great north-facing forest. The teleportation talisman array sent her to the great north-facing forest. Left with no choice, she could only fight her way out of the encirclement. She had nearly used up all the talismans she had on her to travel all the way from the Royal Academy to the Imperial capital. The moment she saw Mu Qingya, all the grievances and depression in her heart turned into deep sadness. All she wanted to do was to snuggle into her mother's embrace and seek comfort. Mu Qingya's expression stiffened. She raised her right hand in the air for a long time before it came down with difficulty. She patted her daughter's shoulder and said with a smile, Shinner, what's wrong with you? You're not like your usual self. Don't cry first. Finding your sister is more important. Mu Qingya gently pushed her away again and looked at her lovingly with a warm expression. When your sister left the Imperial capital this afternoon, she was ambushed by a group of unknown death warriors. Her whereabouts are unknown now. She's dead. Mu Rochuan suddenly shrieked. Her abnormal behavior made Mu Qingya frown slightly. A faint trace of displeasure slid through her heart. She shook her head and said, Jojo is blessed by the heavens. Of course she'll be fine. Mu Rochuan subconsciously clenched her fists. Mother, I have something to tell you. You suddenly came back from the Imperial Academy. Something must have happened, but your matter isn't urgent. Find your sister first. Sister. Since when do I have a sister? Mu Rochuan's face suddenly twisted. She couldn't help but shout, Mother, have you forgotten that I'm the one who crawled out of your stomach? That so-called sister has nothing to do with us at all. Mu Qingya looked at her in shock. What did you say? How can you say that? Isn't that so? She was just a wild child that no one wanted. She had never been loved by a father or mother since she was young. Mother, why do you have to curry favor with her? Is it because she is different from before and is now the crown princess of the Divine Land? Slap. Mu Qingya's right hand trembled as she stared in shock at her daughter, who had a somewhat sinister expression on her face. She simply could not believe that these words actually came out of her daughter's mouth. Was she bewitched? Why would he say that? Mu Rochuan couldn't believe that her mother would slap her in the face for the sake of another family's child. She screamed, Mother, I'm your biological daughter, aren't I? Why do you only think about protecting her and not think about your own daughter? For her, you can hit me like this. Are you still my mother? Mu Rochuan glared angrily at Mu Qingya before turning around and running towards the Mu estate. Eldest young miss, Nanny Chiu called out from behind her. Chapter 2880. Mu Qingya was also completely stunned, as if she couldn't understand her daughter's current behavior. She was frozen on the spot. Madam. Nanny Chiu hurriedly comforted her. Eldest miss was just momentarily distracted. She didn't mean to contradict you, madam. This servant sees that eldest miss's complexion is a bit off. Madam, you should hurry back to the Mu residence to see how eldest miss is doing. Mu Qingya naturally also saw that Mu Rochuan's situation was very strange. She was also somewhat worried about her daughter, but she was very worried about Jojo if she didn't personally follow up. Mu Liang noticed Mu Qingya's hesitation, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Don't worry, madam. We'll do our best to search for Miss Qiao, and we'll absolutely not be careless and miss any search area. Mu Qingya smiled and nodded. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mu Liang. You're too polite, madam. Mu Liang was flattered and hurriedly cupped his fists again. Mu Qingya was ultimately still worried about her daughter. Nanny Chiu helped her into the carriage, and they headed to the Mu residence. Shortly after entering the residence, Mu Qingya brought Nanny Chiu and the others to her daughter's Lotus Pavilion court. Mu Qingya frowned in confusion when she was told that her daughter had locked herself in her room after returning. Not long ago, when her daughter left the Mu residence to go to the Royal Academy, she still looked happy and excited, as if she yearned for the academy life. But who knew that in just a few days, she would run back as if she had suffered all kinds of grievances. Mu Qingya sighed and pushed open the door to her daughter's room to enter. Xian'er, what's wrong with you? Mu Rochuan was so angry that she had covered herself in the blanket and was sobbing softly. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but cry out, "You don't even acknowledge me as your daughter. Why are you still looking for me?" Mu Qingya couldn't help but be stunned. "Why don't I acknowledge you as my daughter? Xian'er, don't throw a tantrum anymore." Mu Qingya reached out to pull the blanket off her daughter. Looking at her red eyes from crying, she frowned and said, "But someone in the academy has wronged you." Mu Rochuan burst into tears. "Mother, there's a crack in my Dantian's spiritual void realm." "What?" Mu Qingya's expression changed slightly as her gaze turned unpredictable. "A crack has appeared in your spiritual void realm?" "Yes, it's because of her, that so-called bullshit sister." Mu Rochuan couldn't help but grit her teeth and cry out, "It's because of her that my state of mind was affected. That's why. She recounted everything that had happened in the academy, including the conversation that Shi Yongxian had with her. She told her mother everything without missing a single word. She poured out all her grievances, discomfort, shock, and hatred to her mother like she was pouring out all her bitterness. She thought that her mother would definitely comfort her, but who would have thought Mu Qingya looked at her with an indifferent expression. After a long while, she said, "So, you believe that the reason why your spiritual void realm ruptured is because your sister is especially outstanding. This matter has agitated you?" Mu Rochuan only felt that her mother's words were extremely grating, and her expression changed several times. She couldn't help but defend herself forcefully. She's an orphan who has no parents and has wandered on Seacombe Planet for so many years. What does she have to compare with me? Silly. Mu Qingya looked at her daughter coldly. Chapter 2881. Your spiritual ruin mirror was damaged because of your unstable state of mind. How can you blame it on your sister? Your sister is an Earth-ranked talisman master. Your sister knows how to draw teleportation talisman arrays because she learned it herself. Why are you jealous of her? I'm not jealous of her. Mu Rochuan defended herself. She's nothing. She's just a pitiful little worm who has been wandering in the lower star domain for many years. Right. How could you be jealous of such a pitiful little worm? Mu Qingya shook her head. Xian'er, you're too eager for quick success and refuse to admit your mistake. Looking at her mother's disappointed expression, Mu Rochuan could not help but burst into tears. She was only a 17-year-old girl after all. Her tolerance was not as strong as she thought. All right, don't cry. Mu Qingya sighed helplessly and hugged her daughter. She patted her gently on the back twice. It's not like there's no way to fix the crack in the spiritual void realm. You just need to find the herbs and get an alchemist above the black rank to refine a sky-mending pill for you. Mother, I'm really not jealous of her. All right. Mu Qingya nodded with a smile. She knew that the girl was thin-skinned and could not put down her pride, so she went along with her. Xian'er, you have to remember that your sister is a talented person. You have to be on good terms with her. You're not allowed to say things like what you said today about a pitiful little wild child in the future. Mu Rochuan sobbed and nodded. She felt a little vexed and regretful. She had said those things to Arbor in front of so many people. If these words were to reach Arbor's ears, things would not end well. All right, Mu Yang and the rest are not outsiders. They will not spread it. However, you have to be more careful with what you say in the future. Besides, Jojo is your sister. How can you have such thoughts about your sister and say such things? Mu Qingya patted the back of her daughter's hand. You can't write two Mu characters with one stroke. You and your sister are the legitimate daughters. You have to support the entire Mu family together in the future. The higher she goes, the better the Mu family and you will be. Don't listen to her childish words. She always wants to distance herself from our Mu family. As long as the old master is here, this relationship can't be clear at all, you know? Mu Qingya kindly tidied up her daughter's hair and smiled faintly at her. You were right to reject that cunning Shi Yongqian. You don't have to interact with that kind of person in the future. You and Jojo are family. Don't be instigated by outsiders and do something stupid. Mother, I understand. Mu Rochuan lowered her head and said, Xian you don't have to feel inferior. She thinks that her status is inferior to your sister's. Mother never told you, but you've been engaged since you were young. Your future husband is not much worse than the crown prince of the divine prefecture. Mu Rochuan seemed to have been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at her mother and asked in a trembling voice, Mother, what are you talking about? You left in a hurry before, so Mother forgot to tell you. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to visit you at the academy and tell you about this. Since you're back, I'll tell you. Chapter 2882. Xian, you're also the future crown princess. The crown princess of the underworld region. I'm impossible. Mu Rochuan's eyes widened as she looked at her mother in disbelief. Silly child, why is it impossible? Mu Rochuan smiled. This marriage has been decided long ago. However, the underworld region's crown prince left the underworld region for some reason and has never returned. Oh, that's right. The two of you should have met in the academy, right? Mu Qingyao looked at her gently. Recently, Mother received a letter from the underworld region's imperial noble consort. This matter has been preliminarily decided. Impossible. Mu Rochuan stood up with a slightly agitated expression. Mu Qingyao saw that she didn't seem very happy about this marriage and couldn't help but frown. It's said that the underworld region's crown prince is a man of striking appearance and extremely talented. What are you dissatisfied about? Isn't the reason why you were affected by your sister, causing your mind to be unstable and the spiritual void realm to crack partly, because your sister has been suppressing you in every way ever since she returned to the divine continent? Not only is her talent more outstanding than yours, even her status is more noble than yours. As long as you marry the underworld region's crown prince, you'll be the official underworld region's crown princess in the future. I don't even know this person. Mu Rochuan couldn't help but cry out agitatedly. I am not marrying. Mother, don't randomly matchmake me. Mu Qingyao couldn't help but find it funny when she saw her anxious and angry appearance. How is Mother randomly matchmaking you? The marriage contract between you and the underworld region's crown prince was written a few years ago. She took out a yellow storage talisman from her pocket and took out an exquisitely carved ebony box. She handed it to Mu Rochuan. Take a look at this marriage contract. Mu Rochuan opened the ebony box with trembling hands and took out a slightly yellowed marriage contract that had the fragrance of ink. She read line by line and felt her vision darken. The marriage contract was written very clearly. It was a promise made by the imperial noble consort Lu to thank the Mu family for saving her. When her son came of age 20 years later, he would come and ask for the Mu family's eldest daughter's hand in marriage. The marriage contract didn't specify what kind of favor it was. No, I have no feelings for this underworld crown prince. I don't even know him. I won't marry him. Mu Rochuan threw the marriage contract out. Mu Qingyao's expression changed several times. She looked at her daughter coldly. Xian you're too willful and reckless. Your father is also aware of this matter. Your marriage is already set in stone. After you return to the academy, you should spend more time with the underworld crown prince. You don't have to say anything. Seeing that her daughter still wanted to refute, Mu Qingyao raised her hand to stop her. Partners are all born from experience. If you don't spend more time with Ming Province's crown prince, how do you know that he won't be your future husband? Besides, there is already a marriage certificate as proof. You are his woman when you are alive, and you can only be a ghost of the Ming family when you die. Mu Rochuan's face turned pale, as if she was struck by lightning. Mother actually said such decisive words to her, not giving her any leeway to refute. Royal Academy, Donglin Garden Wen. Xiao Mu woke up from her daze. She reflexively activated her inner vision and carefully examined the object enveloped by the hazy mist inside her spiritual mound. This thing looked a bit like a white duck egg. Could it be that she accidentally swallowed some egg? She hurriedly dug out the 2 white duck eggs and heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that she was a bit nervous. 8-night watch ended. I'll adjust the time tomorrow and sleep to sleep. Chapter 2883. Looking at the perfectly intact egg in her hand, Arbor thought to herself that she was seriously ill. Why did she think that she had eaten an egg by mistake? She focused her mind and carefully looked at the foggy thing in her spiritual mound realm for a while. After distinguishing it again, she felt that the thing that was tightly wrapped in the fog did not look like a white duck egg, but more like a spherical object. What was it? She could not figure it out, and at this moment, her divine sense had automatically withdrawn from her inner sight. She retracted her gaze, but her gaze was somewhat dazed as it landed in front of her. Strange. When did she return to her own room in Donglin Garden? The little guy turned over and sat up, looking around. He lifted the blanket and was about to jump down when he felt his little head become dizzy. She quickly leaned against the bed frame and gently massaged her swollen forehead. It was already 10 o'clock in the night. Why was Donglin Garden so quiet, without any sound of people? Could it be that Qi Xian and the rest had not returned from class? Arbor held onto the stool beside the bed and stood up. She did not dare to shake her head as she felt a little uncomfortable. Why was there no one here? She pushed open the door and walked out. Looking at the empty courtyard, she was a little dazed. Where did Emolian go? The little Emperor Jojo was sick, and there was no one in the house. The little fellow's little face unconsciously scrunched up into a ball. He sat dejectedly on the doorsill, propping up his chin with one hand as he angrily stared at the pitch-black courtyard. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, there was really nothing in the courtyard other than the sound of the wind. Sir Jojo was a little angry. Usually, before the sky turned dark, everyone would have left school. Why was she the only one in Donglin Garden today? Even the kitchen maid, who usually held a spatula and made a fuss, was nowhere to be seen. Jojo was very angry. She puffed up her little face, steadied herself, and slowly stood up, walking towards the courtyard door. She sat on a small stone stool at the courtyard door, hugged her body, and supported her chin with her two little hands, staring at the road in front of her. It was dark and led to the largest cultivation hall in the north of the learning area. No one came over at all. There wasn't even a single star in the dark sky, let alone a moon. It was so dark that he couldn't see the road under his feet. The little fellow became more and more depressed. He lowered his little chin and called out in a muffled voice, "Chio, why is there no one here?" She pursed her lips and lowered her head to lie on her knees. A few minutes later, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Chio, Dien, dirt lump. Arbor suddenly jumped up from the ground. His small face suddenly filled with a layer of nervousness. Her figure flickered as she tried to enter the Paradise Planet. However, she was repelled by a powerful force. Jojo took a few steps back. His little face instantly turned pale, and his heart was in a mess. Chocho, where are you? Little ball. In the past, Chocho would respond to her every call. Even when Chocho was in seclusion, she could still feel a faint connection with Chocho. But now, she suddenly realized in a panic that she couldn't feel anything at all. Chocho. Arbor didn't know what to do now. She jumped down from the small stone stool and suddenly summoned the ferrule from her conscience. She held it tightly in her hand and looked around cautiously. Chapter 2884. What was going on? In reality, she could sense that there wasn't any dangerous aura around her. But she couldn't enter her Paradise Planet. Chocho had also lost contact with her, and Dien and Little Pimple had both disappeared. If they weren't being controlled by someone's spiritual pressure, then WY? Everyone seemed to have disappeared in an instant, which made her suddenly wonder if Chocho and the others had never existed. Was she dreaming? Impossible. Emolian, the little fellow shouted. Duan Yu, Xian. Arbor abruptly turned around and looked at the empty courtyard. When she turned around again, there was still nothing on the pitch-black path. Emolian. Arbor called out everyone's names, but no one answered her. This made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, as if she had returned to the past. She had nothing left, boom. She was horrified and abruptly looked up at the pitch-black night sky. There, It was as if countless star fragments were blossoming, and the brilliant fireworks illuminated the entire courtyard in an instant. The little fellow shrank back a step, her eyes still somewhat shaken. The instant she turned around, she saw Emolien. The tall and slender figure was standing not far behind her, his gaze fixed on her. Jojo was somewhat absent-minded, and she sprinted toward him. Emolien, you! That figure faintly dispersed, as if what she saw just now was merely a shadow. Emolien! Emolien! Jojo shouted loudly as she ran back and forth in the court. She was so anxious that her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her small face was scrunched up tightly. Under the night sky, those clusters of fireworks were like shattered stars within reach. After Arbor ran back and forth in the court for a while, she suddenly paused and dazedly looked at the figure standing at the door to her room. It was Emolien. It was him. His black hair was loosely tied up and fell behind his back. Her plain white brocade robe was as elegant as snow under the brilliant fireworks. Her features were picturesque, elegant, and otherworldly. He stood in the corridor, his eyes as vast as the sea, quietly looking at her. The sparkling fireworks behind him instantly became his background. Sir Jojo shrank his hand, almost as if he did not dare to walk over, until the man opened his arms and made a gesture of hugging her. Without any hesitation, the little fellow ran over and bumped into her arms without any rhyme or reason. It wasn't until her small hands hugged his warm waist that she realized that the person in front of her wasn't an illusion. Emolien, where did you and the others go? Miss Chiao was depressed and a little scared. Just now, she was standing alone at the entrance of the courtyard. That feeling was really uncomfortable. It felt as if the whole world had thrown her away. Emolien, where did you run off to? Why is there no one at home? Where is there? The little fellow looked up. When she saw his calm eyes looking at her, her heart inexplicably trembled slightly. What's wrong? Based on the intuition of a small animal, Sir Jojo inexplicably felt that a storm was coming. Did you feel scared just now? Sir Jojo subconsciously nodded his little head. In the next second, he pressed his lips down and ruthlessly crushed them. Sir Jojo hurriedly reached out to push him, but his hands were held back and pushed against the door with great force. Chapter 2885. When I lost everything, I also felt fear and terror. Emolien bit down hard on her little mouth and pressed his lips against hers, almost whispering. But I almost lost everything today, because you were willful and disobedient. Because of you. His voice was so low that it sounded right by her lips. That storm-like kiss from before was like a spring breeze, and rain the end, soft and gentle, making people feel indescribably uncomfortable. Arbor stuttered for the first time. Then he thought about it, and felt that this situation was a bit off. You did it on purpose. Jojo finally understood and angrily glared at him with a pair of big, black eyes. Then what about Qiuqiu? You deliberately made Qiuqiu and the rest ignore me. Miss Chiao was so angry that her eyes were a bit red. Just now, when Qiuqiu, Dian Dian, and the others ignored her and she couldn't enter Paradise Planet, she really panicked. Since the first day of her rebirth, Qiuqiu had always been by her side. Her relationship with Qiuqiu wasn't something that could be described simply as master and servant. Master, this time I really didn't want to bother with you. It wasn't the crown prince who told me to ignore you. It was me who wanted to cooperate with him, Qiuqiu suddenly said. The little water child in Paradise Planet wanted to go up and cover its mouth, but it was almost too late. Why was this death-seeking child so honest? Couldn't you just push the blame to Prince Mo? Why did you have to admit it yourself? The little dirt lump at the side blinked and nodded repeatedly. Qiuqiu is right, it's right. Little Master should be taught a profound lesson. That's right. We took the initiative to cooperate with His Highness the Crown Prince this time. Miss Chiao's little face was red with anger, and all the hairs on her body stood up. These brats all wanted to rebel, right? Just now. She had called them all, but no one bothered with her. She was really so flustered that she couldn't tell north from south. Emolien leaned close to her lips and looked at her calmly. Jojo, You can trust your friends." As he spoke, he stared deeply into her eyes. Arbor's heart trembled slightly. He said stubbornly, I don't distrust you. I don't trust you, friend. Look at me. What do you see now?" An angry expression, Jojo answered honestly. "What else? You can't hit me. I've already grown up. I can't spank her, but old, anymore." Arbor struggled in his arms. Thinking of this person's past, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "That reminds me," Yin said faintly. Arbor was dumbfounded. He quickly reached out and pushed him. I know why you're angry. I didn't do it on purpose." She was just too angry at that time, so she thought that she must use her own ability to kill those men of sacrifice who came to kill her. But you scared me like this today. You're not good either. You also have to apologize to me." Miss Chow's little face darkened as she nagged. "You have to compensate. I still have to compensate." A figure suddenly jumped out from the shadows of the corridor. "I told you, this little girl, you can't reason with her at all. I have to beat her up today." Chapter 2886. Aunt Master. She saw Yang Shirong suddenly jump out and dash toward her with a dark expression. Arbor hastily shrank back into Yin's arms and tugged at his sleeve. "I can forgive you for scaring me earlier. Persuade Aunt Master to return." With Prince Mo's wit and eloquence, he could definitely pacify Aunt Master Yang with a few words. When Yin ignored her, Sir Jojo felt that his authority as the little emperor had been severely challenged. She glared at him in a huff and hastily hid behind him. "Aunt Master, what are you doing? Everyone is watching." She finally realized that Yin and Duan Yu, these two idiots, had used their presences to isolate everyone earlier. In reality, they were all standing in the shadows and watching her frantically run around to call for them. Simply vile. Yang Shirong ran to her side and pulled the little fellow out from behind Yin without a second word. "Do you know where you were wrong?" Sir Jojo really wanted to shake her head, but the situation forced her to, so she could only nod obediently. "Speak." Jojo shrunk her neck. I shouldn't have tried to show off. But the path of cultivation is filled with tribulations to begin with. You must grow and mature in battle." The more the little fellow spoke, the more fluent she became. "How can a flower in a greenhouse grow? I didn't do it on purpose." However, when she saw Yang Shirong's face turn darker and darker toward the end, she quietly lowered her voice. That's quite reasonable." Dao Wuji couldn't help but chuckle as he ran out to stir up trouble. "It's not that Aunt Master doesn't want you to grow, but you also have to look at the situation. If you fought one-on-one, Aunt Master has nothing to say. But you clearly saw so many kamikaze warriors besieging you. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. So why didn't you call for help? Peach Blossom clearly wanted to help you. So why did you have to stop her?" A certain venerable immortal called Peach Blossom looked at Aunt Master Yang in bewilderment. "Aunt Master, I've emphasized to you many times that I'm not called Peach Blossom. I'm called Shurchin. Also, Peony and Ginkgo, why didn't you ask them to come out and help? You've already been beaten up by the crowd, yet you're still trying to show off. Is this the way of cultivation you speak of?" The 2 sisters, Peony and Ginkgo, looked at each other silently before looking at the venerable Peach Blossom immortal with sympathy. Jojo's martial uncle had categorized the Peach Blossoms into the ranks of the sisters. Peach Blossom, Peony, Ginkgo, these were all very normal titles. Why did it sound like a brothel in martial uncle's mouth? Damn, you weren't fighting with anyone at all. You were being one-sidedly ganged up on, Duan Yu said irritably. "Jojo, ask yourself honestly. Was it purely because you didn't want us to help? Yuan Shurchin sighed. "No, you don't remember us at all." Xiao Mu's heart sank with a thump. At that time, when Xiuqiu called you, you blurted out the words to stop it. Do you know the reason? Yuan Shurchin gazed deeply at her. "You weren't conversing with Xiuqiu at all." "No." Arbor shuddered and reflexively refuted Yuan Shurchin. "You had already entered a demonic state at that time, so you didn't remember us at all. We could have helped you." So they punished her and made her experience what it was like to have no friends or family. They wanted her to firmly remember today. Chapter 28 87. The reason why she had rejected Chocho so quickly was just as Shurchin had said. That was because she was talking to herself and not Chocho. That sentence, "Don't let anyone help me," was the best description of her thoughts at that time. She didn't need anyone's help. She didn't need anyone's help. Even if she was alone, she could solve everything. "Jojo, you're no longer alone." Yang Shirong reached out and smoothed her hair, a trace of affection in her eyes. "Seeing that you're the birthday girl today, I'll remember this beating for now. If you do it again, I'll beat you up too." Qi Xian, who was at the side, couldn't help but rush forward and hug her tightly. She reached out and lightly punched her shoulder. "Jojo, no matter what happens in the future, remember that I'll always be there for you. Happy 16th birthday." Arbor was stunned. She didn't remember that today was her birthday at all. No wonder when she left the royal school, Yin had repeatedly told her that she must come back today. She turned her head to look at him, only to see him looking at her calmly. His eyes seemed to be emotionless, but it was because of him that the little fellow couldn't help but shrink her neck. This was really an unforgettable birthday party. She had been hunted down in the afternoon and had finally managed to kill them back. When she returned to the royal school, she had been given a solid shock. Now, although everyone had handed over their compensation, gifts, the little fellow was still a little shaken. Although there was still a trace of fear in her heart, she was more happy than happy. The feeling of regaining something that she had lost made her a little confused. She felt that after staying in the crowd for so long, she didn't want to go back to the cold castle surrounded by high walls. Yin didn't say much, only silently accompanying her by her side. They accompanied her to distribute the cakes and eat until late at night. Only then did everyone return to their rooms to rest. The little fellow was a little worried. Seeing that everyone had left, she pretended to be tired and raised her hand to yawn. I'm going to sleep too." She walked towards her room, but just as she was about to enter the room, she bumped into the man with a bang. "What are you doing?" The little emperor baby couldn't help but shout. "I've tolerated you all night." He had remained silent and expressionless all this time, following by her side. Could it be that he was influenced by the company he kept and wanted to be the second expressionless face? Ba. How could she say that she had facial paralysis? Arbor moved to the side and said angrily, "Today is my birthday. What do you want?" She hadn't even settled the score with him for colluding with so many people to scare her. At this moment, he still dared to provoke the little emperor. He simply did not want to be treated well. "I'm not done yet." Arbor was dumbfounded. He couldn't keep up with his train of thought. What did you say?" Yin grabbed her little hand and directly dragged her into the side room. With a bang, the door of the side room was closed. "Speak." What if she couldn't keep up with his pace at all? The little stoic was quite anxious on the inside. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with Yin today? She felt some regret in her heart. She was also aware that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's words weren't without reason. When she was surrounded and attacked, the only thing on her mind was how to counterattack. She really didn't think of relying on other people's strength to counterattack. "Don't wait for me. I'll say it's over when I'm done." Chapter 2888. Why aren't you saying anything? When she came back to her senses, she saw Yin, this guy, pulling her into his embrace as he nuzzled his head back and forth on her fair and slender neck. Arbor looked at him blankly. She really didn't know what he wanted her to say. "You have a bad memory." Yin reached out to knock her head. "Look at me, what did you see?" "An angry face." Miss Chiao answered honestly. Although he was quite handsome, his face was expressionless. One look and one could tell that under that calm exterior, there was a raging heart. "Something's wrong." Worry. Arbor tried to say these two words, then raised her hand to support her forehead. Closing her eyes, she said, "Dizzy." Head. Yin carried her up without another word and walked slowly towards the brocade couch at the side. "What did you see?" There was no light in the room at all, and it was completely dark. She wanted to ask what could she see. There wasn't even the slightest bit of moonlight outside. Fortunately, her eyesight was outstanding. Even if it was pitch black, she could still make out his face with difficulty. The little fellow reached out to cup his face and looked at him with a serious expression. Yin, I was wrong this time. I won't do it again. But you weren't right either. You colluded with so many people to scare me. Until now, I'm still so scared that my heart keeps beating. Later, she would definitely settle the score with that little ball. It was simply too much. She didn't even want to think about how panicked she was when little ball didn't respond, even when she called for it. What did you see? You only know how to say this one sentence? Sir Jojo was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. Her little hand pinched his icy face hard, and she said seriously, I saw your panic and fear. Prince Emon nodded his head and reached out to pull her into his embrace. They sat on the bed together, and he hugged her tightly without saying a word. The room was silent for a long time. Jichun told me that when you fought against the self-detonation of the 2 men of sacrifice, my feelings were just as you said. I was panicked and scared, even despair. Things are different now. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at her seriously. There are many things that you don't have to face alone. You need to grow, but don't disregard your own life. Even if in the future, in the face of a strong enemy who is much stronger than you, you'll have to think of other ways to deal with them appropriately. It doesn't mean that you are weak. Jojo. He pressed his forehead against hers, his eyes fixed on her. I'm more scared than I've ever been, because you don't cherish yourself. Arbor reflected for a moment and held his hand. It won't happen again. Prince Emo raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Really? Sir Jojo promised, but immediately felt that he was terrified and was a little unconvinced. You're not good today, either. You even persuaded Marshal Uncle to come and scare me. I'm already so scared. Naturally, I want to get back at you. Yin said indifferently. The little fellow almost jumped up from the bed when she saw that he dared to provoke her little emperor's dignity. He held her down with one hand and kept her in his arms. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes at him. He stretched out his hand in front of her and suddenly opened his palm, revealing a bright chain in his palm. The most special thing was that the pendant was a pentagram. Chapter 2889. Sir Jojo, who was about to properly debate with him, silently reached out to take the pentagram necklace in his hand. His fingers stroked that sparkling star with joy. This star was silver in color. It was very bright and dazzling, just like the stars in the sky. It was very dazzling as it flickered. For you, he murmured next her ear. He took the pentagram from her hand and lightly tossed it into the air. That star suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the instant light illuminated the pitch-black room. The little stoic couldn't help but reflexively close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was almost stupefied by the wondrous scene in front of her. Countless illusory fragments of stars appeared on this pitch-black roof, twinkling as if the entire starry sky outside had been moved into the room. It was truly too surprising. Jojo. He lowered his head to look at her and murmured, Happy birthday. I'm giving one of my stars to you. He reached out to cup her small face and kissed her lightly trembling eyelashes. No matter how dark the road is, how long the night is, or how unpredictable the future is, this star will always be with you. This star can accompany you all the time. Do you like it? Yin asked softly. Arbor's nose was a bit sour, but he nodded silently and smacked his lips on his cheek. I like it. Don't worry. When I encounter danger in the future, I'll definitely think of you guys first. I definitely won't be beaten by a crowd again. The path of growth will be filled with countless difficulties and dangers, so I'll protect myself even more properly. I definitely won't let you feel fearful or fearful. She watched as he gazed indifferently at her. The little stoic's heart stifled, and she beckoned with her hand, summoning that twinkling star into her hand. She prattled in all seriousness. I, Arbor, swear on one of Yin's stars. I must protect myself well in the future. At the same time as I train, I must cherish Lien Xiao, great life person, even more. Prince Emo curved his lips and nodded, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. Remember what you said today. 7 o'clock the next day, Arbor was about to head to the cultivation hall when he saw Mu Xingxian rushing over. Big brother was in seclusion yesterday and missed little sister's birthday. Mu Xingxian looked at her apologetically. Arbor's expression was calm. It's just a small birthday. You've reached a critical juncture in your cultivation, so you don't need to worry about me. This is a small gift from Big Brother. Mu Xingqian took out a purple wooden box and handed it to Arbor. When Xiaomu opened it, she was slightly surprised. Mu Xingqian actually gave him a rare West Snow Lotus. If this thing was combined with the longevity fruit, the longevity pill refined would not only be able to extend one's lifespan by 100 years, but most importantly, it could also restore one's youthful appearance. This is too precious. I know you like to collect medicinal herbs, Mu Xingqian hurriedly said. So, I remembered that when I was out adventuring in the early years, I came across a saint-grade medicinal herb by chance. I don't have much use for it anyway, just take it. No matter how precious something is, it can't compare to you. You're my most precious little sister, Mu Xingqian said indifferently. Upon seeing this, Mo Yin and the others tactfully didn't disturb them. They merely followed the two of them out of Donglin Court's doors at a distance. Rochuan returned to the sovereign capital without permission. Mu Xingqian said with a frown, I contacted Madam yesterday and said she won't be back for a few days. Chapter 2890. Arbor was taken aback, but she did not say anything and only nodded faintly. As for why Mu Rochuan returned to the capital without permission, what she did, and such questions, she was simply not interested in knowing. Seeing her cold expression at the mention of Mu Rochuan, Mu Xingqian tactfully did not continue. Just as Arbor walked out of the door, she saw Lu Zheng and Chun Qi running over. Second Sect Master, are we going to Rosy Cloud's Peak today? Arbor's eyes twitched. I plan to ask for a leave of absence from the tutor today. Let's set off tomorrow. That's good too. Then the two of us will go back and prepare first. After thinking it over, Chun Qi took out something from his inner world and handed it to Qiao Mu with a pained expression. Second Sect Master, this subordinate doesn't have anything good to give you. Just treat this as your birthday present. Arbor was simply speechless when she saw the filthy feather in the old man's hand. Everyone looked at her with a "you're too stingy" expression, and Chun Qi involuntarily blushed. This is already the best I could find. Second Sect Master, you won't dislike this subordinate, right? Arbor was expressionless. I won't. Second Sect Master, this old man has nothing good to give you, so I'll just give you a painting. Lu Zheng was even more ruthless. She didn't know which pile of junk he had found, but he pulled out a yellowed scroll that was stained with some kind of greasy stuff. He handed it to her with a smile on his face. Actually, there's no need to be so courteous. Arbor forced out a sentence from between her teeth. You guys just returned to the Xuanji school not long ago. It won't be too late to give it to me when the Xuanji school's days are better. Hey, how can we delay a gift for Second Sect Master? The two waved their hands, resolutely wanting to give the feather and painting to Arbor. Arbor was very exasperated. Just as she was hesitating on how to refuse, she looked up and saw Mo Lien and Duan Yu winking fiercely at her. She knew all too well how cunning these two were. Out of his understanding of these two people, Arbor quickly snatched the things in Lu Zheng and Chun Qi's hands and put them back into his inner world without saying a word. The two old men looked at her in confusion. The second sect leader was actually such a sect leader. How could she reach out and take such a broken thing? Thank you, Senior. Duan Yu explained with a grin. This diagram contains 18 types of formations. After Master contracts it into her conscious, she can mobilize it at any time and set up formations wherever she goes. As expected of a great formation master, Senior Lu, this mechanism diagram is simply beyond standard. Senior Chen isn't bad either. You were actually able to part with a flying divine artifact. It's as light as a feather and possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. It's also extremely convenient to carry around. It's truly a rare treasure. What the fuck? Chun Qi and Lu Zheng silently looked at each other and then at their empty hands. Oh my god, they were originally just putting on an act and purposely turned the two treasures into rags and handed them to the little stoic. They expected that the stoic-faced second sect master would definitely look down on these treasures. But who knew just because she didn't have good judgment didn't mean that the two little rascals beside her didn't have good judgment. Chun Qi's heart ached so much that he only wanted to cry. This flying divine artifact was the best finished product he had forged in 100 years. On the other side, Lu Zheng also wanted to cry, but had no tears. He just wanted to tease the second sect master, but in the end he ended up teasing himself to death. Arbor expressionlessly walked around the two of them. Chapter 2891. Chun Chi and Lu Zheng. The two of you go to a nearby town today and buy more rice, vegetables, and all kinds of daily necessities for the Xuanji sect. Prepare everything before we head to Rosy Cloud's Peak tomorrow. Bring them up as well. Since we still have to find the 101 first-generation disciples in the future, prepare what needs to be prepared first. After saying this, Arbor swaggered off with Mo Lien and the others, leaving behind two glaring old men. What was going on? They originally wanted to take the opportunity to tease their second-generation sect master, but it seemed like they freaking dug a hole and completely buried themselves. Qin Chi thumped his chest and stamped his feet. His heavenly horsetail feather. Lu Zheng's face was also green. My mechanism map. He spent so many years crafting it, but in the end, he completely ruined his treasure. What should he do? He really wanted to cry. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Moreover, they were first-generation elders of the sect, going out to make large purchases like oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, tea, and the like. Shouldn't this be the chores of the sect's miscellaneous disciples? Why did they have to complete it as two great elders? Were they sure the second-generation sect master wasn't pranking them two old brothers? The two of them miserably returned to their rooms and prepared to set off, not mentioning how the two old men went out to purchase food while feeling aggrieved. Arbor and his group of companions cheerfully headed toward the cultivation hall after bidding farewell to Duan Yu and Mo Lien. The cultivation hall was located on the north side of the learning area. It was quite a distance away from the forging and concealed weapons halls on the south side. Strictly speaking, this was Qiao Mu's first time going to the cultivation hall for lessons after entering the school. Moreover, she had to ask for leave from the tutor on her first day. The little fellow rubbed her chin. How are the students getting along? Lu Yu revealed an indescribable expression for her to see. Arbor glanced at him before turning back to look at the little fatty. What's wrong? You couldn't have been bullied, right? Those seniors in the cultivation hall really aren't very friendly, the little fatty said while pursing his lips. When we study in the cultivation hall, old students and new students mix together. Although everyone more or less knows a little about the theoretical knowledge, when it comes to the actual combat class, the freshmen are always beaten up and the instructors can only pretend not to see it. Speaking of this, Qi Xianxian was filled with anger. Yesterday, I saw a senior bully a girl until she cried. He even forced her to hand over half of her contribution points. Qi Xianxian said angrily. What contribution points? Qiaomu hadn't gone to class for a day, but why did it feel like a century had passed? She felt confused about everything she heard. Hey, you still don't know, right? Qi Xianxian continued to nag at her. These contribution points are mainly used to purchase various resources. It's on the east side of the Academy's residential area, on a contribution street. It's said that the things are quite good. Since you don't need to spend your own spirit stones, spirit coins are very useful. Xiaomu gave an "oh" and nodded. Why aren't you curious about where the contribution points come from? Xiaomu blinked and said in all seriousness, Why should I be curious about this thing? I don't lack supplies. Everyone was instantly speechless. Why do I feel like I can't continue chatting with her? Qi Xianxian turned to look at Lu Yu and the others in daze. The latter shrugged and joked with a smile. Looks like you're not the only one who feels this way. Hey, let me tell you, Jojo. After we enter the academy, every new student will be given 10,000 contribution points. Chapter 2892. I only heard Headmaster Yun say that you can obtain mission points by accepting missions at the mission center. And Machem, that's different. Points of a higher level. Also, it's very hard to earn. Qi Xianxian seemed to want to pour out all her grievances from these 2 days on the little stoic. Reportedly, you can only obtain 10 to 50 points after completing a level 1 mission. Qi Xianxian huffed. For example, A level 1 mission is to help the Academy's medicinal garden by weeding, watering, and so on. This type of mission is usually claimed by those who have connections all year round. Oh, you're not angry at all? Qi Xianxian widened around eyes. I heard them say that you have to gather 5,000 points before you could step in a Huang Baolu. How long will it take to gather all of these 10 points? A level 2 mission is mainly to hunt a level 15 mystic beast called Ice Thread Rabbit in north-facing Great Forest. The main reason is that this Ice Thread Rabbit's fur is quite precious. It's used to weave fur collars and gloves, and it's very popular with many noble ladies and misses. Missions above level 3 require you to kill spirit beasts. Qi Xianxian felt like she was spewing out her grievances when she talked about this. I'm not talking to you about points right now. I'm talking about contribution points. Qi Xianxian stretched out her hand and poked her little head. These are contribution points. Everyone will be given 10,000 contribution points when they enter the academy. The only way to earn contribution points is through battle. Qi Xuanxuan's spittle splattered everywhere as the little stoic expressionlessly glanced at her. Moreover, it said that pitiful worms with less than 300 contribution points will be thrown into north-facing Great Forest by themselves to train for a month. They can only return to the academy after killing 30 spirit beasts. Our dear Qi Xianxian shook her small body. She couldn't help but shiver when she thought about the possibility of being thrown into a desolate place like the north-facing Great Forest to train for a month. There was no one around, and she had to kill spirit beasts all by herself. Arbor thought that this person might have persecutory delusions. She swept her a glance and brusquely pushed away the small face that was close to her. You're thinking too much, because contribution points can only be earned through battle. That's why those seniors are so disgusting and always challenge us freshmen. There are also some who are even worse. They used bets to cheat us of our contribution points. You've been deceived? Arbor immediately turned to look at Qi Xianxian and the rest. No. The little fatty hurriedly shook his head. Xianxian was almost cheated out of 100 contribution points by them. But in the end, seeing that we were unwilling to tolerate it, they had no choice but to not completely fall out with us. That bastard called Zhong, he lied to me and said that if I invested 100 contribution points, I would get 200 contribution points tomorrow. You're making me dizzy. Thinking about the 2 wisps of mustache from yesterday, Xianxian jumped up again. Those older students are really bad. If we're not careful, they'll set us up. In short, we have to guard against them. As they spoke, the few of them had already arrived outside the white fence outside the cultivation hall. Looking over, they could see quite a number of people gathered there, making a ruckus. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. What's going on? What's going on, ah? Qi Xianxian hastily ran over and pulled on a familiar little girl, asking, Erhua, what happened? Why aren't you guys going in? Chapter 2893. That bastard Huang Qishan is up to something again. The girl called Erhua, who was about the same age as Xianxian, angrily puffed up her face and shouted. He set up a table at the entrance. It's fine to say that he wants to enter the cultivation hall, but he wants to challenge and win against the 10 seniors. The loser will have to transfer 1,000 contribution points to them. What? Qi Xianxian angrily scolded with her hands on her hips. She felt hot blood rushing to her head. Has this Huang Qishan gone crazy thinking about contribution points? Isn't that so? I heard that he has his eyes set on a heaven-grade longevity pill on the contribution street, and it costs 10,000 contribution points to buy it. He only has 3,000 contribution points with him now. He's definitely thinking of ways to take it from us. Qi Xianxian hurriedly took a step back and muttered with a stingy face, Pay, I definitely can't give my contribution points to him. After such a long time, the cultivation hall's teachers still haven't come out. They definitely know about this and are hiding in the dark to observe us. Those teachers were also very unreliable. Usually, when they saw the seniors bullying the freshmen, they would turn a blind eye to this kind of situation. They didn't treat the freshmen seriously at all. Arbor silently took 2 steps back from the crowd. Actually, She didn't care about contribution points at all. She didn't even care about those high-grade contribution points. Today, she was only here to take a small break, but she couldn't even enter the cultivation hall's main door. The cultivation hall's contribution points ranking is out. Someone shouted excitedly, and everyone ran towards the entrance. Through the white fence, one could see a black crystal tablet erected at the entrance of the cultivation hall. On top of it, there were water ripples and rows of names appeared. The cultivation hall was the majority of the Imperial School students, and there were more than 8,000 of them. As a result, more than 8,000 names were densely packed together on a black crystal tablet. It was impossible to see them clearly. Do you see me? How many contribution points do I have? We're all freshmen, so our ranking should be quite high. I see it at the front, 10,000. Everyone was talking at the same time when someone shouted, "Hey, quickly look, who's in the first place?" There are actually 30,000 contribution points. A group of older students who had heard the commotion also walked over. Separated by the white wooden fence, they stood in front of the black crystal tablet and looked at the name engraved on the tablet with complicated expressions. Wow, are my eyes playing tricks on me? The first place will get 30,000 contribution points. Let me see. Qi Xian hurriedly squeezed her way forward. Her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when she saw what was on the screen. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Jojo, quick, come and take a look. You're rich. What the hell is this?" There's an X in behind her name. Isn't she a new student like us? How did this new student get 30,000 contribution points the moment he entered the academy? Could it be that he miscalculated and gave me too much? You're the one who's wrong. Your whole family is wrong. Qi Xian turned around and glared at the young man. She squeezed out of the crowd and grabbed Jojo's hand. "Jojo, you're rich. You have 30,000 contribution points. What's the use?" Arbor was expressionless. It could be exchanged. Qi Xian suddenly felt that she couldn't continue. That's right. What's the use of keeping it with Jojo? Happy New Year. She had to wait. There were still 3 more chapters to go. It was really the end of the year. Chapter 2894. The little fatty rubbed his nose. I'm just curious. Who on earth transferred so many contribution points to Qiao? Does that even need to be said? Qi Xian rolled her eyes at him. It must be His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Rongli. I guessed it. Arbor's mouth twitched. At the same time, Duan Yu and Mo Lien, who were also admiring the contribution points ranking on their own branch's black crystal tablet, were surrounded by many people. How can His Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Chun, have 0 points? There must be something wrong with this thing. They probably didn't accumulate enough contribution points for His Highness to enroll in the school. This is too deceptive. Don't worry, Your Highness. Let's each donate some points to increase His Highness's contribution points. Right. I approve. Mo Lien and Duan Yu, what happened? Why did so many people in the branch eagerly step forward to donate points to him? I'll donate 300. 500. I'll donate 500. Your Highness, I'm called Zhou Sheng. I'll donate 1,000. Your Highness, I'm called Wang Gui. Wang Gui is me. I'll donate 2,000. Duan Yu looked at the girl called Wang Gui and winked at him. He felt a bit uncomfortable soon. The 2 people's contribution points ranking in the forging branch and concealed weapons branch shot up in a straight line. Arbor didn't know about these 2 episodes, but she found it a bit funny. Those 2 people were baffled. Why did they give her all these contribution points? Qi Xian chuckled and said, "They must be making you buy some good food." Arbor was expressionless. "I'm not a foodie." The group of senior students who were separated by the white fence were looking at them with complicated expressions. "Hey, who is Arbor at the top of the contribution points ranking? Come out and let brother take a look." Huang Qishan couldn't go up to stop his brother and saw his brother, Su Fugue, boldly standing at the fence entrance and speaking with a chuckle. "Who are you calling big brother?" Qi Xian slammed her hand on the gate, but she was repelled by a force. The gate had been covered by the spiritual pressure of a level 11 spirit master. It was really hard to break in like this. Arbor hurried forward to support her. His dark eyes looked at Su Fugue. "What's your name?" Su Fugue inexplicably shuddered. He only felt that when the little girl's pair of icy bead-like eyes coldly looked at him, it was rather frightening. "Open the door obediently," Arbor said coldly. "Take your lackeys and crawl away." Huang Qishan did not expect that Arbor would really come to the cultivation hall for lessons. Wasn't she the crown princess of the Divine Land? These people from the upper echelons of society came here just so that they could tell others that they had graduated from the royal school and earned some credits. How could they really come here to attend classes so early in the morning? He still remembered how the crown princess had insulted him. Su Fugui didn't understand the situation, so he better not implicate his brother. Open the door." Huang Qishan kicked his brother's butt. The latter was baffled, and she moved to the door in bewilderment before glancing at Xiaomu again. "Hurry and open it." Su Fugui's hand trembled when Huang Qishan shouted, and he hastily withdrew all of the spiritual pressure on the gate. He opened the door and looked at the little stoic leading the way. Boring. Arbor swept them a glance and walked straight to the instructor's resting area. When everyone saw this, they silently lit a candle in their hearts. Chapter 2895. Of course, there were also those who did not understand the situation. They tugged at the sleeves of the people beside them and inquired about Arbor's background. "Close the door," Huang Qishan ordered. Su Fugui was about to make a move. Arbor turned around and coldly stared at them. "What are you doing?" Huang Qishan was stunned. He smiled and said, "Crown Princess, we want to have a friendly match with the freshmen. We hope that you won't stop us." "What kind of friendly match is this? You're just eyeing the contribution points in our pockets. You're thinking of ways to cheat us," Qi Xianxian pointed out bluntly. "Preposterous." Huang Qishan glared at Qi Xianxian. "Line up outside. Same rules. If you want to enter, you have to defeat 10 seniors." Arbor retreated and stood in front of one of the seniors. She looked at the other party with a wooden face. "I'll challenge you." That senior shook his head like a rattle drum. "You can't do that, Crown Princess." What kind of joke was this? This Crown Princess had a huge existence like Sand Scorpion by her side. Him challenging her? Unless his brain was flooded with water. "You're a golden branch and jade leaf. We don't dare to challenge you," the man said flatteringly as he took 2 steps back. "I don't summon spiritual beasts." Arbor looked at him indifferently. "If you can take 3 moves from me, I won't interfere in today's matter. If you can't even take 3 moves, transfer all your contribution points to me." Everyone was dumbstruck. They felt that the scene in front of them was changing rapidly. The plot was changing so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. That person still shook his head like a rattle drum and took a few steps back. No need, Crown Princess." He had a special premonition. Since the little Crown Princess dared to say such words, she must have a card up her sleeve. He would not go up and look for a beating. He had to admit that this brother's sixth sense was very accurate. After retreating a few steps, he hurriedly turned around and retreated to the side, no longer standing among the 10 senior students who were being challenged. Huang Qishan glanced at him coldly, but did not say anything. After all, even he didn't dare to challenge this person, let alone the other students. "Open the door." She did not care about the others. She knew that Xian and the others could not be stopped outside. Su Fugui obediently opened the white fence and glared at the snickering crowd. "Why are you all blocking the entrance? Move aside, move aside, move aside." Not long after Arbor arrived at the teacher's office, Ali and his men forcibly opened up a path in the crowd for Akir and Mayas to pass through. When Instructor Ma and Instructor Gao of the cultivation hall saw that Arbor had come to ask for leave on the first day of class, their faces unknowingly tensed up. Applying for leave will result in a deduction of 500 contribution points per day. Have you thought about it? Isn't it 50? Arbor pointed at the regulations hanging behind the teachers and said calmly. Instructor Gao, who had been slapped in the face on the spot, calmly raised his hand and rubbed his nose. "That's for other people. You are a classmate with an unusual status. If you ask for leave, it must be 500. You're too much of a scam." Although Qiao Mu did not have much desire for contribution points, she was not a sucker. How could she allow someone to deduct 500 points so casually? She was unhappy and her thin brows knitted together. You should follow the regulations. Not a single point more. Chapter 2896. Instructor Gao's thick brows arched as he said in displeasure, "You're ranked first in terms of contribution points right now. I originally wanted to arrange for you to talk about your cultivation experiences with the students tomorrow. Now that you're taking leave like this, how am I supposed to arrange my work, huh?" On the side, Instructor Ma's mouth twitched as he frantically winked at Instructor Gao. Instructor Gao looked at him speechlessly. "What are you doing? Are your eyes uncomfortable?" "To hell with your uncomfortable eyes." Instructor Ma glanced at Instructor Gao in disdain. He wanted to remind him, on the first day of school, this little stoic did something so out of line. Hadn't it only been 2 days? Why did he want the stoic face to talk about her learning experiences again? There was simply no hope for her to talk about anything with this stoic face of hers. "I don't have any cultivation experiences." The little stoic glanced at the two instructors indifferently. "But I can spar with the students one-on-one. If they're willing." No one would be willing, right? Instructor Ma was speechless and secretly rolled his eyes. "All right then, I'll ask them tomorrow." Teacher Gao reached out and stamped her leave request. 500 contribution points will be deducted for a day. Deduct 1,000 points for more than 7 days. Bam! The little stoic slammed the two instructors' door shut. She was still fuming when she walked out, her small face brimming with indignation. They were simply too heartless. Wasn't it just asking for leave? They actually had to deduct contribution points. No wonder these students were all so tight on their days. Contribution points were truly earned at a snail's pace and consumed very quickly. When Qi Xianxian and the others saw her walk out of the instructor's office in a huff, they quickly went up to her and asked, "Jojo, why are you so angry? What happened?" "It's nothing." She pulled a long face and couldn't resist saying, "The instructors are all too stingy." Qi Xianxian stifled her laughter. "They made things difficult for you?" Arbor harumphed. "If Su Fuguwei and the others stop you from entering in the future, release your spirit beasts and let them bite you however you like." A tall black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Arbor looked up, and the concerned expression on his little face instantly turned cold. "Get out of the way. Xiao Xiao, I have an important matter that I want to discuss with you in private." Ming Yasi stood ramrod straight in front of Qiao Mu with an unyielding attitude. The little stoic was a bit angry at once, and she pulled Qi Xianxian back a step. "Jojo." Ming Yas reached out to grab her wrist. Arbor retracted his hand and flipped it over. His wrist brushed past the back of his hand as if it was boneless, and he quickly retracted it back into his sleeve. Arbor glared angrily at Nias in front of him and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. What do I have to say to you?" Ming Yas didn't get angry. He just looked at her indifferently and said, "It's about the marriage contract from 20 years ago. I'm sure you'll be interested to know." "What marriage contract from 20 years ago?" Arbor was puzzled. "Come with me." "Jojo, don't go with him." Qi Xianxian grabbed Arbor's arm and stared guardedly at Ming Yas as he turned around and left. "This guy is tricking you." "Humph, of course I won't go with him." Arbor threw him a cold glance. However, the result of ignoring him was that a marriage contract was posted in front of the dining hall's entrance at noon. The end of the 6th night watch. Broken sleep. Chapter 2897. At first, Arbor didn't know that Ming Yas had done such a good deed at the cafeteria. By the time Qi Xianxian, and the others went over to eat, there was already a large crowd at the entrance of the cafeteria. They were gathered in 2s and 3s, pointing and watching. Seeing Arbor walk over, these people shut their mouths and winked at her with mocking smiles. Arbor was quite baffled. When she went up and saw the marriage contract, she was about to explode in anger. Most importantly, there was a small note floating below the marriage contract. Our dear Qiao Mu's name was impressively written on it. Lu Yu and the others were startled and turned to look at Arbor in unison. "Jojo, what's going on?" "Crazy." Arbor clenched her small fists and tore down the marriage contract and small note. She asked a snickering male student, "Where is Ming Yas?" The male student shrunk his neck and cautiously pointed to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Arbor leaped up with a whoosh and directly jumped over the railing on the second floor. She couldn't control the anger that wanted to erupt from her entire body. Like a little lion, the little guy rushed to the door of a private room and kicked the door of the private room, flying with a bang. A man in tiger skin suddenly jumped to the middle of the room and shouted in a low voice. Then he grabbed a stool and smashed it at the door. When the two collided, wood splinters flew everywhere. A watercolored light curtain appeared in the middle, blocking all the wood shavings outside and not contaminating their bodies. Akira immediately jumped up from the stool and glared at Arbor, who had barged in with her beautiful eyes. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Anger flashed in Akira's eyes, and she casually threw a dirt ball straight at Arbor's face. "Akira, stop!" Yash shouted coldly. But Akira already couldn't stop. She had thrown the dirt ball, so there was no reason to take it back. That earthen ball smashed towards Xiao Mu's face at an extremely rapid speed. Miss Chao's expression was abnormally cold and severe. She grasped a circle of water spirit energy in one hand, and the bright, watery spirit energy suddenly enveloped the dirt ball that Akira had thrown. It was as if the earth ball was covered by a transparent water spirit barrier, and the earth ball was completely under the palm of his hand. This kind of water spirit control stunned Akira, and she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. She had a bad feeling. "Akira, get out of the way!" Ollie shouted in alarm. In the blink of an eye, the dirt ball that Akira had thrown was fiercely thrown back at Akira's face. Akira was so scared that she was as dumb as a wooden chicken. She even forgot to move her feet. She stood upright in the middle of the room and was about to be hit by the dirt ball. A black shadow quickly came to her side, grabbed her collar, and threw her to the side of a stool. Bang! Akira's butt landed heavily on the stool. She howled in pain and grimaced as she looked at Yas. Yas appeared where she had been standing and controlled the dirt ball that Arbor had thrown back with one hand. The dirt ball appeared very smooth and obedient in his hand. It spun around between his slender fingers, and the spirit energy slowly dispersed and was absorbed by his fingers. The man pursed his thin lips tightly and stared fixedly at the little girl in front of him with hawk-like eyes. What a ruthless heart. Chapter 2898. Just now, if he hadn't helped in time, would Akira have been able to keep her life? That was definitely not possible. Akira was merely a level 7 spiritualist who relied on a pile of medicine. She had no chance of winning against the little girl. Moreover, Akira had relied on heavenly earth mithril to barely comprehend the origin of the earth spirit. Her talent naturally couldn't compare to even one of the little girl's fingers. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. This little girl was still so ruthless. She threw dirt balls at people's heads without saying a word. She was clearly aiming to take their lives. Arbor coldly looked at the man with pursed lips in front of her and threw the tattered marriage contract at him. "What is this? Why did you say that?" Mingyasi looked at her with a spurious smile. "In the morning, I said I wanted to talk to you." So her rejection was met with such harsh treatment? She wasn't a cat or a dog. Why did she have to be present and listen to his nonsense when he said he wanted to talk? Arbor angrily glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and coldly looked at him. "You're courting death. How dare you?" Akira sat up straight on the stool and glared at Arbor with red eyes. "You're too impudent, Arbor." "Shut up." Arbor and Mingyasi turned around and shouted at her at the same time. Akira looked at the two in shock. It was bad enough that this damned woman Arbor shouted at her, but now even His Highness Yasi was shouting at her like this. Akira felt that her life was very miserable and couldn't help but sob while covering her face. "Take Akira out." Mingyasi pursed his lips, anger and irritation flashing through his hawk-like eyes. Waving his hand, he turned around and ordered Ollie, "You guys go out too." What a sin. Ollie glanced at his elder brother and couldn't help but sigh. He stepped forward and pulled Akira up. "Let's go, Akira." "No, I'm not going out. Don't pull me out." Akira twisted her waist and shouted in exasperation. This woman must have cast some kind of goo on His Highness Yasi. Otherwise, how could this woman gain His Highness Yasi's favor with such a vile attitude? This was completely impossible. The only thing Akira could think of was the goo poison technique used by the people of the Primal Land. "Get out." ACI roared again impatiently. He hadn't expected Arbor to arrive so quickly. If he had known, he wouldn't have let the meddlesome Akir stay here and ruin things. Akir, let's go. Ali helplessly pulled up the writhing Akir and secretly gave her a warning glare. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you want the crown prince to be angry, drive you far away, and never allow you to return?" Akir was instantly speechless. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Arbor before reluctantly following Ali out. However, she wasn't willing to go far. She went to the opposite room and chased the students out. She opened the door and stared at Yas and Arbor. In any case, the door to His Highness Yas's room had been completely destroyed by Arbor. Now that they were sitting opposite, they could see everything clearly. "Your explanation," Arbor said bluntly with a cold expression. Yas raised his hand, and a defensive barrier appeared around the two of them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Seeing this, Akir was so angry that she jumped up and scolded with a sour expression. What do they want to do by hiding in the room? Chapter 2899. This damned indecent woman. She's already married, but she still goes around seducing men. Keep your voice down. Alex wished he could cover Akir's mouth. It's fine if you say this in front of me, but you mustn't say this in front of Big Brother. Who couldn't tell what Big Brother had been like all these years? Big Brother simply wouldn't listen to anyone slandering Arbor. Akir's eyes turned red from jealousy. What can I do to deal with her? Akir slammed the table and said angrily, "Why can a married woman seduce my brother Yas? I must think of a way to kill her." Shut up. Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. You think you can kill Arbor with your strength? With your strength alone, she only needs to lift a finger to crush you. Do you have a bad memory? Alex raised his hand and patted Akir's head. If Big Brother hadn't quickly saved you just now, you'd be lying on the ground right now. Even I am not that girl's match, let alone you. Akir fell silent, but her eyes still flickered with intense unwillingness. Knock, knock, knock. Hurried footsteps ran up from downstairs. Where's Jojo? Chi Xian saw Akir and Alex and frowned. You must be Yas's sisters-in-law. Where did you take Jojo? How impudent and rude. Akir slammed the table and stood up with a ferocious expression. Without another word, she picked up a dirt ball and threw it at Chi Xuan's face. She didn't manage to hit Arbor just now and almost suffered a loss from her counterattack. Now, she would get back at this woman first. Who told her to be so blind that she dared to shout at her Princess Akir? Bam! Chi Xian raised a meaty little fist and aimed it at the dirt ball Akir threw. A bolt of lightning wrapped around her fist and smashed it at the dirt ball. Boom! A square table was placed between the two of them. It flew up and shattered into pieces on the ground. Akir and Chi Xian both took 2 steps back at the same time. Duan Muqing's body swayed, and he reached out to block Chi Xuan's back. That Ollie also hurriedly reached out to grab Akir's soft body. Ah, damn woman, you actually dare to be so disrespectful to this princess. I'll kill you, Akir shrieked. She felt as if her face had dropped to the ground and was being crushed into dregs. Damn it, this girl in front of her, her cultivation level was lower than hers. She could tell at a glance that Chi Xian was only a rank 6 spirit master. However, this little 6th rank spiritual master was actually able to receive the earth ball thrown by her, a 7th rank spiritual master. Both of them took 2 steps back at the same time. What did this mean? This meant that although Akir was a level 7 spiritual master, she couldn't even defeat a level 6 spiritual master. Wasn't this deliberately trying to humiliate her? Actually, this logic was obvious. Akir was someone who relied on a pile of medicine to reach her current level. It wasn't easy for her to comprehend level 6 Earth Spirit through Heavenly Earth Mithril. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to Chi Xian, who had reached her current level steadily. Chi Xian relied on herself to communicate with nature and comprehend the origin of spiritual thunder. Level 8 spiritual thunder couldn't be compared to level 6 Earth Spirit. Even though her cultivation level was 1 level lower than Akir's, she still had the power to fight with her. Chapter 2900. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious at the end of the battle. Qi Xianxian looked coldly at the madwoman in front of her, who was stamping with rage. Why are the people of Underworld Province acting like lunatics? Where's my Jojo? Where's Jojo? Akir shrieked. Dao, Dao, kill this audacious woman for me. She actually dared to be disrespectful to Princess Akir. She should taste the consequences. Dao hesitated for less than a second before nodding his head in agreement. In his opinion, Akir was the clan sister that His Highness ACI had brought up from the lower star domain. In terms of closeness, she definitely surpassed the legitimate princesses of Underworld Province. Even if Akir didn't have the title of princess, she was actually a princess. There was nothing wrong with Dao's understanding. After all, for the sake of His Highness Yas and his adoptive father Ahan, the Emperor of the Underworld Province had decided to confer Akir the title of princess in a while. Akir definitely had the right to be arrogant. As Dao thought this, his tiger skin skirt fluttered, and he stood in front of Qi Xianxian with his hands on his hips. How dare you be so impudent and rude to our Underworld Province's princess? It's time to teach you a lesson. The muscles on Dao's arm bulged slightly. A water arrow flew towards Qi Xuanxuan's face. Duan Muqing coldly looked at the water arrow that was flying towards him. He suddenly pulled Qi Xianxian behind him and quickly caught it with his palm. Everyone watched as he caught the water arrow with 2 fingers, and it made a clanging sound as it pierced through the air. With a bang, it turned into a mist and disappeared into the air. Dao's expression changed slightly. He angrily glared at Duan Muqing, who had suddenly come out to mess things up. This young man looked very young, but it was hard to tell what his cultivation level was. In fact, Duan Muqing's current cultivation level was 1 level higher than Dao's, a level 12 spiritual master. Dao naturally couldn't see Duan Muqing's cultivation level. Seeing this, Turnbull hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone, please calm down. Qi Xuanxuan's small face was ashen with anger. You saw it. This person wanted to kill me just now. Little Fatty's face darkened as well. Since you're the ones who attacked first, then let's all attack together. Akir shrieked. You're all rebelling. Without hesitation, Qi Xianxian released her golden lion from the spirit beast space. As soon as the golden-haired lion appeared, it filled more than half of the room. Akir was so shocked that she took several steps back and was forced into a corner. You little bitch, do you think others don't have spirit beasts? Akir shrieked and was about to release her spirit beast. Qi Xianxian pointed at her and said, Tear that mouth of hers apart. With a roar, the golden-haired lion leaped forward with a swoosh and clawed at Akir's face. Akir only felt a gust of wind rush at her. She hurriedly released her spirit beast. It was actually an old turtle. It stood in front of Akir and took a swipe from the golden-haired lion. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The golden lion felt as if its paw had grabbed onto an iron plate, and it was in pain from the recoil. Akir released the old turtle to block the attack. However, her body was pushed to the long table by the window by the old turtle. Unfortunately, this long table had already been shattered by the force. Akir pressed on nothing. She staggered and almost hit her head on the wall. Chapter 2901. Seeing this, the golden-furred lion surreptitiously swiped at her again. Akir, alarmed, Ollie hurriedly came to her rescue, sending out a gust of astral wind. As the golden-furred lion dodged the astral wind, its paw missed its target and only managed to grab a strand of Akir's long hair, completely messing up her elegant and unique hairstyle. Akir was practically mad with anger. She screamed in shock as if she had suffered a great grievance. She said to Ollie with red eyes, Ollie, help me kill this woman in front of me. I'm going to kill her. This damned little slut. Her perfectly fine image of an elegant princess had been completely destroyed by this woman in front of her. What did she look like with her head and face? She didn't have the slightest bit of the demeanor of a princess. She looked like a beggar who had run over from the streets. The hair on her head was all crooked from the lion's claw. Ollie was also a bit angry. You people Don't be so shameless. Did they think their Ming province's royal family was easy to bully? He didn't directly call for the hidden guards to attack them on account of their relationship with Arbor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good time. What are you all making a ruckus for? An angry shout traveled in from outside the room. An old man with an angry face strode in and looked around. His gaze landed on the battered and exhausted Akir in the corner. Behind the old man was a group of students who had secretly run up to watch the commotion. They were all looking at them as if they were watching a good show and whispering, "Wow, they're all going to be in trouble now." It's Consecrated Liu from the Discipline Hall. Consecrated Liu is very strict. He hates it when people cause trouble at the academy. Arbor didn't know that Qi Xian and the others were at odds with Akir's group in order to find her. At this moment, she was coldly looking at Yas, who was talking to himself, expressionlessly. Yas stared at her, feeling a bit upset. He felt that the little girl's stoic face wasn't as cute as her angry look when she had just charged in. This stoic face was really disgusting. When my mother told me about this, the first person I thought of was you. Back then, the person who saved my mother's family was your mother, Long Chuan. On the surface, this marriage was arranged with the Mu family. But in fact, it was arranged with your mother. That's all you want to say? Arbor interrupted him with a sour face. I'm going to disappoint you. Firstly, I'm already married. Secondly, this marriage contract clearly states that the one who is engaged to you is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, the well-known genius eldest daughter, Mu Roxian. Ming Yasi's face sank. Naturally, it can't be her. To put it nicely, her mother was a second wife. To put it bluntly, she was a concubine. Oh no, based on my investigation, when her mother was pregnant with her, she couldn't even be considered Mu Jingfeng's concubine. She could only be considered an outside wife. This marriage contract was signed 20 years ago. The eldest daughter of the first wife mentioned in the marriage contract refers to you. It's this woman, Mu Roxian, who snatched your identity and even snatched your destined marriage. Arbor knitted her brows. These words sounded strange. If she was snatching Yas's destined marriage, then she really should thank that eldest daughter of the first wife. Chapter 2902. Thirdly, and also the most important point, Arbor coldly glanced at Ming Yasi. My surname is Chiao. Ming Yasi's heart was stifled by her last sentence. What 1, 2, 3? Where did all these reasons come from? They were all just excuses. My Ming province's imperial family will send a marriage proposal to the Mu clan in the name of the great emperor. Ming Yasi looked at the little girl in front of him, his expression indifferent as he said, Arbor, you can't escape. You will definitely become my woman in this lifetime. Ming Yasi took a step forward, suddenly grabbing her small hand. Without any warning, he forcefully pulled her to his side. Without another word, Arbor kicked him with all her might. Her wrist struggled with all her might, but he firmly held it in his palm. Do you see? This is our marriage proposal. Since 20 years ago, you and I were destined to be a pair. 20 years your ass. Arbor twisted her arm, but it was firmly clamped down by his iron-like fingers. The startled swan dagger moved according to her will, flashing away in a flash. The instant it flew out of her conscious, it attacked Ming Yasi's throat. This cunning and ruthless little girl was stabbing at his fatal throat. She wanted to kill him in one blow. Ming Yasi tilted his head and swiftly dodged, dragging the little girl to the window. He recalled the first time they met in Shuwang City. This vicious and merciless little fellow had treated him so bluntly. So much so that she didn't treat him as a human at all, using him as a medicine man. He had never understood why this little fellow was so ruthless to him. Later, he figured it out. When they first met outside Shuwang City, he attacked the martial uncles and senior sisters by his side without knowing the inside story, almost injuring them. Because of this little fellow had regarded him as an enemy from beginning to end. He firmly grasped her wrist, his gaze fixed on her. Are you still angry with me over the matter from a few years ago? I admit that I was wrong that time. I shouldn't have led Flying Eagle Squad to attack your master and senior sisters by your side. But it's been so many years. Can't you forgive me at all? Besides, when I was your medicine man, I took your poison for 3 meals every day. This debt should be enough to repay. Yas dragged the little girl to his side. Why do you always treat me as an enemy? Can't we start over and get along well? Miss Chow was flustered and exasperated. She stared coldly at the 5 fingers on her arm. Let go. Is this the attitude of someone who wants to get along well? It's the same every time. I have to listen to you for everything. If we don't do as you wish, is that disobeying your superiors? Jojo. Ming Yas closed his eyes in pain. Why can't you let go of your prejudice against me? Do you know how overjoyed I was when I heard about this marriage from my mother? I'm thinking that we are fated after all, aren't we? This fate was already decided 20 years ago. If it weren't for various reasons that caused us to miss each other, you and I would be a legitimate husband and wife now. Arbor looked at the somewhat fanatical look in this person's eyes, and she was inwardly shocked. She never would have thought that this Ming Yas would actually crazily like her. Did she treat him that way back then? What kind of illness did this person have to like her? Thump, 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 thump. Bang. The defensive barrier that Ming Yas had set up suddenly shattered into pieces. The 6th watch ended. Chapter 2903. The defensive barrier was broken by an external force, and Ming Yasi was the first to bear the brunt of it. A cluster of purple flames flew toward Ming Yasi's head without another word. The moment Ming Yasi dodged, a black figure swiftly arrived beside Arbor. Mo Yin's phoenix eyes darkened. She reached out to grab Jojo by the waist and hugged her as she retreated a few steps. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you completely. Mo Yin coldly glanced at Ming Yasi. No matter how much you fight, everything you do will be in vain. Jojo is my wife. This is a fact that no one can change. Arbor raised her small hand and subconsciously patted Mo Yin's chest. When she turned to look at Ming Yasi, her eyes were filled with annoyance. What a headache. She didn't expect Long Chuyin to cause her a problem with a marriage contract from 20 years ago. She naturally couldn't acknowledge it now. Besides, what she said before was right. Her name wasn't written on the marriage contract at all. It was completely Ming Yasi's own wishful thinking. Ming Yasi smiled at them, but there was a hint of strangeness in his smile. This marriage contract is bound by the laws of heaven and earth. If there's a restriction, it should be on you and Mu Ro Xuan, Arbor said irritably. She wasn't some nuisance of the Mu family's eldest miss. Ming Yasi stared at her with a dark gaze. Jojo, you will change your mind. Your Mu family can't bear the consequences of deceiving Ming Province's imperial family. Arbor was furious. If Mo Yin wasn't hugging her, the little fellow would have run over and punched him again, walking right into the trap. Who deceived Ming Province's imperial family? Your Mu family, Ming Yasi said resolutely. Say, if my imperial father finds out that the Mu family actually used a woman born from an outside to fob me off, won't he be so angry that he'll vent his anger on the entire Mu family? He carefully looked at Arbor's small face. However, her cold and angry expression gradually calmed down. Ming Yasi was going to find trouble with the Mu family? Then let him go and find it. Anyway, she did not have much to do with the Mu family. The one who should be having a headache should be Mu Jingfeng. Go ahead, Arbor growled at him angrily. Furious to the extreme, Yas actually flew over to Arbor. However, before his fingers could touch her wrist, Mo Yin blocked them with one hand. Courting death. Prince Mo forcefully swatted Ming Yas's hand away. Without any warning, a slender black longsword stabbed towards Ming Yas's chest. A hint of anger flashed across Nether Yasi's face. He still remembered how this person beat him up in Shuwang City a few years ago. Now that the old and new grudges were added together, Ming Yasi couldn't wait for Mo Yin to die right now. When Mo Yin's Raven Moon sword was right in front of his eyes, Ming Yasi blocked it with his earth shield. Following that, Mo Yin's purple flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Like a meteor shower, they swept towards Ming Yasi. Miss Chow opened her small mouth, but she didn't have time to say anything. Instead, she saw 2 black figures fly out in front of her with a whoosh. The collision of the 2 people's power was like a dazzling light that suddenly lit up the entire dining hall downstairs. Arbor only saw the two people suddenly rush out of the second-floor window. Following that, the window was flattened by the two people's power, and rubble tumbled down. Inexplicable. Arbor angrily cursed in her heart. She got up to have lunch properly, but in the end, she actually encountered this kind of thing. This Mingyasi was really hateful. Don't wait for me. I'll say it's over when I'm done. This week, I've been updating at this time. Chapter 2904. Bam! The onlookers downstairs were almost scared to death. What kind of trouble had they gotten themselves into? I came here for lunch out of the blue, but I ended up encountering two princes fighting each other without knowing the reason. Everyone rushed out of the cafeteria like a swarm of bees. Wasn't this a joke? Her Highness Lien's indiscriminate purple fire had almost scared them to the point of peeing their pants. Wherever it was lit, it would burn, and wherever it was burned, it would turn into ashes. How was he supposed to deal with this? Besides running, they could only run. Arbor also hurriedly jumped down from the second-floor window and waved at Mo Lien. Lien. Mo Lien's Raven Moon sword was covered in layers of fire spirits. She slashed along with the sword intent and attacked continuously, not giving Ming Yas any time to think about how to counterattack. The speed at which she changed her moves was shockingly fast. All the onlookers only felt that their parents had given them two eyes, which were not enough at all. They only knew that Her Highness Lien had already changed her moves countless times in the instant she attacked. Every move was fatal and aimed at Ming Yas's weak spot. In the end, His Highness Yas was forced into a difficult situation by this person. Stop! A shout came from outside the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. He's here! High Official Lu is here. High Official Lu of the Discipline Hall was the most impartial. He didn't give anyone face. What he hated the most was people causing trouble in the royal school. It seemed like this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the old man had been invited over. High Official Lu's face was tense as he took heavy steps and hurried to the front of the few people. His dignified gaze circled around Ming Yas and Mo Lien, as if he wanted to roar at the sky. What was going on? He had just dealt with a group of students who were causing trouble, and a few more came right after. The two people in front of him, whether it was Her Highness Mo Lien from the Divine Continent or His Highness Yas from the Underworld region, they were not people to be trifled with. How did he end up in such a situation? Consecrator Lu did his best to keep a straight face. He glanced at Ming Yas with a heavy expression, then glanced at Mo Lien. Those who cause trouble in the academy will be dealt with according to the academy's rules. The situation between the two of you is especially serious. Under Prince Mo's extremely pressuring gaze, Officer Lu hurriedly sped up his speech. They gathered a crowd to fight and even destroyed many things in the cafeteria. According to the academy's rules, if you are to be punished, you follow me. Consecrator Lu said with an old face. He quickly turned around, mainly because he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of the students. Inexplicably, under the pressure of Crown Prince Lien's terrifying gaze, he felt like he couldn't continue. When Arbor heard the old man say that he was going to punish Mo Lien, he quickly followed him. When they arrived at the discipline hall that the old man had mentioned, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded as soon as they walked through the door. Qi Xianxian and the others were all there. Jojo. Seeing that Arbor was safe and sound, Qi Xianxian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that their current appearance was rather disheveled. Hundreds of wooden stakes with sharp blades had been set up in the discipline hall's courtyard. Qi Xianxian and the others had activated their defensive spiritual shields and were standing on the stakes. The sharp blades were pointed at their feet. As long as they lost their balance and fell down, they would definitely suffer a lot. 2 hours. Consecrator Lu threw down these words, as if he was about to flee in defeat. Chapter 2905. Sigh. He actually didn't want it to be like this. Just like back then, he also wanted to put on the airs of a Commandment Hall venerable and give Ming Yasi and His Highness Mo Lien a good dressing down. However, Mo Lien and Ming Yasi's gazes were truly enough to send chills down one's spine. Rather than saying that he was scared off by their statuses, it was more accurate to say that he was forced to retreat by their auras. In any case, he had maintained the discipline hall's dignity in front of all the students. Since they were already at their destination, he could just casually punish them. After Consecrator Lu fled, Qi Xian, who was on the wooden stake, couldn't help but cry out, "Aya, my Qiao. We are truly in the same boat. Come on up and stand on the wooden stake next to me. If we are closer, we can still talk." Akir, who was already exhausted, couldn't help but curse indignantly. Lunatic. Wasn't she a lunatic? She was punished by Pundit Lu to stand on a sharp knife for 4 hours. Because they didn't want to step on a sharp knife, everyone could only use their maximum spirit power to rise into the air and create a spirit power barrier to prevent themselves from falling and getting stabbed by the knives. However, more than an hour had already passed, and Qi Xian was still talking cheerfully and wittily, as if she didn't feel tired at all. What was even more exaggerated was that she didn't even use a bit of spirit power to defend her legs. She wasn't afraid that she would fall from exhaustion into a sea of knives and wear her legs out. The other people beside Qi Xian also had the same carefree appearance. There wasn't even a bead of sweat on their foreheads. They truly looked too relaxed and didn't look like people who had just been punished for more than an hour. Looking at her miserable, dog-tired appearance, Akir couldn't help but want to howl at the sky. "Jojo, come quickly." Qi Xian waved her small hand at Arbor and said with a smile, "Hurry over and accompany her." She was about to die from boredom standing on this wooden stake alone. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. "Thank you, but I don't need to be punished." Her words were a little heart-wrenching. All of her teammates who were standing on the wooden stakes turned to look at her. Prince Amo couldn't help but feel helpless. He flew to the top of the pile and hovered there. He looked down at Arbor and winked. "Don't you want to see the view up there?" Arbor shook his head. He took a stool and sat down in the courtyard of the discipline hall. What Consecrator Lu meant was that after standing for 2 hours, they could go back to their own homes. However, looking at Akir's miserable appearance, it was clear that she didn't know that Qi Xian and the others were all people with flying talismans. No matter how long they had to stand on the wooden stakes, it didn't affect the consumption of their spiritual energy. So, it was really quite a scam. An hour later, Qi Xian and the others quietly put away their flying talismans and willingly stayed on top of the wooden stakes, consuming their spirit energy. The main thing was that it was fine if he was lazy for a while, but he still had to cultivate properly. 2 hours later, Consecrator Lu of the Discipline Hall came to inspect everyone's results. When he saw everyone persevering while drenched in sweat, he nodded inwardly. His gaze swept across the room and finally stopped on the little stoic. "Why are you here?" "My husband is being punished, so I naturally have to accompany him," Arbor said with a glance. Chapter 2906. Consecrator Lu snorted. "This old man heard that you've only attended the first day of class, and you've already taken a few days off?" When Arbor heard this, she immediately looked at him warily. "What are you trying to say?" His next words couldn't be, "Since you're so free, go stand on the knife pile for a while." What a joke. She didn't want to stand there in the cold wind with nothing to do. Pundit Lu chuckled dryly and turned to look at her. "Today's matter should be caused by you." "That's right, Pundit Lu." Akir caught her breath and quickly said, "You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. How can you just punish us?" "Punish her. Punish her." Arbor glanced at her. She only vaguely knew that this woman was someone who followed Ming, Yas, and Ollie around all year round. She wasn't familiar with her, so why did she jump out at this time to annoy others? Arbor glanced at Pundit Lu and turned to leave without waiting for him to speak. She even waved her small hand as she walked. "I'm in a hurry to go out. If you have anything to say, come back first." Pundit Lu was a little dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw a little girl who dared to put off their discipline hall like this. Mo Yin and the others were overjoyed. They turned and hurried to catch up with the little girl. The group of people left in less than 2 minutes. In a large courtyard, only the people from Mingzhou were left looking at each other coldly. Ming Yas unconsciously clenched his fists. He saw very clearly that when the little girl left, she didn't even glance at him. He knew that the little girl didn't like him, but he had already said that. The marriage contract from 20 years ago clearly stated that he was engaged to her. But why was she always unwilling to calm down and listen to him? Arbor didn't care about what Ming Yas was thinking. That night, she packed her things. The next morning, she and her husband took Chen Shi and Lu Zheng across the east side of north-facing Great Forest and headed for Rosy Clouds Peak. Chen Shi and Lu Zheng, who had been purchasing daily necessities for a day, felt like they were being ravaged by the little girl. But the little girl was in a surprisingly good mood, ever since the troublesome matter of the engagement 20 years ago. That night, the two of them came up with a plan on how to deal with Dark Yas's next move. Both of them deeply agreed with Duan Yu's evaluation of Ming Yasi is a bit neurotic. The academy probably wouldn't be too peaceful today. That fellow Minya was jumping up and down. It definitely wouldn't let that marriage contract go so easily. Therefore, today, the two of them left the chaotic royal school in a rather good mood. A snow-white silver wolf carried the young couple towards the eastern entrance of the north-gazing Great Forest. Chen Shi sighed along the way. I haven't been able to go back for so many years. I remember that there used to be a sizable village at the foot of Red Cloud Peak. Sigh, I don't know if there are any left. Arbor didn't listen to them. The two of them chatted along the way and didn't really respond. On the other hand, Emol Yin was quite interested in conversation and would occasionally exchange a few words with Chen Shi and Lu Zheng. The roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time in north-facing Great Forest. Emol Yin, Chen Shi, and the others were all above the transcendent divine realm, so they naturally didn't care about these wild beasts in the forest. I remember that there used to be a transportation formation here. Lu Zheng picked up a two-pronged branch and poked at the nearby bushes. Chapter 29:07. A gray-eared rabbit suddenly burrowed out of the thicket, causing Lu Zheng to be inexplicably vigilant. When he saw that it was a rabbit that was completely harmless, Lu Zheng's eyes involuntarily lit up. He walked forward and condensed a rock from the earth spirit, which then landed on that gray-eared rabbit's head. Picking up the dead rabbit, Lu Zheng excitedly shouted, "Roast meat for lunch." It was still early before noon. Arbor couldn't help but facepalm. Not only were these two old urchins chattering like sparrows the entire way, but they also especially liked to enjoy good food. This was probably the after effect of doing things to themselves for several decades. Lu Zheng chuckled as he followed behind Arbor and the others with the rabbit in his hand. Let's hunt a few more game later and roast them all for lunch. Sigh. I don't know how many years it's been since I've had a good roast meat. Chen Shi also looked rather rueful when he mentioned this. Arbor involuntarily glanced at them. Then I'll let you guys have a taste of Sir Jojo's culinary skills in a bit. Many thanks, second faction master. The two fellows joyfully cupped their hands at her in unison. Only Prince Imo, who knew the truth, twitched his lips slightly. To be honest, his Xiao Bao's culinary skills really weren't that great when Jojo said she wanted to cook. Insiders like him and Duan Yu didn't have much hope in her. Those who didn't know, like Lu Zheng and Chen Shi, were naturally convinced after being tricked. Xiaomu nodded her small head in all seriousness. She then paced forward to lead the way with her small claws behind her back. Emol Yin's lips secretly curled up. She turned to look at Chen Shi and Lu Zheng, who were full of anticipation, and silently lowered her eyes. The two elders followed behind Qiao Qiao, and while walking, they kept flattering her. The second-generation sect leader is really amazing. Beautiful on the outside, intelligent on the inside, graceful and magnanimous. I think it's rare to find someone as perfect as our second faction master in this world. Emol Yin deeply agreed with this statement. However, Arbor couldn't help but blush as he listened to the two old men's bragging. Beautiful and intelligent. Her, graceful and magnanimous. She, it didn't feel like it. The four of them were rushing towards the eastern exit when they vaguely heard someone's cries for help being carried by the wind. Judging from the direction of the sound, it seemed to be coming from the west. Arbor and Mo Lien weren't nosy people. Usually, when they saw trouble, they couldn't wait to avoid it. Why would they take a detour to watch the show? The two of them walked forward hand in hand. However, from the sound of the rolling wheels, it seemed that the two carriages that were calling for help were heading in their direction. It can't be, right? The two of them glanced at each other at the same time and signaled Qin Shi and Lu Zheng behind them with their eyes. The four of them leaped onto the tree one after another. It was also at that moment that a small carriage that was shuttling through the forest was heading towards them. A mighty and domineering red wolf was pulling the carriage. It was a full 2 heads taller than the body of the carriage. The carriage looked extremely small, probably only allowing 2 people to sit in it. However, its appearance was simple with a hint of low-key luxury. Even the luminous pearls hanging on the window were almost the size of 2 fists. Was the local tyrant in danger? This thought flashed through Arbor's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but flash. Not long after the carriage sped to their tree, it was surrounded by several strong men in black. Too sleepy, I slept even more after waking up. Chapter 2908. Thus, Emol Yin and Xiao Mu surreptitiously burrowed into the foliage of the forest, trying their best to conceal their figures. The 2 of them had the best vantage point, looking down. To watch the show, they saw a woman in her early 40s fly out of the small carriage, 2 daggers flying in front of her. In less than a moment, the 2 men who had been chasing them were slit their throats and sent to the sky. That woman was full of hostility, whistling from her mouth. Behind the carriage, several people with red headscarves appeared. They looked like secret guards, and the coachman who had been sitting in the carriage had already jumped down from the shaft of the carriage at this time, summoning a long dagger from his consciousness, charging towards the black-clothed people surrounding them to attack. Those black-clothed people were clearly not to be trifled with. They were well-trained, nimble, and had great teamwork with each other. Even if 2 of them died at the hands of the woman, there would soon be people to replace them, not affecting the operation of this large encirclement formation at all. The 2 sides fought for about 10 minutes, neither side gaining an advantage over the other. But there were many black-clothed people, as if there was an endless stream. If this continued, no matter how strong the coachman and the woman were, they would still be defeated. Arbor could see clearly from the top of the tree. Pursing her lips, looking up at Prince Emo naturally saw a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Do you want to go down and help? It was just a small matter. Moreover, she looked down on a large group of people surrounding and beating up a woman. Prince Emo winked at her. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Wife, it's up to you. Arbor grinned at him. Just as she was about to jump down to help, she suddenly saw a man who seemed to be the leader jump out from behind the black-clothed people. He had completely wrapped himself up, only revealing 2 small eyes that were staring at the woman with her back facing him. A poisoned arrow suddenly shot towards the woman's back. In the blink of an eye, the woman seemed to have sensed something and quickly dodged to the side. She then used her spiritual power to wrap around the poisonous arrow and quickly threw it to the side. In this gap, the black-clothed leader jumped onto the back of the small carriage and suddenly slapped down on the carriage's hood. The woman's eyes were about to split open as she roared, and the attacks in her hands became even fiercer. In less than a second after the black-clothed leader jumped into the carriage, he carried out a round object wrapped in gray cloth. He whistled, and all the men in black quickly gathered around him, blocking off the red scarf secret guards that were attacking them. They protected the leader and quickly retreated into the depths of the forest. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and they cooperated with each other very well. It was simply impossible for others to intervene. The middle-aged woman was furious when she saw this. She fought off the 2 men in black with all her might and rushed to the front of the squad leader. She reached out her hand to grab the gray cloth package in his arms. Bang! Bang, bang! The 2 people quickly exchanged 3 palms, and the gray cloth package sank down. The gray cloth on top of the package slid down, and unexpectedly, half of a small bald head was exposed. Arbor, who had originally wanted to attack, saw this, and her almond eyes suddenly widened. With a whoosh, she jumped down from the tree. Emo Yin followed behind her, and with a wave of her sleeve, she sent the startled black-clothed men flying. Bang! Several people fell to the ground, and before they could react, the Black Moon Sword's light flashed, taking their lives. Chapter 2909. The black-clothed leader's hand paused. He raised his head and saw a slender figure like a fleeting shadow. With a whoosh, the figure leaped in front of him. The little girl stretched out her hand without saying a word. Water Spirit Ice condensed into a sword and went straight for his neck. This extremely ruthless style made the black-clothed leader panic for a moment, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. Clang! The black-clothed squad leader reflexively raised a saber in his hand to block Xiao Mu's long sword that she had condensed into ice. When the snow-white ice crystals came into contact with the blazing flames on the squad leader's saber, not only did they not show any signs of being extinguished, they even emitted a cold aura outwards. On the contrary, the blazing fire that covered the saber of the squad leader was slightly weaker, as if it was about to be extinguished. The black-clothed leader was horrified and blurted out, "Who are you?" The little girl looked 16 or 17, but her attack was deadly. Of course, in Shenzhou, you couldn't underestimate any child who looked very young, because who knew if this child was a centuries-old monster pretending to be young? However, Xiao Mu simply ignored him. She flicked her long sword, which had condensed water into ice, over, drawing out several beautiful sword flowers as she stabbed towards the black-clothed squad leader's chest. The leader held a long gray bag in one hand. Even if he was in his prime, he might not be the little girl's opponent, let alone fighting with Arbor with one hand. Arbor stretched out her hand and slapped. Spiritual power vibrated out and knocked the man's knife out of his right hand. It fell to the ground with a clang. The leader panicked for a moment and turned to run with the gray bag. But when he lifted his foot, he felt his legs go soft. The next moment, he knelt on the ground and spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. He lowered his head and saw that the wound caused by the little girl's ice sword was bleeding black blood. Judging from the abnormal color, he must have been poisoned by the other party's attack. The leader trembled all over. Before he could even shout out, he was kicked to the ground by the little girl. Xiao Mu didn't allow for an explanation and snatched the gray cloth bundle from the man's arms. Her slender fingers gently flipped open the gray cloth bag, revealing a jade-like and adorable little face that looked like a pink dumpling. Wasn't the little monk Kong Kong the little kid with a jade face and red lips? As Xiao Mu gazed at the sleeping little monk, her heart inexplicably sank with a thump. The little monk was here? Then what about her family on Seacombe Planet? Could it be that some powerful enemy entered Seacombe Planet and took Kong Kong from her family? Her heart swayed up and down. When she thought about what might have happened to Wei Ziqin and the others on Seacombe Planet, she exuded a cold aura and felt tormented. Arbor raised her hand and pushed a few acupoints on Kong Kong's body. Seeing that he didn't move, her heart sank. At this time, Yin had already taken care of that group of black-clothed men. Her figure flashed, and she arrived beside Arbor. Jojo. He also saw the little monk's condition at a glance and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with him? Someone probably fed him a sleeping pill. Arbor looked suspiciously at the woman and coachman. The more she looked at them, the more suspicious she felt. Who are you? Arbor's gaze was sharp. Why were they driving that carriage and fleeing with Kong Kong in the great forest facing north? Chapter 29:10. Greetings to Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Greetings to the Crown Princess. The two simultaneously bowed to Prince Mo and Arbor, clearly recognizing them. Arbor didn't let down his guard, his scrutinizing gaze moving back and forth between the two. Who are you people? Why did you kidnap Kong Kong? Crown Princess misunderstands. The woman hastily waved her hand and said, We husband and wife are great elder Kong Yin's personal guards. We were ordered to go to Seacombe Planet to pick up Kong Kong. Zhu Fan and his wife expressed that they didn't understand why their master suddenly couldn't think straight and ran off to become a monk for so many years. How could their master not think straight to do such a willful thing? Arbor silently glanced at them. Do you have any proof? Empty words? Just because they said they were Kong Yin's guards, it was true? Arbor's eyes were clearly suppressing some doubt and disbelief. Seeing this, Zhu Sanyang hastily reached into her pocket and took out a token, respectfully handing it to Prince Mo. Prince Mo only glanced at it absent-mindedly before turning to Arbor and nodding slightly. It's the head elder's token. Arbor's expression finally relaxed as he glanced at them. When we went to pick up Kong Kong, did my family say anything? Replying to the Crown Princess, because of the problem at the passageway, we were on a tight schedule. Picking up Kong Kong went smoothly, and after we produced proof, Madame Xiao nodded in agreement. It's just that Madame Xiao looked a little reluctant to part with Kong Kong and was even more concerned about you, Crown Princess. Arbor silently nodded. Mother naturally couldn't bear to part with Kong Kong. She'd raised Kong Kong for a while, and Kong Kong was clever and adorable. She was also usually very silly and adorable. Mother must be very depressed now that the family suddenly lost a happy fruit. Arbor reached out to stroke Kong Kong's little head, his gaze indifferently looking at Zhu Sanyang and her husband. Is everything well in my family? Before this subordinate left, everything was fine in your residence. Arbor let out a sigh of relief. The inexplicable tension he felt when he saw Kong Kong seemed to have dissipated a lot. However, for some reason, there seemed to be a shadow lingering at the bottom of his heart. It was as if that wisp of bad premonition could not fade away. Was it you who gave Kong Kong the sleeping pill? Arbor's face looked very ugly. Zhu Sanyang's face revealed an awkward expression as she hurriedly explained. Kong Kong has been rather noisy along the way. The child didn't want to leave Wei Ziqin's side and thought about running away every day. If this continued, Zhu Sanyang and her husband were worried that they would lose the child and not be able to answer to Great Elder Kongyin. They had no choice but to do this. Moreover, the couple didn't have any children, so they didn't have much experience in raising children. How could they have the patience to fight a battle of wits with a little brat? Arbor glanced at them indifferently. Of course, she knew that it was impossible for two strangers to treat Kong Kong well without any compensation. However, she didn't like these two people very much either. The little stoic said with a sullen face, "This sleeping pill's dosage is too high. It's not good for a small body." The couple was even more embarrassed now. The Crown Princess was blaming them for not taking good care of the little monk Kong Kong. "Crown Princess, please forgive us." Zhu Sanyang was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. She hastily cupped her hands and bowed. It was as husband and wife who didn't think things through. Chapter 29:11. Arbor glanced at them indifferently before picking up the little monk and turning to leave. Zhu Sanyang couldn't help but feel anxious, and she hurriedly said, "Crown Princess, we still need to bring this little monk Kong Kong back for Great Elder Kongyin to look over. The little monk wasn't an object, so why bring him back for Kongyin to look over? If these two didn't know how to take care of a child, then don't take care of him. They were simply too much." Arbor glanced at them exasperatedly. "Go back and tell Great Elder that he's with me. Back then, it was your elder who directly handed him over to me. Even if I have to return him, I have to do it personally." Arbor bluntly retorted the two. Kongyin, that darn baldy, was really too unreliable. He didn't go to Seekong Planet to take care of the little monk himself, but sent two people who had no patience for children to take care of him. This sleeping pill naturally had a time limit, and the little monk probably hadn't been following them for just a day or two. They'd been feeding the little monk sleeping pills the entire time? How could the child body take it? The more she thought about it, the angrier Arbor became, and her gaze toward the couple became increasingly unfriendly. "Why aren't you leaving?" The little fellow shouted impatiently. Did she want to continue being rebuked, or did she want to be rebuked? Zhu Sanyang and her husband rubbed their noses, knowing that they were in the wrong. They hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Yes, Crown Princess. Then we'll go back and reply to Great Elder." Arbor sneered. "You can reply however you like." Her gaze had already turned cold. Zhu Sanyang and her husband had been in the pugilistic world for many years, so how could they not understand other people's expressions? Although the little girl's realm wasn't as high as theirs, her status was much higher than theirs. Glancing at His Highness the Crown Prince, who didn't look too good, Zhu Sanyang promptly cupped her hands at the two people. She very perceptively tugged at her husband Zhu Fan's hand and pulled him to leave together. If they stayed any longer, who knew if the little Crown Princess would flare up at them on the spot? Arbor took a deep breath. Seeing that the two people had already turned to leave, she wrapped the gray cloth around the little monk's chubby body and carried him to a nearby tree. "Is this drowsiness pill very difficult to cure?" "Wait for me." Xiao Mu's figure flashed into Paradise Planet. With a cold, stoic face, She picked some medicinal herbs that she needed from Paradise Planet's 100 Herb Garden. Soon, he refined an antidote and came out of the peach garden. In the blink of an eye, Arbor came back with an antidote. He squatted under the tree and stuffed the antidote into the little monk's mouth. He then stroked the little monk's small body and helped him swallow the pill. After a short moment, the small monk's long eyelashes fluttered. Then, he slowly opened his eyes with a vacant look on his face. The first thing he saw was Arbor's stoic face. Then, he saw the equally expressionless Mo Lien beside him. Benefactress, your bandit husband actually entered this little monk's dream. Hurry up and chase him out. The small monk opened his mouth and said. Mo Lien's handsome face completely darkened. Who's the bandit? Explain clearly. Mo Lien stared at the small monk with a spurious smile and said word by word. Hey, why did this feel so real? The small monk reflexively pinched the back of his hand and muttered to himself, It doesn't hurt. As expected, I'm dreaming. Arbor, you pinched my hand, the little stoic expressionlessly said. Chapter 29:12. The little monk couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His cute little face turned towards Arbor, and he blinked his big, watery eyes. Female benefactor. Don't act cute, Arbor said expressionlessly. Yes, this was the tone. He really wasn't dreaming. The female benefactor was right in front of him. Female benefactor, it really is you, oh, female benefactor. As if he had just woken up from a dream, this child turned his little palm downwards and slapped his own thigh. It hurts. The little monk grinned and suddenly reached out his two little radish-like hands and threw himself into Arbor's arms. His tears were like golden beans falling down one by one. Female benefactor, you came to look for Kong Kong? Arbor's heart couldn't help but soften, but her face remained expressionless. She raised her little hand and patted his back twice. All right, a real man bleeds and doesn't cry. What are you crying for? Ba, this little monk is only 5 years old this year. Strictly speaking, I'm still not a real man. When this little monk achieves great merit one day, I will repay the 4 great favors and help the 3 hardships. Arbor reached out and covered the little monk's little mouth. This child's habit of nagging since he was young couldn't be changed. It's fine if you're nagging, but you're still nagging about those Buddhas and gods all day long. You're so scholarly. Don't you find it tiring? The little monk gazed at Xiao Mu with a pair of large, round eyes with distinct black and white. Benefactress. It's not easy for men and women to touch each other. You let go of this little monk. Arbor flicked his full forehead. Shut up. The little monk pursed his little mouth, drooped his little head, and said in a small voice, You've changed. You weren't like this before. Arbor, you used to hug me and coax me in a small voice. The little monk Kong Kong said pitifully, You used to comb my hair and braid my hair. You weren't as fierce as you are now. This time, even Mo Lien was speechless. Speaking of which, do you have hair on your head? Why did she have to braid her hair? She was probably dreaming about his Chiao again. The child had dreamt of Jojo, who was as gentle as water, just like her mother. There was a 99% chance that she had taken Jojo as her mother. Arbor stroked the little monk's head lovingly. Come, tell me, how do you feel now? This little monk's heart hurts. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Benefactress, why don't you carry this little monk for a while? Kong Kong's chubby little hand blocked his heart. Arbor! Exclamation point. Why don't you want to slap this child to death so much? On the side, Mo Lien felt that something was amiss even more. Why is this little monk so good at flirting with girls? He must have been born with this flirting skill. How old is he? He's already so good at coaxing little girls. His 6 senses are really not clean. Before Arbor could do anything, Mo Lien appeared in front of the 2 of them in a flash. She lifted the little monk's chubby body with her fingers. She said to the little monk heartbreakingly, You're too heavy. Arbor's mouth twitched. Actually, she had also noticed that the little monk seemed to be even chubbier than before she left. She could imagine how well her mother, Wei Ziqin, fed him at home. If he continues to be this fat, he'll develop horizontally. The little monk widened his round eyes. Benefactress, Your husband is insulting people again. Chapter 29:13. Mo Lien looked at him expressionlessly. That's right. I'm arguing with you. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Strictly speaking, these two men, one big and one small, the small one really wasn't considered a man. Every time they met, they would always fight like dogs biting dogs for some reason. The little monk waved his four claws and kept kicking his legs in the air as he shouted, Benefactress, benefactress, hurry and save this little monk from your bandit husband. Arbor looked at them speechlessly. He reached out and took the little monk from Mo Lien's hands and patted his back comfortingly. All right, don't always court death by yourself. The little monk put on an innocent face and looked at him. How was he courting death? It was clearly this Crown Prince Lien who was too petty. Benefactress was indeed his wife, but she was also his benefactress. The little monk's bun-like face was taut in anger as he turned his head to glare at Mo Lien. Then he turned his head and leaned on Arbor's shoulder. Benefactress, how did you find me? His eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for Arbor to speak, he continued, It must be because this little monk and benefactress are fated to have a deep relationship. Arbor couldn't help but want to chuckle. Ever since he woke this child up, he hadn't stopped nagging until now. This really was a chatterbox little monk. Little master, you are very intelligent, ah. Chun-Chi, who had been watching silently for a long time, suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Little master, are you interested in learning forging from this old man? The little monk, Kong Kong, turned a glance at the old man and shook his head like a rattledrum. This little monk is a monk. First, I don't seek fame, and second, I don't seek profit. I don't need to delve into forging. Arbor couldn't help but find it a bit funny when he heard this. He raised his hand and lightly poked the little monk's round face. Learning forging is very useful. You can forge a weapon that suits you. The little monk sneaked a glance at the dark-faced Prince Mo and quietly muttered, Doesn't your husband know how to forge? What kind of weapon does this little monk want? If you want it, just ask your husband to make it for you. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the meaning in the little monk's eyes. This child was used to bickering with Mo Lien, but at the crucial moment, she just had to think of Prince Mo. It could be seen that in the depths of his heart, he actually valued and approved of the Crown Prince very much. Do you know who those black-clothed men chasing you are? What men in black? The small monk looked around. He was slightly stunned when he saw that many black-clothed men were sprawled out on the withered grassland. They're chasing me? Why are they chasing me? The small monk asked with a baffled expression. As soon as he said this, Arbor knew that it was impossible to get any useful information from the little monk. The little monk wouldn't know more than she did. Thinking of this, Arbor couldn't help but sigh. She had only taken 2 steps with the little monk in her arms when she felt her body become slightly lighter. Arbor lowered her head to look. Her arms were empty. The little monk had already been snatched away by her husband, who was standing at the side. What are you doing? The little monk immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. This little monk doesn't want you to carry me. This stinky man was so stiff that his face hurt when he carried him. It wasn't as comfortable as the benefactress's hug at all. Mo Lien gently lowered her head and stroked his little head. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Your objection is overruled. I'm too sleepy. I need to catch up on my sleep. Chapter 29:14. Benefactress. Arbor's head hurt when she heard him call her benefactress. She raised her hand and lightly knocked on the little baldy's forehead. Do you still remember how you came here? Although this little monk was only 5 years old, he was a little shrewd and very clear-minded. The little fellow couldn't help but cry at the mention of the little monk's sad past. When those 2 people came to take me, they said Master Abbot wanted them to take me back. This little monk hugged Benefactress's mother and cried bitterly. After bidding farewell to Benefactress's sister-in-law and family, this little monk was very sad the whole way. They didn't give this little monk vegetarian food to eat. This little monk's stomach grumbled the whole way. Speaking of this, the little monk appeared even more heartbroken. His large, pitiful eyes stared straight at Arbor, making her not know whether to laugh or cry. To put it bluntly, the little monk missed his mother's cooking. On the way from Seacone Planet to China, He felt like he suffered a huge blow. There was no food to eat. This little monk originally wanted to dig up some mushrooms to stew as soup, but the couple said it would take too much time. This little monk didn't feel anything after that. I was probably drugged by them, so I was in a daze the whole time. The little monk muttered, his bright, sparkling eyes staring at Arbor. "Benefactress, do you have vegetarian buns?" Arbor couldn't help but reach out and rub his shiny little head. She took out 2 vegetarian buns from her inner world and handed them to the little monk. "Where's your inner world? Where's your storage talisman? There's so much food inside, so why don't you eat?" The little monk shook his head. "Benefactress, there's a saying that wealth shouldn't be exposed. Although this little monk has no intention of harming others, I can't let my guard down." Emol Yin's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but want to rub her forehead. She really wanted to explain to the little monk that those 2 vegetarian buns really didn't count as wealth. If you want to expose them, then expose them. No one will snatch them from you. Besides, this little monk shouldn't use this little monk's food reserves until we're at the end of our rope. Arbor, let's just say that this little mischievous brat understood better than anyone else. After saying so much, the most important point was that the little monk did not trust Zhu Sanyang and her husband at all. At that time, with Zhu Sanyang and her husband's martial prowess, they came to Seekong Planet's Qiao family. Even if the little monk was suspicious of their identities, he would still obediently follow them. Because if he didn't leave, he would definitely implicate the Qiao family. Qiao Mu understood the little monk's thoughts after a quick thought, and her heart softened into a complete mess. She reached out and hugged little Baldy, taking the initiative to kiss his bald head. "Kong Kong, don't be like this in the future. If you have any doubts, you can tell my lord clearly." At that time, even if those 2 people wanted to force their way in, my mother and the others might not be unable to protect themselves. Because when she left a lot of things for her mother. They were all placed in the storage talisman beside her parents' bed. "Benefactress, will you bring Benefactress's parents and siblings over to play with this little monk?" "I will." Arbor's gaze was firm and full of expectations. Soon, the little monk nodded his head and took a bite of the bun. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand to touch his bald head. He cried out in alarm, "Benefactress, this little monk has become a monk and is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. I will not accept your love. You must not fall in love with this little monk." Amit Bop Arbor. Emol Yin's mouth twitched. She picked up the little monk and said, "Shut up." Chapter 29:15. With the addition of the little monk, there were a lot of jokes along the way. Chen Shi and Lu Zheng also liked this child very much. They tried every possible way to persuade him, wanting to trick him into becoming a disciple to learn refining or array formation. The little monk's face remained unmoved as he refuted the 2 of them with a single sentence. "Benefactors, don't think that you can casually find a successor and pass down your skills to him. Then you can go to the Western Paradise to meet the Buddha without any worries. As the saying goes, if you can't have the heart of the past, you can't have the heart of the present, and you can't have the heart of the future. If your heart is too attached to the past, the present, and the future, this so-called passage of time will lead to nothing in the end. If you desperately want to grasp something, but you can't get anything, Ba, it's all an endless illusion. The way to be a person is to stay true to your heart. Those things of the past are already in the past." After being lectured by the child, the 2 old men, Chun Shi and Lu Zheng, actually felt that the child's words were quite zen. It was really a stream of witty words. Moreover, this child's eyes were too sharp. He could see with a glance that they once wanted to die. Or was this child really a reincarnation of Buddha, able to see through people's hearts with just a glance? Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. She didn't expect these 2 old men to really be frightened by Kong Kong's nagging. Raising her hand to tug at Emol Yin's sleeve, Arbor whispered, "You've been carrying him along the way. Let him walk by himself for a while." "Forget it. With his short legs, it's hard for him to walk." He didn't want to let this little Baldy down. The moment the Baldy got down, the first thing he did was to fly into his Jojo's arms. It was simply intolerable. Arbor looked at Kong Kong sympathetically. The little monk really didn't learn from his mistakes. She didn't even know what to say to him when he was defeated in front of Prince Mo again and again. The four of them walked for a while. Chun-Shi missed the fat rabbit, so he suggested to sit down and rest for a while and barbecue for a picnic. Xiaomu didn't have any objections and even took out a barbecue rack from her inner world in a show of seriousness. After she had Chun-Shi clean up the rabbit, she saw the little monk running back with a pile of flower mushrooms. "Benefactress, have some mushroom soup." Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. "You'll be poisoned if you eat these mushrooms." The child picked brightly colored mushrooms and picked a bunch of inedible things. The little guy lowered his head dejectedly and said to Arbor in an aggrieved manner, "Then what should I eat?" Emolian suddenly took out a carrot from her inner world and waved it in front of the little monk. "I can make you a carrot soup." The little monk's eyes lit up, and he nodded his little head repeatedly. "Good, good. After you finish this carrot soup, you must completely forget the kiss that the benefactress left on your forehead just now. Don't mention it again in the future." The small monk blinked his eyes and glanced at the carrot. Then he looked at Arbor, who was busy barbecuing, and nodded his head as if he had made up his mind. Prince Mo nodded in satisfaction. He rolled up his wide sleeves and made a pot of vegetarian soup for the little monk. The crown prince even kindly walked around the area and picked a few edible mushrooms for him. He washed them clean, diced them, and sprinkled them down. Half an hour later, when Chun-Shi and Lu Zheng picked up the rabbit leg that was completely charred and emitted a strong smell of smoke with trembling fingers, the little monk held up the pot of fragrant carrot and mushroom soup and drank it in small sips. Chapter 29:16. Chun-Shi and Lu Zheng had a bitter expression on their faces as they looked at the little monk who was happily drinking his wine. Without tasting the food, he forcefully stuffed the roasted black rabbit leg into his mouth. With one bite, the two fellows' expressions changed drastically. Using the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers and the courage of the universe, they forcefully swallowed that piece of black rabbit leg meat. "How's the taste?" Arbor looked at the two with a serious face and asked. It's all right. All right, your sister." Even during the years when they were exiled in Beiwang Valley, eating nutrient pills mixed with rainwater every day was still better than this rabbit leg meat. Looking at the little monk eating with relish, the two old men became more and more depressed. It turned out that their second sect master's culinary skills were actually so bad. Before, he even boasted that he would make a good meal for them. Was this what it meant to be good? It's not even as good as the pot of radish soup in the little monk's hand. Seeing the two old men's gazes constantly drifting towards him, the little monk hurriedly hugged his little soup pot and walked to the side with his short little legs, sitting down and eating. Still thinking that monks are merciful, not willing to give up even a little bit of food, simply shameful, the two old men secretly criticized a few times in their hearts. With a stiff face, they put down the rabbit leg in their hands. "What? You don't want to eat after one bite?" No. Chun-Shi awkwardly laughed twice. "Second sect master, your roasted meat is so delicious. We cough, can't bear to eat it all at once. We have to save it and digest it properly." Right. Lu Zheng was rarely on the same side as Chun-Shi this time. He repeatedly nodded and said, "That's right. Second sect master. Just let us go." Arbor glanced at them and snorted. "All right then." Saying that, he took out 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice from the food box in his inner world and handed a pair of chopsticks to Emolian. Chun-Shi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "No, second sect master, we can also eat rice." "Oh, didn't you two say you wanted to eat roasted meat?" Arbor said calmly. "I think the roasted meat is enough for you two to share. We won't fight with you. We'll just eat these." Looking at the 2 dishes that Arbor pointed at, the jade tofu and the sweet and sour fish slices, and then at the crystal clear holy rice in the other person's bowl, the 2 elders were about to burst into tears. Only then did they realize that Mr. Jojo was deliberately trying to teach them a lesson. That rabbit meat must have been burned on purpose. If Arbor knew what the 2 of them were thinking, he would tell them expressionlessly, "Sorry, I've never been good at cooking since I was young." After lunch, they set off again. Half an hour later, They arrived at a small village at the foot of the Red Cloud Peak. Arbor looked up at the black plaque hanging at the entrance of the village. The word happiness was written crookedly on it. A sincere smile finally appeared on Chun-Chi's face. That's great. When I came back here again, I found that the spiritual energy at Red Cloud Peak is still the densest. Arbor looked around. Are there still people living in this village? How can there be no people? This area used to be the most prosperous area in the surrounding 10 miles. There are hundreds of families living in the village. Chun-Chi said, his voice paused slightly. After walking into the village and looking around for a while, Chun-Chi couldn't help but say, "Yeah, that's strange. How can there be no people? This village wasn't like this before." Chapter 29:17. It's been more than 100 years. No matter how rich the village is, it can't be much better. Arbor didn't feel surprised. The village looked dilapidated from the outside, and as soon as they walked in, they could see the ruins everywhere. They investigated from the beginning of the village to the end, but didn't find much, and there was no suspicious blood around, so they resentfully turned back to the beginning of the village. This village should be abandoned naturally. Chun-Chi said with uncertainty, "Since there's no one here, let's go to the Red Cloud Peak." Arbor narrowed his eyes, looked up at the cloud-shrouded mountain peak in the distance, and subconsciously nodded his head. "Who's there?" At this moment, Lu Zheng suddenly raised his hand and shot out a flying star concealed weapon. But after hearing a whoosh sound, the person was so scared that he fell to the ground, and the cane in his hand also fell to the ground with a bang. When Xiao Mu and the others focused their gazes, they saw that it was an elderly man in his twilight years. His yellowish eyes contained traces of terror as he stared at them without blinking. "You, who are you? Why did you break into our happiness village?" Lu Zheng saw that it was an old man without any cultivation and couldn't help but secretly scold himself for being too nervous. He raised his hand and touched his nose and smiled apologetically. "Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to suddenly appear at the entrance of the village. Just now we didn't see anyone, and your appearance was a bit abrupt. Sorry. Come, let me help you up." No need of trouble, sir." The old man supported himself with the cane, stood up shakily, and looked at them suspiciously. You guys? What are you doing in Happiness Village?" Lu Zheng was about to speak, but Arbor rolled his eyes and said, We're looking for relatives." "Looking for relatives?" The old man had an incredulous expression, looked up and down Arbor. "What's your relative's name? I don't want to hide it from you. I know everyone in this Happiness Village." Arbor made up a story. "It's a distant relative, seems to be surnamed Hu. I'm here on a mission from my family. There's a profound grade cultivation method here, and I want to hand it over to him personally." Although the old man was not a cultivator, he had obviously heard of the rarity of the profound level cultivation method. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Surnamed Hu? It could be Hu Erhua's family." Arbor didn't care about Hu Erhua and Qian Erhua. He just nodded and said, "Can I trouble you to lead the way?" This was obviously an empty village. She was very curious as to where this old man could take them and create another Hu Erhua. When the old man heard this, he happily nodded his head, but there was still some doubt in his eyes. "I wonder why Fairy suddenly came to visit, and even said that she wanted to give a cultivation technique to Hu Erhua. Family mission, no comment. It was originally made up and full of mistakes. How could it stand up to the old man's continuous questioning of the details?" Arbor only threw the old man an unfathomable expression, and he was completely intimidated. At this time, the old man was still thinking in his heart. They might be from some big sect or family. Hu Erhua might have really hit the jackpot. The old man trembled as he turned around and led them towards the end of the village. Chun-Chi winked at Jojo and curled his lips. In fact, most of the people in this village had the surname Hu, he had told Jojo before. Chapter 29:18. When the old man turned around, Arbor's sharp eyes caught sight of a red rope peeking out from the old man's collar. Arbor knitted his brows and sized up the old man, but he didn't continue speaking. The group followed the old man to the very end of the eastern end of the village, where they silently exchanged glances with each other in front of a collapsed thatched hut. The little monk sniffled and leaned against Mo Yin's slender, ramrod straight legs. Half of his body had shrunk behind Mo Yin's back, and he only poked out half of his small head, revealing a pair of large, round eyes as he curiously gazed at the goateed old man in front of him. The old man led them around to the back of the collapsed hut. After knocking on the ground for a while, he suddenly moved aside one of the floor tiles. These floor tiles were originally covered with grass and wood. Normally, even if someone walked here, they wouldn't be noticed. Seeing this scene, Arbor's heart suddenly stirred for some reason. The scene before them seemed to be somewhat similar to the underground village they had previously destroyed on Seacombe Planet, the one in the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital. Arbor calmly followed the old man's steps, his fingers twitching on Mo Yin's palm. Mo Yin nodded in understanding, exchanging a "be careful" look with each other. Seeing Xiao Mu move, the rest of the people naturally followed. Just as they were about to go down the underground passageway, the old man suddenly turned around and gave them a stiff smile that resembled a shriveled corpse. "Everyone, you need a passage talisman to go down. This is for you to use for the time being. Keep it well." As he spoke, he handed over a jade talisman tied by a red rope. The word "safety" was engraved on it. "This is a safety talisman. It will bless you to have a smooth journey." Just as Arbor was about to reach out to receive it, Mo Yin pressed down on his small hand. Mo Yin took the safety talisman from the old man in passing and nodded indifferently at him without losing her etiquette. "Lead the way." The old man shuddered and followed the crown prince's words to the underground passageway. The passageway was not wide and could only accommodate one person at a time. Xiao Mu had only taken 2 steps down when she felt waves of sinister wind assaulting her. It was as if there was a giant beast underground with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump into its trap. "Why is it so cold?" "Ah, it's quite cold here because we've raised the icicle flower tree here. Look." The old man pointed at the tree in front of them, which was isolated by a defensive barrier. Its leaves were completely covered in frost, and beautiful little flowers were wrapped in frost and snow, falling heavily on the branches like blooming plum blossoms. Each flower was made of ice crystals and snow, and it was very beautiful. "It'll be normal if we walk further in." Arbor and the others followed the old man to the ground and looked up. He saw that the entrance of the passageway, which was originally a little bit of light, was now completely blocked by a stone slab, completely sealing off the way back. Arbor pursed his lips tightly and turned to look at the old man. His eyesight was astonishing. Even if it was pitch black in front of him, he could still see some unfriendliness from the old man's wrinkled face. Someone who could help take care of such a large underground base was definitely not a good person. As a normal person, he had this kind of ability. He was probably also a vicious and merciless person. You couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Arbor asked coldly, "Where's the Hua's house that you mentioned?" "Too sleepy. I woke up to catch up on 2 more chapters." Chapter 29:19. After exiting the passageway, they realized that the scale of this underground village was really not small. It was comparable to the village above. Most importantly, there were quite a lot of people. Looking at the layout of this village, there were probably hundreds of families. You really couldn't tell anything from the outside. At first glance, it really looked like a village that lived and worked in peace and contentment. Small stalls were set up along the streets, and the peddlers were shouting to the pedestrians coming and going. Men carrying hoes and preparing to go to the fields, women holding children's little hands, and smiling women, all looked very simple. But if one looked closely, it was not difficult to discover that all of these people were surrounded by a faint layer of gloomy aura. The little monk took out a wooden fish from somewhere and knocked on it as he walked. He muttered obscure sutras as he walked and followed behind Mo Yin with his chubby little legs. His little appearance was really somewhat comical. Arbor glanced at him and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. But very quickly, everyone felt that their bodies seemed to be surrounded by a layer of warmth. The gloomy aura outside could no longer affect them in the slightest. Chun-Chi was surprised and raised his head to look at the little monk who was still focused on knocking on the wooden fish. Needless to say, The little monk's body seemed to be covered with a layer of Buddha's light at this moment. Those gloomy and cold chi that came from all directions seemed to be frightened when they came into contact with the little monk's surroundings and hurriedly retreated. "Little master, can you stop knocking?" The old man leading the way frowned and turned to say to Arbor, "Can you ask this little master to stop knocking?" He felt uncomfortable all over, as if his heart was about to jump out his chest and beat wildly. Every time the little monk knocked on the wooden fish, it was like knocking on his heart, causing the old man's face to turn slightly pale. Arbor shook his little head and said in all seriousness, "That won't do. Everyone has to have some hobbies. The little monk's hobby is to knock on the wooden fish. You can't erase this hobby of his." At this moment, Arbor and Mo Lien were walking at the front of the group, while the little monk was walking behind them with his short legs. He was knocking on the wooden fish and murmuring something under his breath. His exquisite eyebrows didn't even raise. Qinchi and Lu Zheng walked behind him. The little monk knocked on the wooden fish more and more tightly, the sound entering their ears. The old man's complexion turned unsightly. He turned his head and quickened his pace as he walked toward the house in the village. "Erhuazi, Erhuazi." The old man couldn't help but call out as soon as he entered the house. Along the way, everyone gave them strange looks, which really made him feel uncomfortable. After the little monk entered the room, he walked to the wooden armchair at the side and sat down. The wooden fish didn't stop and was still knocked rhythmically. The burly man named Erhuazi walked out of the inner hall with a dozen other burly men. His eyes were full of shrewdness as he glanced at the 5 people from Arbor. His gaze fell on the little monk who was knocking on the wooden fish. "Village head, why did you bring a monk in?" Erhuazi, the old man who was called village head by Hu Erhua, moved to Hu Erhua's side in small steps and whispered a few words in his ear. Hu Erhua immediately put on a smile and looked towards Arbor. A few traces of smile appeared on his fierce-looking face. "So it's a distant relative of my Hu family who has come to visit. Everyone sit, sit, sit." Hu Erhua smiled until the fierce-looking muscles on his face were squeezed out. Chapter 29:20. I'll instruct the servants to prepare some food and wine. You must be tired from your long journey. I'll give you a welcome dinner first. If there's anything you want to say, we can talk while we eat." Hu Erhua gave a look to one of his subordinates. That person understood and left. Not long after, he brought a table full of good food and wine to entertain Arbor's group. Mo Yin looked at that guy with a half-smile. She held Jojo's little hand and sat down first. Qinchi and Lu Zheng also sat down. The little monk, on the other hand, was as still as the wind. He sat on the wooden armchair at the side and continued to knock on the wooden fish while chanting. Hu Erhua was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, look at this little master. Oh, the little monk is a vegetarian. He's not used to eating fish. Get someone to prepare a bowl of rice soup and put it next to him." Mo Yin said indifferently. Hu Erhua opened his mouth. Actually, he wanted to say, "Can you stop your child from knocking on the wooden fish?" He was getting goosebumps from knocking on the wooden fish all day long. "Don't tell me you're not feeling well." Arbor frowned. She glanced at the village chief, who sat down to accompany them. The corner of her mouth twitched as she said indifferently, "Normal people would at most find the sound of the wooden fish annoying. Only those who are controlled by the evil aura or ghosts would be at a loss when faced with the sound of the wooden fish." Don't tell me you're..." Arbor pretended to lean closer to Mo Lien. She looked at the village chief and Hu Erhua warily. The 2 people's faces twitched. They quickly waved their hands and said, "Miss, you're joking. Miss, you're joking. How could we be ghosts? Look, look, we have shadows on the ground." The village chief quickly pointed at the safety talisman on the ground. A red string slid down from his collar. Xiao Mu gazed at them playfully. "I see that everyone in your blissful village is wearing this protective talisman." Along the way, she saw many small stalls selling this safety talisman on a red string. "But is this really a safety talisman?" Arbor smirked, revealing a trace of coldness. "Ah, yes, yes, yes." The village head hurriedly nodded and poured a cup of wine for Mo Lien, Qinchi, and Lu Zheng. "Drink, drink. Don't be shy. Eat, eat. Mo Yin pressed down on the wine cup with one hand as he gazed at Hu Erhua apathetically. Speak. Why did you lure us down here? Actually, you already knew that we weren't here to look for our relatives. Mo Yin couldn't be bothered to continue feigning civility with them. With a flick of her finger, she revealed the safety talisman that was tied to a red string. Can you tell us what this thing is? Their original intention was to enter the underground village to investigate. Since they were already here, there was no need for them to waste any more time. The village head's face darkened. He raised his hand and clapped twice. Dozens of nimble and strong men rushed out from the central room and surrounded Mo Yin and her group. You bunch of daring people. You don't want to take the road to heaven, but you want to barge into hell. The village head sneered. I originally wanted to take you in as villagers of Happiness Village. Since you don't want to give me face, then you can all go to hell. The safety talisman in Mo Yin's hand suddenly emitted a layer of black fog. It quickly swept towards his face. Chapter 29-21. The corner of the old village chief's mouth curled into a deep sneer. He thought to himself, these youngsters are still too young. Their sudden appearance in the happy village already made him vigilant. In addition, the little girl casually made up some nonsense to him, saying that they were looking for relatives. At that time, he somewhat understood that these people probably found something and wanted to rely on him to continue the investigation. So he beat them at their own game and casually said something. Originally, he wanted to give them this protective talisman and secretly control these people, who knew when the black gas in the protective talisman rushed to Mo Yin's face. Mo Yin's body suddenly emitted a faint Buddhist light, separating the black fog. The black fog trembled and retreated, afraid that it was too late. And at this time, if there was an enlightened monk here, he would definitely be shocked by the exquisiteness of this little monk's Buddhist teachings. It turns out that this little monk was knocking on the wooden fish while chanting scriptures, forming a swastika barrier around Arbor's group. The golden light was so bright that ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes. But that black, baleful aura was originally faint. Now that it was pushed back by the Buddhist light, it became more and more like a little white flower drifting in the wind and rain, as if it was about to dissipate. Of course, the old village chief and Hu Erhua could not see this Buddhist seal barrier. Even Mo Yin and Arbor could only feel a trace of warmth, filling their surroundings. As for other things, they really could not see. The little monk finally stopped knocking on the wooden fish and raised his head. His jade-white little face was filled with a serious expression. He said in a methodical manner, Benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is at hand. If you turn back in time, this little monk can still save your lives. Otherwise, regret is hard to repent. The sea of bitterness in hell will be waiting for you. Stinky monk, what are you mumbling about? The old village chief flew into a rage out of humiliation. The clothes in front of his chest suddenly burst open. A ghost claw like withered vines stretched out from his chest, directly grabbing towards the little monk's neck. Mo Yin and Xiao Mu had been paying attention to those people the entire time. When they saw the old village chief move, they immediately creased their brows. Mo Yin's raven moon sword flew up and slashed down, instantly severing that old ghost claw at the base. The old village chief roared angrily. Another 4 or 5 ghost claws drilled out from his chest and back. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be mutating rapidly. The ghost claws that came out from his front and back were all whipping towards Mo Yin. Chi. Layers of black smoke emerged from the places where the ghost claws struck. They were melted away by the golden light that was invisible to the naked eye. As a result, that ghost claw was eliminated before it could even reach Mo Yin's side. The old village chief's face changed color as he saw this, and he began to twist crazily. I'm going to kill you all. I'll kill you all. So it's a demonic cultivator, Mo Yin muttered to herself. She grabbed Arbor's wrist and took 2 steps back. On the side, Chun Shi and Lu Zheng frowned as they looked at the old man in front of them. Why would such a thing appear in a normal village? Arbor wasn't surprised at all. After all, she and Mo Lien had experienced the underground village incident once before. This underground village was a paradise for cultivating demonic cultivators and raising zombies. Right? Zombies. Arbor glanced sideways at the door, but didn't see anything that looked like a zombie. Perhaps this place didn't raise zombies? Arbor thought. Chapter 29-22. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of knocking on the door just happens to ring out, and at this moment the village chief is in the midst of a fierce battle with the layers of Buddha's light. He simply can't break through the little monk's Buddha's light barrier, and can only circle around the outer layer while whistling from time to time. Lu Zheng shakes his head. No wonder you were able to dodge my hidden weapon at the village entrance. He thought the old man was just lucky, but now it seems that the old village chief is a demonic cultivator, and he dodged it with his own strength. Arbor isn't surprised. To be able to govern such a big underground village, he must have some ability. If ordinary people want to become strong, they can either reach the peak through body forging or fuse with the power of evil plants and evil beasts to become a demonic cultivator. But now it seems that there is a third way, relying on Tian Yun's medicine to awaken a person with special ability. Of course, the probability of this is extremely low. Isn't it because of this that most people mutated into zombies? Arbor's heart is somewhat absent-minded. She is thinking if she was at the end of her road and there was a kind of medicine in front of her that could allow her to reach the heavens in a single bound. Would she take it? When people are forced into a corner, the decision they make may even scare themselves. Thump! Two village women barge in, and when they see the scene of fighting in the hall, both of them cry out in alarm. Village chief. Commander Hu. Hua's fierce eyes look at the two of them. Why are you two here? At this moment, the village chief is in a state of mutation, and these two women have seen it all. It seems that they can't be left alive. Hua's eyes reveal a trace of murderous intent. Those two village women have long been scared silly, and when they hear Hua's question, they tremble and cry out, Village chief, how did you become? Monster, it's that monster. The other woman can't help but scream out, It's you. It's actually you. I recognize you. Half a month ago in the middle of the night, it was you who took my child from my house. I'll fight you, you old monster. So it was you who took my child. I trusted you so much, but you actually pretended to tell me that you would gather the villagers to help me find my child. The woman roared with bloodshot eyes. She picked up a rolling pin by the door and waved it at the village chief, who had countless ghost claws in the middle of the hall. Boom! The old village chief used a ghost claw to slap away the rolling pin in the woman's hand. Another ghost claw swung over and grabbed the woman's neck, throwing her into the air. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Lu Zheng wanted to save her, the woman had already been torn into pieces by countless ghost claws. Her flesh and blood dripped down. The old village head was like a devil. He raised his neck and opened his mouth wide, sucking in the flesh and blood that the woman spilled down. His body began to mutate rapidly. His body was like a freak with a twisted neck. 17 or 18 ghost claws drilled out of his chest and back. Some were lashing out, some were clawing, and some were even clenched into fists and punched towards Arbor's face. Chi! Arbor didn't make a move. He saw that the ghost claws hadn't even reached his eyes when they were burned clean by purple flames. Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He stared at the old village chief, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Chapter 29-23. After sucking so much blood, the old village chief's entire body began to swell up a little. His face had already been squeezed out of shape. A ghost claw grew out of his neck, directly whipping towards Arbor's body. You look really disgusting. Arbor coldly glanced at him, saying so. The village chief's face was red with anger. His two bulging dead fish eyes fiercely glared at her. Hand over the black level cultivation method you were talking about, and I can still spare your life. If it wasn't for his greed for the black level cultivation method this little girl spoke of, he might have already made a move on them when they were still up there, instead of luring them in. Originally, he wanted to lure these 5 people in. If possible, he would take them in as villagers of Happiness Village. If not, after interrogating them for the cultivation method, he would rob them of everything in their inner worlds, then kill them and eat them. But now it seems that he really was hunting geese all day long, only to be pecked blind by the geese. He actually suffered such a big setback in front of a little bald donkey, simply hateful to the extreme. Black level cultivation method? Arbor coldly looked at him. A dead person doesn't need any cultivation method. Saying so, the startled swan dagger had already quietly flown in front of the village chief, a sword stabbing towards his left eye. This startled swan dagger was just a small dagger. When it flew out of his consciousness, it didn't make a sound at all. It wasn't until it was right in front of the old man's eyes that he suddenly realized. But in the next instant, he only felt pain in his eye. Half of his eyeball had been gouged out by the startled swan dagger. The old village chief had never suffered such a big loss. He suddenly shouted to the side, "Commander, how long are you going to watch the show?" Hua was complaining incessantly. How was he just watching the show? He wanted to make a move from the beginning, but just as he was about to make a move, a heavy pressure had already fallen on his body, pressing him down by a few inches. He couldn't even take a step forward. Damn it. Hua forced out a few words from between his teeth. Old ghost. You hold on over there. My people will be here soon. I advise you to hurry up and let us go. If you let go now, I can still let you leave like this. Otherwise. Roar. Several different roars came from outside the courtyard. Hua's face lit up as he coldly laughed and said, "Now, even if you want to leave, you won't be able to arc." He felt a sharp pain in his ear as his left ear was cut off. "You talk too much," Arbor said coldly, then turned to Yin and said, "I'll deal with the zombies outside. You deal with them." "Jojo, don't worry." The little girl flashed him 2 white teeth. "I'm a person with antibodies now. Even if this thing catches me, I'm not afraid of it." After saying that, it waved its little paw at him, leaving the 3 of them and the little monk to deal with Hua and the old village chief. He then went out of the house. As soon as he went out, he saw 3 fast-moving zombies with green faces and fangs rushing towards him. Looking at their speed, the veins all over their skin were twisting like earthworms. Their facial features were already blurred like humans. If he guessed correctly, these should be level 3 high-level zombies. Hua really put in a lot of effort this time. Chapter 29-24. Summoning 3 high-level zombies all at once to deal with them. Wasn't she putting a lot of effort? The corners of Arbor's mouth curled up slightly. "Come on then. I'll make you pay as much as you come." Hua, this commander who was still too naive. Xiaomu summoned out her black feral and leaped up to a high-level zombie with green fur growing out of its face. She struck it hard on the head. Bang! The corpse puppet was struck by the attack and immediately flew back several steps. Arbor didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. She leaped forward lightly, her fingertips moving quickly, and a thorny wooden vine flew out from her hand, swinging straight at the zombie's face. Although this high-level zombie had developed intelligence, it wasn't as agile as a human. The zombie couldn't dodge this attack, and a thorny vine whip directly bloomed on its green-haired face. Plop! A piece of rotten flesh on the left side of the zombie's face fell to the ground, forming a sticky lump. Arbor was disgusted by it and jumped to the side. At this time, the other 2 zombies also pounced and attacked Arbor. Arbor wouldn't give 3 high-level zombies a chance to attack her. Thus, she turned her gaze and dashed directly toward the earth wall on the side. When the 3 zombies saw her running away, they roared and chased after her. When they reached the earth wall, Arbor's figure was nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, Arbor darted out from behind a zombie. The startled swan dagger flashed and sank into the back of the zombie's neck. At the same time, Arbor's small hand was covered in a layer of frost, and she suddenly grabbed one of the zombie's arms. Tisk. Caught off guard, the unlucky zombie's arm was torn off by Arbor's small hand with the Vajra talisman attached to it. It didn't feel any pain. After Arbor tore off its arm, it used its other hand to grab it. Thus, it was once again tragically cut off by Arbor. The wall she was standing on now only allowed one zombie to pounce over and fight her. At this moment, the unlucky zombie's two hands were useless, so it could only use its body to fly. Arbor initially thought that this high-level zombie might be like the one she had encountered before. Its limbs could be detached from its body, and even its fingers could be peeled off from its limbs to attack her like hidden weapons. However, after waiting for a long time, the corpse puppet did not take any further action. Obviously, it could not do so. Hu Erhua reckoned that they were defective high-grade zombie puppets, which was why he could summon 3 of them at once. This kind of high-level corpse puppet, regardless of whether it was an incomplete product or not, would definitely have a crystal core in its head. Arbor threw out 3 ice blades and finished off the undead hag. Then, he dug out a gray crystal core from its head without any expression on his face. He weighed the crystal core in his hand and felt that it was not bad. However, the crystal core in the head of this level 3 advanced zombie puppet had mutated into a gray color. Could it also be due to its evolution? Arbor stuffed the crystal core into her inner world, planning to throw it to her dear husband when she returned. After finishing off one of the 3, the other 2 were defective high-grade zombies, so it was more convenient to finish them off. As long as she guarded this wall and did not give them a chance to surround and attack her, there would definitely be no major problems. After finishing off the other 2 defective zombies in the same way, he dug out the crystal cores in their heads. Arbor looked back and saw Mo Lien walking out of the door. "My head hurts. I'm going to sleep first." Chapter 29-25. That Qinshi drags the old village chief's crippled body over and heavily pushes him to the ground. Roar, roar. The old village chief lets out a series of inhuman cries, his whole face contorted into a dark purple color, his eyes bulging as if they're going to pop out of their sockets. Hu Erhua's appearance is also very miserable. When he was pushed out of the house by Lu Zheng, his hands were tied behind his back. His mouth kept clamoring, "What do you want to do? I advise you to think clearly before doing anything. The power behind us isn't something you people can resist." Arbor glances at him and says coldly, "What power? Isn't it just Tianyin? You're just a small commander of Tianyin. Do you think you're important enough? Just because you died, Tianyin launched a revenge operation against us?" Hu Erhua's face stiffens slightly, his neck stiffening as he says, He's actually speechless. What kind of situation is this?" He's actually speechless from a little girl's rebuke, because he's also very clear that in the organization, there really are countless commanders like him. Whether it's strength or intelligence, he's not that outstanding. The organization simply won't care about his life or death. Thinking about it, he really hates it. Originally, he was doing well in the eastern part of north-facing Great Forest, and it took him many years to build a decent-sized base. If he only had to sharpen himself for another 2 or 3 years, maybe he'd be able to use this base to win the favor of those higher-ups in the organization. At that time, maybe he'd be able to advance even further. But now, a good base has been destroyed in the hands of these people. Hu Erhua hates it to know, and just thinking about it. It's just that the old village chief, a pretty strong demonic cultivator, can't beat these people. At this time, the commotion caused by Hu Erhua's family has already attracted the attention of many villagers. Hu Erhua seems to have a very high status in the village. When the villagers saw Hu Erhua's family being besieged, they all spontaneously organized themselves, carrying hoes and rakes, running over with fiendish expressions, their emotions surging as they excitedly roared something. For a moment, the road is blocked by these villagers crowded with people. Arbor glances at them and says in a voice that's neither high nor low, "Do you want to know who this person is?" As she spoke, she kicked the tied-up old village chief in front of everyone. Everyone took a look and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They whispered to each other, "Isn't that the old village chief? It can't be. How did the old village chief become like this?" At this time, another woman who had broken into Hu Erhua's house with the woman who had been killed rushed out and shouted to the villagers, "Everyone, you're right. It was him, the village chief. It's our village chief, that tree vine monster." Wow. More and more villagers gathered around. Everyone let out cries of disbelief. They couldn't be more familiar with this tree vine monster. In recent years, it would appear in the villagers' homes from time to time in the middle of the night, picking on the boys. The boy who had been dragged away had never returned. Many people said that he had been eaten alive by the tree vine monster. As for the village chief, once he knew that a boy had gone missing in the village, he would mobilize the entire village to search the nearby villages in secret. He would pretend to be worried and do his best for the villagers. Chapter 29-26. Who would have thought that this old village chief is actually that tree vine monster? He can actually pretend to be like this. In front of each of them, he pretends to be a sanctimonious, kind-hearted person, but in the end, the villagers' emotions surge. Each and every one of them is filled with righteous indignation and curses. This was especially true for the families who had lost their children. Their entire family went up to the village chief, kicking and punching him. Lu Zheng separates these ordinary villagers. Don't get too close. This old guy is not a good person. Be careful not to get caught by the ghost claws on his body. Now, they can clearly see the true face of this old village chief. They see that the countless ghost claw-like vines on his body have already been chopped into pieces, leaving only the long ghost claw on his neck, trying to struggle. He is a demonic cultivator. Arbor lightly says, "Now can you tell us why you are in this underground village?" An old man shakily steps forward, crying and says, "Immortal, please save us." A few years ago, several monsters that look like humans appeared in our happy village, specifically eating people on sight. The people in the village who can escape have already escaped, leaving behind the old, weak, women and children, about 100 families. They're so poor that they don't even have money to run away. So the old village chief proposed to move our village underground. This way, first, we can effectively stop the man-eating monsters. Second, the safety of the village can also be guaranteed. At that time, we all felt that the village chief was wholeheartedly thinking for the village, so we are very grateful to him. Who knows? He is a beast in human face. The woman at the side also cries. Originally, we thought that if we moved to the underground, we would definitely not provoke monsters anymore. Who knew that good times don't last long? It has only been a few months since we moved to the underground village. Starting from 4 years ago, every year our village would lose a few boys, all taken away by that tree vine monster. At this point, many people began to gnash their teeth. We were kept in the dark by this old man for so many years. We still wholeheartedly thought that he is a warm-hearted philanthropist. Arbor sneers. He lied to you more than this. After saying that, he stepped forward and kicked Hu Erhua. Lead the way to your nest. Hu Erhua shuddered from head to toe, and he looked at Xiao Mu in disbelief. How did this little girl know that he had another secret base here? It should be around that icicle flower tree, Arbor said with certainty. She noticed it when she came down. The area around the ice tree had the densest, baleful Yin energy. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. Arbor glanced at the villagers. Take off the amulets around your necks. She usually didn't like to explain this and that, but looking at the ignorant eyes of the villagers, she only felt that their stupidity was somewhat pitiful. Do they have to believe whatever others say? He had no judgment at all. He didn't even have a trace of doubt. This isn't a protective talisman at all. Arbor said indifferently. This is a profound Yin talisman. If you wear it for a long time, the Yin energy will enter your body, and you'll be easily controlled by others. Even if your mind is strong enough, your body will continue to deteriorate year by year. Therefore, this Xianyin talisman was of no benefit to an ordinary person. Hearing this, everyone turned pale with fright. They hurriedly took off the profound Yin talisman from their necks and threw it on the ground. Chapter 29-27. These people belong to the Tianyun organization. Arbor looks around and says, to them, this place is just an extremely small stronghold in this organization. And you guys, Arbor looks at them again, are all their potential test subjects. If you don't believe me, then follow me. Without giving these shocked villagers a chance to ask questions, Arbor turns around and signals Chun Chi and Lu Zheng to carry the old village chief and Hu Erhua to follow him. Mo Lian's figure flashes and comes to Arbor's side. The two of them walk very quickly and arrive at the side of the frost-covered tree in a flash. Arbor looks up at the tree. From the outside, the tree seems to be completely fine, but that kind of energy is so dense that it almost can't be dispersed. Lu Zheng throws Hu Erhua to the ground and kicks him. Let's do it. Hu Erhua shudders and turns to look at Arbor and Mo Lien standing behind him. Mo Lien curls her lips into a smile that isn't a smile. Do you want me to do it for you? Hu Erhua shudders again and scrambles forward a few steps. He circles around the ice tree and sends out a few palm strikes up and down. A jade talisman suddenly jumps out from his sleeve. Like a key, it is embedded in the barrier in front of him. This is really an important place. This barrier is even surrounded by a talisman array. After this talisman array opens, more and more energy seeps out from inside. Normal people naturally can't sense it. Only people with profound cultivation can sense the energy from this kind of Xian talisman array. Arbor cultivates talisman array and naturally has a bit more perception than normal people. Usually when he walked around the ice tree, he would only feel that it was a little cold at most. Suddenly, a cloud of black fog floats out from inside the ice tree. It opens its huge mouth like a ghost head and rushes to swallow Arbor, who is standing at the front. The speed was so fast that Arbor only had time to put up an eggshell defensive barrier. He didn't have time to do anything else before he was swallowed by the black fog. A pair of cold, scarlet eyes appeared in the black fog. Without any explanation, it opened its mouth and roared at her. With a rumble, it swept towards Arbor like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, a barrier formed by black flames was erected in front of Arbor. The vibrations formed by the sound waves were completely isolated and didn't cause any damage to Arbor. Arbor had just removed the defensive barrier on her body when her slender waist was embraced by Mo Lien. Mo Lien didn't know if he was comforting her or comforting himself. He hugged her and unconsciously stroked her waist twice. Sir Jojo blinked and turned his head to look at the red-eyed zombie that had suddenly emerged from the black fog. This high-level zombie was different from the 3.5 defective ones from before. Not only could it emit sound waves, but it could also separate its hands from its body. Two of its arms were about to fly in front of them. Mo Lien narrowed his cold eyes. Black lotus, flowers the size of a fist, carrying cold and merciless killing intent, rose from the ground little by little. The black flames were swallowing the energy around them. Lu Zheng and Qin Shi were isolated from the black fog. The instant the black fog transformed into a giant skeletal ghost face and opened its huge mouth to devour Qiao Mu, they only saw Crown Prince Mo's figure flicker and burrow inside without hesitation. The two of them were trying their best to release several bursts of holy power to disperse the ghost fog. Chapter 29-28. Suddenly, he realized that the skull face in front of him was gradually becoming distorted. It looked as if it had been stabbed by someone, and the huge skull mouth was crooked, as if it was howling something. All of a sudden, it was smashed from the inside. The whole mass of black fog was torn apart from the middle, and gradually turned into fragmented shadows. Wisp by wisp, it scattered in all directions. The figures of Arbor and Mo Lien, who were originally swallowed by the black fog, also appeared. As for Hu Erhua, who had put up a final struggle and used a sinister move, Arbor saw that his eyes were wide open, and there was a black hole burned in his neck when he came out. It was obvious that he had been executed by Mo Lien in a rage, and was already thoroughly dead. Roar! When the villagers saw a human-shaped corpse puppet jump out, they all cried out in alarm. It's this man-eating monster! Man-eating monster! Mo Lien's finger moved, and a slender whip made of black flames coiled around the corpse puppet's head with a whoosh. With a heavy whip, the corpse puppet's head was flung. "Pah!" A crisp sound rang out, and this high-level corpse puppet let out a painful roar like a human. Mo Lien's figure flashed, and she quickly came to its side. A fierce light flashed in her hand, and she swiftly drew the black flames into the raven moon. The slender, pure black sword suddenly released a black light that was as pure as the night. The pure, ink-colored light dazzled the eyes of everyone present. The black light that bloomed from the raven moon sword formed the shape of a huge sword in midair. It descended from the sky and went straight for the high-level corpse puppet's head. That corpse puppet strongly felt the taste of danger approaching, but there was simply no way to dodge. No way to dodge. The illusion of the huge black sword chopped that corpse puppet from the head down and directly split it into two halves. It made those rotten and necrotic internal organs in its body, which were almost unrecognizable from their original appearance, all scattered and blossomed all over the ground. It was not badly mutilated, but that scene would make people have nightmares at night. One hit, one kill. Arbor glanced at it and sighed without saying anything. This man was really, he didn't know what to say. He was too vengeful. Just because this corpse puppet had wanted to tear her apart, he had completely torn her apart when he attacked. What a bloodthirsty child, but he was really likable. When Mo Lien turned his head, he saw his wifey smiling at him. The little fellow's smile was like the melting of the first snow and the blooming of flowers. He couldn't help but smile as well. His originally cold and murderous face melted like ice, showing a bit of gentleness. The two of them looked at each other, and Mo Lien was overjoyed. She floated to her side and held her little hand. "Jojo, you're smiling." The little guy reached out and touched his little face. Did he smile? It turned out that he was smiling so naturally that he didn't even notice it. At this time, the black fog around the ice tree had already dispersed. Everyone was shocked to see the scene in front of them. After the talisman formation was unraveled, its original appearance was revealed. The ice tree in front of them looked like it was planted in a mass grave. The roots of the tree were piled with many animal and human skeletons. It looked like they had died in extreme pain and disgust. Umitba. The little monk looked over with a serious face, but his eyes were suddenly blinded by Arbor. Children shouldn't look at so many messy things. Arbor knocked his smooth little head. Wait. Chapter 29:29. The little stoic hastily pulled her husband's hand and pattered over. Sure enough, they saw a pitch-black sinkhole under the ice tree. There was a steep passage inside that led to an unknown place. "I'll go down and take a look," Mo Lien said as she squeezed her small hand. Arbor vigorously shook her small head. "Let's go together." The little monk hastily grabbed her hand. "Benefactress, I'll go with you. Why are you joining the fun? Stay here. You can't recite the rebirth incantation of so many people by yourself at such a young age. You have to find a monastery for this." Before Arbor could finish speaking, she saw the little monk shake his small head. This young monk feels that something is off down there. This aura is seriously too insidious. Arbor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could this little monk be so comical and adorable? The old monk called himself Old Monk, but he followed the trend and called him Little Monk. Stay here even if it's insidious. Arbor poked his forehead and pulled Mo Lien down that steep path. "Umitba." The little monk grumbled. "Benefactress, you should bring this young monk along. This young monk can help you a bit with a Buddhist CLO." Benefactress. Benefactress. Benefactress was really strange. Why did she seem to be fleeing in defeat? She pulled that Prince Mo down the sinkhole as if she was fleeing. "Chin Chijing, pay attention to your defenses." Arbor tossed out this sentence before leaving. She and Mo Lien floated down that long, steep staircase. This long staircase was about several hundred meters down. When they reached the bottom, the rocks under their feet were quite painful. Arbor kicked her small feet and creased her brows. Mo Lien looked down at her. A black fire spread over and melted the rocks several hundred meters in front of her into powder, which then spread out on the ground. Soon, a bit of underground water seeped out from under the powdered rocks, but it didn't affect their walking. Jojo felt that the stone powder was quite comfortable to step on. He looked up at Mo Lien and said, "There's an underground water source here, right?" Mo Lien nodded. "I think so. I wonder what's inside." It was reasonable to say that the little monk was quite sharp. If he said that the aura below was sinister, then there must be something extremely disgusting up ahead. Children should watch less of those messy things, lest they get nightmares at night. The two of them moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the front of the passage. It stood in front of a locked iron door. Without another word, Imol Yin melted that iron door with his fire. Sir Jojo calmly stepped over a puddle of liquid that had been melted by the black fire. Then he frowned. The smell was extremely fishy, causing the two of them to subconsciously take a step back and quickly block off their five senses. The little fellow looked ahead with disdain. It was dark at the end, and there seemed to be a large stone room. After blocking off their five senses, the two of them felt a little better. They ran to the end and saw three strange-looking animals squatting in front of the stone room. Speaking of which, they might not be animals. This was because these three animals all looked very strange. They all had human-like heads, but they were of different sizes. One of them had the body of a lion, another had a pair of eagle wings on its back, and the last one had copper skin and iron bones wrapped in steel rhinoceros skin. The person with the lion's body had a very large head, like a winter melon planted on the lion's body. See you at 12. Chapter 29:30. As for the one with eagle wings, its head is only the size of a fist. Under its slender neck, there's a huge eagle's body. Its body proportions are very uncoordinated. It makes people feel nauseous just by looking at it. The other monster wrapped in thick rhinoceros skin has a pair of curly and sharp horns on its head. Let's call these three strange things that are a combination of man and beast. They all have the same characteristic, each pair of scarlet eyes, their expression ferocious and terrifying. Arbor looks at these three bronze statues with a strange expression. After a long while, he finds his voice and tugs at Emolyen's sleeve. Lien, this leader of Tianyun, don't tell me he thinks of himself as the divine creator? Emolyen's mouth twitches, revealing a contemptuous smile. Look at the name of the organization he came up with. Tianyun. He just thinks of himself as the heavenly Tao, as the heavens, and now he's just casually creating humans. Why not? Arbor suddenly brightens, nodding. You have a point. These three bronze statues clearly represent strength, speed, and defense. Emolyen says with a smile. This leader of Tianyun wants to recreate this world. Now it seems that he doesn't want to exterminate humanity. He just wants to become stronger. The mutated drug he created was obviously meant to improve the physique of ordinary people. Let the human body gain the strength of a tiger or wolf, the speed of an eagle or other abilities, and the defensive power of a rhinoceros. And then he failed. Arbor's eyes brighten. The more he says, the more he feels that their speculation should be close to the truth. This experiment should have started a long time ago. Emolyen frowns. I suspect it's been at least 100 years. Arbor clenches his small fist. You mean because of the repeated failures of improvement, this leader of Tianyun began to get impatient. So he thought of a way to rely on the night caw birds to spread the mutated drug, to see how many people can mutate better, and how many people will become failures. What a lunatic. Emolyen shook her head. The battlefield in the lower star region became his final choice. Arbor clenched his small fist again. This person must be from the upper three provinces. Why do you say that? Emolyen couldn't help but laugh. His Jojo, with her face full of righteous indignation, looked so beautiful. It's common for people from the upper three prefectures to look down on the lower realm and the middle six prefectures. Arbor pursed his lips and said, this person didn't even build the underground village near the imperial capital. Instead, he built it in such a remote place, facing the rosy clouds peak in the east of the great forest. Clearly, they don't want to destroy the living environment of the three continents for the time being. The little fellow snorted. Come to think of it, it must be because he lives on this continent. Emolyen had to admit that the little fellow's analysis was very reasonable. Moreover, according to the previous investigation, the headquarters of Tianyun is very likely to be hidden somewhere in the three continents. Isn't the leader of Tianyun thinking too highly of himself? Sir Jojo rolled his eyes. Does he think the world is unfair or what? Not only does he want to create a world, but he also wants to create a human? Oh no, maybe it shouldn't be called creating a human, but creating some kind of mysterious creature. Chapter 29:31. He's an extremely ambitious person. Emolyen sighed. If he could set up this trap 100 years ago, it means that this is a mission passed down from generation to generation. A family mission? You could say that. Mo Lien nodded. Or maybe it's a sect mission, or an aristocratic family, or even a mission passed down from generation to generation. If that's the case, then every major power in the 3 states is worthy of suspicion. Arbor was speechless. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, big and small powers in the 3 states. Looking for clues about the heavenly fortune from these powers was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Emolian smiled and shook her hand. I'll move these bronze statues away. Chalmers shook her head and said disdainfully, these bronze statues make people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. How about we shatter them? Emolian turned to look at his little wife and nodded. Okay. Arbor threw him 2 Vajra talismans and attached them to his hands. After a few punches, the 3 bronze statues were broken into pieces by the 2 violent fellows and scattered on the ground. The entrance to the stone room appeared in front of them. The 2 stepped on the broken statues and entered the stone room hand in hand. Only the sound of 2 gears turning could be heard. It was an extremely subtle sound. In less than a second, several metal fences came down from behind the 2 of them. These metal fences rose and fell one after another. For a moment, such sounds came from all around them. Arbor and Mo Lien stood in the middle of the stone room. They turned to look and found that they were surrounded by metal fences. It was as if they were in a large, circular prison. There were vertical fences all around them, and the gaps between the fences were so small that even a baby's hand could not squeeze through. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked around. They were sure that they were locked in this metal cage. The stench grew stronger, until an earth-shattering roar rang out. Mo Lien shielded his wifey as they retreated a few steps back. The 2 of them looked up at the same time and saw a monster clinging to the ceiling of the stone room. That pair of small, flickering red eyes were staring at them without blinking. Arbor almost vomited in disgust. Fuck, what the hell is this? It was even more disgusting than a human-faced spider. In any case, the human-faced arachnid was really a spider. Aside from its head that resembled a human, the rest of its body was very strange. It had the slender legs of a spider, and a total of 12 of them. Each of her slender legs was covered with a layer of needle-like fur. Looking at it, one's scalp couldn't help but feel slightly numb. Each of its 12 legs had a small suction cup that allowed it to suck on anything. Xiao Mu subconsciously squirmed behind Emolian, her eyes vigilantly gazing at the human-headed spider that was sucking on the ceiling. Hiss! That guy let out a prelude to an attack. Suddenly, it pounced down from the ceiling and opened its mouth to spray a green mucus at the 2 of them. That liquid fell to the ground and immediately corroded a hole. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. After the human-headed spider realized that its attack had missed, it quickly retreated a few steps. It was very human-like and vigilantly looked at the 2 of them. Arbor made a prompt decision. He tore an attack talisman and threw it in its direction. Chapter 29:32. But when the attack talismans hit the human-headed spider's body, it was like scratching an itch. There were no sparks at all, and it didn't even leave a white mark on its body. Arbor hurriedly looked up at Emolian. This monster shouldn't have already entered the god realm, right? Emolian pulled him back. This thing's body is full of hidden weapons. You should first open the defensive barrier. Before he could finish his sentence, the human-headed spider launched another attack at them. This time, while it was spitting out mucus from its mouth, its 12 slender spider legs were moving forward very quickly. Its movements were very fast, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Prince Mo. The monster's 4 forelimbs were like sickles, cutting in all directions. With a slight twist, it cut towards Arbor's neck. Emolian pulled his Jojo over, and a long staff suddenly appeared in his hand. He swiftly blocked the human-headed spider's slender legs. The slender legs kept twisting in front of Emolian, desperately trying to stab at her. Emolian flipped his hand, and several balls of purple flames abruptly landed on the human-headed spider's 2 slender legs. The long, hairy legs crackled as they were being roasted by the purple flames. Suddenly, The hairs on the legs shot out like steel needles. Mole Yin had already been on guard, and when those steel needles were thrown over, they were blocked by a barrier formed by the purple flames. With a light flip of his hand, the Raven Moon sword in Mole Yin's hand once again emitted a jet-black luster. A majestic sword intent appeared in the air, and with unparalleled speed and power, it cut toward the hairy leg spider in front of them. This human-headed spider was also a clever one, and it immediately felt that the situation was very bad. The sword intent that burst out from this guy in front of it almost instantly made it timid, and it immediately wanted to retreat. But it was a pity that this was a huge cage surrounded by iron fences. Where could this human-headed spider retreat to? When it retreated, it realized that its path of retreat had already been blocked. This huge sword intent was right in front of it, and a black flame was burning behind it. It burned quietly but brilliantly, and the thick black color made it tremble from the bottom of its heart. Hiss, 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 hiss. The creature roared loudly. Its 12 slender legs were hesitant to move forward or backward. It was difficult for it to move forward. Mole Yin naturally wouldn't give it much time to consider. She waved her right hand slightly, and a majestic sword intent descended from the sky, rapidly approaching the human-headed spider. Hiss! The human-headed spider let out a mournful cry. Arbor came out from behind Mole Yin and stole a glance at the thing. He was so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over his body. This thing was still spitting out green mucus from its mouth. Because its chin was being forcefully pressed against by Mole Yin's sword intent, every ball of mucus dripped onto its body due to the distance. The human-headed spider, with a body of copper skin and iron bones, was actually corroding itself to the point of howling. Arbor looked at this scene and couldn't help but want to laugh. The sword intent that Mole Yin had summoned was using a slow speed that was visible to the naked eye to slowly disintegrate this human-headed spider. Its little red eyes revealed a look of fear. Originally, it wanted to shrink back a little, but the blazing black fire behind it caused it to shiver all over. It clearly looked like a faint wisp of black flame, but it had such power. I coughed, I just ate loquat paste. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 29:33. In just a moment, she discovered to her horror that her 2 slender legs had been completely melted by the pitch-black sword intent. Its remaining 7 or 8 legs couldn't help but tremble. They watched as its body disappeared inch by inch under the huge black sword. Finally, the sword intent pierced through the human-headed spider's body and sent it flying. It heavily smashed through several iron fences. It flew out and crashed into the wall of the stone room, creating a loud, rumbling sound. A faint black flame burned on its face, causing it to let out heart-wrenching screams. After a few minutes, the man's cries slowly died down. Only a pile of black powder was left in the corner. Nothing else could be seen. Just as the 2 of them flew out of the thin fence with a hole in it, they saw the entire roof of the stone room collapse. A loud bang resounded throughout the entire stone chamber. Between the stone ceiling and the ground, there was not the slightest gap. If he didn't have the ability to escape from it, he would have turned into minced meat by now. The 2 of them hurriedly left this stone room and walked into the stone room next door. These 3 stone chambers were connected. The human-headed arachnid's room was the largest stone room in the center. There were 2 smaller stone rooms on the left and right. As soon as Arbor stepped in, he quickly retreated. Even though he blocked his 5 senses, he was still shocked by the disgusting scene in front of him. This was the place where the heavenly fate created people. As soon as he walked in, he saw strings of people hanging on the walls. It would be more appropriate to call them puppets now. Just like hanging sausages and bacon, these people were also hung on the 3 walls in different categories. Their limbs were all twisted and grotesque. Although everyone was breathing weakly, it was obvious that they were no longer conscious. There were men and women among them. There were even 4 or 5 old people and a child who was missing a leg. The scene was almost too horrible to look at. Even someone like Arbor, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, felt extremely miserable. He didn't want to look at it a second time. Moreover, the little monk was only a child. It was better to avoid such a bloody scene. The layout of the two stone rooms on the left and right were basically the same. In the middle were rows of medicinal troughs, and beside them were piles of inferior herbs. Inside a black medicine furnace, a tiny flame was burning. There was a small bowl next to it, and there was still some residue left in it. Yin sighed and looked at the people hanging on the wall. She reached out and pulled the little girl to her side. "Let's go. Ask Mr. Su to take over and deal with these people. Even if these test subjects were saved, they wouldn't be able to live for long. When the time came, let them die with some dignity." Could it be that the mutated medicine made by Tianyun was extracted from some animals and plants? It shouldn't be that simple. Yin shook her head. But from the looks of it, they're still improving their medicine. That human-headed spider should also be one of Tianyun's test subjects. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, the human-headed spider was undoubtedly a success. It was very powerful, but it had also become a mindless, zombie-like monster. What was the point of such a change? This should be the improved medicine that they concocted. Yin lowered his eyes. Chapter 29:34. After pondering for a moment, Yin continued. The liquid used to create zombies and special ability users should be considered as the basic liquid. First, eliminate a portion of the weak, then convert a portion of the strong into special ability users. After that, use this improved liquid to create an all-round strong person. So, then we can realize the dream of ordinary people to become strong. Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. What is this Sky Fate organization thinking? They spent so much time and effort for so many years just to fulfill a dream? Let's not care about what they think for now. Since they can't figure it out, there's no need to waste their brain power to think about these time-consuming things. When Arbor and Yin came out of the passage and returned to the ice tree, the little monk immediately stopped knocking on the wooden fish and walked over to Arbor's side with his short legs. Two small hands gripped on Arbor's skirt. The little monk's round eyes emitted a nervous light. "Benefactress, are you all right? Were you attacked by the Yin energy? This little monk has a heavenly protective talisman here. It can expel evil and avoid danger. It can also dissolve the Yin energy," the little guy mumbled as he took out a crumpled yellow talisman from his little pocket. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, silently taking the broken talisman that he held up high. Looking at it, she asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this?" Speaking of this, the little monk couldn't help but sigh, pretending to be an old man. "Master Abbot gave it to me. Back then, it was the treasure of our temple. This bald Donkey Kong Yin, he even tricked a little kid. What kind of heavenly protective talisman is this? It's a fake talisman with no talisman power at all. Who knows where the old monk got it from? How is it, benefactress? Do you feel a wave of warm steam coming out?" Arbor shook her head, bending down to pick up the child, but Prince Imo snatched him from the side. The little monk Kong glared at Yin in dissatisfaction. "Benefactress, don't always steal, benefactress Kong. In the emptiness of the benefactress, Yin felt a little uncomfortable listening to him. She raised her hand and poked his bald head. "You talk too much." She casually stuffed a small steamed bun into his mouth, successfully blocking the chatterbox Kong's little mouth. "When we get back, let Knight Dark Shang and the others bring Mr. Su and move everything in this stone room back to carefully study it." They had never seized so many drugs or test subjects before. This made Su Xiaotao and the others busy for quite a while. Arbor didn't understand, but he didn't ask much. He thought that the Mr. Su that Yin mentioned should be a talented person. What about him? Prince Imo lowered his head and saw the old village chief lying on the ground, glaring at the two of them with venomous eyes. Just now, when he went down for a stroll, he almost forgot about the culprit. As soon as Yin opened her mouth, the surrounding villagers became agitated, clamoring, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" The old village chief lay on the ground, his eyes staring at Arbor, staring at her. That gaze made Yin a little angry, and she kicked him to the side. "If you stare my Jojo again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Arbor didn't feel anything uncomfortable. Anyway, The village chief in front of her could only stare at her with those dead fish eyes. Chapter 29:35. Mo Lien was still hesitating whether to kill him or wait for Mr. Su to come over and bring him over for research. She saw several people rush forward, punching and kicking the old village chief without saying a word. It was obvious that the villagers who were deceived by him hated the old village chief to the core. At this moment, they really wanted to eat his blood and bite his flesh. Arbor looked at this group of angry villagers and sighed. He turned his head and said, "Let's go." Emolian nodded, turned her head, and lightly ordered, "You two take some people and rescue those people who are hanging on the wall. When Chia and Dark Shang bring Mr. Su over, hand over all the tools in the stone room to him." "Yes." Two responses immediately sounded from a place where no one was around. Not long after Mo Lien and the others left, several black-clothed youths led people down the stone stairs. Not long after, the entire underground village was filled with the cries of the villagers. Those who were rescued and on the verge of death, none of them were spared. Almost all of them were exhaling more than they were inhaling. These people were the relatives and friends of the villagers. All these years, because of the old village chief's deceit, they all felt like they were in a dream. They didn't suspect the old village chief at all, but they didn't expect that the most honest person was the monster who stole their family members. As long as they thought of the words of those youths, they understood that their family members were used as test subjects in that evil stone room all these years and suffered endless suffering. They couldn't help but feel sad. The atmosphere in the entire underground village was very depressing. Sigh. Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that after us two old brothers muddled through so many years, the world would have such earth-shaking changes. Tian Yun, this organization, didn't know when it appeared. In the 3 continents, how many places like this underground village base were there? It couldn't be that their bases were everywhere, and there were eyes everywhere, coldly looking at them in the gloomy darkness. Thinking of this, Chen Qi couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and tremble slightly. Seeing the villagers hugging the corpses of their loved ones and crying bitterly, to be honest, they felt rather uncomfortable. They were all humans, but the Sky Fate organization actually treated them like puppets and manipulated them. This was truly perverted. Arbor shook his head. If only they were a little bit more cautious. If he had been vigilant from the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have been fooled by an old village chief. Let's have him settle down properly. Mo Lien squeezed Xiao Mu's small hand as he looked up at the rosy clouds that towered into the clouds. They had been tossing and turning for the whole night, and the sky was starting to brighten. The rosy clouds peak in front of him seemed to be bathed in a layer of milky white light, exuding a holy white light. Clouds rose, and white mist filled the air. The faintly discernible peaks of the mountains were like young girls covered in white gauze, graceful and graceful. The rosy cloud's peak was the tallest peak in the middle, and there were 12 other peaks surrounding it. A silvery white waterfall poured down from the rosy cloud's peak, like 10,000 horses galloping, and the roaring sound of water could be heard from far away. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Arbor could react, he saw 2 eggs hurriedly flying out of the paradise, jumping and cheering toward the waterfall. Chapter 29:36. This place was this good? Arbor blinked and turned to look at her husband. Even little Bai An's egg could sense the rich spirit energy here and impatiently flew out of the paradise on its own. With 2 flaps, it dashed straight into that waterfall. Lu Zheng jumped in fright and hastily shouted, "Second Sect Master, pay attention. That waterfall on Red Cloud Peak looks like it's filled with spirit energy, but it's actually not. Second Sect Master, the waterfall is actually filled with holy power, so we don't dare to rashly jump in and try. Hurry and bring your eggs back, or else we'll really lose everything." Emolian's mouth twitched inexplicably. What was going on? Why did his words give people the urge to beat this Chen Qi to death? The little stoic expressionlessly glanced at them. "My 2 eggs haven't been able to hatch. If they can hatch in this waterfall, then it'll really be excellent." Chen Qi and Lu Zheng looked at each other in dismay. Second sect master, what are these two eggs? Holy beast by N's eggs. The two old men were only casually asking, but the answer they received almost made them drop their jaws. It couldn't be right. This little fellow was carrying two holy beast by N's eggs with her. Look at those fist-sized eggs hopping into the waterfall and roaming around with incomparable joy. How enviable was her appearance. This waterfall couldn't really cleanse her entire body and absorb holy power at the same time, right? Seeing that the old man Qin was itching to give it a try, Arbor expressionlessly said, "Let's go to Red Cloud Peak first." The two people instantly wilted and turned around to look at Xiaomu. The little stoic muttered in a low voice, "They're already so old, yet they still don't know how to be calm. They're like two eggs and still want to hop back and forth. It's simply hilarious." Qin and Lu Zheng looked at each other. The little stoic spoke so loudly that they could all hear it. Okay? The four people swiftly ascended Red Cloud Peak with the little monk. When Qin saw the palace with a glazed roof, green tiles, and a mottled outer wall, his eyes couldn't help but brim with tears. "Yes, it's here, second sect leader. This is the location chosen by our Xuanji school's first-generation master." Qin began to cry. When the old man cried, Lu Zheng also thought about how he had wasted so many years. If he took all of it, he could accompany his junior martial sister to travel around, or he could stay at Red Cloud's Peak and continue to develop the sect. It would be much more meaningful than wasting so many years doing nothing. Arbor rubbed the little monk's head. The small monk then took out two square handkerchiefs from his small pocket. He handed one to Qin and the other to Lu Zheng and said seriously, "Benefactors, don't cry. You two are the most miserable people in the world. Compared to those poor villagers just now, you should know, a healthy body with four limbs is more beautiful than anything else." Just like that, Qin and Lu Zheng's little bit of nostalgia for the sect that had just been brewing was interrupted by the little monk. Arbor found it a bit funny and lowered his head to rub the little monk's bald head. He turned to Qin and Lu Zheng and said, "I want to leave the 6 mountain peaks on the left for the Holy Water sect to use. I will use a formation to separate the two sections. This part will be the Xuanji school's territory, and the other will be the Holy Water sect's territory. What do you think?" Qin expressed that he didn't have any objections and nodded before saying something heart-wrenching. "Our Xuanji school only has 3 people in total. Second sect leader, do as you wish. Bye. Wait until I get better and return to normal." Oh. Chapter 29:37. Arbor was instantly speechless. Although these two old men were indeed speaking the truth, they were too blunt. If a sect only had 3 people, including the sect master, people would probably laugh their heads off if they heard about it. "Second sect master, you know how to set up formations?" Once Lu Zheng mentioned formations, his interest in conversation was piqued. Arbor swept him a glance and silently summoned the mechanism diagram from his conscious. "I'll set up a simple Great Barrier formation between the left and right mountain peaks. What do you think?" Lu Zheng wanted to cry a bit. He had painstakingly created this mechanism diagram for many years, pouring his heart and soul into it. Each of the 18 formation diagrams inside was the best of the best. He originally wanted to show off to Qin when he sparred with him, but when he thought of this, he inwardly vomited blood again. He forced a bitter expression and said, "This place is too big. If I want to set up a barrier formation, this little formation diagram probably won't be of much use." "Oh, then you do it." Xiaomu silently put away that matrix map and went with the flow to say this. "Lian, let's go eat. Thank you for your trouble. Elder Lu, I'll give you 4 hours to set up the Great Barrier Formation." Sir Jojo expressionlessly walked past the old man and turned to clench his small fist at him. "Work hard." Lu Zheng was stupefied. On the side, Qin couldn't resist bursting out in laughter. Lu Zheng's deflated appearance was truly too hilarious. He had been old brothers with this old fellow for several hundred years, but he had never seen him so helpless and deflated. As expected, the little stoic sect master was a talent. She could infuriate Lu Zheng, this old man, to the point of hopping about with just a few words. The two of them pushed open the door and walked into the palace whose outer walls were rather mottled. Inside the empty main hall, light red gauze curtains hung everywhere. As the cold wind drifted in from outside the window, the gauze curtains fluttered gently. Arbor pulled Yin around the main hall for a stroll. The furnishings in the hall were also quite old, and they looked quite exquisite. Arbor pulled Yin along and strolled around the back of the palace. The Xuanji Palace was quite big. As long as they found some people to repair it a little and change some clean living equipment, they would be able to move in directly. Xiaomu thought of those two idle sect elders and decided to hand over the work of repairing and purchasing items to those two to handle. Achoo, achoo. Chen Shi sneezed twice, rubbed his nose, and walked to the side. From his vantage point, he could only see a waterfall that looked like a silver dragon descending rapidly. The two eggs were jumping and rolling in the pool under the waterfall, as if they were very comfortable and kept rubbing against each other. Chen Shi could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He turned back and continued to watch Lu Zheng set up the isolation formation. According to the second sect master's intention, after the two sects were isolated, the rosy clouds peak in the middle would be the hub connecting the two sections. They would open up a path on the side for people to come and go. This path was far away from the Xuanji Palace. Even if people came and went, it would not affect the palace. Lu Zheng leaped into the air. His palms were covered with dense saint energy. Nobody could see how he moved his arms, but one by one, huge boulders were moved from the mountain peaks in all directions. Following, there were flowers, trees, branches, sand, and so on, dancing in the air. One after another, large trees with twisted roots were sucked in by his palms and transplanted here. Chapter 29:38. When Arbor walked over with a unique little food box and a piece of apple, her eyes lit up when she saw the scenery in front of her. Great Elder Lu was indeed a formation master who had lived for hundreds of years. In less than 2 hours, he had actually changed the appearance of Rosy Cloud's Peak. Rosy Cloud's Peak was now divided into yin and yang by him using flowers, trees, and stones. The formation plates were buried in the four corners. The Xuanji Palace, where Arbor lived, was located facing the sun. Not only was there plenty of light, but it was also modified to be warm in winter and cool in summer. The path in the middle was completely blocked off with flowers and trees. While she was eating, Great Elder Lu had transplanted the entire bamboo forest from one of the mountain peaks to this place. In this way, the Xuanji Palace was completely located in the depths of the bamboo forest and wouldn't be disturbed by the passage at all. As for the passage connecting the two sects, Great Elder Lu had also made it very imposing. Not only did he use large stones to build a stone bridge, but he also introduced a waterfall that meandered along the stone bridge. The two paths were filled with the fragrance of plants, birds, and flowers. In the middle was a small bridge with flowing water. It was very unique. Arbor was very satisfied with Great Elder Lu's skill in setting up formations. Although her face was still paralyzed, the little fellow walked over and placed the food box in front of Elder Lu. She said expressionlessly, "There's a pot of plum blossom wine inside." Elder Lu hurriedly took the food box, removed the veil, and chuckled as he took his food and sat to the side. Chen Shi saw this and hurried over. He couldn't help but sigh as he ate. The food cooked by the second-generation sect master is really mediocre, but the wine he makes is really good. Lu Zheng nodded. Beside him, he couldn't help but open his mouth and crawl up from the ground. Chen Shi also hurriedly stood up and turned to look. He couldn't help but reveal the same shocked expression as Lu Zheng. He saw Arbor standing on the stone bridge. With a move of her finger, pieces of glowing white jade talismans flew out from her inner world. The isolation talisman formation was set on top of the isolation formation set up by Elder Lu. Once it was added, the mountain peaks on both sides became more and more humid. The visibility of cultivators was almost no more than 1 meter. After Arbor finished setting up the isolation array on both sides, he began to set up 2 mystic guiding array glyphs. These 2 mystic guiding talisman matrices could endlessly absorb all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred kilometers before distributing it to the Xuanji sect and the Holy Water sect. Qiao Qiao, Xiao Mu instructed, Go plant that shielding tree. All right. A little treant suddenly jumped out from Paradise Planet, carrying two main branches of the essence concealing tree on its small shoulders. Behind him, there was also a little water baby and a little dirt lump jumping around. Master Silver, let's go nourish this shielding tree and make it grow faster. Arbor nodded and watched the three of them leave through the tunnel. Once this isolation glyph array was activated, it would be impossible to open this passageway that connected the two sects unless it was someone with a key. Arbor held a jade talisman in his hand, which was the key to open the isolation array. She could create a key like this with a casual drawing. She had as many as she wanted. The Holy Water sect still had to live their own lives. All the senior sisters needed to continuously train and grow in order to keep up with the cultivators of the Divine Province. After setting up the mystic guiding talisman formation, what made Lu Zheng and Chun Chi's jaws drop was that this wasn't the end. The two of them couldn't help but feel heartache for the second-generation sect master when they saw countless jade talismans flying out of her sleeves endlessly. Chapter 29:39. For 539 double defense array, how many jade talismans would this consume? If this continued, wouldn't they use up all the jade talismans that they had saved up for decades in one go? The two of them stood there and stared at Arbor, who was setting up the array with complicated gazes. This time, Arbor was going to set up a defense array around the 13th peak, and it was a double defense array. This defense array needed to be set up around the 6 peaks on the left and another one on the 6 peaks on the right. Then an outer layer of defense array glyphs would be set up around the entire peak. The amount of defensive talismans consumed would be at a jaw-dropping level. Qin-Shi didn't know how many talismans he had silently counted in his heart. He realized that the second-generation faction leader was simply a madman. Oh no, a monster. How could an ordinary person have so many talismans on them? The second-generation faction leader must have used up all the defensive talismans that he had accumulated for 3 generations in one go. If he used so many defensive talismans to fight someone, he would probably be able to exhaust the enemy for 10 days and 8 nights, hiding in the defensive array glyphs and not coming out, angering the enemy to death. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng and Chun-Chi couldn't help but shudder. Terrifying. The second-generation faction leader's spending was really too frightening. Qin-Shi felt that when he saw Lu Zheng set up the Flowerstone array, it was already shocking enough. But he didn't expect that the second-generation faction leader's move would be even more shocking and extraordinary. When Qin-Shi silently counted the number of jade talismans consumed to 6,844, he couldn't even maintain the expression of shock on his face. It was almost completely replaced by horror, and his mouth even opened in a comical manner. Mo Yin glanced at the two of them, then directly shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at the two silly old men. His gaze naturally and attentively fell on Jojo, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a faint smile. Every time he saw Jojo throw talismans, he felt that it was a kind of visual enjoyment. The way he threw talismans was simply too beautiful, and he threw out so many talismans at once without even blinking. He was really too high-spirited. Arbor spent a full day and night on this double defense array glyphs. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Arbor let out a sigh of relief and lowered his arms. Her eyes looked as if they had been washed by clear water, bright and clean. When she turned her head and met Mo Yin's gaze, she couldn't help but run over to him. Mo Yin naturally hurried forward and caught her sprinting figure. "Why are you running?" Arbor grinned. He turned around and saw the two old faces of Chun-Chi and Lu Zheng. Both of them were expressionless. This expression looked strangely familiar. Arbor blinked and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you two?" Although Lu Zheng did not express his stance, it was as if a mountain torrent was pouring out from the bottom of his heart, roaring and roaring nonstop. Chun-Chi, on the other hand, glanced at her several times. After some deliberation, he asked, "Second Sect Master, are all 3 generations of your family talisman masters?" Arbor smirked. "You can say that. But what does those 3 generations of talisman masters have to do with her?" You've taken out all the defensive jade talismans accumulated by your family's 3 generations and used them all up in a day. Chun-Chi said expressionlessly. Arbor couldn't help but feel helpless. How were these talismans accumulated by her family's 3 generations? These were just talismans that she drew bit by bit in her spare time. They weren't worth much. Chapter 2940. Of course, Arbor had also run to Fish Orchid Planet to draw thousands of defensive talismans while she was eating. Only then did she manage to gather enough talismans. Blinking his large eyes, Sir Jojo turned to Mo Lien and said, "Lien, the blank jade talismans have all been used up. It's all right. I've already instructed them to speed up the production. I'll have them send them to the academy in the next 2 days." Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Most of the defensive talismans around her had been used up, and she only had about 100 defensive talismans left. It was really too little. Chun-Chi and Lu Zheng perked up their ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. They couldn't help but look at each other silently and ask in unison, "Second Sect Master, you didn't draw all these talismans, did you?" Second Sect Master was a strange talisman master. Wasn't he a little different from other talisman masters? Other talisman masters would dawdle for an entire afternoon and successfully draw 1 or 2 talismans. It was already considered good. But Second Sect Master had taken out 8,688 defensive jade talismans just now. Don't ask them how they knew. They had all been counting silently in their hearts. Based on the average talisman master's speed of drawing 2 talismans a day, they could only draw 700 talismans a year. Second Sect Master's 8,000 jade talismans. Wouldn't other people take more than 10 years to draw them? Was this normal? Xiao Mu gazed at the 2 people in bewilderment. Before they could continue asking, she said, "Elders, that Jade Star Palace of mine seems to have been around for quite some time already, right?" The 2 elders' eyelids twitched violently. Now that this sect leader has returned, repairing the residence has become the first priority. She turned her head to look at the 2 old men. "Go find a few craftsmen and renovate the palace inside and out. Change all the furniture that should be changed. If I have time, I'll come back and stay for a while." In the future, this would be her other residence outside of the Eastern Palace. Chun-Chi opened his mouth and found that the words that came out of his mouth had become an obedient response. Okay, my ass. He was an elder of the Xuanji sect. When did he become a servant? Since when did purchasing supplies and repairing the palace become his job? Chun-Chi was speechless. He turned his head and glared at Arbor. After Arbor finished dealing with the double defensive array, he pinched his fingers, and a rumbling sound came from outside the defensive array. Now, the talisman formation that she had set up could be activated according to her thoughts. The opening and closing of the talisman all depended on her handprint. There was no need to use the jade talisman as a key. Arbor and Mo Lien crossed the stone bridge side by side and arrived at one of the peaks. "Second Martial Uncle, are you coming out now?" Arbor asked Yang Shirong a few times, and when he heard her say yes, he pulled her out of the Fish Orchid Planet. Yang Shirong had already found out from Little Tree that Arbor had chosen an excellent location for the sect. She was extremely excited. The moment she stepped out, Yang Shirong felt an abundance of spiritual energy surging around her body. Next, she felt that the scenery in front of her was picturesque. Every peak was like a beautiful garden. There were mountains, rivers, stones, and trees. She just needed to find a few craftsmen and polish them. "Second Martial Uncle, how about we settle down here in the future?" The spiritual energy here was very rich. The spiritual energy that had been drawn in from hundreds of kilometers away was all absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman formation. In less than a second, the 13 peaks with the red clouds peak as the center were surrounded by dense spiritual energy.